Wonderful to be famous. According to the story, that's what the young lady said to the fat man, the fabulously fat, the fantastic, the famous fat man, when he took her to lunch at a fashionable restaurant and everybody turned and stared. Tell me, she said, do people always recognize you? Does everybody always know who you are? Well, my dear, said Mr. Chesterton, if they don't, they ask. Mr. Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday is a little like that. Roughly speaking, it's about anarchists. It was written, remember, in the boom of bomb-throwing in those radical, irresponsible days of the nihilists. And roughly speaking, it's a mystery story. It can be guaranteed that you will never guess the solution until you get to the end. It is even feared that you may not guess it then. You may never guess what The Man Who Was Thursday is about, but definitely, if you don't, you'll ask. I am Gabriel Syme. I am the man who was Thursday. That particular evening, if it is remembered for nothing else, will be remembered in that place for its strange sunset. It looked like the end of the world. It may be remembered by others, too, because it marked the first appearance in the place of the second poet of Saffron Park. For a long time, a red-haired revolutionary had reigned without a rival. It was upon the night of the sunset that I, Gabriel Syme, ended his solitude.
Mr. Syme, you say you're a poet of law. I say you are a contradiction in terms. An artist is identical with an anarchist.
Mr. Gregory, it is things going right that is poetical. Our digestions, for instance, going sacredly and silently right. The most poetical thing in the world is not being sick.
Really, Mr. Syme, the examples you choose...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Gregory. I forgot we had abolished all conventions.
You don't expect me to revolutionize society on this law?
Oh, no, I don't, but I suppose that if you were serious about your anarchism, that is exactly what you would do.
Don't you think, then, that I'm serious about my anarchism?
I beg your pardon.
Am I not serious about my anarchism?
I strolled away and left Gregory, but with surprise and with a curious pleasure, I found a red-headed young lady still in my company. It was Rosamond, Gregory's sister.
Mr. Syme, do the people who talk like you and my brother often mean what they say? Do you mean what you say now?
My dear Miss Gregory, when you say thank you for the salt, do you mean what you say? No. When you say the world is round, do you mean what you say? No, it's quite true, but you don't mean it.
Is he really an anarchist, then?
Only in that sense I speak of, or if you prefer it, in that nonsense.
He wouldn't really use bombs or that sort of thing.
Oh, good Lord, no. That has to be done anonymously. I strolled with her to a seat in the corner of the garden, and I defended respectability with violence and exaggeration. I grew passionate in my praise of tidiness and propriety. All the time there was a smell of lilac around me, and once I heard, very faintly in some distant street, a barrel organ begin to play, and it seemed to me that my heroic words were moving to a tiny tune from under or beyond the world. In the wild events which were to follow, this girl had no part at all. I never saw her again until all my tale was over. And yet, in some indescribable way, she kept recurring like a motive in music through all those mad adventures afterwards. And the glory of her strange hair ran like a red thread through those dark and ill-drawn tapestries of the night. For what followed was so improbable that it might well have been a dream. When I left the party and went out into the starlit street, I found Gregory waiting for me.
Mr. Syme.
Mr. Gregory.
This evening you succeeded in doing something rather remarkable. You did something to me that no man has ever succeeded in doing before. You irritated me.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
There is only one way by which that insult can be erased, and that way I choose. I am going at the possible sacrifice of my life and honor to prove to you that you were wrong in what you said.
In what I said?
You said I was not serious about being an anarchist. Mr. Syme, may I ask you to swear by whatever gods or saints your religion involves that you will not reveal what I am now going to tell you to any son of Adam, and especially not to the police? Will you swear that? If you will consent to burden your soul with a vow that you should never make and a knowledge you should never dream about, I will promise you in return...
You will promise me in return?
I will promise you a very entertaining evening.
Your offer is far too idiotic to be declined. You say that a poet is always an anarchist. I disagree, but I hope at least that he is always a sportsman. Permit me here and now to swear that as a Christian and to promise as a good comrade and a fellow artist that I will not report any of this, whatever it is, to the police. And now, what is it?
I think that we will take a cab.
cab pulled up before a particularly dreary and greasy beer shop. We seated ourselves in a close and dim sort of bar parlor at a stained wooden table with one wooden leg.
Mr. Syme, if in a few moments this table begins to turn around a little, please don't put it down to the champagne. I don't wish you to do yourself an injustice.
Well, if I'm not drunk, I'm mad, but I trust I can behave like a gentleman in either situation. May I smoke?
Certainly, try one of mine.
I took the cigar and started to light it. Almost before I had begun, the table at which we were sitting began to revolve, first slowly and then rapidly.
You mustn't mind it. It's a kind of screw.
Quite so, a kind of screw. How simple that is. The next moment, we two, with our chairs and tables, shot down to the floor as if the earth had swallowed us. Gregory led me down a low, vaulted passage, at the end of which was a heavy iron door.
Who is it? Mr. Joseph Chamberlain.
It was obviously some kind of passport. We stepped into a queer steel chamber whose walls were hung with dubious and dreadful shapes, things that looked like the bulbs of iron plants or the eggs of iron birds. They were bombs.
And now, my dear Mr. Syme, now we are quite cozy, so let us talk properly. You said you were quite certain I was not a serious anarchist. Does this place strike you as being serious?
It does seem to have a moral under all of its gaiety, but tell me, that heavy iron door, you cannot pass it without submitting to the humiliation of calling yourself Mr. Chamberlain. You surround yourself with steel instruments which make the place, if I may say so, more impressive and homelike. Why? After taking all this trouble to barricade yourself in the bowels of the earth, do you then parade your whole secret by talking anarchism to every silly woman in Saffron Park?
The answer's simple. When first I became one of the new anarchists, I tried all kinds of respectable disguises. But at last I went in despair to the president of the Central Anarchist Council, who is the greatest man in Europe.
Oh, what's his name?
You wouldn't know it. That is his greatness. He looked at me. You want a safe disguise, do you? I nodded. Why then, dress up as an anarchist, you fool. I took his advice and have never regretted it. I preached blood and murder to those women day and night, and by heaven they would let me wheel their perambulator.
You took me in. What do you call this tremendous president of yours?
We call him Sunday. You see, there are 7 members of the Central Anarchist Council, and they're named after the days of the week. He is called Sunday by some of his admirers, Bloody Sunday. It's curious that you should mention the matter, because this very night we've called a meeting to elect a successor to the post of Thursday. And I don't mind telling you that it's almost a settled thing that I am to be Thursday.
Gregory, I gave you a promise before I came to this place. Would you give me, for my own safety, a little promise of the same kind?
Promise?
Yes, a promise. I swore before God that I would not tell your secret to the police. Will you swear by humanity or whatever beastly thing you believe in that you will not tell my secret to the anarchists?
Your secret? Have you got a secret?
Yes, I have a secret. Will you swear?
Yes, I will swear not to tell the anarchists anything you tell me. But look sharp. They'll be here in a couple of minutes.
Well, Gregory, I don't know how to tell you the truth more shortly. By saying that your expedient of dressing up as an aimless poet is not confined to you or your president. We've known the Dodge for some time at Scotland Yard.
What do you say?
Yes, Gregory. I'm a police detective.
Mr. Joseph Chamberlain. Mr. Joseph Chamberlain.
It was repeated twice, and thrice, and then 30 times. And the crowd of Joseph Chamberlains, a solemn thought could be heard, trampling down the corridor. Here are your friends, Gregory.
Comrade Gregory, I suppose this man is the delegate?
The fact is, comrade, I have been specially sent here to see that you show a due observance of Sunday.
Well, comrade, I suppose we'd better give you a seat in the meeting.
Gregory, I could see, was in an agony of diplomacy.
Yes, I think it is time we began. The tug is waiting on the river. I move that Comrade Buttons take the chair.
Second the motion!
All those in favor?
Aye!
Comrade Buttons!
Comrades, we all lament the sad defeat of the heroic workers who occupied the post of Thursday in the Central Council until last week. He organized a great dynamite coup of Brighton, which under happier circumstances ought to have killed everybody on the pier. Upon you tonight, comrades, it devolves to choose out of the company present the man who shall be called Thursday. If any comrade suggests a name, I will put it to the vote.
I move that Comrade Gregory be elected Thursday.
Does anyone second?
Second the motion.
Before I put the matter to the vote, I will call on Comrade Gregory to make a statement.
Gregory rose. He must have figured out that his best chance was to make a softened and ambiguous speech, such as would leave in my mind the impression that the Brotherhood was a very mild affair after all.
My friend,
There it is back there.
it is deep under the earth that we, the persecuted, are permitted to assemble as the Christians assembled in the catacombs. Suppose we seem as shocking as the Christians because we are really as harmless as the Christians. Suppose we seem as mad as the Christians because we are really as meek. I am not meek. Comrade Witherspoon tells us that he is not meek. How little he knows himself. We are simple, as they were simple. Look at Comrade Witherspoon. We are modest, as they were modest. Look at me. We are merciful.
No!
I say we are merciful as the early Christians were merciful. Yet, this did not prevent their being accused of eating flesh. Now, we do not eat human flesh.
Shame! Why not?
Comrade Witherspoon is anxious to know why nobody eats him. In our society, at any rate, which loves him sincerely, which is founded on love.
No, down with love.
Which is founded on love. There will be no difficulty about the aims which we shall pursue as a body, or which I should pursue were I chosen as the representative of that body. Does anyone oppose the election of Comrade Gregory?
Yes!
Gabriel Time!
Comrade Syme, the special delegate.
Have we come here for this? Comrades, we line these walls with weapons and bar that door with death. Lest anyone should come and hear Comrade Gregory saying to us, be good and you will be happy. Honesty is the best policy and virtue is its own reward. Comrade Gregory has told us that we are not the enemies of society. But I say that we are the enemies of society, and so much the worse for society. Comrade Gregory accuses me of hypocrisy. He knows as well as I do that I am keeping all my engagements and doing nothing but my duty. I do not mince words. I do not pretend to. We do not want the Supreme Council of Anarchy infected with a maudlin mercy. Have Gregory and his milk and water methods on the Supreme Council. I would offer myself for election.
I move as an amendment that Comrade Syme be appointed to the post.
Stop all this, I tell you. Stop it. It is all impossible.
I beg to second the election.
Comrades, I kneel to you. Do not elect this man. The question is that Comrade Syme be elected to the post of Thursday on the General Council.
And 3 minutes afterwards, Mr. Gabriel Syme of the Secret Police Service was elected to the post of Thursday on the General Council of the Anarchists of Europe. A moment later, I found myself, somehow or other, face to face with Gregory.
You are a devil.
And you are a gentleman.
Comrade Thursday, the boat is quite ready.
Comrade Gregory, you've kept your word. You're a man of honor, and I thank you.
What do you mean? What did I promise you?
A very entertaining evening. My name is really Gabriel Syme. I'm not merely a detective who pretends to be a poet. I am really a poet who has become a detective. I come of a family of cranks. One of my uncles always walked about without a hat. And another had made an unsuccessful attempt to walk about with a hat and nothing else. Being surrounded with every conceivable kind of revolt from infancy, I had to revolt into something, so I revolted into the only thing left, which was sanity. Now, some months before that evening in Saffron Park, I appeared before a high official in Scotland Yard. I was led to a side door, and almost before I knew what I was doing, I was suddenly shown into a room the abrupt blackness of which startled me like a blaze of light.
Are you the new recruit? All right, you're engaged.
I really have no experience.
No one has any experience of the Battle of Armageddon.
But I'm really unfit.
You're willing, that is enough.
Well, really? I don't know any profession of which mere willingness is the final test.
I do. Martyrs. I'm condemning you to death. Good day.
Where my adventure ultimately led me, I've already told you. At about 1:30 on a February night, I found myself steaming on a small tug up the silent Thames, the duly elected Thursday of the Central Council of Anarchists. As we came alongside, the great stones of the embankment were big and black against the huge white dawn. I leapt out of the boat onto the slimy steps. The tug put off again and turned upstream. And I saw that there was a man leaning over the parapet and looking out across the river. And then the man smiled. And his smile was a shock. For it was all on one side, going up the right cheek and down on the left. With the dark dawn and the deadly errand and the loneliness and the great dripping stones, there was something unnerving in it. There was the silent river and the silent man. And there was the last nightmare touch, that his smile had suddenly went wrong.
If we walk up towards Leicester Square, we shall just be in time for breakfast. Sunday always insists on an early breakfast.
At one corner of Leicester Square, there projected the balcony of a prosperous but quiet hotel. The balcony contained a breakfast table, and round the breakfast table, glowing in the sunlight, were a group of noisy and talkative men, all dressed in the insolence of fashion. Here, then, was the secret conclave of the European dynamiters. Then, as I continued to stare at them, I saw something that I had not seen before, literally because it was too large to see. At the nearest end of the balcony, blocking up a great part of the perspective, was the back of a great mountain of a man. I first thought that the weight of him must break down the balcony of stone. This man was planned enormously in his original proportions, like a statue carved deliberately as colossal. His head, crowned with white hair, as seen from behind, looked bigger than a head ought to be. The ears that stood out from it looked larger than human ears. His sense of size was so staggering that when I saw him, all the other figures seemed quite suddenly to dwindle and become dwarfish. They were still sitting there as before with their flowers and frock coats. But now it looked as if the big man was entertaining 5 children to tea. I never thought of asking whether the monstrous man who almost filled and broke the balcony was the great President Sunday, whom the others had stood in awe. I knew it was so. As I walked across the inner room towards the balcony, the large face of Sunday grew larger and larger, and I was gripped with a fear that when he was quite close, the face would be too big to be possible, and that I would scream aloud. I remembered that as a child I would not look at the mask of Memnon in the British Museum, because it was a face and so large. By an effort braver than that of leaping over a cliff, I went to an empty seat at the breakfast table and sat down. At that moment, the president was addressing a man, out of whose collar there sprang a bewildering bush of brown hair and beard that almost obscured the eyes, like those of a Skye terrier. The man's name, it seemed, was Gogo. He was a Pole. And in a circle of days, he was called Tuesday.
Our friend Tuesday insists on the ways of the stage conspirator. Now, if a gentleman goes about London in a top hat and a frock coat, no one need know that he's an anarchist. But if a gentleman puts on a top hat and a frock coat and then goes about with his hands and knees, well, he may attract attention.
I am not good at concealment. I am not ashamed of the cause.
Yes, you are, my boy, and so is the cause of you.
I am not good at deception.
Right, my boy, right. You aren't good at anything.
As I looked at the others, I began to see in each of them exactly what I had seen in the man by the river. Each man was subtly and differently wrong. Next to me sat Tuesday, the tousle-headed Gogol. Next was Wednesday, a certain Marquis de Saint-Eustache. In the gloom and thickness of his beard, a dark red mouth showed sensual and scornful. Whatever he was not a Frenchman. Then came me, and next, a very old man. Professor de Worms, who was Friday. The red flower in his buttonhole showed up against a face that was literally discolored like lead. The whole hideous effect was as if some drunken dandies had put their clothes upon a corpse. And right at the end sat the man called Saturday. His name is Dr. Bull. There was nothing whatever odd about him except that he wore a pair of dark, almost opaque spectacles. It occurred to me that his eyes might be covered up because they were too frightful to see. Such were the 6 men who had been sworn to destroy the world. Only 3 days afterwards, it appeared, the King of England was to meet the President of the French Republic in Paris. And over their bacon and eggs upon their sunny balcony, these beaming gentlemen had decided how both should die. Even the instrument was chosen. The black-bearded Marquis, it appeared, was to carry the bomb. Most of the talk had paid little attention to me, but the President was always looking at me steadily and with a great and baffling interest. I was sure that in some silent and extraordinary way, Sunday had found out that I was a spy. Meantime, the men were eating as they talked. The Marquis took a great bite of bread and jam.
I have often wondered whether it wouldn't be better for me to do it with a knife. And it would be a new emotion to get a knife into a French president and wriggle it around.
You're wrong. The knife was merely the expression of the old personal quarrel with a personal tyrant. Dynamite is not only our best tool, but our best symbol. It expands. It also destroys because it broadens. And man's brain is a bomb. My brain feels like a bomb night and day. It must expand. It must expand. A man's brain must expand if it breaks the universe.
I don't want the universe broken up just yet. I want to do a lot of beastly things before I die. I thought of one yesterday in bed.
The question, gentlemen, is how Comrade Wednesday is to strike the blow. As to the actual arrangement, I suggest that tomorrow he should go first of all.
Before we discuss that, I have something very particular to say.
The instant of choice had come at last. The pistol was at my head.
More speeches, more compromise.
Go. Sit down with the other gentlemen at this table. For the first time this morning, something intelligent is going to be said.
I sat down first. No one except me seemed to have any notion of the blow that was about to fall.
Comrades, we have spun out this farce long enough. We were discussing plans and naming places. I propose that those plans and places should be left wholly in the control of Comrade Saturday, Dr. Bull. Not one word more about the plans and places must be said at this meeting.
They all moved feverishly in their seats, except me. I sat stiff in mine with my hand in my pocket and on the handle of my loaded revolver.
Gentlemen, there is a spy at this table. I will waste no more words. His name...
I half rose from my seat, my finger firm on the trigger.
His name is Gogol. He's that hairy humbug over there who pretends to be a Pole.
Oh, in God's name,
And now, my man, I gather that you fully understand your position.
You bet. I see it's a fair cop. All I say is I don't believe any Pole could have imitated my accent like I did his.
I concede the point. I believe your accent to be inimitable, so I shall practice it in my bath. Do you mind leaving your beard with your card?
Not a bit.
Tuesday, if you ever tell the police or any human soul about us, I shall have exactly 2.5 minutes of discomfort. On your discomfort, I will not dwell. Good day. Mind the step.
The detective who had masqueraded as Gogol rose to his feet without a word and walked out of the room with an air of perfect nonchalance. There was a slight stumble outside the door which showed that the departing detective had not minded his step.
Time is flying. I must get off at once. I have to take the chair at a humanitarian meeting.
Would it not be better to discuss further the details of our project now than that the spy has left us?
Secretary, if you take your head home and boil it for a turnip, it might be useful. I can't say, but it might.
I really fail to understand.
You fail to understand? Why, you dancing donkey. You didn't want to be overheard by a spy, did you? How do you know you aren't overheard now?
With these words, Sunday shouldered his way out of the room, shaking with incomprehensible scorn. Now, if the last words of the president meant anything, they meant that I had, after all, not passed unsuspected. The other four got to their feet, betook themselves elsewhere to find lunch. Only the old anarchist, old Professor de Worms, remained behind, seated before me at the table.
Mr. Gabriel Sam.
Yes, Professor?
You policeman.
Policeman? Whatever made you think of a policeman in connection with me?
The process was simple enough. I thought you looked like a policeman. I think so now.
Why must I be a policeman? Do let me be a postman.
You hear me ask a plain question? You paltering spy. Are you or are you not the police detective?
No.
I swear it. If you swear falsely, will you be damned? Will you be sure that the devil dances at your funeral? Will you see that the nightmare sits on your grave? You are an anarchist. You are a dynamiter. Above all, you are not in any sense a detective. You are not in the British police.
I'm not in the British police. Professor de Worms fell back in his seat with a curious air of kindly collapse.
Well, that's a pity because I am.
Because you are what?
I am a policeman, a special policeman, and I serve under the man in the dark room.
Man in the dark room. I understand now. Of course. You're not an old man at all.
I can't take my face off here. It's rather an elaborate makeup. Did you know that man Gogol was one of us?
No. But didn't you?
I knew no more than the dead.
Why, then there were 3 of us there. 3 of us sitting here out of 7. And it's a fighting number. If we'd only known that there were 3.
We were 3. If we'd been 300, we still could have done nothing.
Not if we were 300 against 4.
No. Not if we were 300 against Sunday.
Professor, it's intolerable. Are you afraid of this man?
Yes, I am. So are you.
Yes, you're right. I am afraid of him. Therefore, I swear by God that I will seek out this man whom I fear until I find him and strike him on the mouth. If heaven were his throne and the earth his footstool, I swear that I would pull him down.
How? Why?
Because I'm afraid of him. And no man should leave in the universe anything of which he is afraid.
Have you any idea exactly what you're going to do?
Yes, I'm going to prevent this bomb being thrown in Paris.
Have you any conception how?
No.
You remember, of course, that when we broke up rather hurriedly, the whole arrangements for the atrocity were left in the private hands of the Marquis and Dr. Bull. The Marquis is by this time probably crossing the Channel. The only man who knows where he's going is Dr. Bull.
Confound it. We don't know where Bull is.
Yes. I know where he is.
Will you tell me?
I'll take you there.
What do you mean? Would you join me? Will you take the risk?
Young man, you think that it is possible to pull down the president. I know that it is impossible, and I'm going to try it.
Call your special attention to the new series of broadcasts by the Mercury Theater with Orson Welles as star and director, which will commence next Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. And now a brief pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with the performance of G.K. Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
The professor led me to a very respectable inn. And in that place we dined very thoroughly.
And you play the piano?
Yes, I'm supposed to have a good touch.
You would have done just as well if you could work a typewriter.
Thank you. You flatter me.
There is no man except the president who is so seriously startling and formidable as Dr. Bull, a little grinning fellow in goggles. Depend on it. Sunday was not asleep when he locked up all the plans of this outrage in the round, black head of Dr. Bull.
Do you think that this unique monster will be soothed if I play the piano to him?
I mentioned the piano because it gives one quick and independent fingers. Sime, if we are to go through this interview and come out sane or alive, we must have some code of signals between us that this brute will not see. I have made a rough alphabetical cipher corresponding to the 5 fingers like this. Listen. B.
A. D. Bad. A word we may frequently require.
I began to study the scheme. It didn't take me long to learn how we might convey simple messages by what would seem to be idle taps upon a table or knee. It was not long before Dr. Bull came in, sat down at our table. He smiled brightly.
You're early this evening, gentlemen.
The quiet good humor of his manner left us helpless. We sat staring at each other in silence. I have an intuition. Then sit on it. It is quite an extraordinary intuition. Extraordinary rot. I am a poet. You're a dead man. You scarcely realize how poetic my intuition is. It has that sudden quality we sometimes feel in the coming of spring. Go to blazes. Dr. Bull. Dr. Bull. Dr. Bull, would you do me a small favor? Would you be so kind as to take off your spectacles? Dr. Bull rose slowly, still smiling, and took off his spectacles. He was sitting in the chair before us. And we saw there a very boyish-looking young man. The smile was still there, but it might have been the first smile of a baby. Dr. Bull, I am a police officer.
The dark room.
The dark room.
Well, I'm awfully glad you came so early, for we can all start for France together. Yes, I'm in the force, all right.
But good heavens, if this were true, there were more blasted detectives than there were blasted dynamiters at the blasted council.
We might easily have fought. We were 4 against 3.
No, we were not 4 against 3. We were not so lucky. We are 4 against 1.
On the Calais boat. The fact that comes of it is this. We 3 are alone on this planet. Now we must do something to keep the Marquis in Calais till tomorrow midday, while the King goes safely through Paris. The only thing I can see to do is actually to take advantage of the very things that are in the Marquis's favor. Gentlemen, I'm going to profit by the fact that he is a nobleman and has many friends and moves in the best society.
What the devil are you talking about?
The Marquis cannot deny that he is a gentleman, and in order to put the matter of my social position quite beyond a doubt, I propose, at the earliest opportunity, to knock his hat off. Oh, but here we are in the harbor. Gentlemen, we've reached Calais. A band was playing in a Café Chantant hidden somewhere among the trees, where sat the Marquis de Saint-Eustache. The man had 2 companions, solemn Frenchmen in silk hats.
You are Monsieur Syme, I think.
And you are the Marquis de Saint-Eustache. Permit me to pull your nose, which I attempted to do, but the 2 men in top hats held me back. This man has insulted me.
Insulted you when?
Oh, just now. He's insulted my mother.
Insulted your mother?
Well, anyhow, my aunt.
But how can the Marquis have insulted your aunt just now? He has been sitting here all the time.
Ah, it was what he said.
There's nothing at all except about the band. I only said that I like Wagner, played well.
It was an allusion to my family. My aunt played Wagner badly. It was a painful subject. We are always being insulted about it.
This seems most extraordinary.
Oh, I assure you, the whole of your conversation was simply packed with sinister allusions to my aunt's weaknesses.
Oh, this is nonsense. I, for one, have said nothing for half an hour, except that I like the singing of that girl with the black hair.
Well, there you are again. My aunt's was red.
It seems to me that you're simply seeking a pretext to insult the Marquis.
By George, what a clever chap you are.
Seeking a quarrel with me. By heaven, there was never a man who had to seek long. These gentlemen will perhaps act for me. There are still 4 hours of daylight. Let us fight this evening.
Marquis, your action is worthy of your fame and blood. Permit me to consult with the gentleman in whose hands I shall place myself. Good day.
Syme, what are you up to?
Now listen carefully. Bull, Professor, you are my seconds. And you must insist on the duel coming off after 7 tomorrow, so as to keep him from catching the 7:45 for Paris. If he misses that train, he misses the King of England. You understand? So at 7:20, we met on a small meadow not far from the railway. I'd made up my mind that I could avoid disabling the Marquis and prevent the Marquis from disabling me for at least 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the Paris train would have gone by.
Gentlemen, engage.
I'm not a bad fighter.
Every now and then, I'd almost fancy that I felt my point go home. But there was no blood on the blade or my shirt. And now we could hear the Paris train. There was no doubt about the hit this time. I was as certain that I had stuck my blade into my enemy as a gardener that had stuck his spade into the ground. Yet there was no blood on it at all. Marquis fought wildly. He constantly looked away at the railway line, almost as if he feared the train more than the pointed steel. I aimed less at the Marquis's body and more at his throat and head. A minute and a half afterwards, I felt the point enter the man's neck below the jaw. It came out clean. I thrust again. It made what should have been a bloody scar on the Marquis's cheek. There was no scar.
Stop. I want to say something. It is rather important. It's the time. You expressed a wish to pull my nose. Would you oblige by pulling my nose now as quickly as possible? I have to catch a train.
I protest that this is most irregular.
Will you or will you not pull my nose? Come, Mr. Syme. Don't be selfish. Pull my nose at once when I ask you.
I took 2 paces forward and seized the Roman nose of this remarkable nobleman. I pulled it hard, and it came off in my hand.
If anyone has the use for my left eyebrow, he can have it. Do accept my left eyebrow. It is the kind of thing that might come in useful any day.
The Marquis was recklessly throwing parts of himself right and left about the field.
You are making a mistake, but it can't be explained just now. I tell you, the train has come into the station.
Yes, Marquis, and the train shall go out of the station and shall go out without you.
Will you drive me mad?
You shall not go by the train.
You great, fat, blasted, blare-eyed, blundering, thundering, brainless, doddering, blasted fool. You great, silly, pink-faced, solid turnip.
You shall not go by this train.
And why in the infernal blazes should I want to go by the train?
We know all. You are going to Paris to throw a bomb.
Going to Jericho to throw a Jabberwock. I didn't care about catching the train. I cared about whether the train caught me, and now, by God, it has caught me.
What do you mean?
It means everything, the end of everything. Sunday has us now in the hollow of his hand.
Us? What do you mean by us?
The police, of course. I am no Marquis. I am Inspector Ratcliffe of Scotland Yard.
Then the whole bally lot of us on the anarchist council were against anarchy. Every born man was a detective except the president and his personal secretary. What can it mean?
It means that we are struck dead. Don't you know, Sunday? I tell you, he's bought every trust. He's captured every cable. He has control of every railway line, especially of that railway line. The whole movement was controlled by him. Half the world was ready to rise for him. But there were just 5 people, perhaps, who could have resisted him. And the old devil put them on the Supreme Council to waste their time in watching each other. Sunday knew that the professor would chase Syme through London, that Syme would fight me in France, and he was combining great masses of capital, seizing great lines of telegraphy, while we 5 idiots were running after each other like a lot of confounded babies playing blind man's buff. And since you really want to know what was my objection to the arrival of that train, I'll tell you. My objection was that Sunday or his secretary has just this moment got out of it.
We all turned our eyes toward the station. A considerable bulk of people seemed to be moving in our direction.
They may be ordinary tourists.
Ordinary tourists wear black masks halfway down the face.
It was quite true that the leader in front wore a black half mask almost down to his mouth. And the mouth was smiling, a crooked smile, on one side of the face.
I believe it. The thing is nonsense. Plain people of a peaceable French town.
Someone is shot at us. Pray resume your remarks, Dr. Bull. You were talking, I think, about the plain people of a peaceable French town.
Stop! Here come the police!
They're charging the mob.
No, they're forming along the parade. They've unslung their carbines.
Yes, and they're going to fire on us.
Police have joined the mob.
The mob, advancing steadily, was almost on top of us.
Charge the anarchists!
Charge the anarchists!
There was no doubt of it. The leader was Monday, Secretary of the Council. Under the black mask, his mouth was working horribly.
Monday! Stop! Charge the anarchists! Swords! For our time has come to die!
There's some mistake, Mr. Syme. I hardly think you understand your position. I arrest you in the name of the law.
What law? But you were the Secretary of the Anarchist Council.
Nonsense. I am a detective from Scotland Yard.
That night, 5 bewildered but hilarious detectives returned to London. And next morning, having found Gogol, we marched stolidly toward the hotel in Leicester Square.
This is more cheerful. We're 6 men going to ask 1 man what he means.
I think it's a bit queerer than that.
I think it's 6 men going to ask one man what they mean. We thought once the little balcony in the figure could look too big for it. He was sitting alone with bent head, poring over a newspaper, but all his counselors would come to vote him down, cross that square as if we were watched out of heaven by 100 eyes. We went up the dark stair in silence.
Delightful. So pleased to see you all. What an exquisite day it is. King dead?
No, sir, there has been no massacre. I bring you news of no such disgusting spectacle.
Disgusting spectacle? You mean Dr. Bull's spectacle?
My spectacles are blackened, but I'm not. Look at my face.
I dare say it's the sort of face that grows on one. In fact, it grows on you. I dare say it'll grow on me someday.
We have come here to know what all this means. Who are you? What are you?
What am I? If you want to know what you are, you're a set of highly well-intentioned young jackasses.
And you, what are you?
What am I?
The president rose slowly to incredible heights, like some enormous wave about to arch above us and break.
You want to know what I am, do you? Fool, you're a man of science. Grub in the roots of these trees and find out the truth about them. Syme, you're a poet. Stare at those morning clouds and tell me the truth about morning clouds. But I tell you this, that you will have found out the truth of the last tree and the topmost cloud before the truth about me. You will understand the sea, and I shall still be a riddle. You shall know what the stars are and not know what I am. Since the beginning of the world, all men have hunted me like a wolf. Kings and sages and poets and lawgivers, all the churches and all the philosophers. But I have never been caught yet, and the skies will fall in the time I turn to bay. I have given them a good run for their money, and I will now.
Before any of us could move, the monstrous man had swung himself over the balustrade of the balcony, yet before he dropped, he pulled himself up again and thrust his great chin over the edge of the balcony.
There's one thing I'll tell you, though, about who I am. I am the man in the dark room who made you all policemen.
Sunday fell from the balcony, bouncing on the stones below like a great ball of India rubber, and went bounding off towards the corner of the Alhambra, where he hailed a hansom cab and sprang inside of it. Of course, we all followed him, and at the highest ecstasy of speed, Sunday turned round, and sticking his great grinning head out of the cab, he made a horrible face at us, flung a ball of paper at me, and vanished. I caught the paper.
What does it say, Simon?
Petit. No one would regret anything in the nature of an interference by the Archdeacon more than I. I trust it will not come to that. But for the last time, where are your galoshes? The thing is too bad, especially after what Uncle said. Fire engine appeared, and the president leaped incredibly from his hansom, caught the back of the engine, and flung himself onto it.
After it! There's no mistaking the fire engine!
Our cabmen whipped up their horses, and the president acknowledged this proximity by coming to the back of the fire engine, bowing repeatedly, kissing his hand, and finally flinging out to us a neatly folded note.
Read it! Read it! Fly at once! The truth about your trauma specials is known! A friend! What place is this?
Sunday had jumped from the fire engine over an iron gate, and we'd followed him to kind of park.
Can it be the old devil's house?
Oh,
No, you fools! It's the zoo!
Come this way.
That's what? Come where?
The elephant.
An elephant!
An elephant's gone mad and run away.
What?
Yes, he's run away with an old gentleman, a poor old gentleman with white hair.
What sort of old
A
gentleman?
very large and fat old gentleman in light gray clothes.
The elephant has not run away with him! He has run away with the elephant! And by thunder, there he is!
There was no doubt about it this time. Clean across the space of grass with a crowd screaming and scampering gaily at the field. With a huge gray elephant on his back sat President Sunday with all the placidity of a sultan.
He's beyond the gate!
grounds. The president has disappeared. Look! Look over there!
Look at what? Look at the captive balloon. Why the blazes should I look at the captive balloon? What is there queer about a captive balloon?
Nothing, except that it isn't captive.
10,000 devils! He's got into it!
We'd followed that balloon. All afternoon we'd followed it, and then, about twilight, the preposterous thing had staggered in the sky and sunk from view into the woods.
Oh, if he's cheated us all by getting killed, it would be like one of his larks.
And almost at the same moment, all six of us realized that we were not alone in the little field. Across a square of turf, a tall man was coming towards us, leaning on a strange long staff like a scepter. His advance was very quiet. He might have been one of the shadows of the wood.
Gentlemen, my master has a carriage waiting for you in the road just by.
Who is your master?
I was told you knew his name.
Where is this carriage?
Has been waiting only a few moments. My master has only just come home.
All six of us compared notes afterwards and quarreled. But we all agreed that in some unaccountable way the place where we came that night reminded us of our boyhood. It was either this elm top or that crooked path. It was either this scrap of orchard or that shape of a window. But each man of us declared that he could remember this place before he could remember his mother.
Refreshments are provided for you in your room.
I entered a splendid suite of apartments that seemed to be designed specially for me.
I have put out your clothes, sir.
Clothes? I have no clothes except these.
My master asked me to say that there is a fancy dress ball tonight. You're to be dressed as Thursday, sir.
Dressed as Thursday? Doesn't sound a very warm costume.
Yes, sir. Thursday costume is quite warm, sir. It fastens up to the chin.
I was led onto a very large old English garden full of torches and bonfires, by the broken light of which a vast carnival of people were dancing in motley dress. I seemed to see every shape in nature imitated in some crazy costume. There was a man dressed as a windmill with enormous sails, a man dressed as an elephant, a man dressed as a balloon. There was a dancing lamppost, a dancing apple tree, a dancing ship. One would have thought that the untamable tune of some mad musician had set all the common objects of field and street dancing an eternal jig. And long afterwards, when I was middle-aged and at rest, I could never see one of those particular objects, a lamppost or an apple tree or a windmill, without thinking that it was a strayed reveler from that revel of a masquerade. On one side of this lawn, in a kind of crescent, stood 7 great chairs, the thrones of the 7 days. And so the night wore on, and finally the last of the dancers vanished, and the fire faded at the long, slow, strong stars came out. And we 7 strange men were left alone, like 7 stone statues on our chairs of stone. Then Sunday spoke.
We will eat and drink later. Let us remain together a little, we who have loved each other so sadly and have fought so long. I seem to remember only centuries of heroic war, in which you were always heroes, epic on epic, Iliad on Iliad, and you always brothers in arms.
Tell me, who are you?
I am the Sabbath. I am the peace of God.
I'm grateful to you. Not only for wine and hospitality here, but for many a fine scamper and free fight. But I should like to know. My soul and heart are as happy and quiet here as this old garden. But my reason is still crying out. I should like to know.
It seems so silly that you should have been on both sides and fought yourself.
I have heard your complaints, and here, I think, comes another to complain. He will hear him also.
And we saw standing before us the red-headed poet of Saffron Park. Gregory! Why, This is the real anarchist.
Yes. I am the real anarchist.
And there came a day when the sons of God came before the Lord, and Satan also came with them.
All right. I am a destroyer. I would destroy the world if I could.
Oh, most unhappy man. Try to be happy. You have red hair like your sister.
I know what you are, all of you, from first to last. You're the people in power. You're the police, the great fat smiling men in blue and buttons. You're the law. You're the seven angels of heaven, and you've had no troubles. Oh, I could forgive you everything. If I could feel for once that you had suffered for 1 hour a real agony, such as I.
I see everything. Everything. Everything that there is. Why does each thing on earth war against each other thing? Why does a fly have to fight the whole universe? Why does a dandelion have to fight the whole universe? For the same reason that I had to be alone in the dreadful council of the days. So that each thing that obeys law may have the glory and the isolation of the anarchist. So that by tears and torture we may earn the right to say to this accuser, we also have suffered. I repel the slander. We have not been happy. I can answer for every one of the great gods of law whom he has accused. At least. And I saw suddenly the great face of Sunday. Have you ever suffered? As I gazed, the great face grew to an awful size larger than the colossal mask of Memnon, which had made me scream as a child. It grew larger and larger, filling the whole sky. Then in the blackness, before it entirely destroyed my brain, I seemed to hear a distant voice saying a commonplace text that I had heard somewhere.
Can ye drink of the cup that I drink of?
When men in books awake from a vision, they commonly find themselves in some place in which they might have fallen asleep. I could only remember that gradually and naturally, I knew that I was awake and had been walking along a country lane. Dawn was breaking over everything, in colors at once clear and timid, as if nature made a first attempt at yellow and a first attempt at rose. A breeze blew so clean and sweet that one could not think it blew from the sky. It blew rather through some hole in the sky. I felt a simple surprise when I saw, rising all round me on both sides of the road, the red, irregular buildings of Saffron Park. I walked by instinct along one white road on which early birds hopped and sang, and found myself outside a fenced garden. And there I saw the sister of Gregory, Rosamond, the girl with the gold-red hair, cutting lilac before breakfast, with the great unconscious gravity of a girl.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its member stations coast to coast, and the network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, has brought you a production of G.K. Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday, by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. The adaptation for radio was made by Mr. Welles. This Monday night concludes the summer broadcast, which have introduced the Mercury Theater as the first complete theatrical producing company in radio. But the tremendous response which their efforts have drawn from all parts of the country has ensured their continuance with us through the coming months. The Columbia Broadcasting System is therefore proud to announce a new series of weekly productions by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air, beginning next Sunday evening, September the 11th, from 8 to 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. The first play next Sunday at 8 will be Vincent van Gogh, an original drama based on the letters of the famous painter to his brother Theo and the records of his biographers. In the cast this evening, Sunday, Eustace Wyatt, with Professor Ray Collins, Gregory George Coulouris, the Marquis Edgar Barrier, Gogol Paul Stewart, Bull Joseph Cotton, the Secretary Erskine Sanford, Witherspoon Alan Devitt, Rosamond Anna Stafford, and Gabriel Syme, The Man Who Was Thursday, by Orson Welles. Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. This is Dan Seymour speaking. The orchestra was directed by Alexander Semler. Remember, next Sunday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in Vincent van Gogh.
Be sure to be at your radio next Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. That's when the Lux Radio Theater begins its new series of broadcasts, same stations as last year. The first presentation will be Spawn of the North, with George Raft, Fred McMurray, John Barrymore, Dorothy Lamour, and Akeem Tamiro. Next Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ballad of the White Horse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, July 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Prefatory Note and Dedication. Prefatory Note to the First Edition. This ballad needs no historical notes, for the simple reason that it does not profess to be historical. All of it that is not frankly fictitious, as in any prose romance about the past, is meant to emphasize tradition rather than history. King Alfred is not a legend in the sense that King Arthur may be a legend, that is, in the sense that he may possibly be a lie. But King Alfred is a legend in this broader and more human sense, that the legends are the most important things about him. The cult of Alfred was a popular cult, from the darkness of the 9th century to the deepening twilight of the 20th. It is wholly as a popular legend that I deal with him here. I write as one ignorant of everything, except that I have found the legend of a king of Wessex still alive in the land. I will give 3 curt cases of what I mean. A tradition connects the ultimate victory of Alfred with the valley in Berkshire called the Vale of the White Horse. I have seen doubts of the tradition, which may be valid doubts. I do not know when or where the story started. It is enough that it started somewhere and ended with me, for I only seek to write upon a hearsay, as the old balladists did. For the second case, there is a popular tale that Alfred played the harp and sang in the Danish camp. I select it because it is a popular tale, at whatever time it arose. For the third case, there is a popular tale that Alfred came in contact with a woman and cakes. I select it because it is a popular tale, because it is a vulgar one. It has been disputed by grave historians, who were, I think, a little too grave to be good judges of it. The 2 chief charges against the story are that it was first recorded long after Alfred's death, and that, as Mr. Oman urges, Alfred never really wandered all alone without any thanes or soldiers. Both these objections might possibly be met. It has taken us nearly as long to learn the whole truth about Byron, and perhaps longer to learn the whole truth about Pepys, than elapsed between Alfred and the first writing of such tales. As for the other objection, Do the historians really think that Alfred after Wilton, or Napoleon after Leipzig, never walked about in a wood by himself for the matter of an hour or two? 10 minutes might be made sufficient for the essence of the story. But I am not concerned to prove the truth of these popular traditions. It is enough for me to maintain two things: that they are popular traditions, and that without these popular traditions we should have bothered about Alfred about as much as we bother about Edwig. One other consideration needs a note. Alfred has come down to us in the best way, that is by national legends, solely for the same reason as Arthur and Roland and the other giants of that darkness, because he fought for the Christian civilization against the heathen nihilism. But since this work was really done by generation after generation, by the Romans before they withdrew, and by the Britons while they remained, I have summarized this first crusade in a triple symbol, and given to a fictitious Roman, Celt, and Saxon a part in the glory of Ethandune. I fancy that in fact Alfred's Wessex was of very mixed bloods, but in any case it is the chief value of legend to mix up the centuries while preserving the sentiment, to see all ages in a sort of splendid foreshortening. That is the use of tradition. It telescopes history. G.K.C. End of prefatory note. Dedication. To my wife. Of great limbs gone to chaos, a great face turned to night, why bend above a shapeless shroud, seeking in such archaic cloud sight of strong lords and light? Where 7 sunken Englands lie buried one by one, why should one idle spade, I wonder, shake up the dust of thanes like thunder, to smoke and choke the sun? In cloud of clay so cast to heaven, what shape shall man discern? These lords may light the mystery of mastery or victory, and these ride high in history, but these shall not return. Gored on the Norman gonfalon, the golden dragon died. We shall not wake with ballad strings the good time of the smaller things. We shall not see the holy kings ride down by Severn side. Stiff, strange, and quaintly coloured as the broidery of Bayeux, the England of that dawn remains, and this of Alfred and the Danes seems like the tales a whole tribe feigns too English to be true. Of a good king on an island, that ruled once on a time, and as he walked by an apple tree, there came green devils out of the sea, with sea plants trailing heavily, and tracks of opal slime. Yet Alfred is no fairy tale. His days as our days ran. He also looked forth for an hour on peopled plains and skies that lower from those few windows in the tower that is the head of a man. But who shall look from Alfred's hood, or breathe his breath alive? His century, like a small dark cloud, drifts far. It is an eyeless crowd, where the tortured trumpets scream aloud, and the dense arrows drive. Lady, by one light only, we look from Alfred's eyes. We know he saw athwart the wreck the sign that hangs about your neck, where one more than Melchizedek is dead and never dies. Therefore I bring these rhymes to you, who brought the cross to me, since on you flaming without flaw I saw the sign that Guthrum saw, when he let break his ships of awe, and laid peace on the sea. Do you remember when we went under a dragon moon, and mid volcanic tints of night walked where they fought the unknown fight, and saw black trees on the battle height, black thorn on Ethandune? And I thought, I will go with you, as man with God has gone, and wander with a wandering star, the wandering heart of things that are, the fiery cross of love and war, that like yourself goes on. O go you onward, where you are shall honour and laughter be, past purpled forest and pearled foam, God's winged pavilion free to roam, your face, that is a wandering home, a flying home for me. Ride through the silent earthquake lands, wide as a waste is wide, across these days like deserts when pride and a little scratching pen have dried and split the hearts of men, heart of the heroes, ride. Up through an empty house of stars, being what heart you are, up the inhuman steeps of space, as on a staircase go in grace, carrying the firelight on your face, beyond the loneliest star. Take these, in memory of the hour we strayed a space from home, and saw the smoke-hued hamlets quaint with Westland king and Westland saint, and watched the western glory faint along the road to Frome. G.K.C. End of dedication. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 1. The Vision of the King. Before the gods that made the gods had seen their sunrise pass, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was cut out of the grass. Before the gods that made the gods had drunk at dawn their fill, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was hoary on the hill. Age beyond age on British lands, eons on eons gone, was peace and war in western hills, and the white horse looked on. For the white horse knew England when there was none to know. He saw the first oar break or bend. He saw heaven fall and the world end. O God, how long ago! For the end of the world was long ago, and all we dwell today as children of some second birth, like a strange people left on earth after a judgment day. For the end of the world was long ago, when the ends of the world waxed free, when Rome was sunk in a waste of slaves, and the sun drowned in the sea. When Caesar's sun fell out of the sky, and whoso hearkened right could only hear the plunging of the nations in the night. When the ends of the earth came marching in to torch and cresset gleam, and the roads of the world that lead to Rome were filled with faces that moved like foam, like faces in a dream. And men rode out of the eastern lands, broad river and burning plain, trees that are Titan flowers to see, and tiger skies striped horribly with tints of tropic rain, where Ind's enamelled peaks arise around that inmost one, where ancient eagles on its brink, vast as archangels, gather and drink the sacraments of the sun. And men break out of the northern lands, enormous lands alone, where a spell is laid upon life and lust, and the rain is changed to a silver dust, and the sea to a great green stone. And a shape that moveth murkily in mirrors of ice and night hath blanched with fear all beasts and birds, as death and a shock of evil words blast a man's hair with white. And the cry of the palms and the purple moons, or the cry of the frost and foam, swept ever around an inmost place, and the din of distant race on race cried and replied round Rome. And there was death on the emperor, and night upon the pope, and Alfred, hiding in deep grass, hardened his heart with hope. A sea-folk blinder than the sea broke all about his land, but Alfred up against them bare, and gripped the ground and grasped the air, staggered and strove to stand. He bent them back with spear and spade, with desperate dike and wall, with foemen leaning on his shield, and roaring on him when he reeled, and no help came at all. He broke them with a broken sword a little towards the sea, and for 1 hour of panting peace, ringed with a roar that would not cease, with golden crown and girded fleece, made laws under a tree. The Northmen came about our land, a Christless chivalry, who knew not of the arch or pen, great, beautiful, half-witted men from the sunrise and the sea. Misshapen ships stood on the deep, full of strange gold and fire, and hairy men as huge as sin, with horned heads came wading in through the long low sea mire. Our towns were shaken of tall kings, with scarlet beards like blood. The world turned empty where they trod. They took the kindly cross of God, and cut it up for wood. Their souls were drifting as the sea, and all good towns and lands they only saw with heavy eyes, and broke with heavy hands. Their gods were sadder than the sea, gods of a wandering will, who cried for blood like beasts at night, sadly from hill to hill. They seemed as trees walking the earth, as witless and as tall, yet they took hold upon the heavens, and no help came at all. They bred like birds in English woods, they rooted like the rose, when Alfred came to Athelney, to hide him from their bows. There was not English armour left, nor any English thing, when Alfred came to Athelney, to be an English king. For earthquake swallowing earthquake, uprent the Wessex tree. The whirlpool of the pagan sway had swirled his sires as sticks away when a flood smites the sea. And the great kings of Wessex wearied and sank in gore, and even their ghosts in that great stress grew greyer and greyer, less and less, with the lords that died in Lyonnesse, and the king that comes no more. And the god of the golden dragon was dumb upon his throne, and the lord of the golden dragon ran in the woods alone. And if ever he climbed the crest of luck, and set the flag before, returning as a wheel returns, came ruin and the rain that burns, and all began once more. And naught was left King Alfred but shameful tears of rage, in the island, in the river, in the end of all his age. In the island, in the river, he was broken to his knee, and he read, writ with an iron pen, that God had wearied of Wessex men, and given their country, field and fen, to the devils of the sea. And he saw in a tiny picture, tiny and far away, his mother sitting in Egbert's hall, and a book she showed him very small, where a sapphire Mary sat in stall, with a golden Christ at play. It was wrought in the monk's slow manner, from silver and sanguine shell, where the scenes are little and terrible, keyholes of heaven and hell. In the river island of Athelney, with the river running past, in colours of such simple creed, all things sprang at him, sun and weed, till the grass grew to be grass indeed, and the tree was a tree at last. Fearfully plain the flowers grew, like the child's book to read, or like a friend's face seen in a glass. He looked, and there Our Lady was. She stood and stroked the tall live grass, as a man strokes his steed. Her face was like an open word, when brave men speak and choose. The very colours of her coat were better than good news. She spoke not, nor turned not, nor any sign she cast, only she stood up, straight and free, between the flowers in Athelney, and the river running past. One dim ancestral jewel hung on his ruined armour grey. He rent and cast it at her feet, where after centuries with slow feet men came from hall and school and street, and found it where it lay. Mother of God, the wanderer said, I am but a common king, nor will I ask what saints may ask, to see a secret thing. The gates of heaven are fearful gates, worse than the gates of hell, nor would I break the splendours barred, or seek to know the things they guard, which is too good to tell. But for this earth most pitiful, this little land I know, if that which is for ever is, or if our hearts should break with bliss, seeing the stranger go. When our last bow is broken, Queen, and our last javelin cast, under some sad green evening sky, holding a ruined cross on high, under warm westland grass to lie, shall we come home at last? And a voice came, human but high up, like a cottage climbed among the clouds, or a serf of hut and croft, that sits by his hovel fire as oft, but hears on his old bare roof aloft a belfry burst in song. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gain. The heaviest hind may easily come silently and suddenly upon me in a lane, and any little maid that walks in good thoughts apart may break the guard of the three kings, and see the dear and dreadful things I hid within my heart. The meanest man in grey fields gone behind the set of sun heareth between star and other star, through the door of the darkness fallen ajar, the counsel, eldest of things that are, the talk of the three in one. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gold. Men may uproot where worlds begin, or read the name of the nameless sin, but if he fail, or if he win, to no good man is told. The men of the East may spell the stars, and times and triumphs mark, but the men signed of the cross of Christ go gaily in the dark. The men of the East may search the scrolls for sure fates and fame, but the men that drink the blood of God go singing to their shame. The wise men know what wicked things are written on the sky. They trim sad lamps, they touch sad strings, hearing the heavy purple wings, where the forgotten seraph kings still plot how God shall die. The wise men know all evil things under the twisted trees, where the perverse in pleasure pine, and men are weary of green wine, and sick of crimson seas. But you, and all the kind of Christ, are ignorant and brave, and you have wars you hardly win, and souls you hardly save. I tell you not for your comfort, yea, not for your desire, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Night shall be thrice night over you, and heaven an iron cope. Do you have joy without a cause? Yea, faith without a hope? Even as she spoke she was not, nor any word said he. He only heard, still as he stood, under the old night's nodding hood, the sea-folk breaking down the wood, like a high tide from sea. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and bleak, singing about some cruel thing, done by a great and smiling king in daylight on a deck. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and blind, singing what shameful things are done between the sunlit sea and the sun, when the land is left behind. End of Book 1. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 2. The Gathering of the Chiefs. Up across windy wastes and up went Alfred over the shaws, shaken of the joy of giants, the joy without a cause. In the slopes away to the western bays, where blows not ever a tree, he washed his soul in the west wind, and his body in the sea. And he set to rhyme his ale measures, and he sang aloud his laws, because of the joy of the giants, the joy without a cause. For the king went gathering Wessex men, as grain out of the chaff, the few that were alive to die, laughing as littered skulls that lie, after lost battles turn to the sky an everlasting laugh. The king went gathering Christian men, as wheat out of the husk, Eldred, the franklin by the sea, and Mark, the man from Italy, and Colin of the sacred tree, from the old tribe on Usk. The rook croaked homeward heavily, the west was clear and warm, the smoke of evening food and ease rose like a blue tree in the trees when he came to Eldred's farm. But Eldred's farm was fallen awry, like an old cripple's bones, and Eldred's tools were red with rust, and on his well was a green crust, and purple thistles upward thrust between the kitchen stones. But smoke of some good feasting went upwards evermore, and Eldred's doors stood wide apart, for loitering foot or labouring cart, and Eldred's great and foolish heart stood open like his door. A mighty man was Eldred, a bulk for casks to fill, his face a dreaming furnace, his body a walking hill. In the old wars of Wessex his sword had sunken deep, but all his friends, he sighed and said, were broken about Ethelred, and between the deep drink and the dead he had fallen upon sleep. Come not to me, King Alfred, save always for the ale. Why should my harmless hinds be slain, because the chiefs cry once again, as in all fights, that we shall gain, and in all fights we fail? Your skalds still thunder and prophesy that crown that never comes. Friend, I will watch the certain things, swine and slow moons like silver rings, and the ripening of the plums. And Alfred answered, drinking, and gravely, without blame, Nor bear I boast of skald or king, the thing I bear is a lesser thing, but comes in a better name. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, more than the doors of doom, I call the muster of Wessex men, from grassy hamlet or ditch or den, to break and be broken, God knows when, but I have seen for whom. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, like a little word come I, for I go gathering Christian men, from sunken paving and ford and fen, to die in a battle God knows when, by God but I know why. And this is the word of Mary, the word of the world's desire. No more of comfort shall ye get, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Then silence sank, and slowly arose the sea-land lord, like some vast beast for mystery. He filled the room and porch and sky, and from a cobwebbed nail on high unhooked his heavy sword. Up on the shrill sea downs and up went Alfred all alone, turning but once ere the door was shut, shouting to Eldred over his butt that he bring all spears to the woodman's hut, hewn under Egbert's stone. And he turned his back and broke the fern, and fought the moths of dusk, and went on his way for other friends, friends fallen of all the wide world's ends, from Rome that wrath and pardon sends, and the grey tribes on Usk. He saw gigantic tracks of death, and many a shape of doom, good steadings to grey ashes gone, and a monk's house white like a skeleton in the grey crypt of the combe. And in many a Roman villa earth and her ivies eat, saw coloured pavements sink and fade in flowers, and the windy colonnade like the spectre of a street. But the cold stars clustered among the cold pines, ere he was half on his pilgrimage over the western lines. And the white dawn widened ere he came to the last pine, where Mark, the man from Italy, still made the Christian sign. The long farm lay on the large hillside, flat like a painted plan, and by the side the low white house, where dwelt the Southland man. A bronzed man, with a bird's bright eye, and a strong bird's beak and brow. His skin was brown like buried gold, and of certain of his sires was told that they came in the shining ship of old, with Caesar in the prow. His fruit trees stood like soldiers, drilled in a straight line. His strange stiff olives did not fail, and all the kings of the earth drank ale, but he drank wine. Wide over wasted British plains stood never an arch or dome, only the trees to toss and reel, the tribes to bicker, the beasts to squeal, but the eyes in his head were strong like steel, and his soul remembered Rome. Then Alfred of the lonely spear lifted his lion head, and fronted with the Italian's eye, asking him of his whence and why, King Alfred stood and said, I am that oft-defeated king, whose failure fills the land, who fled before the Danes of old, who chaffered with the Danes with gold, who now upon the Wessex wold hardly has feet to stand. But out of the mouth of the Mother of God I have seen the truth like fire, this, that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Long looked the Roman on the land, the trees as golden crowns, blazed drenched with dawn and dew impearled, while faintlier coloured, freshlier curled, the clouds from underneath the world stood up over the downs. These vines be ropes that drag me hard, he said. I go not far. Where would you meet? For you must hold half Wiltshire and the White Horse wold, and the Thames bank to Owensfold, if Wessex goes to war. Guthrum sits strong on either bank, and you must press his lines, inwards and eastward drive him down. I doubt if you shall take the crown, till you have taken London town. For me, I have the vines. If each man on the judgment day meet God on a plain alone, said Alfred, I will speak for you, as for myself, and call it true, that you brought all fighting folk you knew, lined under Egbert's stone. Though I be in the dust ere then, I know where you will be. And shouldering suddenly his spear, he faded like some elfin fear, where the tall pines ran up, tier on tier, tree over toppling tree. He shouldered his spear at morning, and laughed to lay it on. But he leaned on his spear as on a staff, with might and little mood to laugh, or ever he sighted chick or calf, of Colan of Caerleon. For the man dwelt in a lost land, of boulders and broken men, in a great grey cave far off to south, where a thick green forest stopped the mouth, giving darkness in his den. And the man was come like a shadow, from the shadow of druid trees, where Usk, with mighty murmurings, past Caerleon of the fallen kings, goes out to ghostly seas. Last of a race in ruin, he spoke the speech of the Gaels. His kin were in holy Ireland, or up in the crags of Wales. But his soul stood with his mother's folk, that were of the rain-wrapped isle, where Patrick and Brandon Westerly looked out at last on a landless sea and the sun's last smile. His harp was carved and cunning, as the Celtic craftsman makes, graven all over with twisting shapes, like many headless snakes. His harp was carved and cunning, his sword prompt and sharp, and he was gay when he held the sword, sad when he held the harp. For the great Gaels of Ireland are the men that God made mad, for all their wars are merry, and all their songs are sad. He kept the Roman order, he made the Christian sign, but his eyes grew often blind and bright, and the sea that rose in the rocks at night rose to his head like wine. He made the sign of the cross of God, he knew the Roman prayer, but he had unreason in his heart, because of the gods that were. Even they that walked on the high cliffs, high as the clouds were then, gods of unbearable beauty, that broke the hearts of men, and whether in seat or saddle, whether with frown or smile, whether at feast or fight was he heard the noise of a nameless sea on an undiscovered isle. Lifting the great green ivy, and the great spear lowering, one said, I am Alfred of Wessex, and I am a conquered king. And the man of the cave made answer, and his eyes were stars of scorn, and better kings were conquered, or ever your sires were born. What goddess was your mother, what fay your breed begot, that you should not die with Uther and Arthur and Lancelot? But when you win you brag and blow, and when you lose you rail. Army of Eastland yokels, not strong enough to fail. I bring not boast or railing, spake Alfred, not in ire. I bring of Our Lady a lesson set, this, that our sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Then Colan of the sacred tree tossed his black mane on high, and cried as rigidly he rose, And if the sea and sky be foes, we will tame the sea and sky. Smiled Alfred, Seek ye a fable more dizzy and more dread than all your mad barbarian tales where the sky stands on its head? A tale where a man looks down on the sky that has long looked down on him, a tale where a man can swallow a sea that might swallow the seraphim. Bring to the hut by Egbert's stone all bills and bows ye have. And Alfred strode off rapidly, and Colan of the sacred tree went slowly to his cave. End of Book 2. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 3. The Harp of Alfred. In a tree that yawned and twisted the king's few goods were flung, a mass-book mildewed, line by line, and weapons and a skin of wine, and an old harp unstrung. By the yawning tree in the twilight, the king unbound his sword, severed the harp of all his goods, and there in the cool and soundless woods sounded a single chord. Then laughed, and watched the finches flash, the sullen flies in swarm, and went unarmed over the hills with a harp upon his arm. Until he came to the White Horse Vale, and saw across the plains, in the twilight high and far and fell, like the fiery terraces of hell, the campfires of the Danes. The fires of the great army, that was made of iron men, whose lights of sacrilege and scorn ran around England red as morn, fires over Glastonbury Thorn, fires out on Ely Fen. And as he went by White Horse Vale, he saw lie wan and wide the old horse graven, God knows when, by gods or beasts or what things then walked a new world instead of men, and scrawled on the hillside. And when he came to White Horse Down, the great White Horse was grey, for it was ill scoured of the weed, and lichen and thorn could crawl and feed, since the foes of settled house and creed had swept old works away. King Alfred gazed all sorrowful at thistle and mosses grey, till a rally of Danes with shield and bill rolled drunk over the dome of the hill, and hearing of his harp and skill, they dragged him to their play. And as they went through the high green grass, they roared like the great green sea, but when they came to the red campfire, they were silent suddenly. And as they went up the wastes away, they went reeling to and fro, but when they came to the red campfire, they stood all in a row. For golden in the firelight, with a smile carved on his lips, and a beard curled right cunningly, was Guthrum of the northern sea, the emperor of the ships. With 3 great earls King Guthrum went the rounds from fire to fire, with Harold, nephew of the king, and Ogier of the stone and sling, and Elf, whose gold lute had a string that sighed like all desire. The earls of the great army, that no men born could tire, whose flames anear him or aloof took hold of towers or walls of proof, fire over Glastonbury roof, and out on Ely fire. And Guthrum heard the soldier's tale, and bade the stranger play, not harshly, but as one on high, on a marble pillar in the sky, who sees all folk that live and die, pygmy and far away. And Alfred, king of Wessex, looked on his conqueror, and his hands hardened, but he played, and leaving all later hates unsaid, he sang of some old British raid on the wild west march of yore. He sang of war in the warm wet shires, where rain nor fruitage fails, where England of the motley states deepens like a garden to the gates in the purple walls of Wales. He sang of the seas of savage heads, and the seas and seas of spears, boiling all over Offa's dike, what time a Wessex club could strike the kings of the mountaineers, till Harold laughed and snatched the harp, the kinsman of the king, a big youth, beardless like a child, whom the new wine of war sent wild, smote and began to sing. And he cried of the ships as eagles that circle fiercely and fly, and sweep the seas and strike the towns from Cyprus round to Skye. How swiftly and with peril they gather all good things, the high horns of the forest beasts, or the secret stones of kings. For Rome was given to rule the world, and gat of it little joy, but we shall enjoy the world, the whole huge world a toy, great wine like blood from Burgundy, cloaks like the clouds from Tyre, and marble like solid moonlight, and gold like frozen fire, smells that a man might swill in a cup, stones that a man might eat, and the great smooth women like ivory that the Turks sell in the street. He sang the throne of the thief of the world, and the gods that love the thief, and he yelled aloud at the cloister yards, where men go gathering grief. Well have you sung, O stranger, of death on the dike in Wales. Your chief was a bracelet giver, but the red unbroken river of a race runs not for ever, but suddenly it fails. Doubtless your sires were sword-swingers, when they waded fresh from foam, before they were turned to women by the god of the nails from Rome. But since you bent to the shaven men, who neither lust nor smite, thunder of Thor, we hunt you, a hare on the mountain height. King Guthrum smiled a little, and said, It is enough. Nephew, let elf retune the string. A boy must needs like bellowing, but the old ears of a careful king are glad of songs less rough. Blue-eyed was Elf the minstrel, with womanish hair and ring, yet heavy was his hand on sword, though light upon the string. And as he stirred the strings of the harp, to notes but 4 or 5, the heart of each man moved in him like a babe buried alive. And they felt the land of the folk-songs spread southward of the Dane, and they heard the good Rhine flowing in the heart of all Alamein. They felt the land of the folk-songs, where the gifts hang on the tree, where the girls give ale at morning, and the tears come easily. The mighty people, woman-like, that have pleasure in their pain, as he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens loved in vain. As he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens could not save, till the world was like a sea of tears, and every soul a wave. There is always a thing forgotten, when all the world goes well, a thing forgotten as long ago, when the gods forgot the mistletoe, and soundless as an arrow of snow the arrow of anguish fell. The thing on the blind side of the heart, on the wrong side of the door. The green plant groweth, menacing, almighty lovers in the spring. There is always a forgotten thing, and love is not secure. And all that sat by the fire were sad, save Ogier, who was stern, and his eyes hardened even to stones as he took the harp in turn. Earl Ogier of the stone and sling was odd to ear and sight. Old he was, but his locks were red, and jests were all the words he said. Yet he was sad at board and bed, and savage in the fight. You sing of the young gods easily in the days when you are young, but I go smelling yew and sods, and I know there are gods behind the gods, gods that are best unsung. And a man grows ugly for women, and a man grows dull with ale. Well, if he find in his soul at last fury, that does not fail. The wrath of the gods behind the gods, who would rend all gods and men. Well, if the old man's heart hath still wheels sped of rage and roaring will, like cataracts to break down and kill, well for the old man then. While there is one tall shrine to shake, or one live man to rend, for the wrath of the gods behind the gods, who are weary to make an end. There lives one moment for a man when the door at his shoulder shakes, when the taut rope parts under the pull, and the barest branch is beautiful, one moment while it breaks. So rides my soul upon the sea that drinks the howling ships, though in black jest it bows and nods, under the moons with silver rods, I know it is roaring at the gods, waiting the last eclipse. And in the last eclipse the sea shall stand up like a tower, above all moons made dark and riven, hold up its foaming head to heaven, and laugh, knowing its hour. And the high ones in the happy town, propped of the planets 7, shall know a new light in the mind, a noise about them and behind, shall hear an awful voice and find foam in the courts of heaven. And you that sit by the fire are young, and true loves wait for you. But the king and I grow old, and hate alone is true. And Guthrum shook his head but smiled, for he was a mighty clerk, and had read lines in the Latin books when all the north was dark. He said, I am older than you, Ogier. Not all things would I rend, for whether life be bad or good, it is best to abide the end. He took the great harp wearily, even Guthrum of the Danes, with wide eyes bright as the one long day on the long polar plains. For he sang of a wheel returning, and the mire trod back to mire, and how red hells and golden heavens are castles in the fire. It is good to sit where the good tales go, to sit as our fathers sat. But the hour shall come after his youth, when a man shall know not tales but truth, and his heart fail thereat. When he shall read what is written, so plain in clouds and clods, when he shall hunger without hope, even for evil gods. For this is a heavy matter, and the truth is cold to tell. Do we not know, have we not heard, the soul is like a lost bird, the body a broken shell. And a man hopes, being ignorant, till in white woods apart he finds at last the lost bird dead, and a man may still lift up his head, but never more his heart. There comes no noise but weeping out of the ancient sky, and a tear is in the tiniest flower, because the gods must die. The little brooks are very sweet, like a girl's ribbon curled, but the great sea is bitter that washes all the world. Strong are the Roman roses, or the free flowers of the heath, but every flower, like a flower of the sea, smelleth with the salt of death. And the heart of the locked battle is the happiest place for men, where shrieking souls as shafts go by, and many have died, and all may die. Though this word be a mystery, death is most distant then. Death blazes bright above the cup, and clear above the crown, but in that dream of battle we seem to tread it down. Wherefore I am a great king, and waste the world in vain, because man hath not other power, save that in dealing death for dower he may forget it for an hour, to remember it again. And slowly his hands and thoughtfully fell from the lifted lyre, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, till Alfred caught it to his knees, and smote it as in ire. He heaved the head of the harp on high, and swept the framework barred, and his stroke had all the rattle and spark of horses flying hard. When God put man in a garden, he girt him with a sword, and sent him forth a free knight, that might betray his lord. He brake him, and betrayed him, and fast and far he fell, till you and I may stretch our necks, and burn our beards in hell. But though I lie on the floor of the world, with the 7 sins for rods, I would rather fall with Adam, than rise with all your gods. What have the strong gods given? Where have the glad gods led, when Guthrum sits on a hero's throne, and asks if he is dead? Sirs, I am but a nameless man, a rhymester without home, yet since I come of the Wessex clay, and carry the cross of Rome, I will even answer the mighty Earl, that asked of Wessex men, why they be meek and monkish folk, and bow to the white lord's broken yoke. What sign have we, save blood and smoke? Here is my answer then, that on you is fallen the shadow, and not upon the name, that though we scatter, and though we fly, and you hang over us like the sky, you are more tired of victory than we are tired of shame. That though you hunt the Christian man like a hare on the hillside, the hare has still more heart to run than you have heart to ride. That though all lances split on you, all swords be heaved in vain, we have more lust again to lose than you to win again. Your lord sits high in the saddle, a broken-hearted king, but our King Alfred, lost from fame, fallen among foes or bonds of shame, in I know not what mean trade or name, has still some song to sing. Our monks go robed in rain and snow, but the heart of flame therein. But you go clothed in feasts and flames, when all is ice within. Nor shall all iron dooms make dumb men wondering ceaselessly, if it be not better to fast for joy than feast for misery. Nor monkish order only slides down as fields to fen. All things achieved and chosen pass, as the white horse fades in the grass, no work of Christian men. Ere the sad gods that made your gods saw their sad sunrise pass, the white horse of the white horse vale that you have left to darken and fail was cut out of the grass. Therefore your end is on you and your kings, not for a fire in Ely fen, not that your gods are 9 or 10, but because it is only Christian men guard even heathen things. For our God hath blessed creation, calling it good. I know what spirit with whom you blindly band hath blessed destruction with his hand. Yet by God's death the stars shall stand, and the small apples grow. And the king, with harp on shoulder, stood up and ceased his song, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, and the Danes laughed loud and long. End of Book 3. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 4. The Woman in the Forest. Thick thunder of the snorting swine, enormous in the gloam, rending among all roots that cling, and the wild horses whinnying, were the night's noises when the king, shouldering his harp, went home. With eyes of owl and feet of fox, full of all thoughts he went. He marked the tilt of the pagan camp, the paling of pine, the sentry's tramp, and the one great stolen altar lamp over Guthrum in his tent. By scrub and thorn and Ethandune that night the foe had lain, whence ran across the heather grey the old stones of a Roman way, and in a wood not far away the pale road split in twain. He marked the wood and the cloven ways with an old captain's eyes, and he thought how many a time had he sought to see doom he could not see, how ruin had come, and victory, and both were a surprise. Even so had he watched and wondered under Ashdown from the plains, with Ethelred praying in his tent, till the white hawthorn swung and bent, as Alfred rushed his spears and rent the shield-wall of the Danes. Even so had he watched and wondered, knowing neither less nor more, till all his lords lay dying, and axes on axes plying, flung him and drove him flying like a pirate to the shore. Wise he had been before defeat, and wise before success, wise in both hours, and ignorant, knowing neither more nor less. As he went down to the river hut, he knew a nightshade scent. Owls did as evil cherubs rise, with little wings and lantern eyes, as though he sank through the underskies, but down and down he went. As he went down to the river hut, he went as one that fell, seeing the high forest domes and spars, dim green or torn with golden scars, as the proud look up at the evil stars in the red heavens of hell. For he must meet by the river hut them he had bidden to arm, Mark from the towers of Italy, and Colan of the sacred tree, and Eldred who beside the sea held heavily his farm. The roof leaned gaping to the grass as a monstrous mushroom lies. Echoing and empty seemed the place, but opened in a little space a great grey woman with scarred face and strong and humbled eyes. King Alfred was but a meagre man, bright-eyed but lean and pale, and swordless. With his harp and rags he seemed a beggar such as lags looking for crusts and ale. And the woman, with a woman's eyes of pity at once and ire, said, when that she had glared a span, "There is a cake for any man if he will watch the fire." And Alfred, bowing heavily, sat down the fire to stir, and even as the woman pitied him, so did he pity her, saying, "O great heart in the night, O best cast forth for worst, twilight shall melt and morning stir, and no kind thing shall come to her, till God shall turn the world over, and all the last are first. And well may God with the serving folk cast in his dreadful lot. Is not he too a servant, and is not he forgot? For was not God my gardener, and silent like a slave, that opened oaks on the uplands, or thicket in graveyard gave? And was not God my armourer, all patient and unpaid, that sealed my skull as a helmet, and ribs for hauberk made? Did not a great grey servant of all my sires and me build this pavilion of the pines, and herd the fowls and fill the vines, and labour and pass and leave no signs, save mercy and mystery? For God is a great servant, and rose before the day, from some primordial slumber torn, but all we living later born sleep on and rise after the morn, and the Lord has gone away. On things half sprung from sleeping, all sleepy suns have shone. They stretch stiff arms, the yawning trees, the beasts blink upon hands and knees. Man is awake and does and sees, but heaven has done and gone. For who shall guess the good riddle, or speak of the holiest? save in faint figures and failing words, who loves, yet laughs among the swords, labours and is at rest. But some see God like Guthrum, crowned with a great beard curled, but I see God like a good giant, that labouring lifts the world. Wherefore was God in Golgotha, slain as a serf is slain, and hate he had of prince and peer, and love he had, and made good cheer of them that, like this woman here, go powerfully in pain. But in this grey morn of man's life cometh sometime to the mind a little light that leaps and flies like a star blown on the wind. A star of nowhere, a nameless star, a light that spins and swirls, and cries that even in hedge and hill, even on earth it may go ill at last with the evil earls. A dancing sparkle, a doubtful star, on the waste wind whirled and driven, but it seems to sing of a wilder worth, a time discrowned of doom and birth, and the kingdom of the poor on earth come as it is in heaven. But even though such days endure, how shall it profit her, who shall go mourning to the grave, with many a meek and mighty slave, field-breaker and fisher on the wave, and woodman and waggoner? Bake ye the big world all again, a cake with kinder leaven, yet these are sorry evermore, unless there be a little door in heaven. And as he wept for the woman, he let her business be, and like his royal oath and rash, the good food fell upon the ash, and blackened instantly. Screaming, the woman caught a cake yet burning from the bar, and struck him suddenly on the face, leaving a scarlet scar. King Alfred stood up wordless, a man dead with surprise, and torture stood, and the evil things that are in the childish hearts of kings an instant in his eyes. And even as he stood and stared, drew round him in the dusk those friends creeping from far-off farms, Marcus with all his slaves in arms, and the strange spears hung with ancient charms of Colin of the Usk. With one whole farm marching afoot, the trampled road resounds, farm-hands and farm-beasts blundering by, and jars of mead and stores of rye, where Eldred strode above his high and thunder-throated hounds. And grey cattle and silver lowed against the unlifted morn, and straw clung to the spear shafts tall, and a boy went before them all, blowing a ram's horn. As mocking such rude revelry, the dim clan of the Gael came like a bad king's burial end, with dismal robes that drop and rend, and demon pipes that wail, in long outlandish garments, torn, though of antique worth, with druid beards and druid spears, as a resurrected race appears out of an elder earth. And though the king had called them forth, and knew them for his own, so still each eye stood like a gem, so spectral hung each broidered hem, grey carven men he fancied them, hewn in an age of stone. And the two wild peoples of the north stood fronting in the gloam, and heard and knew each in its mind the third great thunder on the wind, the living walls that hedge mankind, the walking walls of Rome. Marks were the mixed tribes of the west, of many a hue and strain, Gurth with rank hair like yellow grass, and the Cornish fisher, Gorlias, and Halmer come from his first mass, lately baptized, a Dane. But like one man in armour, those hundreds trod the field. From red Arabia to the Tyne, the earth had heard that marching line, since the cry on the hill Capitoline, and the fall of the golden shield. And the earth shook, and the king stood still under the greenwood bough, and the smoking cake lay at his feet, and the blow was on his brow. Then Alfred laughed out suddenly, like thunder in the spring, till shook aloud the lintel beams, and the squirrels stirred in dusty dreams, and the startled birds went up in streams for the laughter of the king. The giant laughter of Christian men, that roars through 1,000 tales, where greed is an ape, and pride is an ass, and Jack's away with his master's lass, and the miser is banged with all his brass, the farmer with all his flails. Tales that tumble, and tales that trick, yet end not all in scorning, of kings and clowns in a merry plight, and the clock gone wrong, and the world gone right, that the mummers sing upon Christmas night, and Christmas day in the morning. "Now here is a good warrant," cried Alfred, "by my sword, for he that is struck for an ill servant should be a kind lord. He that has been a servant knows more than priests and kings, but he that has been an ill servant, he knows all earthly things. Pride flings frail palaces at the sky, as a man flings up sand, but the firm feet of humility take hold of heavy land. Pride juggles with her toppling towers, they strike the sun and cease, but the firm feet of humility, they grip the ground like trees. He that hath failed in a little thing hath a sign upon his brow, and the earls of the great army have no such seal to show. The red print on my forehead, small flame for a red star, in the van of the violent marching, then, when the sky is torn of the trumpets 10, and the hands of the happy howling men fling wide the gates of war. This blow that I return not, 10 times will I return, on kings and earls of all degree, and armies, wide as empires be, shall slide like landslips to the sea, if the red star burn. One man shall drive 100, as the dead kings drave. Before me rocking hosts be riven, and battering cohorts backward driven, for I am the first king known of heaven that has been struck like a slave. Up on the old white road, brothers, up on the Roman walls, for this is the night of the drawing of swords, and the tainted tower of the heathen hordes leans to our hammers, fires, and cords, leans a little and falls. Follow the star that lives and leaps, follow the sword that sings, for we go gathering heathen men, a terrible harvest, 10 by 10, as the wrath of the last red autumn, then, when Christ reaps down the kings. Follow a light that leaps and spins, follow the fire unfurled, for riseth up against realm and rod, a thing forgotten, a thing downtrod. The last lost giant, even God, is risen against the world. Roaring they went o'er the Roman wall, and roaring up the lane. Their torches tossed a ladder of fire, higher their hymn was heard, and higher, more sweet for hate and for heart's desire, and up in the northern scrub and briar they fell upon the Dane. End of Book 4. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 5. Ethandune, the First Stroke. King Guthrum was a dread king, like death out of the north. Shrines without name or number he rent and rolled as lumber. From Chester to the Humber he drove his foemen forth. The Roman villas heard him in the valley of the Thames, come over the hills roaring above their roofs, and pouring on spire and stair and flooring brimstone and pitch and flames. Sheer o'er the great chalk uplands and the hill of the Horse went he, till high on Hampshire beacons he saw the southern sea. High on the heights of Wessex he saw the southern brine, and turned him to a conquered land, and where the northern thornwoods stand, and the road parts on either hand, there came to him a sign. King Guthrum was a war chief, a wise man in the field, and though he prospered well, and knew how Alfred's folk were sad and few, not less with weighty care he drew long lines for pike and shield. King Guthrum lay on the upper land, on a single road at gaze, and his foe must come with lean array up the left arm of the cloven way to the meeting of the ways. And long ere the noise of armour, an hour ere the break of light, the woods awoke with crash and cry, and the birds sprang clamouring harsh and high, and the rabbits ran like an elves' army ere Alfred came in sight. The live wood came at Guthrum, on foot and claw and wing. The nests were noisy overhead, for Alfred and the Star of Red, all life went forth, and the forest fled before the face of the king. But halted in the woodways, Christ's few were grim and grey, and each with a small far bird-like sight saw the high folly of the fight, and though strange joys had grown in the night, despair grew with the day. And when white dawn crawled through the wood, like cold foam of a flood, then weakened every warrior's mood, in hope, though not in hardihood, and each man sorrowed as he stood in the fashion of his blood. For the Saxon Franklin sorrowed, for the things that had been fair, for the dear dead woman crimson clad, and the great feasts and the friends he had. But the Celtic prince's soul was sad for the things that never were. In the eyes Italian all things but a black laughter died, and Alfred flung his shield to earth, and smote his breast, and cried, I wronged a man to his slaying, and a woman to her shame, and once I looked on a sworn maid that was wed to the holy name, and once I took my neighbour's wife that was bound to an Eastland man, in the starkness of my evil youth, before my griefs began. People, if you have any prayers, say prayers for me, and lay me under a Christian stone in that lost land I thought my own, to wait till the holy horn is blown, and all poor men are free. Then Eldred of the idle farm leaned on his ancient sword, as fell his heavy words and few, and his eyes were of such alien blue, as gleams where the Northman saileth new into an unknown fjord. I was a fool and wasted ale, my slaves found it sweet. I was a fool and wasted bread, and the birds had bread to eat. The kings go up and the kings go down, and who knows who shall rule? Next night a king may starve or sleep, but men and birds and beasts shall weep at the burial of a fool. O drunkards in my cellar, boys in my apple tree, the world grows stern and strange and new, and wise men shall govern you, and you shall weep for me. But yoke me my own oxen down to my own farm. My own dog will whine for me, my own friends will bend the knee, and the foes I slew openly have never wished me harm. And all were moved a little, but Colin stood apart, having first pity, and after, hearing like rat in rafter that little worm of laughter that eats the Irish heart. And his grey-green eyes were cruel, and the smile of his mouth waxed hard. And he said, And when did Britain become your burying yard? Before the Romans lit the land, when schools and monks were none, we reared such stones to the sun-god as might put out the sun. The tall trees of Britain we worshipped, and were wise, but you shall raid the whole land through, and never a tree shall talk to you, though every leaf is a tongue taught true, and the forest is full of eyes. On one round hill to the seaward, the trees grow tall and grey, and the trees talk together when all men are away. Or a few round hills forgotten, the trees grow tall in rings, and the trees talk together of many pagan things. Yet I could lie and listen with a cross upon my clay, and hear unhurt forever what the trees of Britain say. A proud man was the Roman, his speech a single one, but his eyes were like an eagle's eyes that is staring at the sun. Dig for me where I die, he said, if first or last I fall, dead on the fell at the first charge, or dead by Wantage wall. Lift not my head from bloody ground, bear not my body home, for all the earth is Roman earth, and I shall die in Rome. Then Alfred, king of England, bade blow the horns of war, and fling the golden dragon out, with crackle and acclaim and shout, scrolled in a flame and far. And under the golden dragon went Wessex all along, past the sharp point of the cloven ways, out from the black wood into the blaze of sun and steel and song. And when they came to the open land, they wheeled, deployed, and stood. Midmost were Marcus and the king, and Eldred on the right-hand wing, and leftwards Colin darkling in the last shade of the wood. But the earls of the great army lay like a long half-moon, 10 poles before their palisades, with wide-winged helms and runic blades, red giants of an age of raids in the thornland of Ethandune. Midmost the saddles rose and swayed, and a stir of horses' manes, where Guthrum and a few rode high on horses seized in victory, but Ogier went on foot to die in the old way of the Danes. Far to the king's left, Elf the bard led on the eastern wing, with songs and spells that change the blood, and on the king's right Harold stood, the kinsman of the king. Young Harold, coarse, with colours gay, smoking with oil and musk, and the pleasant violence of the young, pushed through his people, giving tongue forwards where, grey as cobwebs, hung the banners of the Usk. But as he came before his line a little space along, his beardless face broke into mirth, and he cried, "What broken bits of earth are here? For what their clothes are worth, I would sell them for a song." For Colin was hung with raiment, tattered like autumn leaves, and his men were all as thin as saints, and all as poor as thieves. No bows, nor slings, nor bolts they bore, but bills and pikes ill-made, and none but Colin bore a sword, and rusty was its blade. And Colin's eyes with mystery and iron laughter stirred, and he spoke aloud, but lightly, not labouring to be heard. "Oh, truly we be broken hearts. For that cause, it is said, we light our candles to that Lord that broke himself for bread. But though we hold but bitterly what land the Saxon leaves, though Ireland be but a land of saints, and Wales a land of thieves, I say you yet shall weary of the working of your sword, that stricken spirits never strike, nor lean hands hold a sword. And if ever you ride in Ireland, the jest may yet be said, there is the land of broken hearts, and the land of broken heads." Not less barbarian laughter choked Harold like a flood. "And shall I fight with scarecrows that am of Guthrum's blood? Meeting may be of war-men, where the best war-man wins, but all this carrion a man shoots before the fight begins." And stopping in his onward strides, he snatched a bow in scorn from some mean slave, and bent it on Colin, whose doom grew dark and shone stars evil over Caerleon in the place where he was born. For Colin had not bow nor sling, on a lonely sword leaned he, like Arthur on Excalibur in the battle by the sea. To his great gold earring Harold tugged back the feathered tail, and swift had sprung the arrow, but swifter sprang the gale. Whirling the one sword round his head, a great wheel in the sun, he sent it splendid through the sky, flying before the shaft could fly. It smote Earl Harold over the eye, and blood began to run. Colin stood bare and weaponless. Earl Harold, as in pain, strove for a smile, put hand to head, stumbled, and suddenly fell dead, and the small white daisies all waxed red with blood out of his brain. And all at that marvel of the sword, cast like a stone to slay, cried out, said Alfred, "Who would see signs must give all things, verily. Man shall not taste of victory till he throws his sword away." Then Alfred, Prince of England, and all the Christian earls, unhooked their swords and held them up. Each offered to Colin like a cup of chrysolite and pearls. And the king said, "Do thou take my sword, who have done this deed of fire. For this is the manner of Christian men, whether of steel or priestly pen, that they cast their hearts out of their ken to get their heart's desire. And whether ye swear a hive of monks, or one fair wife to friend, this is the manner of Christian men, that their oath endures the end. For love, our Lord, at the end of the world, sits a red horse like a throne, with a brazen helm and an iron bow, but one arrow alone. Love, with the shield of the broken heart, ever his bow doth bend, with a single shaft for a single prize, and the ultimate bolt that parts and flies comes with a thunder of split skies and a sound of souls that rend. So shall you earn a king's sword, who cast your sword away. And the king took, with a random eye, a rude axe from a hind hard by, and turned him to the fray. For the swords of the earls of Daneland flamed round the fallen lord. The first blood woke the trumpet tune, as in monk's rhyme or wizard's rune, beginneth the battle of Ethandune with the throwing of the sword. End of Book 5. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 6, Ethandune, the Slaying of the Chiefs. As the sea, flooding the flat sands, flew on the sea-borne horde, the two hosts shocked with dust and din, left of the Latian paladin, clanged all Prince Harold's howling kin on Colon and the sword. Crashed in the midst of Marcus, Ogier with Guthrum by, and eastward of such central stir, far to the right and faintlier, the house of Elf the harp-player struck Eldred's with a cry. The centre swat for weariness, stemming the screaming horde, and wearily went Colin's hands that swung King Alfred's sword. But like a cloud of morning, to eastward easily, tall Eldred broke the sea of spears as a tall ship breaks the sea. His face like a sanguine sunset, his shoulder a Wessex down, his hands like a windy hammer stroke, men could not count the crests he broke, so fast the crests went down. As the tall white devil of the plague moves out of Asian skies, with his foot on a waste of cities, and his head in a cloud of flies, or purple and peacock skies grow dark with a moving locust tower, or tawny sand winds tall and dry, like hell's red banners beat and fly, when death comes out of Araby, was Eldred in his hour. But while he moved like a massacre, he murmured as in sleep, and his words were all of low hedges and little fields and sheep. Even as he strode like a pestilence that strides from Rhine to Rome, he thought how tall his beans might be, if ever he were home. Spoke some stiff piece of childish prayer, dull as the distant chimes, that thanked our God for good eating, and corn and quiet times, till on the helm of a high chief fell shatteringly his brand, and the helm broke, and the bone broke, and the sword broke in his hand. Then from the yelling Northmen, driven splintering on him ran, full 7 spears, and the 7th was never made by man. 7 spears, and the 7th was wrought as the fairy blades, and given to Elf the minstrel by the monstrous water-maids, by them that dwell where luridly lost waters of the Rhine move among roots of nations, being sunken for a sign. Under all graves they murmur and rebel, down to the buried kingdoms creep, and like a lost rain roar and weep o'er the red heavens of hell. Thrice drowned was Elf the minstrel, and washed as dead on sand, and the 3rd time men found him, the spear was in his hand. 7 spears went about Eldred, like stays about a mast, but there was a sorrow by the sea for the driving of the last. 6 spears thrust upon Eldred were splintered when he laughed, 1 spear thrust into Eldred, 3 feet of blade and shaft. And from the great heart grievously came forth the shaft and blade, and he stood with the face of a dead man, stood a little and swayed, then fell, as falls a battle-tower on smashed and struggling spears, cast down from some unconquered town that rushing earthward carries down loads of live men of all renown, archers and engineers. And a great clamour of Christian men went up in agony, crying, "Fallen is the tower of Wessex that stood beside the sea." Centre and right the Wessex guard grew pale for doubt and fear, and the flank failed at the advance, for the death-light on the wizard lance, the star of the evil spear. "Stand like an oak," cried Marcus, "stand like a Roman wall. Eldred the Good is fallen. Are you too good to fall? When we were wan and bloodless, he gave you ale enow. The pirates deal with him as dung. God, are you bloodless now? Grip, Wulf and Gorlius, grip the ash, slaves, and I make you free. Stamp, Hildred hard in English land, stand Gurth, stand Gorlius, Gawain stand. Hold Halfgar with the other hand, Halmer hold up the knee. The lamps are dying in your homes, the fruits upon your bough. Even now your old thatch smoulders, Gurth, now is the judgment of the earth, now is the death grip, now. For thunder of the captain, not less the Wessex line, leaned back and reeled a space to rear, as Elf charged with the Rhine-maid's spear, and roaring like the Rhine. For the men were borne by the waving walls of woods and clouds that pass, by dizzy plains and drifting sea, and they mixed God with glamoury, God with the gods of the burning tree and the wizard's tower and glass. But Mark was come of the glittering towns, where hot white details show, where men can number and expound, and his faith grew in a hard ground of doubt and reason and falsehood found, where no faith else could grow. Belief that grew of all beliefs, one moment back was blown, and belief that stood on unbelief stood up iron and alone. The Wessex crescent backwards, crushed as with bloody spear, went Elf roaring and routing, and Mark against Elf yet shouting, shocked in his mid-career. Right on the Roman shield and sword did spear of the Rhine maids run, but the shield shifted never, the sword rang down to sever, the great Rhine sang for ever, and the songs of Elf were done. And a great thunder of Christian men went up against the sky, saying, God hath broken the evil spear, ere the good man's blood was dry. Spears at the charge, yelled Mark amain, death on the gods of death. Over the thrones of doom and blood goeth God that is a craftsman good, and gold and iron, earth and wood, loveth and laboureth. The fruits leap up in all your farms, the lamps in each abode. God of all good things done on earth, all wheels or webs of any worth, the God that makes the roof girth, the God that makes the road. The God that heweth kings in oak, writeth songs on vellum, God of gold and flaming glass, confrigit potentias, arcruum scrutum gorlias, gladium et bellum. Steel and lightning broke about him, battle bays and palm. All the sea-kings swayed among woods of the Wessex arms upflung, the trumpet of the Roman tongue, the thunder of the psalm. And midmost of that rolling field ran Ogier ragingly, lashing at Mark, who turned his blow, and brake the helm about his brow, and broke him to his knee. Then Ogier heaved over his head his huge round shield of proof, but Mark set one foot on the shield, on one some sundered rock uppealed, and towered among the tossing field, a statue on a roof, dealing far blows about the fight, like thunderbolts a-roam, like birds about the battlefield, while Ogier writhed under his shield like a tortoise in his dome. But hate in the buried Ogier was strong as pain in hell. With bare brute hand from the inside he burst the shield of brass and hide, and a death-stroke to the Roman side sent suddenly and well. Then the great statue on the shield looked his last look around, with level and imperial eye, and Mark, the man from Italy, fell in the sea of agony, and died without a sound. And Ogier, leaping up alive, hurled his huge shield away, flying as when a juggler flings a whizzing plate in play, and held two arms up rigidly, and roared to all the Danes, Fallen is Rome, yea, fallen, the city of the plains. Shall no man born remember, that breaketh wood or wield, how long she stood on the roof of the world, as he stood on my shield? The new wild world forgetteth her, as foam fades on the sea, how long she stood with her foot on man, as he with his foot on me. No more shall the brown men of the south move like the ants in lines, to quiet men with olives, or madden men with vines. No more shall the white towns of the south, where Tiber and Nilus run, sitting around a secret sea, worship a secret sun. The blind gods roar for Rome fallen, and Forum and Garland gone, for the ice of the north is broken, and the sea of the north comes on. The blind gods roar and rave and dream of all cities under the sea, for the heart of the north is broken, and the blood of the north is free. Down from the dome of the world we come, rivers on rivers down. Under us swirl the sects and hordes, and the high dooms we drown. Down from the dome of the world and down, struck flying as a skiff, on the river in spate is spun and swirled, until we come to the end of the world that breaks short like a cliff. And when we come to the end of the world, for me I count it fit to take the leap like a good river, shot shrieking over it. But what so hap at the end of the world, where nothing is struck and sounds? It is not, by Thor, these monkish men, these humbled Wessex hounds, not this pale line of Christian hinds, this one white string of men, shall keep us back from the end of the world and the things that happen then. It is not Alfred's dwarfish sword, nor Egbert's pigmy crown, shall stay us now that descend in thunder, rending the realms and realms thereunder, down through the world and down. There was that in the wild men back of him, there was that in his own wild song, a dizzy throbbing, a drunkard smoke, that dazed to death all Wessex folk, and swept their spears along. Vainly the sword of Colin and the axe of Alfred plied. The Danes poured in like a brainless plague, and knew not when they died. Prince Colin slew a score of them, and was stricken to his knee. King Alfred slew 67, and was borne back on a tree, back to the black gate of the woods, back up the single way, back by the place of the parting ways Christ's knights were whirled away. And when they came to the parting ways, doom's heaviest hammer fell, for the king was beaten, blind, at bay, down the right lane with his array, but Colin swept the other way, where he smote great strokes and fell. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand sharp and thick as spears. By night and furs and forest harms, far sundered were the friends in arms. The loud lost blows, the last alarms, came not to Alfred's ears. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand stiff as spikes in mail, as to the Haut king came at morn, dead Roland on a doubtful horn, seemed unto Alfred lightly borne, the last cry of the gale. End of Book 6. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse, by G.K. Chesterton. Book 7. Ethandune, the Last Charge. Away in the waste of White Horse Down, an idle child alone played some small game through hours that pass, and patiently would pluck the grass, patiently push the stone. On the lean green edge forever, where the blank chalk touched the turf, the child played on, alone, divine, as a child plays on the last line that sunders sand and surf. For he dwelleth in high divisions, too simple to understand, seeing on what morn of mystery the uncreated rent the sea with roarings from the land. Through the long infant hours like days he built one tower in vain, piled up small stones to make a town, and evermore the stones fell down, and he piled them up again. And crimson kings on battle towers, and saints on Gothic spires, and hermits on their peaks of snow, and heroes on their pyres, and patriots riding royally that rush the rocking town, stretch hands in hunger and aspire, seeking to mount where high and higher the child whom time can never tire sings over White Horse Down. And this was the might of Alfred at the ending of the way, that of such smiters, wise or wild, he was least distant from the child piling the stones all day. For Eldred fought like a frank hunter that killeth and goeth home, and Mark had fought because all arms rang like the name of Rome. And Colin fought with a double mind, moody and madly gay, but Alfred fought as gravely as a good child at play. He saw wheels break and work run back, and all things as they were, and his heart was orbed like victory, and simple like despair. Therefore is Mark forgotten, that was wise with his tongue and brave, and the cairn over Colin crumbled, and the cross on Eldred's grave. Their great souls went on a wind away, and they have not tale or tomb, and Alfred, born in wantage, rules England till the doom, because in the forest of all fears, like a strange fresh gust from sea, struck him that ancient innocence that is more than mastery, and as a child whose bricks fall down repiles them o'er and o'er, came ruin and the rain that burns, returning as a wheel returns, and crouching in the furze and ferns he began his life once more. He took his ivory horn unslung, and smiled, but not in scorn, endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn. On a dark horse at the double way he saw great Guthrum ride, heard roar of brass and ring of steel, the laughter and the trumpet peal, the pagan in his pride. And Ogier's red and hated head moved in some talk or task, but the men seemed scattered in the briar, and some of them had lit a fire, and one had broached a cask. And wagons one or two stood up, like tall ships in sight, as if an outpost were encamped at the cloven ways for night. And joyous of the sudden stay of Alfred's routed few, sat one upon a stone to sigh, and some slipped up the road to fly, till Alfred in the fern hard by set horn to mouth and blew. And they all abode like statues, one sitting on the stone, one half-way through the thorn-hedge tall, one with a leg across a wall, and one looked backwards very small, far up the road alone. Grey twilight and a yellow star hung over thorn and hill. 2 spears and a cloven war-shield lay, loose on the road as cast away. The horn died faint in the forest grey, and the fleeing men stood still. "Brothers at arms," said Alfred, "on this side lies the foe. Are slavery and starvation flowers that you should pluck them so? For whether is it better, to be prodded with Danish poles, having hewn a chamber in a ditch, and hounded like a howling witch, or smoked to death in holes? Or that before the red cock crow, all we 1,000 strong, go down the dark road to God's house, singing a Wessex song, to sweat a slave to a race of slaves, to drink up infamy? No, brothers, by your leave, I think, death is a better ale to drink, and by all the stars of Christ that sink, the Danes shall drink with me. To grow old cowed in a conquered land, where the sun itself discrowned, to see trees crouch and cattle slink, death is a better ale to drink, and by high death on the fell brink that flagon shall go round. Though dead are all the paladins whom glory had in ken, though all your thunder-sworded thanes with proud hearts died among the Danes, while a man remains, great war remains. Now is a war of men. The men that tear the furrows, the men that fell the trees, when all their lords be lost and dead, the bondsmen of the earth shall tread the tyrants of the seas. The wheels of the roaring stillness of all labours under the sun speed the wild work as well, at least, as the whole world's work is done. Let Hildred hack the shield wall, clean as he hacks the hedge. Let Gurth the fowler stand as cool as he stands on the chasm's edge. Let Gorlias ride the sea-kings as Gorlias rides the sea. Then let all hell and Denmark drive, yelling to all its fiends alive, and not a rag care we. When Alfred's word was ended, stood firm that feeble line, each in his place with club or spear, and fury deeper than deep fear, and smiles as sour as brine. And the king held up the horn and said, See ye my father's horn, that Egbert blew in his empery, once when he rode out commonly, twice when he rode for venery, and thrice on the battle morn. But heavier fates have fallen, the horn of the Wessex kings, and I blew once the riding sign, to call you to the fighting line, and glory, and all good things. And now 2 blasts, the hunting sign, because we turn to bay. But I will not blow the 3 blasts, till we be lost, or they. And now I blow the hunting sign, charge some by rule and rod, but when I blow the battle sign, charge all, and go to God. Wild stared the Danes at the double ways, where they loitered all at large, as that dark line for the last time doubled the knee to charge, and caught their weapons clumsily, and marvelled how and why, in such degree, by rule and rod, the people of the peace of God went roaring down to die. And when the last arrow was fitted and was flown, when the broken shield hung on the breast, and the hopeless lance was laid in rest, and the hopeless horn blown, the king looked up, and what he saw was a great light like death. For Our Lady stood on the standards rent, as lonely and as innocent as when between white walls she went, and the lilies of Nazareth. One instant in a still light he saw Our Lady then. Her dress was soft as western sky, and she was a queen most womanly, but she was a queen of men. Over the iron forest he saw Our Lady stand. Her eyes were sad without an art, and 7 swords were in her heart, but one was in her hand. Then the last charge went blindly, and all too lost for fear. The Danes closed round, a roaring ring, and 20 clubs rose o'er the king. 4 Danes hewed at him, hallowing, and Ogier of the stone and sling drove at him with a spear. But the Danes were wild with laughter, and the great spear swung wide. The point stuck to a straggling tree, and either host cried suddenly as Alfred leapt aside. Short time had shaggy Ogier to pull his lance in line. He knew King Alfred's axe on high, he heard it rushing through the sky. He cowered beneath it with a cry, it split him to the spine, and Alfred sprang over him dead, and blew the battle sign. Then bursting all and blasting came Christendom like death, kicked of such catapults of will, the staves shiver, the barrels spill, the wagons waver and crash and kill the wagoners beneath. Barriers go backwards, banners rend, great shields groan like a gong, horses like horns of nightmare neigh horribly and long. Horses ramp high and rock and boil, and break their golden reins, and slide on carnage clamorously, down where the bitter blood doth lie, where Ogier went on foot to die, in the old way of the Danes. "The high tide!" King Alfred cried, "the high tide and the turn! As a tide turns on the tall grey seas, see how they waver in the trees, how stray their spears, how knock their knees, how wild their watchfires burn. The Mother of God goes over them, walking on wind and flame, and the storm cloud drifts from city and dale, and the white horse stamps in the white horse vale, and we all shall yet drink Christian ale in the village of our name. The Mother of God goes over them, on dreadful cherubs borne, and the psalm is roaring above the rune, and the cross goes over the sun and moon. Endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn." For back, indeed, disorderly, the Danes went clamouring, too worn to take anew the tale, or dazed with insolence and ale, or stunned of heaven, or stricken pale before the face of the king. For dire was Alfred in his hour, the pale scribe witnesseth, more mighty in defeat was he than all men else in victory, and behind his men came murderously, dry-throated, drinking death. And Edgar of the golden ship he slew with his own hand, took Ludwig from his lady's bower, and smote down Harmor in his hour, and vain and lowly stood the tower in Guilderland, and tore out of his tiny boat, whose eyes beheld the Nile, Wolf with his war-cry on his lips, and Harco born in the eclipse, who blocked the scene with battleships round Paris on the Isle. And Hakon of the harvest song, and Dirk from the Elbe he slew, and Knut the melted Durham bell, and Fulk and fiery Oscar fell, and Goderic and Sigael, and Uriel of the yew. And highest sang the slaughter, and fastest fell the slain, when from the wood road's blackening throat a crowning and crashing wonder smote the rear-guard of the Dane. For the dregs of Colin's company, lost down the other road, had gathered and grown and heard the din, and with wild yells came pouring in, naked as their old British kin, and bright with blood for woad. And bare and bloody and aloft they bore before their band the body of the mighty lord, Colin of Caerleon and its horde, that bore King Alfred's battle-sword broken in his left hand. And a strange music went with him, loud and yet strangely far, the wild pipes of the western land, too keen for the ear to understand, sang high and deathly on each hand when the dead man went to war. Blocked between ghost and buccaneer, brave men have dropped and died, and the wild sea-lords might well quail as the ghastly war-pipes of the gale called to the horns of White Horse Vale, and all the horns replied. And Hildred, the poor hedger, cut down 4 captains dead, and Helmar laid 3 others low, and the great earls wavered to and fro for the living and the dead. And Gorlius grasped the great flag, the raven of Odin, torn, and the eyes of Guthrum altered, for the first time since morn. As a turn of the wheel of tempest tilts up the whole sky tall, and cliffs of wan clouds luminous lean out like great walls over us, as if the heavens might fall. As such a tall and tilted sky sends certain snow or light, so did the eyes of Guthrum change, and the turn was more certain and more strange than 1,000 men in flight. For not till the floor of the skies is split, and the hellfire shines through the sea, or the stars look up to the rent earth's knees, cometh such rendings of certainties, as when one wise man truly sees what is more wise than he. He set his horse in the battle breach, even Guthrum of the Dane, and as ever had fallen fell his brand, a falling tower o'er many a land, but Gurth the fowler laid one hand upon this bridle rein. King Guthrum was a great lord, and higher than his gods. He put the popes to laughter, he chid the saints with rods. He took this hollow world of ours for a cup to hold his wine. In the parting of the woodways there came to him a sign. In Wessex in the forest, in the breaking of the spears, we set a sign on Guthrum to blaze 1,000 years. Where the high saddles jostle and the horse-tails toss, there rose to the birds flying a roar of dead and dying. In deafness and strong crying we signed him with the cross. Far out to the winding river the blood ran down for days, when we put the cross on Guthrum in the parting of the ways. End of Book 7. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 8. The Scouring of the Horse. In the years of the peace of Wessex, when the good king sat at home, years following on that bloody boon, when she that stands above the moon stood above death at Ethandune, and saw his kingdom come. When the pagan people of the sea fled to their palisades, nailed there with javelins to cling, and wonder smote the pirate king, and brought him to his christening, and the end of all his raids. For not till the night's blue slate is wiped of its last star utterly, and fierce new signs writ there to read, shall eyes with such amazement heed, as when a great man knows indeed a greater thing than he. And there came to his chrism loosing lords of all lands afar, and a line was drawn northwesterly, that gave King Egbert's empire free, giving all lands by the northern sea to the sons of the northern star. In the days of the rest of Alfred, when all these things were done, and Wessex lay in a patch of peace like a dog in a patch of sun, the king sat in his orchard among apples green and red, with a little book in his bosom and the sunshine on his head. And he gathered the songs of simple men that swing with helm and hod, and the alms he gave as a Christian, like a river alive with fishes ran, and he made gifts to a beggar man, as to a wandering god. And he gat good laws of the ancient kings, like treasure out of the tombs, and many a thief in thorny nook, or noble in sea-stained turret shook, for the opening of his iron book, and the gathering of the dooms. Then men would come from the ends of the earth, whom the king sat welcoming, and men would go to the ends of the earth, because of the word of the king. For folk came in to Alfred's face, whose javelins had been hurled on monsters that make boil the sea, kraken and coils of mystery, or thrust in ancient snows that be the white hair of the world. And some had knocked at the northern gates of the ultimate icy floor, where the fish freeze and the foam turns black, and the wide world narrows to a track, and the other sea at the world's back cries through a closed door. And men went forth from Alfred's face, even great gift-bearing lords, not to Rome only, but more bold, out to the high hot courts of old, of negroes clad in cloth of gold, silence and crooked swords. Scrawled screens and secret gardens, and insect-laden skies, where fiery plains stretch on and on to the purple country of Prester John and the walls of Paradise. And he knew the might of the Terre Majeure, where kings began to reign, where in a night rout without name of gloomy Goths and Gauls there came, white above candles all aflame like a vision, Charlemagne. And men, seeing such embassies, spake with the king and said, The steel that sang so sweet a tune on Ashdown and on Ethandune, why hangs it scabbarded so soon, all heavily like lead? Why dwell the Danes in North England, and up to the river ride? 3 more such marches like thine own would end them, and the Picts should own our sway, and our feet climb the throne in the mountains of Strathclyde. And Alfred in the orchard, among apples green and red, with the little book in his bosom, looked at green leaves and said, When all philosophies shall fail, this word alone shall fit, that a sage feels too small for life, and a fool too large for it. Asia and all imperial plains are too little for a fool, but for one man whose eyes can see, the little isle of Athelney is too large a land to rule. Haply it had been better, when I built my fortress there, out in the reedy waters wide, I had stood on my mud wall and cried, Take England all from tide to tide, be Athelney my share. Those madmen of the throne scramble, oppressors and oppressed, had lined the banks by Athelney, and waved and wailed unceasingly, where the river turned to the broad sea by an island of the blest. An island like a little book, full of 100 tales, like the gilt page the good monk's pen, that is all smaller than a wren, yet hath high towns, meteors, and men, and suns, and spouting whales. A land having a light on it, in the river dark and fast, an isle with utter clearness lit, because a saint had stood in it, where flowers are flowers indeed and fit, and trees are trees at last. So were the island of a saint, but I am a common king, and I will make my fences tough, from Wantage town to Plymouth Bluff, because I am not wise enough to rule so small a thing. And it fell in the days of Alfred, in the days of his repose, that as old customs in his sight were a straight road and a steady light, he bade them keep the white horse white, as the first plume of the snows. And right to the red torchlight, from the trouble of morning grey, they stripped the white horse of the grass, as they strip it to this day. And under the red torchlight he went dreaming, as though dull, of his old companions, slain like kings, and the rich irrevocable things of a heart that hath not openings, but is shut fast, being full. And the torchlight touched the pale hair, or silver clouded gold, and the frame of his face was made of cords, and a young lord turned among the lords and said, The king is old. And even as he said it, a post ran in amain, crying, Arm, Lord King, the hamlet's arm, in the horror and the shade of harm. They have burnt Brand of Unger's farm, the Danes are come again. Danes drive the white East Angles, in 6 fights on the plains. Danes waste the world about the Thames. Danes to the eastward, Danes! And as he stumbled on one knee, the thanes broke out in ire, crying, Ill the watchmen watch, and ill the sheriffs keep the shire. But the young earl said, Ill the saints of England guard, the land wherein we pledge them gold. The dykes decay, the king grows old, and surely this is hard, that we be never quit of them, that when his head is hoar, he cannot say to them he smote, and spared with a hand hard at the throat, Go and return no more. Then Alfred smiled, and the smile of him was like the sun for power, but he only pointed, bade them heed, those peasants of the Berkshire breed, who plucked the old horse of the weed, as they pluck it to this hour. Will ye part with the weeds for ever, or show daisies to the door? Or will you bid the bold grass go and return no more? So ceaseless and so secret thrive terror and theft set free. Treason and shame shall come to pass when one weed flowers in a morass, and like the stillness of stiff grass, the stillness of tyranny. Over our white souls also, wild heresies and high, wave prouder than the plumes of grass, and sadder than their sigh. And I go riding against the raid, and ye know not where I am, but ye shall know in a day or year, when one green star of grass grows here, chaos has charged you, charger and spear, battle-axe and battering ram. And though skies alter and empires melt, this word shall still be true. If we would have the horse of old, scour ye the horse anew. One time I followed a dancing star that seemed to sing and nod, and ring upon earth all evil's knell. But now I wot if ye score not well, red rust shall grow on God's great bell, and grass in the streets of God. Ceased Alfred, and above his head the grand green domes, the downs, showed the first legions of the press, marching in haste and bitterness for Christ's sake in the crowns. Beyond the cavern of Colon, past Eldred's by the sea, rose men that owned King Alfred's rod, from the windy wastes of Exe untrod, or where the thorn of the grave of God burns over Glastonbury. Far northward and far westward the distant tribes grew nigh, plains beyond plains, fell beyond fell, that a man at sunset sees so well, and the tiny coloured towns that dwell in the corners of the sky. But dark and thick as thronged the host, with drum and torch and blade, the still-eyed king sat pondering, as one that watches a live thing, the scoured chalk, and said, Though I give this land to Our Lady, that helped me in Athelney, though lordlier trees and lustier sod, and happier hills hath no flesh trod, than the garden of the Mother of God between Thames side and the sea, I know that weeds shall grow in it, faster than men can burn, and though they scatter now and go, in some far century, sad and slow, I have a vision, and I know, the heathen shall return. They shall not come with warships, they shall not waste with brands, but books be all their eating, and ink be on their hands. Not with the humour of hunters, or savage skill in war, but ordering all things with dead words, strings shall they make of beasts and birds, and wheels of wind and star. They shall come mild as monkish clerks, with many a scroll and pen, and backwards shall ye turn and gaze, desiring one of Alfred's days, when pagans still were men. The dear sun dwarfed of dreadful suns, like fiercer flowers on stalk, earth lost and little like a pea, in high heaven's towering forestry, these be the small weeds ye shall see, crawl covering the chalk. But though they bridge St. Mary's sea, or steal St. Michael's wing, though they rear marvels over us, greater than great Virgilius, wrought for the Roman king, by this sign shall ye know them, the breaking of the sword, and man no more a free knight, that loves or hates his lord. Yea, this shall be the sign of them, the sign of the dying fire, and man made like a half-wit, that knows not of his sire. What though they come with scroll and pen, and grave as a shaven clerk, by this sign shall ye know them, that they ruin and make dark. By all men bond to nothing, being slaves without a lord, by one blind idiot world obeyed, too blind to be abhorred. By terror and the cruel tales of curse in bone and kin, by weird and weakness winning, accursed from the beginning, by detail of the sinning and denial of the sin. By thought a crawling ruin, by life a leaping mire, by a broken heart in the breast of the world and the end of the world's desire. By God and man dishonoured, by death and life made vain, know ye the old barbarian, the barbarian come again. When is great talk of trend and tide, and wisdom and destiny? Hail that undying heathen that is sadder than the sea. In what wise men shall smite him, or the cross stand up again, or charity, or chivalry? My vision saith not, and I see no more, but now ride doubtfully to the battle of the plain. And the grass edge of the great down was cut clean as a lawn, while the levies thronged from near and far, from the warm woods of the western star, and the king went out to his last war on a tall grey horse at dawn. And news of his far-off fighting came slowly and brokenly, from the land of the East Saxons, from the sunrise and the sea, from the plains of the white sunrise and sad St. Edmund's crown, where the pools of Essex pale and gleam out beyond London town, in mighty and doubtful fragments, like faint or fabled wars, climbed the old hills of his renown, where the bald brow of White Horse Down is close to the cold stars. But away in the eastern places the wind of death walked high, and a raid was driven athwart the raid, the sky reddened and the smoke swayed, and the tall grey horse went by. The gates of the great river were breached as with a barge, the walls sank crowded, say the scribes, and high towers populous with tribes seemed leaning from the charge. Smoke like rebellious heavens rolled, curled over coloured flames, mirrored in monstrous purple dreams in the mighty pools of Thames. Loud was the war on London wall, and loud in London gates, and loud the sea-kings in the cloud broke through their dreaming gods, and loud cried on their dreadful fates. And all the while on White Horse Hill the horse lay long and wan. The turf crawled and the fungus crept, and the little sorrel, while all men slept, unwrought the work of man. With velvet finger, velvet foot, the fierce soft mosses then crept on a large white commonweal. All folk had striven to strip and peel, and the grass like a great green witch's wheel unwound the toils of men. And clover and silent thistle throve, and buds burst silently, with little care for the Thames valley, or what things there might be. That away on the widening river, in the eastern plains for crown, stood up in the pale purple sky one turret of smoke like ivory, and the smoke changed and the wind went by, and the king took London town. End of Book 8. End of the Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton.
Let me introduce myself. Bernard Shaw.
The National Broadcasting Company presents another in a transcribed series of biographies in sound. They knew Bernard Shaw. In the next 55 minutes, you will hear from Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Rebecca West, Bertrand Russell, John Mason Brown, Lady Astor, Norman Thomas, Lily Palmer, and others who knew George Bernard Shaw. Now, to guide this study into the personality of the Irish playwright, here is NBC's critic at large, Leon Pearson. Mr. Pearson.
Ever since the turn of the century, we in the United States have been influenced by the wit and wisdom of George Bernard Shaw. For most of the 94 years of his life, Shaw shaped the mind of America. Feminism, socialism, militarism, politics, every sort of human behavior capable of being punctured by satire. For some 60 years, we have adored him, scorned him, rejected him, and paid him $1 million. Very few were unaffected by him, and if he were here today, he would look around and say,
"Now, where did you all come from? And what did you come to see? An old man who was once a famous playwright. Well, here is what is left of him. Not much to look at, is it? However, pleasant to find that I have so many friends. It's almost the only thing that a man of letters, a writer, playwright, artist, it's almost the only thing that he has left. And when I look round you, I see some Americans there. I have friends everywhere. And one man, a very famous man in his way, used to say that I had friends everywhere that I hadn't an enemy in the world, and that none of my friends liked me.
Like him, Shaw was a man beyond ordinary likes and dislikes. He evoked extremes of adoration and abomination, and the people gathered here run the gamut of those feelings.
He was very insulting and very rude.
He had a big heart.
All intellect and no heart.
All children adored him.
He succeeded in offending almost everybody.
He was an event.
Who the hell was Bernard Shaw?
Who was he? Well, he was one of the two most important playwrights of all time. The number of actors, British and American, who have risen to fame with Shaw would make a who's who in the theater. Sir Cedric Hardwicke.
He was my godfather in the theater in many ways, because it was owing to Shaw's personal interest in me that I really given my big opportunities in the theater. I recall Shaw saying to me once, at the conclusion of a rehearsal, "You know, Cedric," he said, "you're my fourth favorite actor." And I said, "Naturally, who are the other three?" And he said, "The three Marx Brothers." I think that both in his writing and in our relationship, the thing that impressed me and pleased me more than anything else was his devotion to the profession of acting. And I don't think many actors realize that but for a handful of men, of which, of course, Bernard Shaw is an outstanding example, Shakespeare is another, but for these men, actors would never have obtained the recognition that they have today. And I think they would be little more than vagabonds, strolling players, performing clowns. But a great deal of what these men have written and done for us has rubbed off on us, and today we are a recognized profession, and with a few outstanding exceptions, considered fairly respectable people. Bernard Shaw, as a director, of course, was very much more concerned, perhaps, with the meaning and significance of his plays than he was with effective performances. But his one passion, of course, was clarity in speaking. He would say on occasions, "What do you mean by a live horse?" "I haven't written a line about a live horse." "I suppose you're trying to say life force." Shaw was not a director in the sense of a modern director of plays. He was not a schoolmaster who taught his actors how to act. He always thought that the actors could give him as much as he could give them. I remember frequently Shaw interrupting actors, including myself, saying, "You know, the trouble is that you're following my directions." And you would say, "Well, Mr. Shaw, isn't that what you want?" He would say, "No, these directions are put in not for the actor. They are put in for the reader, and I expect my actors to give me something very much better than I can give them."
Lily Palmer went to Shaw to read for Cleopatra.
He was very insulting and very rude, and I got terribly angry. I was told, to stand up to him, because once you get intimidated, then you're finished. He doesn't like it. And then afterwards, he made me laugh so much. 2 weeks later, an old friend of his saw him, and that's what he told him. He said, "I made her angry, and I made her laugh. I wanted to see what she looked like. She's all right. She'll pass." He talked, of course, of his early production of Caesar and Cleopatra, in which there's a man being killed off stage and has to give a loud cry. And the old boy said to me, "Nobody ever cried the right way for me until I went backstage, and I gave such a cry." He said, and his little thin frame shook when he tried to show me the cry he gave. So that led to conversations about stage cries. And I said, "Have you ever heard Sir Laurence Olivier's great cry in Oedipus when he finds out he's married his mother?" No, he said no, and he put his finger behind his ear because he was a little deaf. And I went into a large and what I thought absolutely beautiful description of Larry's great cry. And the old boy listened and said, "Well, I think that's all wrong." I said, "Why, Mr. Shaw?" To start with, he said, "Why should that chap Oedipus, why should he be so upset when he finds he's married his mother? Should have added to his affection."
Shaw was a shocker. One of the first plays of Shaw's to be presented here, Mrs. Warren's Profession, was so shocking to Anthony Comstock and the Society for the Suppression of Vice that the producer, Arthur Daly, was arrested and brought to trial for an offense to morals. Shaw, the blasphemer and the iconoclast. All great truths, he said, begin as blasphemies. Lawrence Langner, co-director of the Theater Guild, became Shaw's principal producer in this country.
Curiously enough, his heart was always in his plays that were iconoclastic. He liked to knock things down more than he liked to build things up. And I have a letter from him in which He said, "To my disgust, people say that St. Joan is my best play." One of the most important things about him was that he did not like anybody to cut any of his plays. He seemed to have an uncanny habit of finding out what was going on. For instance, somebody wanted to do one of his plays in a certain theater, and he cabled back and said, "No, you can't do that. They're pulling the road up in front of that theater." After a few of these happenings, I went back to London and I said to GBS, "How is it that you know about these things? Who tells you this?" So he said, "Well, there's one of my admirers there, an old lady, and she goes to the theater with a book on her lap, and she checks on every word that's in the play to see that the actors are saying it." I had occasion from time to time to ask him to cut his plays, and he would always object to it. St. Joan was so long that we cabled to him and told him that the people were missing the last train home. Wouldn't he please cut it? Well, we got a cable back which read as follows: "Run later trains."
Modesty was not one of the failings of George Bernard Shaw. He said in The Apple Cart, "One man that has a mind and knows it can always beat 10 who haven't and don't." Clearly, he had himself in mind. He had himself in mind in everything he wrote. Drama critic John Mason Brown knew him personally.
The truth is, of course, that Shaw was more than a dramatist. He was more than a man. He was, in the realm of ideas as well as in the theater, an event. He was a person who never waited for the government, as he said, to give him the Order of Merit, because he had long ago bestowed that on himself. The world, in general, is apt to think of Shaw, thought of him when he was alive, and remembers him as someone who was a pantaloon, if not a downright buffoon. But Shaw, to me, seems quite different. I used to try to maintain that part of his mind must have been made out of the kneecap of Leon Errold, because just at the moment when you expected to cross the stage, it tottered, and the serious thought collapsed. But Shaw, the Puritan, moved straight in to the realm of conscience with laughter as his weapon. He fooled because he felt men and women were so frequently foolish. He said he seemed witty. This was Shaw's own explanation. Not because he was witty, but because he dared to tell the truth. And the average people were so embarrassed by truth that they laughed in its presence rather than recognized its validity. What confused people was that he dared, in the presence of goodness, to laugh, even if he attacked a church. What he did was to throw a stone through a stained glass window, not to attack the religion, but to let the fresh air and the light in. He was the enemy of anything that kept air and light out.
In 1928, Shaw tried to bring light and air to the subject of communism. His Intelligent Woman's Guide to Socialism and Capitalism became a best-selling tract in which he declared, and this is a quotation, "Would you ever have supposed from reading the newspapers that communism, instead of being a wicked invention of Russian revolutionaries and British and American desperados, is a highly respectable way of sharing our wealth?" But was he profound or merely stimulating and witty? Bertrand Russell says,
Shaw, like many witty men, considered wit an adequate substitute for wisdom. Indeed, I think that his wit, like that of many famous humorists, was developed as a defense against expected hostile ridicule. He could defend any idea, however silly, so cleverly as to make those who did not accept it look like fools. When I was young, we all made a show of thinking no better of ourselves than of our neighbors. Shaw found this effort wearisome, and had already given it up when he first burst upon the world. It used to be the custom among clever people to say that Shaw was not unusually vain, but only unusually candid. I came to think later on that this was a mistake. Like Tolstoy, he couldn't believe in the importance of anything he didn't know. Shaw was at his best as a controversialist. If there was anything silly or anything insincere about his opponent, Shaw would seize on it unerringly, to the delight of all those who were on his side in the controversy. At the beginning of the First World War, he published his Common Sense about the war. Although he did not write as a pacifist, he infuriated most patriotic people by refusing to acquiesce in the hypocritical high moral tone of the government and its followers. He was entirely praiseworthy in this sort of way, until he fell a victim to adulation of the Soviet government and suddenly lost the power of criticism and of seeing through humbug if it came from Moscow. Excellent as he was in controversy, he was not nearly so good when it came to setting forth his own opinions, which were somewhat chaotic. Shaw had many qualities which deserve great admiration. He was completely fearless. He expressed his opinions with equal vigor, whether they were popular or unpopular. He was merciless towards those who did not deserve mercy, but sometimes also to those who did deserve it.
Shaw believed in the importance of socialism and preached it out of doors from a cart in Hyde Park and indoors in the bosom of the Fabian Society. He fought with H.G. Wells over leadership of that group. John Parker knows the story. He is General Secretary of the Fabian Society.
He was a very good soapbox orator. He enjoyed standing on street corners and the heckling that took place and the rows that took place, particularly when he was a young man. He was also a very good lecturer. The famous prefaces to Shaw's plays were nearly all was originally lectures that he gave. But just because the press wouldn't report any of them, he came to the conclusion he would get them across to the world in some other way, and so he turned them into prefaces and put them in front of his plays. He was also a very good debater. He had many famous battles with H.G. Wells, the novelist, in trying to prevent him from getting control of the Fabian Society. The new gang, led by H.G. Wells, tried to oust the old gang, led by Shaw and the Webbs. Every business meeting was a debate between them. Now, Wells was a very bad speaker, a very good writer. He had a very falsetto, high voice, and when he made his case, Shaw only had to arise to knock him about on all sides. But in the end, Wells packed up and walked out, giving up his efforts to capture the Fabian Society and make it a more revolutionary body. Shaw was also a very pronounced feminist in the days when it was unpopular for a man to be a feminist. He greatly respected his wife's judgment, but he was very down indeed on any woman, however important, if he thought she was letting her sex down.
And Shaw adored the reactions he aroused by being a feminist or by being a reformer of any kind. The American socialist Norman Thomas appraises Shaw the British socialist.
I'm inclined to agree with those who, at the time of George Bernard Shaw's death, proclaimed him in accents of praise or blame as more responsible than any single Briton for the kind and degree of socialism achieved in Great Britain. It was a verdict which Shaw himself would have greeted with mixed emotions, but he never would have denied the importance of socialism in his own life or the extent of his devotion to it. His greatest contribution was his role in the Fabian Society, which played so vital a part in creating and propagandizing British-type socialism and bringing into being the British Labour Party. Few Americans know that the Shaw, who was so contemptuous in refusing requests to speak in America, devoted 12 years, while his star was steadily rising as critic and playwright, to speaking 3 times a week on street corners and in obscure halls for the socialist cause. But he was far from content with the new conventions and new limitations of labor unionism and parliamentary socialism. The unfortunate thing was that in his old age, this discontent, as well as certain implications in his own philosophy, made the author of it join the apologists for dictatorship and political inquisition. For example, in 1938, Shaw wrote Lady Astor that, I quote, "All anti-Mussolinians are idiots," close quote. In one of his famous prefaces, Days of Judgment, written I think in 1934 or 35, Shaw defended the Russian political inquisition as necessary and on the whole mild and merely temporary. As late as September 1939, after the terrible purges in the USSR, and after Stalin had joined Hitler in the rape of Poland, Shaw hailed the cruel and cynical dictator as the greatest of statesmen. From afar, he hymned the praise of the communist regime, which at close at hand would have destroyed him. It was a melancholy spectacle of the fallibility of great minds and the frightening appeal of communism to strangely assorted temperaments. But at home in England, the old Shaw never crusaded for communism as the young Shaw had crusaded for socialism. The labor and socialist movement in Britain, if a bit stodgy and prosy for Shaw's taste, was essentially wiser than the genius to whom it had owed so much. I find it a bit comforting that sometimes the people collectively are wiser than the pundits.
People wiser than pundits. I dare say if Shaw were alive today, aged 99, he would be agitating the people to drop the H-bomb off the surface of the earth. Shaw was a pacifist. Here is the doctrine in his own voice.
The pacifist movement against war takes as its charter the ancient document called the Sermon on the Mount. The sermon is a very moving exhortation, and it gives you one first-rate tip, which is to do good to those who despitefully use you and persecute you. I, who am a much-hated man, have been doing that all my life, and I can assure you that there is no better fun. But such a command as love one another, as I see it, is a stupid refusal to accept the facts of human nature. Pray, are we lovable animals? Do you love the rate collector? Do you love Mr. Lloyd George? And if you do you love Mr. Winston Churchill? Have you an all-embracing affection for Messieurs Mussolini, Hitler, Franco? I do not love all these gentlemen, and even if I did, how could I offer myself to them as a delightfully lovable person? I find I cannot like myself without so many reservations that I look forward to my death, which cannot now be far off, as a good riddance. The lesson we have to learn is that our dislike for certain persons, or even for the whole human race, does not give us any right to injure our fellow creatures, however odious they may be. As I see it, the social rule must be live and let live.
Live and let live. But if words could kill, Shaw would have murdered millions. His secretary put up with him for 30 years. She became Shaw-proof and admired him to the end. Blanche Patch.
He was an ideal employer. Nothing ever upset him. He never seemed to worry. Of course, I made mistakes sometimes, but he took it for granted I'd done my best. I may say he always forgot to thank one when I'd done a very hard job. Not one word did he ever give me praise, but then that was typical of the man. He was very satisfied with it. I remember really the only little fallout I had with him, and that was by letter, was that during his latter years, when of course I was getting older, and he was then engaging a man whose presence I resented very much as in the place as taking on some of the work. And he said that he was doing it to relieve me, to make my work easier. And he said, I'm only going to leave you the typing. Well, I wrote to him and I said, I know it's only your love of teasing makes you say that you are now looking on me as a mere typist. Well, then he wrote to me and he said, my dear Blanche, you've given me a jolt at last. We have been together all these years, during which you have transcribed almost every word I have written, and you have seen nothing in them but a love of teasing, a form of cruelty which I specially abhor and have never practiced. To save you from being written off as the stupidest woman on earth, I must give you a testimonial. You are sure-proof, but you are not in the least stupid. That you are sober, honest, industrious, and have been for countless years in your present post goes without saying. You are intelligent, sensible, self-reliant, kindly, useful, competent, and almost unbelievably even-tempered and self-controlled. You are the least vain and touchy woman in the world. The trouble you have not given me and the help you have given me are immeasurable, and no man knows your value better than I do. It has been a great advantage to us both that you have been completely unaffected by my doctrine and my philosophy, and held your own against it. But it has had one drawback. You have mistaken my philosophy for mere fun and malice. I am horrified.
There he is, tongue-in-cheek again, with his secretary, with his public, with his publishers. Dodd, Mead and Company were his publishers here in this country for 20 years. Edward Dodd, Jr.
We learned early and we learned fast what sort of man we were associated with. He wrote his own contract, as lucid, precise, fair, and legal a document as I've ever seen. And also, of course, entirely unconventional and unlike any other author-publisher agreement. We questioned one provision. The contract was to run for 5 years only. Let me read you from his letter answering our query. He starts his letter off with the gay old refrain from Whitcomb Fair. Dear Dodds both, Chase, Mead's Ghost, Lewis, old Uncle Tom Cobley, and all. The limit of 5 years will probably be quite forgotten by us, as the agreement goes on automatically to all eternity if we are satisfied with it. But if Frank goes mad, and Edward takes to drink, and Chase is hanged, and Lewis takes to publishing pornographic literature and is Comstock for it, how am I to get out unless I can break at 6 months' notice? From that day forth, solemnity never existed again. Shaw wrote the first draft of most of his plays in shorthand, a shorthand he had devised largely for himself, and his secretary Blanche Patch is said to be the only person who could decipher it. His manuscripts and final draft were models of perfection, and never has a typographical error been found, and always the most minute corrections and alterations were made in his own hand. After the manuscript was in type, let me quote from a letter he once wrote to a rare book dealer. I shall always disparage relics because I am an Irish Protestant in the marrow of my bones. I tear up manuscripts with savage glee, though I suppose you could sell them all for me at £300 an ounce. I tore up St. Joan except for 10 pages which had dates on them, and I did the same with the apple cart. So if ever you are offered the complete original manuscript for $1 million or so, beware. They will be forgeries. After the book was published, let me quote again. I will have nothing to do with schools and colleges at any price. No book of mine shall ever, with my consent, be that damnable thing, a school book. Let them buy the dollar editions if they want them. By a school edition, they mean an edition with notes and prefaces, full of material for such questions as, give the age of Bernard Shaw's great-aunt when he wrote You Never Can Tell, and state the reasons for believing that the inscription on her tombstone at Ballyhooly is incorrect. The experienced students read the notes and prefaces and not the plays, and forever after loathe my very name.
The name of George Bernard Shaw will be heard again after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. Now, part 2 of They Knew Bernard Shaw. And here again is Leon Pearson.
Now that Shaw is gone, some of his best friends come forward to tell of his private life as they would not have done earlier. An English actress, Lilla McCarthy, was starred in The Devil's Disciple, Fanny's First Play, and others. Today she is Lady Lilla Keeble. She knew GBS as a friend at home at Ayot St. Lawrence.
Sunday at Ayot St. Lawrence was a day of quiet and rest. Early in the morning, Shaw would run round the garden, doing his breathing exercises. After breakfast, we would walk in the country lanes and sometimes carry on our conversation with quotations from Shakespeare or Dickens. His memory was amazing. In the afternoon, he spent a great deal of time in the dark room developing photographs. In between whiles, he would play his pianola. Music seemed to mean more to Shaw than literature. He declared that his master in drama was Mozart. But this I would like to stress. There were no hectic discussions and no displays of cleverness. Shaw is the best companion in the world. He never forces conversation when he is alone with his friends. In those days he was a very strong swimmer. I was not. He used to tell me to put one hand on his shoulder and just swim on and on. We would find ourselves well out to sea. Then a change would come over Shaw, a sea change. He was vigorous on land, but when swimming, he became tranquil. He would say as we swam, "We are in another world, Lilla. And if I were afraid, have no fear, Lilla. Gently and slowly does it." Shaw was always a chivalrous and kind man, but you must not tell him so.
Too late to tell him so. But others would. Lord Astor, son of Lady Astor, remembers that Christmas always meant a visit from Shaw at Cliveden, the Astor estate.
The first year he came, all us children were very, very nervous what this famous man would be like. He was a man of the most charming manners imaginable, who was absolutely delightful to children. He wasn't in the least frightening, and we all adored him. He was very tall, very slim, with this sort of Santa Claus face and beard, a strong Irish brogue. He used to wear peculiarly cut knickerbocker suits and knitted gloves with a sort of argyle check on them. He used to get up before breakfast and stride in an exaggerated walk the whole quarter mile down to the fountain and back. One would see this peculiar figure. He was the most delightful conversationalist who used to enjoy showing off. He would love to tease and to exaggerate and to pull people's leg. He was a wonderful actor, and he liked to do imitations, including one of himself, his own voice played on a record of different speeds. He used to say that a certain famous English actor would never allow himself to do anything on a gramophone, because if it's put a little too slow, his inherent Cockney voice appeared. And he used to say that if he was put on slow, it was like any old Irish beggar in the streets of Dublin trying to get a sixpence. And then he became rather like an Irish lawyer talking. And then he became for a moment normal. Then he became madder and madder. And then he just madder like I don't know, going to go ahead like that. We had the whole family roaring with laughter as the old boy gesticulated this glorious, rich Irish accent. And I said, all children adored him.
Lady Astor once said, "When Mrs. Shaw died, she left him to me."
You see, she didn't trust women. She didn't like many women. She liked Mrs. Webb, Beatrice Webb, and she was devoted to me because I was devoted to her. And I never have been the kind of woman women were jealous of, you see. And so she left him to me. He adored Charlotte, and she adored him. They were very, very happy. And when she was ill, she took ill during the war, you know. I was down Plymouth, and she said, "You must come at once, Charlotte's ill." So I started up at once, and I got there and it was too late. And then the next day when the funeral came on, he came by to take me to the funeral. I, just by way of making conversation, I said, "GBS, did our Charlotte like your mother?" And he said, "Oh, she adored her till she got me, but once she got me, she paid no attention to my mother." And we, on the way to the funeral, believe it or not, we began reminiscing, and before we got there, I said, "GBS, pull yourself together, we're going." He said, "No," he said, I buried Charlotte last night." I said, "What'd you do?" He said, "For 2 hours I played all the things she liked on the piano." He was a beautiful player. He adored Charlotte. And he was really never the same man after she left. Well, I'd go to see him every day, and I went to see him on the Monday, and he had his accent. And he looked in, he said, "What have you come, to heal me with Christian Science?" I said, "No, I haven't come to heal you, I've come to bury you. It's about the time you were dying." And then, of course, he began to laugh, and he said, "I wish you'd come, Nancy. I can't stay here any longer." If any of you had come in, his brain would have been as brilliant as ever. He hadn't lost his memory, none of his faculties. But he did say that last day, he kept saying, "I think of Charlotte so often." He was the cleanest minded, he was the kindest, he was the simplest man, but he was an actor, and he was Irish. And whenever, not that he ever went back to Ireland, but whenever he wanted to get out a thing, he said, "I'm not English, I'm Irish."
English friends of this Irishman, warm English friends. But Shaw was an Irish rebel to the last. What do the Irish say? With unmistakable accent and accuracy, author Frank O'Connor says,
"I think Irish people have always had an especial fondness for Shaw, even though they saw so very little of him. He was gay, and as Yeats said of him, he was the only man who could really smite their enemies for them. But all the same, there was a mystery about that very kind man, and I think I know what it was. You see, Shaw's father was a bit of a drinker. Finally, his wife and daughter left him, but Shaw stayed on with him in Dublin for about a year. And then Shaw left him too. And up to the time of his marriage, not only did Shaw never revisit Ireland, but he wouldn't stay in a hall where the Irish question was being discussed. Shaw says somewhere in some book, "I suppose you could say we deserted him." They did a great deal more than desert him. Not only had they deserted him, they'd left him to die alone and to be buried alone. Now, there are cold-hearted people to whom things like that mean nothing at all. But the warm-hearted, generous Shaw wasn't one of them. Shaw just wasn't a theoretical skunk like Cézanne, who was too busy to go to his old mother's funeral. Shaw was an ordinary human being, and you don't do things like that unless you've already been deeply hurt. And you don't do them even then without hurting yourself worse. And that's, I think, what makes him so different from other great Irishmen. His childhood was exactly like Joyce's or Yeats'. But whereas when they left Ireland, one went to study St. Thomas Aquinas and the other to study William Blake, Shaw went to the British Museum to study the manners and rules of good society, the only Irishman who ever brought himself up on an etiquette book. Now, there's a gap in Shaw's work where the heart, and he had a big heart, should be. It comes out whenever deep emotion is called for, as, for instance, when he describes in a letter the cremation of his sister. "Lucy burned with a bright blue flame," he says. Now, there's an almost hysterical evasion of emotion. Make what you like of that. It's just another aspect of Shaw, and I don't profess to understand it. He's the only great extrovert that we have in Ireland, and yet his work is haunted by the problem of the introvert. But that fact that the mystic and the poet in him were repressed doesn't mean that they weren't there. They were there all right. R.A.E., the Irish poet, could never have said, "And yet, if ever an angel of God walked this earth in the form of a man, his name was Bernard Shaw."
An angel, did you say? Well, to a certain American author, an offending angel. Vincent Sheehan.
At times, during his years, he succeeded in offending almost everybody. I can remember I lunched at his house on the day when the fall of France was announced. I was, of course, very shaken, journalism being my profession primarily. I was very shaken indeed, and I was shocked to the depths by the way Mr. Shaw carried on. He held forth all through lunch about what a lucky thing it was that the French had finally caved in. And he said, now they'll fulfill the ambition of the past 4 centuries. They'll be able to make war on England. That's what they've always wanted to do. Well, I was very, very shocked. And thought, well, this is no time for buffoonery, and so on and so forth. But, you know, he was very nearly right. They came within an inch of making war on England when the Vichy government was established. He had that faculty of being right about things.
But how could he have known? Was it merely an impertinence that fell true? Rebecca West, authoress, makes her appraisal.
I may seem to be saying some ungracious words about George Bernard Shaw because I don't think he was really a great thinker. I think he was one of the most foolish writers on political science that have ever gained a following. And I think the proof of that lies in John Bull's Other Island, in which he confidently applied his ideas to Ireland and predicted that if that country attained home rule, that would be the end of Roman Catholicism within its frontiers, which has certainly not been the case. But Bernard Shaw was a great writer because, in a way, in an age which had let its prose get tired and shop-worn, he wrote beautiful 18th century English. It's always refreshing to read his prefaces. There really is language that lives. And also he had a gift of poetical intuition of character. He could travel further back into the soul than most other explorers, and he could find the fantasies that lie in its furthest depths. I don't feel that he'd anything to say about St. John which was new or interesting from an intellectual point of view. But he showed by sight and sound that peculiar kind of courage, very downright, yet quite magical, which through the ages men have always seen in their dreams as the armour of virgin youth. There were many dramatists of his own time who knew quite well what they were doing, and they pursued their proper aims with sometimes more craft and good sense than he did. I think Goldsworthy was in several ways a better dramatist, and Breer was a much better social dramatist from the point of view of sense. But it was Shaw, and Shaw only, who created the truly great St. John.
The record shows no comment by Shaw on Rebecca West, but on women in general, on marriage, oh yes, some of the best Shavian phrases. From Man and Superman, hear now the voices of Charles Lawton, Charles Boyer.
Babies, household cares in this exquisite paradise of the senses and emotions.
Like to no heart. That's nonsense, said Shaw. I've been to the movies and felt an irresistible desire to kiss Mae West. When Morris Evans was casting St. Joan, Shaw suggested, have a man play St. Joan. In Shakespeare's time, men played women's roles. Men make the best women anyway. When he was introduced to the tennis champion Helen Wills, he said, when players are as pretty as you are, tennis should be played in high grass and without a ball. And to a well-known Minsky stripteaser, he wrote, as long as more people will pay to see a naked body than to see a naked brain, the drama will languish.
But the naked brain of Shaw pulled him in at the box office. Shaw resisted women for a long time. He married at the age of 40. Married his nurse, Charlotte Payne Townsend. And he said later, she wouldn't let me get out of bed until I married her. But they lived together until she died at the age of 86. Sir Cedric Hardwicke, what was the marriage like?
Mrs. Shaw certainly was a tremendous protector of him. She kept people away from him, and she also looked after his creature comforts. She understood his strange diets extremely well, and I suppose found many of them very trying. She very frequently complained to me that when she went abroad, she had great difficulty in finding the right kind of vegetarian foods for him. He liked various sorts of nuts and things, and so that I imagine that she had quite a hard life in keeping house for him. But of course, naturally, living with Shaw, she had to listen to him a great deal, because anybody who was near Shaw had to listen to him a great deal. And she very infrequently herself said very much, though she would occasionally contradict him or prompt him, much to his annoyance. But I sometimes wonder whether, in the case of Shaw, it was the case of a woman having the last word, even against Bernard Shaw, because when she died, she left her money to an institution, as you know, for teaching the Irish good manners.
The truth is, Mrs. Shaw was often bored with her garrulous husband. She'd heard his stories too often. But she knew how to handle him. Bertrand Russell recalls a certain luncheon.
Lunching with Mr. and Mrs. Shaw in Adelphi Terrace was a somewhat curious experience. Mrs. Shaw was a very able manager and used to provide Shaw with such a delicious vegetarian meal that the guests all regretted their more conventional menu. But he could not resist a somewhat frequent repetition of his favorite anecdotes. Whenever he came to his uncle, who committed suicide by putting his head in a carpet bag and then shutting it, a look of unutterable boredom used to appear on Mrs. Shaw's face. And if one was sitting next to her, one had to take care not to listen to Shaw. This, however, did not prevent her from solicitude for him. I remember a luncheon at which a young and lovely poetess was present in the hopes of reading her poems to Shaw. As we said goodbye, Shaw informed us that she was staying behind for this purpose. Nevertheless, when we departed, we found her on the mat, Mrs. Shaw having manoeuvred her there by methods which I was not privileged to observe. When I learnt, not long afterwards, that this same lady had cut her throat at Wells because he refused to make love to her, my respect for Mrs. Shaw became even greater than before.
A woman of strategy. It might even be said that her strategy led to Shaw's writing St. Joan. Lawrence Langner tells it.
The only reason that St. Joan was given was because Mrs. Shaw wanted him to write it. And she used to spread copies of books about St. Joan all over the house. There'd be one at the side of his bed table, there'd be one on the dining room table, and one day he came down and said to her, "You know, I've got a wonderful idea. I'm going to write a play about St. Joan."
His idea. But she was not the only woman who stimulated him. During their 45 years of married life, Shaw carried on a correspondence, mostly romantic and affectionate, with another woman, Mrs. Patrick Campbell. The love affair began in 1912 when Shaw called at the home of Mrs. Campbell in London to discuss his Pygmalion. "I fell head over ears in love," he says. With the ecstasy of a lovelorn schoolboy, he wrote, "Stella, Stella, Stella, Stella," and on, "Stella, Stella." 28 times he wrote it, and then, "I think of you with a frightful yearning, with a tragic despair," to this beautiful woman of the stage. "I am deeply faithful to you, faithful beyond all love." And to this Mrs. Campbell replied, "Such a wonderful, beautiful letter. If I could write like you, I would write letters to God." He complained that he could not write poetry to express his love. With a wry humor, he said, "If I try to make verses, I can think of no rhyme for Stella but umbrella. And only too damn well I love Mrs. Campbell and horrors of that sort." This was a secret love, but not a secret admiration. As for Mrs. Shaw, apparently she was aware of both. Alexander Walcott tells of lunching once with Shaw and his wife, and this is a quotation, when Shaw talked about Stella Campbell for an hour and a half, until Mrs. Shaw was driven to beating a tattoo with her salad fork as a way of warning him that she couldn't stand another word on the subject. And yet, if Mrs. Shaw could have known the whole truth, she might have been less concerned. The whole truth seems to be that Shaw was in love only as a vegetarian. The yearnings he knew were spiritual and intellectual. Shaw was always looking at himself in his own intellectual mirror, and that scrutiny kept him from any rash act of love. Letters, yes, but only letters. When Mrs. Campbell, who was a widow, realized this, she quite promptly married another man. And in looking back on their affair, she wrote rather wearily, "I knew you were playing the solicitor stunt. It creeps into all you say and write and do, with the exception of one or two lovely letters to me, the stunt that wearies me so much, that has worried me for years, that has stood in the way of your being a Shakespeare, a poet." By now Mrs. Campbell was quite disillusioned and old and tired and in financial need. She proposed the publication of their correspondence. Shaw wanted to edit out all intimate passages. She argued this would ruin the effect, and he replied, "If they are love letters from a married man to a woman who is not his wife, and who is engaged at the time to another man whom she has subsequently married, the difficulty becomes a wild impossibility. If the man publishes them, he is a blackguard. If the woman publishes them, she is a rotter and a courtesan. You might as well ask me why you should not pick pockets or sell yourself on the street." Now that all three principals are dead, Mrs. Campbell, Mrs. Shaw, and GBS himself, the story can be told. It is told in the publication of the letters, the secret, fervent, passionate letters in which this great intellect, who scoffed at the human frailty of love and always wrote with his tongue in his cheek, spelled out his own love with his heart upon his sleeve. They tell the story not only of an amazing love affair, but I think the story of Shaw's own limitations. Perhaps it's not too much to say that only a man who could make desperate love to a woman by correspondence and still leave her alone, only such a man could so skillfully animate the creatures of his own imagination and still leave them grimacing and kicking like puppets in the end. When Shaw was a blithe young spirit of 72, he wrote to Mrs. Campbell on death as follows: "When I am dead, my dearest, sing no sad songs for me, but cast my spells on Mr. Wells and ask a handsome fee." Among the guests at Shaw's 90th birthday party was Leonard Lyons.
"At my age," said Shaw, "every new breath is an adventure." He didn't want to be a centenarian. "I dread it," he said. "And as for wanting to live my life over again, no, it would be a confession that I have wasted it." Shaw was courteous that birthday afternoon, although he said courtesy is a waste of time, and at 90 I have no time to spare. To the ladies, he smiled, "I should be the most sought after of men. I'm the ideal catch, a rich widower, 90 years old." Once he wrote me, "I could not afford to marry till I was past 40. Since then, I've made enough, and enough is as good as a feast." Enough? At 91, he was collecting over $200,000 a year in royalties from America. More royalties than any other playwright in the history of the theater. "I am now a classic," he said, "but better than Shakespeare, because I am a classic who still collects 15% royalties. Perhaps in another 1,000 years," he said, at I.O. St. Lawrence, "when the world has read all my books and learned from them to be reasonable, then there will be an age fit for anybody to grow old in." The end was near. He paid his bills, rechecked his papers and his will, and got his affairs in order. "I don't mind," said Bernard Shaw. "It's just as if I were going away on a vacation."
Shortly before Shaw went away on that vacation, he was visited by Sir Cedric Hardwicke.
The last time I saw Bernard Shaw was the summer before he died. He frequently referred to his age, which I think irritated him and annoyed him very much. When his powers began to fail, he complained very frequently that he couldn't die. He said he tried to die many times, that he hadn't succeeded so far. I had taken my boy, who was at that time, I think, 18, to see him. And just as we were leaving, he drew himself up to his full-shaven 6 feet, and said in his own distinctive way, "Well, Edward," he said, "one day you will be very proud, probably, to say to your friends, I once shook hands with Bernard Shaw." And then he paused and he said, "And your friends will say, and who the hell was Bernard Shaw?"
Who is he? Well, I should say that Shaw belongs to an age not for all time. Yet what he has done to this age, spoofing it, shocking it, pricking it, shaping it, will be recorded for all time. Indeed, he is so close to us that his spirit seems to hover over this hour. Though he is gone, he couldn't bear not to be part of all this and to say goodbye again.
Before I go, let me give a word of advice. The way to have a happy life is to be too busy doing what you like all the time, having no time left to you to consider whether you're happy or not. And, oh, look here, I'm getting talking. I must stop. Well, it's very pleasant to have seen you all here, and to think that you are my audience and all that, because I'm a born actor myself. I like an audience. I'm like a child in that respect. Well, goodbye, 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 all of you.
That was George Bernard Shaw. This has been another in a transcribed series of biographies in sound, produced under the supervision of Joseph Myers for NBC News. They Knew Bernard Shaw was edited by Gloria Kay.
Join Horace Sutton for the NBC Travel Bureau tonight over most NBC radio stations. The United States Armed Forces Radio Service presents the Theater Guild on the air. Every day, everywhere, every life is introduced to drama. Some of it we experience personally. Much of it we experience in our reading, in our viewing, in our listening. So it is that the Theater Guild on the air each week brings you an interesting dramatic presentation and a cast composed of prominent stage, screen, and radio personalities. Now, here is Elliot Reed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To all of us associated with the Theater Guild on the air, this is a moment of considerable satisfaction. For tonight, we present Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne in the American radio premiere of George Bernard Shaw's comedy masterpiece, Pygmalion. For the theme of his comedy, Shaw reached back to the mythological tale of Pygmalion and Galatea, a childhood story, you remember, of the sculptor who brought a statue of a girl to life. In his play, Mr. Shaw, most ably abetted by Miss Fontanne and Mr. Lunt, shows us not a statue come to life, but a Cockney flower girl who was made to bloom by a gentleman. So, presto, we raise the curtain on Pygmalion, adapted for this occasion by Kenyon Nicholson and directed by Homer Fickett. If you heard someone say, "I found a pail in a blue Parent oyster," well, you might suspect that you were in Brooklyn. And if you heard someone say, "He went that-a-way, pard," well, you'd place him from Texas. Just so, you'd know that you were in London if you heard someone say,
"Violet, something's a bunch. Buy a flare off a poor girl."
and London is exactly where we are. And the speaker is Eliza Doolittle. The time is 11 o'clock on a night in May in the early 1900s. And Eliza has filled her flower basket at the great Covent Garden Market to sell when the theaters let out. But a sudden thunderstorm sends everyone running for shelter. Eliza joins a little group who huddle under the portico of a nearby church.
Buy a flare, mister. How about some nice fresh violets?
Violets? Not likely. Now, if it was umbrellas you was sitting.
How you?
Yes, trade is slow for Eliza tonight. All anyone cares about is flagging a cab and getting home. In particular, two ladies in handsome evening dress, a mother and a daughter, who are peering out anxiously into the rain from the shelter of the steps. They see a young man come splashing towards them.
There he is, Clara.
Mother! Clara!
There's not a cab to be had for love or money. I went all the way to Charing Cross.
Oh, we could stay here all night. There's next to nothing on. Do try Trafalgar Square.
Go on, dear.
You'll find one. And do hurry for one.
All right, I'm going, but I shall simply get soaked.
Now then, Freddie, look where you're going, do you?
Terribly sorry. Excuse me.
There's manners for you. Two bunches of violets trodden in the mud. How do you know that my son's name is Freddie? Oh, he's your son, is he? Well, if you'd done your duty by him as a mother should, he'd know better than to spoil a poor girl's flowers and run away without paying. I heard you call him Freddie. Now, don't try to deceive me. Who's trying to deceive you? I call him Freddie or Charlie, just the same as you might yourself if you was talking to a stranger and wished to be pleasant.
But now we observe another figure in the group, a tall gentleman in a raincoat who leans against a pillar writing in a notebook. However, Liza is completely unaware of him.
Flowers? Violets? Nice flower for your buttonhole, Captain.
I'm sorry, miss. I'm afraid I've no small change.
I can change up to 2 shillings for you, Captain. Do buy a flower for poor girl.
Up to 2 shillings for you, Captain.
Yes? What's that?
Buy a flower for poor girl.
Oh, what's taking down my words for? I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm a respectable girl. Help me. I have a right to sell flowers, I have.
I say, what's the trouble? What's me, it's a plain clothes copper. In with a notebook.
Oh, please, sir, don't let them take me in. You don't know what it means to me. They'll take away my character and drive me on the streets for speaking to a gentleman.
You, sir, I beg your pardon. Yes?
Really, if you are a detective, you need not begin protecting me against molestation by young women until I ask you.
You're right to take away my character. My character's the same to me as any lady's.
There. Who's hurting you, you silly girl? Do I look like a policeman? How do you come to be up this way, so far east? You were born in Lithium Grove.
Oh, what harm is there in my leaving Lithium Grove? It wasn't fit for a pig to live in.
If you ain't a copper, what call have you to know about people what never meddle with you? You're a blooming busybody, that's what I say.
And how are all your people down at Hoxton?
Here, who told you my people came from Oxton?
Never you mind, they did.
May I ask you, sir, do you do this for your living at a music hall?
Well, I thought of that. Perhaps I shall someday.
Can you tell me where I come from?
Yes, Cheltenham, Harrow, Cambridge, and India.
Quite right.
Sarah, look, the rain has stopped. We can walk to the motor bus.
Epsom, unmistakably.
What?
I beg your pardon, I didn't mean to say that out loud.
Very curious. I was brought up in Large Lady Park, near Epsom. Come, Sarah. Such an interesting man.
Good night, teacher.
How do you do it, may I ask? Simple phonetics. The science of speech. That's my profession. Now, you can spot an Irishman or a Yorkshireman by his brogue, but I can place any man within 6 miles. I can place him within 2 miles in London, sometimes within 2 streets.
Extraordinary.
Right, the people like that, would be logic
student of similar dialects, and I...
There you are. Do you know Colonel Pickering, the author of Spoken Sanskrit?
I am Colonel Pickering. Who are you?
Henry Higgins, author of Higgins' Universal Alphabet.
Higgins, I came from India to meet you.
I was going to India to meet you. To be ashamed of himself, unmanly coward. Let him mind his own business and leave a poor girl alone.
Woman, cease detestable boo-hooing instantly. Remember that you're a human being with a soul and the divine gift of articulate speech, and don't sit there crooning like a bilious pigeon. Heavens, for a sound, I must write that down.
Listen to him.
Oh, quite remarkable. If one didn't know your reputation, Higgins...
Pickering, you see this creature with her curbstone English? Would you believe that in 3 months I could pass her off as a duchess at an ambassador's reception? I could even get her a place as a lady's maid or a shop assistant, which requires even better English.
What's that you say?
Yes, you squashed cabbage leaf, you incarnate insult to the English language. I could pass you off as the Queen of Sheba. What do you say to a bite of supper, Pickering?
Right you are.
You buy a flower card, gentlemen. I'm short for me lodging.
Lie, you told him you could change 2 shillings.
You ought to be stuck with nails, you ought. Hey, I'll take the old blooming basket for 6pence.
Colonel, I stand rebuked for Pharisaic want of charity. Here, girl, hold up your basket. And now, good night.
Shilling? 4? 10 and 6pence? Oh, you could have a shilling.
Hello there. I say, miss, where are the 2 ladies that were here?
Oh, Freddie, they walked to the bus when the rain stopped.
And left me with a cab on my hands?
Oh, never mind, young man. I'm going home in a taxi. Here, driver, take me basket.
What's this? You're taking a cab?
Oh, taxi fare ain't no object to me, Charlie.
Like me, where to?
Buckingham Palace. Buckingham
Palace?
Yes, don't you know where that is, where the king lives? Good night, Freddie. Don't let me keep you standing there.
Well, I'm dashed.
Hear it? Hear it? It's a device that I worked out originally for the training staff of the Vienna State Opera. It reproduces the exact number of vibrations in any sound issuing from the human larynx.
It's really amazing. I don't know when I've spent such a morning, Higgins. No doubt of it, science is mistress in this household.
Ably abetted by my housekeeper, Mrs. Pierce.
And there is no Mrs. Higgins?
No, nor likely to be. I find that the moment I let a woman into my life, she becomes jealous, exacting, suspicious, and a damned nuisance.
Well, I'm not married, but I must admit I'm susceptible.
Oh, I'm seasoned, Pickering. I've taught English to actresses and millionairesses, the best-looking women in the world, and they might as well be blocks of wood. I might as well be a block of wood.
Mr. Higgins.
Yes, Mrs. Pierce.
A young woman asked to see you, sir.
What does she want?
Well, sir, she says you'll be glad to see her when you know what she's come about.
Has she an interesting accent?
Something dreadful, sir, really.
Good. Bring her in, Mrs. Pierce.
They used to say so.
You know, there's rather a bit of luck, Pickering. We'll set her talking, and I'll show you how I make records.
This is a young woman, sir.
Good morning.
Why, this is the girl I jotted down last night. She's no use. I've got all the records I want of the Lithium Grove lingo. Be off with you. I don't want you.
Don't you be so saucy. You ain't heard what I come for yet. Did you tell him I come in a taxi, ma'am?
Nonsense, girl. What do you think a gentleman like Mr. Higgins cares what you come in?
Ooh, ain't we proud? We ain't above giving lessons, not him. I heard him say so. Well, I've come to have lessons, I have. And pay for them, too. Make no mistake.
Well, now, what do you expect me to say to you?
If you was a gentleman, you'd ask me to sit down off it.
Pickering, shall we ask this baggage to sit down, or shall we throw her out of the window?
Ah, I won't be called a baggage.
No, he didn't mean that.
Won't you sit down, please? Take this chair.
Oh, I don't mind if I do, Captain.
What is it you want, miss?
I want to be a lady in a flower shop instead of selling on the curb in Tottenham Court Road. But they won't take me unless I can talk more genteel. He said he could teach me. Well, here I am, ready to pay him. I'm not asking any favour.
You know, Pickering, this is almost irresistible.
Yeah, I thought you'd come off it when you saw a chance of getting back a bit of what you chucked at me last night. Confidentially, you'd had a drop too much, hadn't you?
What?
I'll pay you a shilling a time. And for teaching me my own language.
Pickering, do you realize what she's offering me? About 2/5 of what she earns every day for a lesson. Well, it's enormous. It works out as fully equivalent to 50 or 60 pounds per lesson from a millionaire.
60 pounds? What you talking about? I never offered you 60 pounds. Where would I get 60 pounds?
Oh, don't cry, you silly girl. Nobody's going to touch your money.
Somebody's going to touch you with a broomstick if you don't stop sniveling. Here, now use this handkerchief. Now remember, that's your handkerchief, and that's your sleeve. Now don't mistake one for the other if you wish to become a lady in a shop.
Higgins, I'm interested. What about your claim last night that you could pass her off at an ambassador's reception? I'll bet you all the expenses of the experiment you can't do it, and I'll pay for the lessons.
Ah, you are real good. Thank you, Captain.
What do you say, Higgins?
I tell you, I'm extraordinarily tempted. Look at her. She's so deliciously low. So outrageously begrimed with the dirt of all 4 seasons on Tottenham Court Road.
I ain't dirty. I wash my hands and face before I come, I did.
What do you say, Higgins?
How long do you give me?
6 months.
Done. In 6 months, in less, if she has a good ear and a quick tongue, I'll take her anywhere and pass her off as anything. We'll start today. Now, this moment. What's your name, girl?
Eliza Doolittle.
Mrs. Pierce, take her away and clean her. Use scouring powder if it won't come off in any other way. Now take all the clothes off and burn them. Now ring up one of the smart shops for some new dresses. Wrap her in brown paper until they come.
You're no gentleman. You're not to talk of such things. I'm a good girl, I am. I know what the likes of you are, I do. I never asked you for no dresses.
Excuse me, Higgins, but if this girl is to put herself in your hands for an experiment in teaching, she must understand thoroughly what she's doing. Now, if you'll allow me. Miss Doolittle,
Ah.
Yeah, that's all you'll ever get out of Eliza. Oh, it's no use explaining. Give her orders.
Really, sir, you can't walk over everybody like this.
I walk over everybody. Why, I never had the slightest intention of walking over anyone. All I propose
But what about her family, sir? Or suppose she's married?
There, the girl very properly says,
Who's married? Me.
By George, Eliza, the streets will be strewn with the bodies of men shooting themselves for your sake before I've done with you.
Oh, well, I'm leaving his office. Chumpy he is. I don't want no barmies teaching me.
That's right, girl. You go home to your mother and tell her to take better care of you.
I ain't got no mother. They told me at home I was big enough to earn my own living and turn me out. What turned me out was my 6th stepmother.
Well, there, Animal, what on earth is all the fuss about? The girl doesn't belong to anybody. Is of no use to anybody but me.
Oh, you are a brute.
Now, look here, Eliza. You are going to live here for the next 6 months learning how to speak beautifully. If you're good and do what you're told, you shall sleep in a proper bedroom and have lots to eat and money to buy chocolates and ride in taxis. If you are naughty and idle, you will sleep in the back kitchen among the black beetles and be walloped by Mrs. Pierce with a broomstick. At the end of 6 months, you shall go to Buckingham Palace in a carriage beautifully dressed. If the king finds out that you are not a lady, you will be taken by the police to the Tower of London, where your head will be cut off as a warning to other presumptuous flower girls. If you are not found out, you shall have a present of 7 and 6pence to start life with as a lady in a shop. If you refuse this offer, you will be the most ungrateful, wicked girl, and the angels will weep for you.
You're a great bully, you are. I won't stay here if I don't like it. I don't let nobody wallop me. I never asked to go to Buckingham Palace. I wouldn't go near the king. Not if he was going to cut me head off. I was never in trouble with the police. Not me.
I don't understand the gentleman. Come with me.
I've always been a good girl. I don't owe nobody nothing, and I won't be put upon. I have my feelings the same as anybody else, and that's straight.
You know, Pickering, that girl has clearly got hold of the most extraordinary ideas about me. Here I am, a shy, diffident sort of man. And yet she's firmly persuaded that I'm an arbitrary, overbearing, bossing kind of person. I can't account for it.
How? I've never seen a bathroom like this. No wonder the rich are so clean. Washing's a treat for them.
You can make it as warm as you like. Now, take your things off.
You sure I won't catch me death? I knew a woman did it once every Saturday night, and she died of it.
May I come in, sir?
Yes, Mrs. Pierce.
If you please, Mr. Higgins, there's trouble beginning already. There's a dustman outside, Alfred Doolittle. Says you have his daughter here.
I say, send the blackguard in.
He may not be a blackguard.
Nonsense, of course he's a blackguard, but he may have an interesting accent.
Oh, very well, sir. Oh, may I put Eliza in that Japanese kimono you brought? I really can't put her back into her old things after the bath, and the new things haven't come yet.
Anything you like.
Yes, sir.
Higgins, excuse the straight question, but I've been thinking. Are you a man of good character where women are concerned?
Have you ever met a man of good character where women are concerned?
Oh, come, you know what I mean. It's understood that no advantage is to be taken of the girl's position.
Sacred, I assure you.
Doolittle, sir.
Yeah.
Professor Higgins?
Yeah, good morning. Sit down.
Thank you, Governor. I come about a very serious matter, Governor.
Brought up in Hounslow, Mother Welsh, I should think.
Aye?
What do you want, Doolittle?
My daughter. That's what I want.
Well, see, I'm glad to see you have some spark of family feeling left. She's upstairs. Take her away at once.
What?
Well, you don't suppose anybody else wants her, do you?
Now, look here, Governor. Is this reasonable? Is it fairity to take advantage of a man like that? The girl belongs to me. You got her. Well, where do I come in?
You sent her here on purpose. This is a plot to extort money by threats. The police shall take you up, Alfred.
Have I asked you for a blast riding? I'll leave it to the gentleman. Have I said a word about money? And I take me Bible oath I ain't seen the girl these 2 months past.
Then how'd you know she was here?
I'll tell you, Governor, if you'll only let me get a word in. I'm willing to tell you. I'm waiting to tell you. I'm wanting to tell you.
Pickering, this chap has a certain natural gift of rhetoric. Observe the rhythm of his native wood notes while.
Oh, please, Higgins. Go ahead, Doolittle.
Thank you, Governor. Here's the story. I was taking me new time refreshment in a pub in Drury Lane when in comes Liza's landlady and told me what had happened. She said Liza sent a taxi back for some things. A few snapshots, a trifle of jewelry, a canary bird in cage. But she didn't want no clothes. What was I to think from that, Governor, I ask you? What was my feelings and duty as a father?
So you came to rescue her from worse than death,
Just so, Governor. That's right.
Then why'd you let them send her luggage if you intended to take her away? Plain blackmail. Mrs. Pierce.
Yes, sir.
Eliza's father has come to take her away. Give her to him immediately.
He can't take her away, Mr. Higgins. You told me to burn her clothes.
That's right. I can't carry the girl through the streets like a blooming monkey, can I? I put it to you.
Well, that's reasonable.
Right, so let's discuss the old thing. You and me is men of the world, ain't we?
Oh, men of the world, are we? You'd better go, Mrs. Pierce.
I think so indeed, sir.
I think you ought to know, Mr. Doolittle, that Mr. Higgins' intentions are strictly honourable.
Of course they are, and to oblige a gentleman like him, I'd do a great deal, I do assure you. So I'll put it to you straight. for I can see that you're a straight sort of gentleman. What's a £5 note to you? And what's Eliza to me?
£5? Do you mean to say that you're offering...
Have you no morals, man?
Don't look at it that way. What am I, governors both? I ask you, what am I? I'm one of the undeserving poor, that's what. Now think of what that means to a man. It means he's up against middle-class morality all the time. If there's anything going and I put in for a bit of it, it's always the same answer. You're undeserving, so you can't have it. But my needs is just as great as the most deserving widow that ever got money out of 6 different charities in 1 week for the death of the same husband. I don't eat less hearty than him, and I drink a lot more. I want a bit of amusement, because I'm a thinking man. I want cheerfulness and a song and a band when I feel low. Well, they charge me just as much for everything as they charge the deserving. Therefore, I ask you, as 2 gentlemen, is £5 unreasonable? I'll put it to you, and I'll leave it to you. I ain't pretending to deserve it. I'm undeserving, and I mean to go on being undeserving. The £5 would be just one good spree for myself and the missus, giving pleasure to ourselves and employment to others. You couldn't spend it better.
Pickering, if we listen to this man another minute, we shall have no convictions left. Let's give him 10.
No, Governor. £10 is a lot of money. It makes a man feel prudent like. And then goodbye to happiness. You give me what I ask you, Governor.
And they're waiting. Hello?
Morning, miss.
John, don't you know your own daughter?
Blimey, it's Eliza.
The Japanese dress it is, but the flowers in me ears, my own idea. Don't I look silly?
Eliza, by Jove, you...
Now, Mr. Higgins, please don't say anything to make the girl conceited about herself.
Oh, yes, quite right, Mrs. Pierce. You look extremely silly, Eliza.
Well, look all right with me, that's all.
Well, I never thought she'd clean up as good-looking as that. Oh, she's a credit to me, ain't she?
Doolittle, here's the sum in question.
Oh, thank you kindly, Governor.
Oh, he come here to touch her, did he? Disgraceful.
Now, you must come regularly to see your daughter. She'll need a father's advice, you know. My brother is a clergyman. He could help you in your talks with her.
Certainly, I'll come, Governor. Later on, perhaps, when the work don't tie me up. Meantime, Eliza, you just do what the gentleman tells you, or you'll hear from me. Goodbye, Governors.
This way. You won't see him again in an hour. You'd as soon you set a bulldog on him as a clergyman.
Now, Eliza, here's your father.
He's a disgrace to me, driving a municipal Dutch cart and going about taking money out of people's pockets and putting it into his own. Aren't you going to call me Miss Doolittle anymore, Captain?
I beg your pardon, Miss Doolittle. It was a slip of the tongue.
I don't mind. It sounded so genteel. Eliza, the new things have come for you to try on.
Higgins, we have taken on a stiff job.
Pickering, we have.
Is there some curiosity as to what Higgins' lessons to Eliza were like? Very well, listen.
Now, Eliza, repeat after me. Hurricanes hardly ever happen in Hampshire.
Hurricanes hardly ever happen in Hampshire.
No.
Hurricanes hardly ever happen in Hampshire.
There now, if you drop that H again, you shall be dragged around the room 3 times by the hair of your head.
I can't hear no difference except that it sounds more genteel when you say it.
Well, if you can hear the difference, then what the devil are you weeping for? Now, let's have some tea. By the way, when you go shopping today, buy me a necktie to go with that new suit of mine. You can choose the color.
I have already. It's in your top drawer.
And that is the sort of ordeal poor Eliza goes through every day for weeks. Now, Higgins thinks it is time for her to make a test appearance in polite society. We go to the beautiful apartment of the Dowager Mrs. Higgins on the Thames Embankment.
Mother, how are you?
Oh, Henry, what are you doing here today? It's my at-home day. Go away at once.
Oh, bother.
You promised not to come when I had guests. They stop coming whenever they meet you.
Well, I'm sorry, dear, but I came on purpose. There's a job you must do for me. You're going to meet Eliza today.
Your flower girl? She's coming here.
She'll be here soon, in a taxi. Colonel Pickering has come with me to tell you what we want. Oh, come on in.
I hope we haven't intruded, Mrs. Higgins.
You haven't, Colonel. Perhaps you can tell me the exact state of this mysterious research of Henry's.
Well, it's getting on famously. I've been living at Henry's house for the experiment, and...
You see, Pickering and I have a sort of bet that I'll pass her off as a duchess at an ambassador's reception. Oh, you know, it's the most absorbing thing I've tackled. She's quite filled our lives.
They're always talking Eliza.
Teaching Eliza.
Testing Eliza.
Inventing new Elizas. You know, she has the most extraordinary quickness of ear.
I assure you, my dear Mrs. Pickering.
I'm sorry. When Pickering starts shouting, nobody can get a word in edgeways.
Henry, on what terms have you engaged this girl? Is she a servant at your house? If not, what is she?
Well, she's useful. She knows where my things are, remembers my appointments, and so forth. What difference does it make?
Oh, Henry, you simply don't think, do you?
As if I ever stopped thinking about the girl. I'm literally worn out watching her lips and her teeth and her tongue, not to mention her soul, which is the quaintest of the lot. Anyway, today we'll try her out and see what progress she's made.
My dear boy, I have told you I have guests.
Oh, that's all right. She has strict orders as to her behavior. She's to keep two subjects, the weather and everybody's health.
Oh, dear, there they are. Now, Aunt Smidica's in the kitchen. Excuse me. In here. This is my son, Henry, Mrs. Ainsford Hill.
Oh, your celebrated son. I've so longed to meet you, Professor Higgins.
Go ahead.
My daughter, Clara.
How do you do? This is exciting.
Well, I've seen you somewhere before. I haven't the ghost of a notion where, but I've heard your voice. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. You better sit down.
I'm sorry to say that my celebrated son has no manners. You mustn't mind him. That's Colonel Pickering by the window.
How do you do?
And this is Mr. Freddie Hill.
How do you do? I'll take my oath I've met you somewhere before, Freddie.
Oh, no. Couldn't have.
Where was it? That must be Eliza. Will you excuse me?
Henry is the life and soul of the meetings of the Royal Academy of Science, but he's really rather trying on more commonplace occasions.
Oh, I much prefer people like him who come right out and say what they think. I mean to say...
Miss Eliza Doolittle. My mother, Eliza.
How do you do, Mrs. Higgins? Mr. Higgins told me I might come.
Quite right. I'm very glad to see you.
Colonel Pickering, is it not?
Yes.
Mrs. Ainsford Hill and Miss Ainsford Hill and Freddie.
I say, I've certainly had the pleasure, Miss Doolittle, though I can't think where.
How do you do?
Let me move this chair for you, Miss Doolittle.
By George, yes, the storm at Covent Garden.
What did you say, dear?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Isn't this nice? Yes, isn't it?
By Jove. Yes, here we are.
Will it rain, do you think, Miss Doolittle?
The shallow depression in the west of these islands is likely to move slowly in an easterly direction. There are no indications of any great change in the barometrical situation.
How awfully funny.
What is wrong with that, young man? I bet I got it right.
Killing.
I'm sure I hope it won't turn cold. There's so much influenza about. My aunt died of influenza. So they said. But it's my belief they'd done the old woman in.
Son Harry?
Yes, Lord love you. Why should she die of influenza? She came through diphtheria right enough the year before. I saw her with my own eyes. Fairly blue with it she was. They all thought she was dead. But my father, he kept ladling gin down her throat. Till she came to so sudden, she bit the bowl off the spoon. Me. What call would a woman with that strength in her have to die of influenza? What become of her new straw hat that should have come to me? Somebody pinched it. And what I say is, them as pinched it, done her in. What does doing her in mean?
Oh, that's the new small talk. To do a person in means to kill them.
Sure don't believe your aunt was killed. Do I not? Them she lived with would have killed her for a hat pin. Let alone a hat. But it can't have been right for your father to pour spirits on her folks like that. Oh, gin was mother's milk to her. Besides, he poured so much of it down his own throat, he knew the good of it. Do you mean he drank, my word, something chronic? On the best, as you might say, from time to time. When he was out of work, my mother used to give him fourpence and tell him to go out and not come back until he'd drunk himself cheerful and loving-like. There's lots of women have to make their husbands drunk to make them fit to live with. Here, what are you sniggering at?
The new small talk. You do it so awfully well.
If I was doing it proper, what was you laughing at? Have I said anything I oughtn't? Not at all, Miss Doolittle. That's a mercy anyhow. What I always say is,
to be 5 o'clock.
Oh, so pleased to have met everyone. Goodbye, all. Goodbye.
Are you walking across the park, Miss Doolittle? If so,
Walk? Not bloody likely. I'm going in a taxi.
Higgins, there are less than 3 weeks left before your 6 months are up. Now, if you wish, I can have 3 invitations to a reception for His Royal Highness. It will be at the Danish Embassy in a fortnight.
Mrs. Pierce, make appointments with the dressmakers, the hairdressers, the lingerie women, the manicurists, everyone. Eliza is going. What's taking Eliza so long in the cloakroom? We must go up.
Don't be nervous, Higgins.
Maestro! Maestro!
Now, what the devil?
You remember me, Maestro?
I do not.
But I am your pupil. Your first and best and greatest pupil. You teach me phonetic. I am little Melchior, the marvelous boy. I speak 32 languages. Oh, you cannot forget me.
Melchior, what are you doing here among all these swells?
I am interpreter. I am indispensable at these great international parties. For instance, just now in the ballroom, there was a gentleman from one of the legations who was pretending that he cannot speak English.
Pretending?
He could not deceive me. This Balkan diplomat is actually the son of an East London watchmaker. He dare not utter a word of English without betraying his true origin to me. I shall see you later, Maestro.
I say, can you find out Eliza, Higgins?
He's good, blast him. She'll see.
There she is, and positively radiant. Eliza?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, not at all. Are you ready to go and meet our hostess?
Pickering's your escort. I'll follow in a moment.
Are you nervous, Eliza? I feel exactly as I felt before my first battle.
Oh, it's not the first time for me, Colonel. I've done this 50 times, hundreds of times, in my little piggery in Drury Lane. Daydreams. I'm in a dream now. In the cloakroom, other women stared at me, and an old lady said my voice reminded her of the Marchioness of Salisbury.
Eliza.
Please, promise me not to let Professor Higgins wake me, for if he does, I shall forget everything and talk as I used to in Drury Lane. Give me your arm, Colonel.
Your Excellency. Wonderful. This is Miss Doolittle.
How does it do, my dear? How do you do? Charming. Charming. I adore your gown. She will make a sensation, Colonel. Is she your adopted daughter?
Most kind of you, Your Excellency, to invite her for me. Come, Eliza.
Well, Melchior.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Find out all about that girl.
The Count of Gothenburg, Miss Eliza Doolittle.
How do you do?
And Sir Roger Taggart.
How do you do, Sir Roger? Yes, Professor Higgins. Tell me all about that wonderful young lady, Professor.
What wonderful young lady, Your Excellency.
You know very well what is happening in that ballroom. People are standing on their chairs to look at her.
Your Excellency.
Oh, that'll make sure. Have you found out about the Doolittle lady?
All about her. She is a fraud.
A fraud?
No, yes. Her name cannot be Doolittle.
Why not?
Because that is an English name, and she is not English. Only titled foreigners who have been taught to speak English speak it perfectly.
And if she is not English, what is she?
Hungarian.
Did you speak to her in Hungarian?
I did. And she replied very cleverly, "Please speak to me in English. I do not understand French." She pretends not to know the difference between Hungarian and French. Impossible. She knows both.
Yeah, what makes you so sure?
Instinct, maestro. Only the Magyar race can produce those eyes, that figure, that air of divine right. She is a princess.
I say she's an ordinary London girl taught to speak by an expert. I place her in Drury Lane.
Oh, you are mad, maestro.
Oh, of course, I agree with the Baron. She must be a princess, at least.
I say, Higgins.
Will you excuse me, Your Excellency?
Step over here, old man, and look in the ballroom. Now, she has won your bet 10 times over.
Oh, great Scott. She's dancing with His Royal Highness.
What a night. What a triumph.
Rubbish. Silly tomfoolery. I tell you, Pickering, I create no more artificial duchesses. Eliza, turn out the light when you go up and tell Mrs. Pierce I'll take coffee, not tea, in the morning.
Is that all you want to tell me? Nothing else?
Have I forgotten something? Well, remind me tomorrow.
You know, Eliza, you didn't seem a bit nervous all night.
Oh, I knew she'd win hands down after the first few minutes. It's the strain of all these months that's told on me. Thank God, it's over.
Well, I'm turning in. Good night, Eliza. Pleasant dreams.
Eliza, I should think you'd be ready to remove all that finery and retire. I say, what the devil have I done with my slippers? I know I left them here this evening.
Your slippers. Here's one, and here's the other. Take your slippers, and may you never have a day's luck with them.
Eliza, why did you throw those slippers at me?
Because I wanted to smash your face, you selfish brute. I could scratch your eyes out.
No,
Why did you leave me where to pick me out of in the gutter? What's to become of me now? What have you left me fit for? I'm nothing in all this. Not so much as them slippers.
Those slippers?
Those slippers. What difference does it make now? I've won your bet for you. And now...
You want to try one?
Where am I to go to now? What am I fit for? What have you left me fit for?
Oh, that's what's worrying you. Well, you won't have much difficulty settling yourself. So I hadn't quite realized you'd be going away.
You don't care. I know you don't care.
Now, Eliza, pick and I'll think of something you might marry, you know. You're what I'd call quite attractive. That is, to those in marrying line. I dare say my mother would find some chap or other who'd do you very well.
Yes, we were above that at the corner of Tottenham Court Road.
What do you mean?
I sold flowers. I didn't sell myself.
Oh, tough.
Now you've made a lady of me. I'm not fit to sell anything else.
Pious humbug. Now go to bed like a good girl and sleep it off. Have a little cry and say your prayers. That'll make you comfortable.
Yes, I heard your prayers. Thank God it's all over. Before you go up, do my clothes belong to me or to you and Colonel Pickering?
Well, now, what the devil would we do with them?
Oh, you might want them for the next girl you pick up to experiment on.
Oh, so that's the way you feel. Why, you ungrateful, I ought to wring your neck.
You'd like to hit me, wouldn't you, you darn...
You infamous creature. It is you who have hit me, wounded me to the heart. Caused me to lose my temper, a thing that has hardly ever happened to me before. I'll say nothing more tonight, except to confound my own folly for having lavished the treasure of my regard and intimacy on a heartless gutter snipe. Good night.
I won't be trampled. I won't be talked down. I'll show him.
Now it
the next morning at Henry's mother's apartment.
Mother, thank heavens you're home. Look here. Here's a confounded thing.
Yes, Henry, dear. Good morning, Colonel Pickering. What is it?
Well, you see, Mrs. Higgins, Eliza's bolted.
You don't say.
Last night, her bed wasn't slept in. What are we to do?
Do without, I'm afraid, Henry. Girl has a perfect right to go where she chooses.
But I can't find anything. I don't know what my appointment's for. I don't know what I've got. We simply have got to locate a pick. We've got to go and call the police.
Police? Oh, you've no more sense, either of you, than two children. Come into the drawing room. There's a gentleman there to see you. He's sent on from your house.
Oh, bother. I can't see anyone now. Who is it?
You'll see.
Yes, sir. What can I...
Good morning, Henry.
Why, Doolittle, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, all right, Colonel. Though I can't say I blame you not knowing me in these togs. Look at this frock coat. Look at this silk hat. That's what you've done to me, Henry Higgins.
Aye, what I've done to you.
Ruined me. Destroyed me happiness. Tied me up and delivered me into the hands of middle-class morality.
You're mad. I gave you £5. After that, I had 2 conversations with you at £0.50 an hour.
Did you or did you not write a letter to an old blighter in America that was giving $5 million to found moral reform societies all over the world? And it wanted you to invent a universal language for him?
Ezra D. Wanafella, he's dead.
Yes, he's dead, and I'm done for. Didn't you write him that the most original moralist in England, to the best of your knowledge, was Alfred Doolittle, a common dustman?
Well, after you announced it, I remember making some silly joke with that.
That's your silly joke, and he leaves me 3,000 quid a year on condition I lecture for his Wanafella Moral Reform League. As often as they ask me, up to 6 times a year.
The devil he did.
Yeah, it ain't the lecturing I mind. I'll lecture him blue in the face, I will. That's making a gentleman of me that I object to. I was happy, I was free. Now, I'm tied neck and heels, and everybody touches me for money. A year ago, I hadn't a relative in the world except 2 or 3 that wouldn't speak to me. Now I'm 50. I have to live for others and not for myself. That's middle-class morality.
Well, at least this solves the problem of Eliza's future. Her father can provide for her now.
Nonsense, he shan't provide for her. She doesn't belong to him. Doolittle, I paid you £5, sir.
Well, you certainly can't expect her to return to Wimpole Street, Henry.
And why not?
Well, suppose I ring and let her explain it to you herself.
You mean to say you have her here, Mrs. Higgins? Oh, ripping.
Eliza came to me this morning. She'd passed the night partly walking about in a rage and partly trying to throw herself into the Thames. She told me of the brutal way you treated her, Henry.
I treated her. She bashed my slippers at my head.
I should have thrown the fire tongs at you. Yesterday, when the great day of trial came and she did this wonderful thing for you, you didn't thank her, or pet her, or admire her, or tell her how splendid she'd been.
I didn't make any pretty speeches to her, if that's what you mean. No.
Mr. Doolittle, would you be good enough to step out on the balcony for just a moment until she's made up with these?
As you wish, lady. Anything to help Henry to keep her off my hands.
Perhaps you were a bit thoughtless, Mrs. Higgins. Is she angry?
She says she's quite willing to meet you on friendly terms and to let bygones be bygones.
Oh, is she, by George?
Did you want me, Mrs. Higgins? Eliza, dear.
Eliza?
How do you do, Professor Higgins? Are you quite well?
Am I?
So glad to see you again, Colonel Pickering. Quite chilly this morning, isn't it?
How dare you try this game on me? I created her out of the squashed cabbage leaves of Covent Garden, and now she pretends to play the lady with me. Now, come on, Eliza, don't be a fool.
Very nicely put indeed, Henry. No woman could resist such an invitation. Colonel Pickering, I'm only a squashed cabbage leaf, but I owe so much to you that I should be very unhappy if you forgot me. Do you know what began my real education?
What?
Your calling me Miss Doolittle that day when I first came to Wimpole Street. I should like you to call me Eliza. Now, if you would.
Thank you, Eliza.
And I should like Professor Higgins to call me Miss Doolittle. Please don't grind your teeth, Henry.
By George, I say let her go. Let her find out how she can get along without us. She'll relapse into the gutter in 3 weeks without me at her elbow.
I don't believe I could utter one of the old sounds again. Last night, while I was wandering about, a girl spoke to me. I tried to get back into the old way with her, but it was no use. I've forgotten my own language.
May I come in now, ma'am? victory! Now, Wiggins, can you blame the girl? Don't look at me like that, Eliza. These clothes ain't my fault. I've come into some money.
Well, you must have touched a millionaire this time, Dad.
I have. But I've dressed up for something special today. Your stepmother is going to marry me.
You're going to let yourself down to marry that low, common woman.
That's St. George's, Hanover Square. Won't you come and see me turned off, Eliza?
And getting frightened for my pains?
Ah, don't be afraid. She never comes to words with anyone now, poor woman. Middle-class morality has claimed another victim. Respectability has broke all the spirit out of her. It would be a tremendous compliment if you all came.
Oh, well, just to show there's no ill feeling, Dad.
Eliza, I wish to speak to you for a moment.
You can come in the brougham with me, Eliza. Colonel Pickering will go on with the bridegroom. Excuse me while I order the carriage.
Bridegroom. What a word. Well, so long, Henry.
Good luck, old man.
See you in St. George's, Eliza.
Well, Eliza, you've had a bit of your own back, as you call it. Now, are you going to be reasonable?
You want me back only to pick up your slippers and put up with your tempers and fetch and carry for you.
If you come back, I shall treat you just as I've always treated you. My manners are no different from Colonel Pickering.
Oh, that's not true. He treats a flower girl as if she was a duchess.
And I treat a duchess as if she were a flower girl. All right, Eliza, I can do without you. I can do without anybody. I have my own soul, my own spark of divine fire. But I shall miss you, Eliza. I've grown accustomed to your voice and appearance. I like them, rather.
Well, you have both of them on your gramophone and in your book of photographs. When you feel lonely without me, you can turn the machine on. Got no feelings to hurt.
Eliza, you're an idiot. What is it you want? Do you want me to be infatuated with you?
No, that isn't what I want. I've always had chaps who wanted me that way. Freddie Hill writes me twice and 3 times a day. Sheets and sheets.
Insolent puppy, you had no right to encourage him. I won't have my masterpiece thrown away on a Freddie. If you dare take one step in his direction...
I want a little kindness. I know I'm a common, ignorant girl, and you a book-learned gentleman, but I'm not dirt under your feet. What I did was not for the dresses and the taxes. I did it because we were pleasant together, and I came to care for you, not to want you to make love to me, and not forgetting the difference between us, but more friendly like.
Well, if you can't stand the coldness of my sort of life, go back to the gutter. It's real, it's warm, it's violent.
That's no answer to give me.
If you can't appreciate what you've got, you'd better get what you can appreciate. Marry some sentimental hog or other with lots of money. And a thick pair of lips to kiss you with, and a thick pair of boots to kiss you with.
I can't talk to you. You turn everything against me. You know very well I can't go back to the gutter, as you call it. And you think I've nowhere else to go but Father's. But don't you be too sure you have me under your feet to be trampled on and talked down. I can be independent of you. Yes. I know what I'll do. I'll go and be a teacher.
What do you teach them?
What you taught me, I'll teach phonetics.
You try that, and I'll wring your neck.
Oh, what do I care? What a fool I was not to think of it before. You can't take away the knowledge you gave me. You said I had a finer ear than you, and I can be civil and kind to people, which is more than you can. Aha! That's done, Wiggins, it has.
You impudent hussy, by George, Eliza, I said I'd make a woman of you, and I have. 5 minutes ago, you were like a millstone around my neck. Now you're a tower of strength. I'd like you like this.
Yeah, you turn round and make up to me now that I'm not afraid of you and can do without you. I'm going to the carriage. Are you coming?
Certainly not. To a wedding.
Very well, then, Professor. I shall not see you again. Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, Eliza, on your way home, buy me a pair of reindeer gloves, number 8s. You can choose the color.
Buy them yourself.
Won't see me again.
Number 8s are too small for you. If you want them lined, you'll need number 9s. You'll need number 9s.
9?
9.
9.
Section 42 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the Sign of the World's End, the Ugliness of Utopia. It is a pity that the people who are trying to attack the worst sort of Bolshevism have got hold of the very worst way of doing it. I have been called a reactionary, and in one sense I am a reactionary. But I am quite sure there is one golden rule for all good little reactionaries to learn. It is no good to give a superficial answer to a fundamental suggestion, even if it is fundamentally false. Indeed, if it is fundamentally false, it is all the more necessary to answer it with what is fundamentally true. There is no answer to anything radical, even radically wrong, except being more radical still. If the other man has dug deep enough to have almost torn the plant up by its roots, we must dig deeper and see that it brings its own soil with it, so that it can live. If the enemy is mining, we must be countermining, and the countermining must be undermining. If the wrong sort of revolutionist is indeed undermining society, he will most certainly blow up society unless we can undermine him. The revolutionist will win unless we can be more revolutionary than he, in the fundamental sense of being at once more skeptical and more visionary. Now, our real hold on the skeptic is almost always in this, that there is something which he does not doubt, and we do. Challenged upon his own first principles, he finds the whole of his movement checked. Thus, for instance, as long as we tell the Bolshevist that his ideal is a beautiful and bewitching illusion, he will lead men to worse fates in the future. If they follow it now, he will not altogether unnaturally say that it seems odd to refuse to follow an ideal because it is beautiful, and that even by our own account there is as yet nothing to show that it is deceptive. But if we tell him at the beginning that we think his ideal is ugly, that it is ugly as an ideal and not merely as a reality, and that as it is ugly in itself, we are naturally not going to be bothered to follow it. If we tell him that, he is brought to a much more serious standstill. In order to convert us, at any rate, he has to show that his ideal is not ugly, but beautiful and worth following. Now, the modern materialist will find it much more difficult to charm like a poet than to plan plausibly like a company promoter. He will be less insinuating when he woos like a lover than when he takes chances like a tipster. It is not really so difficult for him to convince people that his idea is attainable, that he has figured it all out, like a man with a financial tip or a system for Monte Carlo. But we, by hypothesis, are not telling him that his idea is unattainable. We are telling him we do not want to attain it, whether it is attainable or not. What he has to create in us is a motive, that is, a thing that makes other things move. And it is not an easy business to create a motive. Not half so easy as to assume a motive and explain a plan. What he has to do, if he can, is what the great prophets and religious founders did. He has to make a sort of music in the air, to which things stir and march, even when they have seemed stiff as hedges or rooted as trees. And the modern economic materialist is no Orpheus. In short, it is easier to refute Bolshevism as an ideal than Bolshevism as a business proposition. And this for a very vital and interesting reason. That business can be mystifying, whereas idealism must be plain. Anyone can see this by imagining any working example. Suppose a man knocks at the door with a proposition for providing everybody with a pair of stilts, so that they can henceforth all walk about undefiled by mud and breathing a purer air on a level with the tops of trees. It would take a long time to prove to him that he cannot provide everybody with stilts. You might spend many happy hours with him in your library, looking up encyclopedias, uncovering papers with calculations, before you had proved to him from the census or the reports of the timber trade or the blue books on afforestation that the thing was impossible. Perhaps it isn't impossible, an idea to be kept in mind about the other ideal also. If you want to get rid of the gentleman selling stilts at the door, it is much quicker to tell him that you don't want any stilts, that you don't like stilts, and that he has aroused no stilt motive like music in your mind, or in short that walking on stilts forms no part of your ideal. In short, the idealistic answer is short, sharp, and practical, whereas the practical answer is long-winded, elaborate, and tiresome. If a man proposes to take you to Johannesburg on one of those new amphibio-automatic oil bicycles, which are, for all I know, among the brightest and briskest business propositions advertised in that brilliant seat of culture, it will take a long time to disprove to the tout that the bicycle can travel over land and sea. It will need very complicated scientific calculation to demonstrate that the design is a swindle, though since it emanates from the high places of imperial and scientific finance, it very probably is. It is much simpler to tell him the truth that burns immortally in the breast of every plain, true-hearted Englishman. It is better to tell him that you do not want to go to Johannesburg, any more than to hell. That is what I have to say to the Bolshevist about the Bolshevist utopia. But the point here is that it would take a long time to go into the merits and demerits of the bicycle, whereas it takes a very short time indeed to dismiss the merits and demerits of the South African city. To get to the ideal is to get to the goal, and be done with it. To linger on the practical process may be interminable. The idealistic method is businesslike. The businesslike method is the devil of a business. In the same way, the really swift and simple modes of attack on Marxian materialism and collectivism is simply pointing out that it is ugly, not proving that it is unpractical. It is in preventing people from desiring what the innovators think desirable, much more than in merely prophesying whether they can get what they desire. For a prophecy, however practical, is always arbitrary and mystical, whereas a desire is a definite and objective fact, like a dog or door-knocker. All men know what they want, but only inspired seers know whether they can get it. If men want property and liberty and the life of the distributive state, as we maintain, we will attempt to follow it up by proving it to be practical and probable. But if men do not want collectivism and regimentation and compulsory labor and the rest of the Bolshevist utopia, then it will be a waste of our time to prove it impossible. None of us will sit down to discuss the baffling difficulties of starting a pestilence or the little hitches and worries in the way of procuring a mad dog. There is a truth, probably unconscious, in the common phrase that utopian revolutionists hope to make a new heaven and a new earth. It is true that nobody makes a new earth without first making a new heaven, and this is no more specially true when the heaven is full of gods and angels than when the heaven is empty of everything but ether and stardust. It is quite as true when the heaven is only an abyss or bottomless pit of space. It is quite as true when the heaven is rather like hell. The higher thing, towering over the earth and typifying the general nature of the universe, is still the dominant condition and determining factor in all the earthly regulations and reforms. The heaven of the atheist makes the earth of the atheist, as much as the heaven of the saint makes the earth of the saint. The basis of the whole Marxian business is the religion of monism and materialism. Every man gets his economics from his religion. Only this religion is so laboriously topsy-turvy as to teach the opposite. The notion that the religion came from the economics. The answer to this is really quite simple. The Marxian socialist says that mental states come only from material conditions, to which I reply that his material conditions are bad by his own account, and therefore his mental conclusions are wrong by his own argument. If the situation makes the soul, and if it is a bad situation to be a proletarian, then it is probably a worse situation to be a class-conscious proletarian. If capitalism is a mood of material origin, socialism is a mood of the very same material origin, and that admittedly a very bad and misleading origin. If economics produces ethics, we have no more reason to trust the psychology of a proletarian brought up in a capitalist state than that of a capitalist brought up in a capitalist state. The truth is that this is one intrinsically impossible and intolerable school of thought, because it is thought against thinking. The man who says that ideas are mere material results has in that very sentence destroyed all ideas, including that one. But there is an even deeper element among these elements of the case. It is perhaps the element of emotion rather than thought. Why should a man want to maintain that his will is a blind plant of the swamp, or that his ideals are idols made of mud? Why should men desire to entertain such a dogma as the materialist version of history? I do not speak here of puzzle-headed skeptics who reluctantly digest such dogmas, because they cannot reason their way out of them, but of men who shout them like a war cry and intone them like a creed. We can only say that there seems to be some such pessimistic perversity and spiritual suicide, and that this sect must be counted among the strange sects so afflicted. In practical fact, I think they are often fighting against very real plutocratic tyranny. But in truth, there are two very different fights against tyranny. There is the revolt against the tyrant by the slave, and there is the revolt against the tyrant by the free man. What Nietzsche said of Christianity, what was emphatically not true of Christianity, actually is true of Marxian materialism. It is a slave morality, a protest against particular authorities made by the spirit of slavery, and not by the spirit of liberty. For if it were really working from the love of freedom, it would certainly begin with free will. End of section 42.
Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America will now deliver the 15th in his series of 17 addresses on the general subject, peace. His discourse today is entitled, Prayer in Wartime. I present Monsignor Sheen.
Friends, in this, as in all previous broadcasts, we plead with the Jews and Protestants of the United States to spend an unbroken daily holy hour in prayer and meditation, according to the light of their consciences, for victory and for peace with justice. And we ask our fellow Catholics, in the fullness of their faith in the real presence of our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament, to make a daily holy hour including Mass and Communion. To aid in this national prayer, we renew our offer to send a Holy Hour booklet free to anyone who asks for it. The basic reason for this appeal is that our enemies have the devil on their side. And unless we get on God's side, we will never defeat them. Man is no match for the devil. Unless we pray and are converted to the God of justice and the salvation of Jesus Christ, we must envisage the possibility of defeat. Hence the importance of prayer. In order to understand the meaning of prayer, it may help to make three observations concerning its nature, two of which are negative. Firstly, the essence of prayer is not petition. The important word here is essence, because petition is a legitimate form of prayer. We live in a conditional universe, and many favors are granted on condition that we pray for them. Our Lord himself said, "Ask, and you shall receive." There are many favors hanging from the vault of heaven's blue on silken cords, and prayer is the sword that cuts them. What we are here emphasizing is that we must not pray on the constant assumption that the purpose of prayer is to get something. For if we identify getting with goodness, Then, when we do not get, we may begin to doubt the goodness of God. We must not identify the goodness of God with his readiness to do whatever we ask. St. James tells us, "You ask and do not receive, because you ask amiss, that you may spend it upon your passions." Many a man in the United States is living with only one eye or one finger simply because his parents gave him exactly what he wanted on the 4th of July. I am sure that God has never answered and will never answer a bald-headed man's prayer for hair. And a woman could pray from now until the crack of doom, but God will never take the wart off the end of her nose. Think these reflections through, and you'll understand why not all prayers are answered. God is omnipotent, yes. He can do all things except one thing. He cannot please everybody. And what a terrible world this would be if God answered the selfish prayers of everyone. We who think we could rule the universe better than God. And furthermore, when we pray, we forget that in prayer God supplies our needs, but not always our wants. Our Lord multiplied the loaves and the fishes and gave to every man all that he needed. Suppose, however, that our Lord, instead of multiplying bread, multiplied gold bricks. How many do you think would have been satisfied with one gold brick? Gold is a want. Bread is a need. God satisfies our needs, not our wants. And our divine Lord said on one occasion, "Your Father knows what you need before you ask him." The problem is, then, do I want what he knows I need? Suppose our dear Lord did come to us as we prayed for something and said, "I will give you anything you want. Choose it." Would we not rather abandon our will and, counting on his infinite goodness, ask him to do the choosing? At Christmas, when someone asks what we want, do we not say, "You choose," knowing full well that his generosity will be greater than our daring? Why not begin prayer that way, trusting in God because he knows what is best? Secondly, prayer is not an insurance policy, or a bomb-proof shelter, a bulletproof vest, or a germicide. This observation for those who think that God should suspend the operation of his natural laws every time they get in trouble. Did he on Calvary suspend the law that a nail hit on the head by a hammer would pierce a hand or a foot? The very ones who in time of peace think the business of God is to ensure prosperity are the very ones who in time of adversity think the business of God is to grant immunity from harm. Some prayers are nothing else but selfish expressions of the self-preservation instinct. Did not our Lord say that the sun shines on the just and the wicked? Therefore, may we not expect bombs to fall on the wicked and the just? If this world were all, if man had no immortal soul, if the scales of justice were not balanced beyond the grave, if the loss of physical life were a greater evil than sin, then the goodness of God could be identified with good health, fat bank deposits, and our freedom from wounds. But since this world is the proving ground of character, it must never be assumed that catastrophe is a special sign of sin. Our divine Lord never spoke of perishing in the physical sense, but in the spiritual. When the Pharisees asked, "Rabbi, who has sinned, this man or his parents, that he should be born blind? And our Lord answered, neither this man sinned, nor his parents, but the works of God were to be made manifest in him. The best lives, therefore, are not always saved in battle. Otherwise, the heroes who die in battle and whose names we inscribe on our war memorials would all be wicked men. A St. Francis Assisi in a front-line trench would have no guarantee that God would deflect a bullet to protect his life. But this much we could be sure of. No matter what would happen, nothing could ever turn St. Francis away from God. For as St. Paul says, now we know that for those who love God, all things work together unto good, for those who, according to his purpose, are saints through his call. Please do not misunderstand me. It is right and it is just that we should pray for the safety of our loved ones, but we must not think of prayer always in terms of the suspension of a natural law or as a kind of safety device. A chaplain in the last World War said that he heard some men praying as they went over the top, when he wished that they had gone over the top without a prayer. For their prayer was a mark of a broken will, a selfish desire, and a fear of death, a whimpering of formulas for personal protection in time of crisis. The man alongside of him, who still unbroken and unbeaten, bore his gun like the Savior bore a sore scourge against the thieves, would put that whimpering man to shame. A prayer for personal safety in time of great crisis, when moral issues are at stake, is not what a man ought to be thinking about. It entails putting a greater value on physical life than on duty and on justice. The martyrs of old, who were stretched on racks, tortured and burned, were all men of prayer. They prayed for deliverance like their Savior in the garden, but they would not take it at the cost of faith, or the denial of the Christ whom they bore in their souls. That was too high a price to pay for saving their skins. So they lost their skins and saved their souls. The answer to prayer, then, is not the escape from death, but the power to face it with trust in God. And this brings us to our third point. What prayer really is. Namely, the lifting up of our hearts and our minds to God. More simply still, prayer is communion with God. It is something like you're listening to me on this radio. You wanted to get in touch with me today. You who are listening. We will not go into the question why you did, for it has nothing to do with the analogy. But I can think of one good reason why you all ought to listen to me. Lent, the season of penance. Now, a prayer is like tuning in on the radio. It is a means of giving God access to your souls. In order to tune in a radio program, you must set your dial to the proper wavelength. In like manner, in order to tune in to God, you must make your will correspond to His divine will. Once this is done, just as you listen to the radio program to which you are attuned, so now you become obedient to the divine will to which your soul is attuned. Once the wavelength of our will is adjusted to the wavelength of God's will, we get what we want. Then all prayers are answered. The program is just exactly what we wanted. Prayer, then, is not asking God to do our will. It is asking God to do His will. The purpose of prayer is not to change God's will. It is rather to change our will. We do not go to God with a blueprint of our desires and then ask God to rubber stamp them. Rather, we ask God to give us His blueprint. And then we mobilize all our energies with His grace to fulfill it. Instead of Him approving our plans, we approve His. In wartime, the proper approach is to ask God to use our collective wills and our national arms for His holy purposes, rather than to ask God to serve our purposes. We do not ask God to fight on our side. We pray to fight on God's side. We pray not as Americans who happen to be Christians. We pray as Christians who happen to be Americans. We ask God to do something for us in order that through us we might work for the betterment of the world and the restoration of the moral order. The essence of prayer, therefore, is the longing at all costs to be caught up in God's purposes. I know of a little child who at Christmas time prayed for 1,000 dolls, but she did not receive them. And her unbelieving father, who was constantly ridiculing prayer, one day cynically said to her, "Well, God didn't answer your prayers, did He?" And to which the child gave the glorious answer, "Oh, yes, He did. He said no." That was the child's way of putting what our Savior expressed in the garden centuries ago. He prayed that the chalice of suffering might pass, if it be possible, He said. It was possible. His Father could have done it. 12 legions of angels, He said, could have routed His foes. But it would have been at the cost of not redeeming man. The divine purpose mattered more than his personal safety. God said no. His prayer was answered. Not my will, but thine be done. And is not that the way we pray every time we say the Our Father? Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Do we mean it? There's the answer to those who ask such a question as this. The Germans pray to God, the English pray to God, the Italians pray to God, the Americans pray to God. On whose side is God? Those who ask that question have not the vaguest idea of the meaning of prayer. They assume that God takes sides on the basis of geography rather than on the basis of goodness. But the answer to the question is that God is on the side of those who do His will. That is why we began a crusade among Jews, Protestants, and our fellow Catholics to pray an hour a day that God's will be done amongst us. For if we are with God, no man can be against us. Hence, if the German, the Englishman, the Italian, and the American all prayed as they should, they would all be praying for identically the same intention. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. There would be perfect unity on both sides of the battlefront. Then we would have peace. Peace on earth to men of goodwill. Prayer, then, does not so much help our conduct as our conduct tests our prayers. If we think right, we will live right. The greatest stupidity, I think, that was ever uttered was this. It makes no difference what you believe, but only how you act. Nonsense. We act on our beliefs, and if our beliefs are wrong, we'll act wrongly. Prayer comes before conduct. Live with the God of love in prayer, and you'll act lovingly toward your neighbors. Think with the Christ on his cross, and you'll be charitable to your neighbors. Your actions tell whether you ever pray or not. Not your ears. Prayer is not getting something. It is becoming something. When we become good and glorify his name, then we get not only what we need, but what we ask. And we have his word for it. Amen, amen, I say to you. If you ask the Father anything in my name, he will give it to you. Pray then that we may be victorious by being on God's side. Begin your prayer with a monologue with God, and it will end with a dialogue between you and the God who redeems you. Not only speak to God, also listen. Do not do all the talking. It is not polite. And let us pray for one reason in this holy hour: to bring ourselves in communion with a purpose, God's purpose, God's will. That is what most of us lack in our lives: a goal, a destiny, a loyalty beyond all fleeting enthusiasms. If we are unhappy, there's one basic reason for it. It is because our purpose is at odds with God's purpose, which is best for us. We are crisscross because we deny the value of the cross. You carry a watch, but you do not make your own time. You take it from the sky. You make your own journeys, but you do not draw your own maps. You take them from the world. You live your own life, but you do not make your own perfection. You take it from God. Therefore, pray. Pray an hour a day. God love you. O Lord Jesus Christ, who in thy mercy heareth the prayers of sinners, pour forth, we beseech thee, all grace and blessing upon our country and its citizens. We pray in particular for the President, for our Congress, for all our soldiers, for all who defend us in ships, whether on the seas or in the skies, for all who are suffering the hardships of war. We pray for all who are in peril or in danger. Bring us after the troubles of this life into the haven of peace, and reunite us all together forever, O dear Lord, in thy glorious heavenly kingdom.
The address you have just heard was entitled Prayer in Wartime and was delivered by Monsignor.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Chapter 9 of The Everlasting Man by G.K. Chesterton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The God in the Cave. This sketch of the human story began in a cave, the cave which popular science associates with the caveman, and in which practical discovery has really found archaic drawings of animals. The second half of human history, which was like a new creation of the world, also begins in a cave. There is even a shadow of such a fancy in the fact that animals were again present, for it was a cave used as a stable by the mountaineers of the uplands about Bethlehem, who still drive their cattle into such holes and caverns at night. It was here that a homeless couple had crept underground with the cattle when the doors of the crowded caravanserai had been shut in their faces. And it was here, beneath the very feet of the passers-by, in a cellar under the very floor of the world, that Jesus Christ was born. But in that second creation there was indeed something symbolical in the roots of the primeval rock or the horns of the prehistoric herd. God also was a caveman, and had also traced strange shapes of creatures curiously coloured upon the wall of the world, but the pictures that he made had come to life. A mass of legend and literature, which increases and will never end, has repeated and rung the changes on that single paradox, that the hands that had made the sun and stars were too small to reach the huge heads of the cattle. Upon this paradox, we might almost say upon this jest, all the literature of our faith is founded. It is at least like a jest in this, that it is something which the scientific critic cannot see. He laboriously explains the difficulty which we have always defiantly and almost derisively exaggerated, and mildly condemns as improbable something that we have almost madly exalted as incredible, as something that would be much too good to be true, except that it is true. When that contrast between the cosmic creation and the little local infancy has been repeated, reiterated, underlined, emphasized, exalted in, sung, shouted, roared, not to say howled, in 100,000 hymns, carols, rhymes, rituals, pictures, poems, and popular sermons, it may be suggested that we hardly need a higher critic to draw our attention to something a little odd about it, especially one of the sort that seemed to take a long time to see a joke, even his own joke. But about this contrast and combination of ideas, one thing may be said here, because it is relevant to the whole thesis of this book. The sort of modern critic of whom I speak is generally much impressed with the importance of education in life, and the importance of psychology in education. That sort of man is never tired of telling us that first impressions fix character by the law of causation, and he will become quite nervous if a child's visual sense is poisoned by the wrong colours on a gollywog, or his nervous system prematurely shaken by a cacophonous rattle. Yet he will think us very narrow-minded if we say that this is exactly why there really is a difference between being brought up as a Christian and being brought up as a Jew or a Muslim or an atheist. The difference is that every Catholic child has learnt from pictures, and even every Protestant child from stories, this incredible combination of contrasted ideas as one of the very first impressions on his mind. It is not merely a theological difference, it is a psychological difference which can outlast any theologies. It really is, as that sort of scientist loves to say about anything, incurable. Any agnostic or atheist whose childhood has known a real Christmas has ever afterwards, whether he likes it or not, an association in his mind between two ideas that most of mankind must regard as remote from each other, the idea of a baby and the idea of unknown strength that sustains the stars. His instincts and imagination can still connect them when his reason can no longer see the need of the connection. For him there will always be some savour of religion about the mere picture of a mother and a baby, some hint of mercy and softening about the mere mention of the dreadful name of God. But the two ideas are not naturally or necessarily combined. They would not be necessarily combined for an ancient Greek or a Chinaman, even for Aristotle of Confucius. It is no more inevitable to connect God with an infant than to connect gravitation with a kitten. It has been created in our minds by Christmas because we are Christians, because we are psychological Christians even when we are not theological ones. In other words, this combination of ideas has emphatically, in the much disputed phrase, altered human nature. There is really a difference between the man who knows it and the man who does not. It may not be a difference of moral worth, for the Muslim or the Jew might be worthier according to his lights, but it is a plain fact about the crossing of two particular lights, the conjunction of two stars in our particular horoscope. Omnipotence and impotence, or divinity and infancy, do definitely make a sort of epigram, which a million repetitions cannot turn into a platitude. It is not unreasonable to call it unique. Bethlehem is emphatically a place where extremes meet. Here begins, it is needless to say, another mighty influence for the humanization of Christendom. If the world wanted what is called a non-controversial aspect of Christianity, it would probably select Christmas. Yet it is obviously bound up with what is supposed to be a controversial aspect. I could never at any stage of my opinions imagine why. The respect paid to the Blessed Virgin. When I was a boy, a more Puritan generation objected to a statue upon my parish church representing the Virgin and Child. After much controversy, they compromised by taking away the child. One would think that this was even more corrupted with Mariolatry, unless the mother was counted less dangerous when deprived of a sort of weapon. But the practical difficulty is also a parable. You cannot chip away the statue of a mother from all round that of a newborn child. You cannot suspend the newborn child in mid-air. Indeed, you cannot really have a statue of a newborn child at all. Similarly, you cannot suspend the idea of a newborn child in the void, or think of him without thinking of his mother. You cannot visit the child without visiting the mother. You cannot, in common human life, approach the child except through the mother. If we are to think of Christ in this aspect at all, the other idea follows as it followed in history. We must either leave Christ out of Christmas, or Christmas out of Christ, or we must admit, if only as we admit it in an old picture, that those holy heads are too near together for the halos not to mingle and cross. It might be suggested in a somewhat violent image that nothing had happened in that fold or crack in the great grey hills except that the whole universe had been turned inside out. I mean that all the eyes of wonder and worship which had been turned outwards to the largest thing were now turned inward to the smallest. The very image will suggest all that multitudinous marvel of converging eyes that makes so much of the coloured Catholic imagery like a peacock's tail. But it is true in a sense that God, who had been only a circumference, was seen as a centre, and a centre is infinitely small. It is true that the spiritual spiral henceforward works inwards instead of outwards, and in that sense is centripetal and not centrifugal. The faith becomes, in more ways than one, a religion of little things. But its traditions in art and literature and popular fable have quite sufficiently attested, as has been said, this particular paradox of the divine being in the cradle. Perhaps they have not so clearly emphasized the significance of the divine being in the cave. Curiously enough, indeed, tradition has not very clearly emphasized the cave. It is a familiar fact that the Bethlehem scene has been represented in every possible setting of time and country, of landscape and architecture, and it is a wholly happy and admirable fact that men have conceived it as quite different according to their different individual traditions and tastes. But while all have realized that it was a stable, not so many have realized that it was a cave. Some critics have even been so silly as to suppose that there was some contradiction between the stable and the cave, in which case they cannot know much about caves or stables in Palestine. As they see differences that are not there, it is needless to add that they do not see differences that are there. When a well-known critic says, for instance, that Christ being born in a rocky cavern is like Mithras having sprung alive out of a rock, it sounds like a parody upon comparative religion. There is such a thing as the point of a story, even if it is a story in the sense of a lie. And the notion of a hero appearing, like Pallas from the brain of Zeus, mature and without a mother, is obviously the very opposite of the idea of a god being born like an ordinary baby and entirely dependent on a mother. Whichever ideal we might prefer, we should surely see that they are contrary ideals. It is as stupid to connect them because they both contain a substance called stone as to identify the punishment of the deluge with the baptism in the Jordan because they both contain a substance called water. Whether as a myth or a mystery, Christ was obviously conceived as born in a hole in the rocks primarily because it marked the position of one outcast and homeless. Nevertheless, it is true, as I have said, that the cave has not been so commonly or so clearly used as a symbol as the other realities that surround the first Christmas. And the reason for this also refers to the very nature of that new world. It was, in a sense, the difficulty of a new dimension. Christ was not only born on the level of the world, but even lower than the world. The first act of the divine drama was enacted not only on no stage set up above the sightseer, but on a dark and curtained stage, sunken out of sight, and that is an idea very difficult to express in most modes of artistic expression. It is the idea of simultaneous happenings on different levels of life. Something like it might have been attempted in the more archaic and decorative medieval art. But the more the artists learned of realism and perspective, the less they could depict at once the angels in the heavens and the shepherds on the hills, and the glory in the darkness that was under the hills. Perhaps it could have been best conveyed by the characteristic expedient of some of the medieval guilds, when they wheeled about the streets a theatre with 3 stages, one above the other, with heaven above the earth and hell under the earth. But in the riddle of Bethlehem it was heaven that was under the earth. There is in that alone the touch of a revolution, as of the world turned upside down. It would be vain to attempt to say anything adequate or anything new about the change which this conception of a deity born like an outcast, or even an outlaw, had upon the whole conception of law and its duties to the poor and outcast. It is profoundly true to say that after that moment there could be no slaves. There could be and were people bearing that legal title until the church was strong enough to weed them out, but there could be no more of the pagan repose in the mere advantage of the state of keeping it in a servile state. Individuals became important in a sense in which no instruments can be important. A man could not be a means to an end, at any rate to any other man's end. All this popular and fraternal element in the story has been rightly attached by tradition to the episode of the shepherds, the hinds who found themselves talking face to face with the princes of heaven. But there is another aspect of the popular element as represented by the shepherds which has not perhaps been so fully developed, and which is more directly relevant here. Men of the people, like the shepherds, men of the popular tradition, had everywhere been the makers of the mythologies. It was they who had felt most directly, with least check or chill from philosophy or the corrupt cults of civilization, the need we have already considered, the images that were adventures of the imagination, the mythology that was a sort of search, the tempting and tantalizing hints of something half-human in nature, the dumb significance of seasons and special places. They had best understood that the soul of a landscape is a story, and the soul of a story is a personality. But rationalism had already begun to rot away these really irrational, though imaginative treasures of the peasant, even as systematic slavery had eaten the peasant out of house and home. Upon all such peasantries everywhere there was descending a dusk and twilight of disappointment in the hour when these few men discovered what they sought. Everywhere else Arcadia was fading from the forest, Pan was dead, and the shepherds were scattered like sheep. And though no man knew it, the hour was near which was to end and to fulfill all things, and though no man heard it, there was one far-off cry in an unknown tongue upon the heaving wilderness of the mountains. The shepherds had found their shepherd. And the thing they found was of a kind with the things they sought. The populace had been wrong in many things, but they had not been wrong in believing that holy things could have a habitation, and that divinity need not disdain the limits of time and space. And the barbarian who conceived the crudest fancy about the sun being stolen and hidden in a box, or the wildest myth about the god being rescued and his enemy deceived with a stone, was nearer to the secret of the cave, and knew more about the crisis of the world, than all those in the circle of cities round the Mediterranean who had become content with cold abstractions or cosmopolitan generalizations, than all those who were spinning thinner and thinner threads of thought out of the transcendentalism of Plato or the Orientalism of Pythagoras. The place that the shepherds found was not an academy or an abstract republic. It was not a place of myths allegorized or dissected or explained away. It was a place of dreams come true. Since that hour, no mythologies have been made in the world. Mythology is a search. We all know that the popular presentation of this popular story, in so many miracle plays and carols, has given to the shepherds the costume, the language, and the landscape of the separate English and European countrysides. We all know that one shepherd will talk in a Somerset dialect, or another talk of driving his sheep from Conway towards the Clyde. Most of us know by this time how true is that error, how wise, how artistic, how intensely Christian and Catholic is that anachronism. But some who have seen it in these scenes of medieval rusticity have perhaps not seen it in another sort of poetry, which it is sometimes the fashion to call artificial rather than artistic. I fear that many modern critics will see only a faded classicism in the fact that men like Crashaw and Herrick conceived the shepherds of Bethlehem under the form of the shepherds of Virgil. Yet they were profoundly right, and in turning their Bethlehem play into a Latin eclogue, they took up one of the most important links in human history. Virgil, as we have already seen, does stand for all that saner heathenism that had overthrown the insane heathenism of human sacrifice, but the very fact that even the Virgilian virtues and the sane heathenism were in incurable decay is the whole problem to which the revelation to the shepherds is the solution. If the world had ever had the chance to grow weary of being demoniac, it might have been healed merely by becoming sane. But if it had grown weary even of being sane, what was to happen except what did happen? Nor is it false to conceive the Arcadian shepherd of the eclogues as rejoicing in what did happen. One of the eclogues has even been claimed as a prophecy of what did happen. But it is quite as much in the tone and incidental diction of the great poet that we feel the potential sympathy with the great event. And even in their own human phrases, the voices of the Virgilian shepherds might more than once have broken upon more than the tenderness of Italy. Incipe parve puer risu cognoscere materem. They might have found in that strange place all that was best in the last traditions of the Latins, and something better than a wooden idol standing up forever for the pillar of the human family, a household god. But they and all the other mythologists would be justified in rejoicing that the event had fulfilled not merely the mysticism but the materialism of mythology. Mythology had many sins, but it had not been wrong in being as carnal as the Incarnation. With something of the ancient voice that was supposed to have rung through the groves, it could cry again, "We have seen, he hath seen us, a visible God." So the ancient shepherds might have danced, and their feet have been beautiful upon the mountains, rejoicing over the philosophers. But the philosophers had also heard. It is a strange story, though an old one, how they came out of Orient lands, crowned with the majesty of kings, and clothed with something of the mystery of magicians. That truth, that is tradition, has wisely remembered them almost as unknown quantities, as mysterious as their mysterious and melodious names, Melchior, Caspar, Balthazar. But there came with them all the world of wisdom that had watched the stars in Chaldea and the sun in Persia, and we shall not be wrong if we see in them the same curiosity that moves all the sages. They would stand for the same human ideal if their names had really been Confucius or Pythagoras or Plato. They were those who sought not tales but the truth of things, and since their thirst for truth was itself a thirst for God, they also have had their reward. But even in order to understand that reward, we must understand that for philosophy as much as mythology, that reward was the completion of the incomplete. Such learned men would doubtless have come, as these learned men did come, to find themselves confirmed in much that was true in their own traditions and right in their own reasoning. Confucius would have found a new foundation for the family in the very reversal of the Holy Family. Buddha would have looked upon a new renunciation of stars rather than jewels, and divinity than royalty. These learned men would still have the right to say, or rather a new right to say, that there was truth in their old teaching. But after all, these learned men would have come to learn. They would have come to complete their conception with something they had not yet conceived, even to balance their imperfect universe with something they might once have contradicted. Buddha would have come from his impersonal paradise to worship a person. Confucius would have come from his temples of ancestor worship to worship a child. We must grasp from the first this character in the new cosmos, that it was larger than the old cosmos. In that sense, Christendom is larger than creation, as creation had been before Christ. It included things that had not been there. It also included the things that had been there. The point happens to be well illustrated in this example of Chinese piety, but it would be true of other pagan virtues or pagan beliefs. Nobody can doubt that a reasonable respect for parents is part of a gospel in which God himself was subject in childhood to earthly parents. But the other sense in which the parents were subject to him does introduce an idea that is not Confucian. The infant Christ is not like the infant Confucius. Our mysticism conceives him in an immortal infancy. I do not know what Confucius would have done with the bambino had it come to life in his arms as it did in the arms of St. Francis. But this is true in relation to all the other religions and philosophies. It is the challenge of the Church. The Church contains what the world does not contain. Life itself does not provide, as she does, for all sides of life. That every other single system is narrow and insufficient compared to this one, that is not a rhetorical boast. It is a real fact and a real dilemma. Where is the Holy Child amid the Stoics and the ancestor worshippers? Where is Our Lady of the Muslims, a woman made for no man and set above all angels? Where is St. Michael in the monks of Buddha, rider and master of the trumpets, guarding for every soldier the honour of the sword? What could St. Thomas Aquinas do with the mythology of Brahmanism, he who set forth all the science and rationality and even rationalism of Christianity? Yet even if we compare Aquinas with Aristotle, at the other extreme of reason, we shall find the same sense of something added. Aquinas could understand the most logical parts of Aristotle. It is doubtful if Aristotle could have understood the most mystical parts of Aquinas. Even where we can hardly call the Christian greater, we are forced to call him larger. But it is so to whatever philosophy or heresy or modern movement we may turn. How would Francis the Troubadour have fared among the Calvinists, or for that matter among the utilitarians of the Manchester school? Yet men like Bossuet and Pascal could be as stern and logical as any Calvinist or utilitarian. How would St. Joan of Arc, a woman waving on men to war with the sword, have fared among the Quakers, or the Doukhobors, or the Tolstoyan sect of pacifists? Yet any number of Catholic saints have spent their lives in preaching peace and preventing wars. It is the same with all the modern attempts at syncretism. They are never able to make something larger than the creed without leaving something out. I do not mean leaving out something divine, but something human, the flag or the inn or the boy's tale of battle or the hedge at the end of the field. The Theosophists build a pantheon, but it is only a pantheon for pantheists. They call a parliament of religions as a reunion of all the peoples, but it is only a reunion of all the prigs. Yet exactly such a pantheon had been set up 2,000 years before by the shores of the Mediterranean, and Christians were invited to set up the image of Jesus side by side with the image of Jupiter, of Mithras, of Osiris, of Attis, or of Ammon. It was the refusal of the Christians that was the turning point of history. If the Christians had accepted, they and the whole world would have certainly, in a grotesque but exact metaphor, gone to pot. They would all have been boiled down to one lukewarm liquid in that great pot of cosmopolitan corruption in which all the other myths and mysteries were already melting. It was an awful and an appealing escape. Nobody understands the nature of the Church, or the ringing note of the creed descending from antiquity, who does not realize that the whole world once very nearly died of broad-mindedness and the brotherhood of all religions. Here it is the important point that the Magi, who stand for mysticism and philosophy, are truly conceived as seeking something new and even as finding something unexpected. That tense sense of crisis which still tingles in the Christmas story, and even in every Christmas celebration, accentuates the idea of a search and a discovery. The discovery is, in this case, truly a scientific discovery. For the other mystical figures in the miracle play, for the angel and the mother, the shepherds and the soldiers of Herod, there may be aspects both simpler and more supernatural, more elemental or more emotional. But the wise men must be seeking wisdom, and for them there must be a light also in the intellect. And this is the light, that the Catholic creed is Catholic, and that nothing else is Catholic. The philosophy of the Church is universal. The philosophy of the philosophers was not universal. Had Plato and Pythagoras and Aristotle stood for an instant in the light that came out of that little cave, they would have known that their own light was not universal. It is far from certain, indeed, that they did not know it already. Philosophy, indeed, like mythology, had very much the air of a search. It is the realization of this truth that gives its traditional majesty and mystery to the figures of the three kings, the discovery that religion is broader than philosophy, and that this is the broadest of religions contained within this narrow space. The magicians were gazing at the strange pentacle with the human triangle reversed, and they have never come to the end of their calculations about it. For it is the paradox of that group in the cave, that while our emotions about it are of childish simplicity, our thoughts about it can branch with a never-ending complexity, and we can never reach the end even of our own ideas about the child who was a father and the mother who was a child. We might well be content to say that mythology had come with the shepherds and philosophy with the philosophers, and that it only remained for them to combine into the recognition of religion. But there was a third element that must not be ignored, and one which that religion forever refuses to ignore in any revel or reconciliation. There was present in the primary scenes of the drama that enemy that had rotted the legends with lust and frozen the theories into atheism, but which answered the direct challenge with something of that more direct method which we have seen in the conscious cult of the demons. In the description of that demon worship, of the devouring detestation of innocence shown in the works of its witchcraft and the most inhuman of its human sacrifice, I have said less of its indirect and secret penetration of the saner paganism, the soaking of mythological imagination with sex, the rise of imperial pride into insanity. But both the indirect and the direct influence make themselves felt in the drama of Bethlehem. A ruler under the Roman suzerainty, probably equipped and surrounded with the Roman ornament and order, though himself of Eastern blood, seems in that hour to have felt stirring within him the spirit of strange things. We all know the story of how Herod, alarmed at some rumour of a mysterious rival, remembered the wild gesture of the capricious despots in Asia, and ordered a massacre of suspects of the new generation of the populace. Everyone knows the story, but not everyone has perhaps noted its place in the story of the strange religions of men. Not everybody has seen the significance even of its very contrast with the Corinthian columns and Roman pavement of that conquered and superficially civilized world. Only as the purpose in this dark spirit began to show and shine in the eyes of the Idumean, a seer might perhaps have seen something like a great grey ghost that looked over his shoulder, have seen behind him filling the dome of night and hovering for the last time over history that vast and fearful face that was Moloch of the Carthaginians, awaiting his last tribute from a ruler of the races of Shem. The demons also, in that first festival of Christmas, feasted after their own fashion. Unless we understand the presence of that enemy, we shall not only miss the point of Christianity, but even miss the point of Christmas. Christmas for us in Christendom has become one thing, and in one sense even a simple thing. But like all the truths of that tradition, it is in another sense a very complex thing. Its unique note is the simultaneous striking of many notes, of humility, of gaiety, of gratitude, of mystical fear, but also of vigilance and of drama. It is not only an occasion for the peacemakers any more than for the merrymakers. It is not only a Hindu peace conference any more than it is only a Scandinavian winter feast. There is something defiant in it also, something that makes the abrupt bells at midnight sound like the great guns of a battle that has just been won. All this indescribable thing that we call the Christmas atmosphere only hangs in the air as something like a lingering fragrance or fading vapour from the exultant explosion of that 1 hour in the Judean hills nearly 2,000 years ago. But the savour is still unmistakable, and it is something too subtle or too solitary to be covered by our use of the word peace. By the very nature of the story, the rejoicings in the cavern were rejoicings in a fortress or an outlaw's den. Properly understood, it is not unduly flippant to say they were rejoicings in a dugout. It is not only true that such a subterranean chamber was a hiding Alps from enemies, and that the enemies were already scouring the stony plain that lay above it like a sky. It is not only that the very horse hoofs of Herod might in that sense have passed like thunder over the sunken head of Christ. It is also that there is in that image a true idea of an outpost, of a piercing through the rock and an entrance into an enemy territory. There is in this buried divinity an idea of undermining the world, of shaking the towers and palaces from below, even as Herod the great king felt that earthquake under him and swayed with his swaying palace. That is perhaps the mightiest of the mysteries of the cave. It is already apparent that though men are said to have looked for hell under the earth, in this case it is rather heaven that is under the earth. And there follows in this strange story the idea of an upheaval of heaven. That is the paradox of the whole position, that henceforth the highest thing can only work from below. Royalty can only return to its own by a sort of rebellion. Indeed, the Church from its beginnings, and perhaps especially in its beginnings, was not so much a principality as a revolution against the prince of the world. This sense that the world had been conquered by the great usurper, and was in his possession, has been much deplored or derided by those optimists who identify enlightenment with ease. But it was responsible for all that thrill of defiance and a beautiful danger that made the good news seem to be really both good and new. It was, in truth, against a huge unconscious usurpation that it raised a revolt, and originally so obscure a revolt. Olympus still occupied the sky like a motionless cloud, moulded into many mighty forms. Philosophy still sat in the high places and even on the thrones of the kings when Christ was born in the cave and Christianity in the catacombs. In both cases we may remark the same paradox of revolution, the sense of something despised and of something feared. The cave in one aspect is only a hole or corner into which the outcasts are swept like rubbish, yet in the other aspect it is a hiding place of something valuable, which the tyrants are seeking like treasure. In one sense they are there because the innkeeper would not even remember them, and in another because the king can never forget them. We have already noted that this paradox appeared also in the treatment of the early church. It was important while it was still insignificant, and certainly while it was still impotent. It was important solely because it was intolerable, and in that sense it is true to say that it was intolerable because it was intolerant. It was resented because, in its own still and almost secret way, it had declared war. It had risen out of the ground to wreck the heaven and earth of heathenism. It did not try to destroy all that creation of gold and marble, but it contemplated a world without it. It dared to look right through it, as though the gold and marble had been glass. Those who charged the Christians with burning down Rome with firebrands were slanderers, but they were at least far nearer to the nature of Christianity than those among the moderns who tell us that the Christians were a sort of ethical society, being martyred in a languid fashion for telling men they had a duty to their neighbours, and only mildly disliked because they were meek and mild. Herod had his place, therefore, in the miracle play of Bethlehem, because he is the menace to the church militant, and shows it from the first as under persecution and fighting for its life. For those who think this a discord, it is a discord that sounds simultaneously with the Christmas bells. For those who think the idea of the crusade is one that spoils the idea of the cross, we can only say that for them the idea of the cross is spoiled. The idea of the cross is spoiled quite literally in the cradle. It is not here to the purpose to argue with them on the abstract ethics of fighting. The purpose in the place is merely to sum up the combination of ideas that make up the Christian and Catholic idea, and to note that all of them are already crystallized in the first Christmas story. They are three distinct and commonly contrasted things, which are nevertheless one thing. But this is the only thing which can make them one. The first is the human instinct for a heaven that shall be as literal and almost as local as a home. It is the idea pursued by all poets and pagans making myths, that a particular place must be the shrine of the god, or the abode of the blessed, that fairyland is a land, or that the return of the ghost must be the resurrection of the body. I do not here reason about the refusal of rationalism to satisfy this need. I only say that if the rationalists refuse to satisfy it, the pagans will not be satisfied. This is present in the story of Bethlehem and Jerusalem, as it is present in the story of Delos and Delphi, and as it is not present in the whole universe of Lucretius or the whole universe of Herbert Spencer. The second element is a philosophy larger than other philosophies, larger than that of Lucretius, and infinitely larger than that of Herbert Spencer. It looks at the world through 100 windows where the ancient Stoic or the modern agnostic only looks through one. It sees life with thousands of eyes belonging to thousands of different sorts of people, where the other is only the individual standpoint of a Stoic or an agnostic. It has something for all moods of man. It finds work for all kinds of men. It understands secrets of psychology. It is aware of depths of evil. It is able to distinguish between real and unreal marvels and miraculous exceptions. It trains itself in tact about hard cases, all with a multiplicity and subtlety and imagination about the varieties of life, which is far beyond the bald or breezy platitudes of most ancient or modern moral philosophy. In a word, there is more in it. It finds more in existence to think about. It gets more out of life. Masses of this material about our many-sided life have been added since the time of St. Thomas Aquinas, but St. Thomas Aquinas alone would have found himself limited in the world of Confucius or of Comte. And the third point is this, that while it is local enough for poetry and larger than any other philosophy, it is also a challenge and a fight. While it is deliberately broadened to embrace every aspect of truth, it is still stiffly embattled against every mode of error. It gets every kind of man to fight for it, it gets every kind of weapon to fight with, it widens its knowledge of the things that are fought for and against with every art of curiosity or sympathy, but it never forgets that it is fighting. It proclaims peace on earth and never forgets why there was war in heaven. This is the Trinity of Truths, symbolized here by the three types in the old Christmas story, the shepherds and the kings, and that other king who warred upon the children. It is simply not true to say that other religions and philosophies are in this respect its rivals. It is not true to say that any one of them combines these characters. It is not true to say that any one of them pretends to combine them. Buddhism may profess to be equally mystical. It does not even profess to be equally military. Islam may profess to be equally military. It does not even profess to be equally metaphysical and subtle. Confucianism may profess to satisfy the need of the philosophers for order and reason. It does not even profess to satisfy the need of the mystics for miracle and sacrament, and the consecration of concrete things. There are many evidences of this presence of a spirit at once universal and unique. One will serve here, which is the symbol of the subject of this chapter, that no other story, no pagan legend or philosophical anecdote or historical event does in fact affect any of us with that peculiar and even poignant impression produced on us by the word Bethlehem. No other birth of a god or childhood of a sage seems to us to be Christmas or anything like Christmas. It is either too cold or too frivolous, or too formal and classical, or too simple and savage, or too occult and complicated. Not one of us, whatever his opinions, would ever go to such a scene with the sense that he was going home. He might admire it because it was poetical, or because it was philosophical, or any number of other things in separation, but not because it was itself. The truth is that there is a quite peculiar and individual character about the hold of this story on human nature. It is not in its psychological substance at all like a mere legend or the life of a great man. It does not exactly, in the ordinary sense, turn our minds to greatness, to those extensions and exaggerations of humanity which are turned into gods and heroes even by the healthiest sort of hero worship. It does not exactly work outwards, adventurously, to the wonders to be found at the ends of the earth. It is rather something that surprises us from behind, from the hidden and personal part of our being, like that which can sometimes take us off our guard in the pathos of small objects, or the blind pieties of the poor. It is rather as if a man had found an inner room in the very heart of his own house, which he had never suspected, and seen a light from within. It is as if he found something at the back of his own heart that betrayed him into good. It is not made of what the world would call strong materials, or rather it is made of materials whose strength is in that winged levity with which they brush us and pass. It is all that is in us, but a brief tenderness that is there made eternal. All that means no more than a momentary softening that is in some strange fashion become a strengthening and a repose. It is the broken speech and the lost word that are made positive and suspended unbroken. as the strange kings fade into a far country, and the mountains resound no more with the feet of the shepherds, and only the night and the cavern lie in fold upon fold over something more human than humanity. End of chapter 9.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Chapter 11 of The Everlasting Man by G.K. Chesterton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The strangest story in the world. In the last chapter, I have deliberately stressed what seems to be nowadays a neglected side of the New Testament story, but nobody will suppose, I imagine, that it is meant to obscure that side that may truly be called human. That Christ was and is the most merciful of judges and the most sympathetic of friends is a fact of considerably more importance in our own private lives than in anybody's historical speculations. But the purpose of this book is to point out that something unique has been swamped in cheap generalizations, and for that purpose it is relevant to insist that even what was most universal was also most original. For instance, we might take a topic which really is sympathetic to the modern mood, as the ascetic vocations recently referred to are not. The exaltation of childhood is something which we do really understand, but it was by no means a thing that was then in that sense understood. If we wanted an example of the originality of the gospel, we could hardly take a stronger or more startling one. Nearly 2,000 years afterwards, we happen to find ourselves in a mood that does really feel the mystical charm of the child. We express it in romances and regrets about childhood, in Peter Pan or The Child's Garden of Verses. And we can say of the words of Christ with so angry an anti-Christian as Swinburne, "No sign that ever was given to faithful or faithless eyes showed ever beyond clouds riven so clear a paradise. Earth's creeds may be 70 times 7, and blood have defiled each creed, but if such be the kingdom of heaven, it must be heaven indeed." But that paradise was not clear until Christianity had gradually cleared it. The pagan world as such would not have understood any such thing as a serious suggestion that a child is higher or holier than a man. It would have seemed like the suggestion that a tadpole is higher or holier than a frog. To the merely rationalistic mind it would sound like saying that a bud must be more beautiful than a flower, or that an unripe apple must be better than a ripe one. In other words, this modern feeling is an entirely mystical feeling. It is quite as mystical as the cult of virginity. In fact, it is a cult of virginity. But pagan antiquity had much more idea of the holiness of the virgin than of the holiness of the child. For various reasons, we have come nowadays to venerate children, perhaps partly because we envy children for still doing what men used to do, such as play simple games and enjoy fairy tales. Over and above this, however, there is a great deal of real and subtle psychology in our appreciation of childhood. But if we turn it into a modern discovery, we must once more admit that the historical Jesus of Nazareth had already discovered it 2,000 years too soon. There was certainly nothing in the world around him to help him to discovery. Here, Christ was indeed human, but more human than a human being was then likely to be. Peter Pan does not belong to the world of Pan, but the world of Peter. Even in the matter of literary style, if we suppose ourselves thus sufficiently detached to look at it in that light, there is a curious quality to which no critic seems to have done justice. It had, among other things, a singular air of piling tower upon tower by the use of the a fortiori, making a pagoda of degrees like the 7 heavens. I have already noted that almost inverted imaginative vision which pictured the impossible penance of the cities of the plain. There is perhaps nothing so perfect in all language or literature as the use of these 3 degrees in the parable of the lilies of the field, in which he seems first to take one small flower in his hand and note its simplicity and even its impotence, then suddenly expands it in flamboyant colours into all the palaces and pavilions full of a great name in national legend and national glory, and then, by yet a 3rd overturn, shrivels it to nothing once more with a gesture as if flinging it away, And if God so clothes the grass that today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, how much more? It is like the building of a good Babel tower by white magic in a moment, and in the movement of a hand, a tower heaved suddenly up to heaven, on the top of which can be seen afar off, higher than we had fancied possible, the figure of man, lifted by 3 infinities above all other things, on a starry ladder of light logic and swift imagination. Merely in a literary sense it would be more of a masterpiece than most of the masterpieces in the libraries. Yet it seems to have been uttered almost at random while a man might pull a flower. But merely in a literary sense also, this use of the comparative in several degrees has about it a quality which seems to me to hint of much higher things than the modern suggestion of the simple teaching of pastoral or communal ethics. There is nothing that really indicates a subtle and, in the true sense, a superior mind, so much as this power of comparing a lower thing with a higher, and yet that higher with a higher still, of thinking on 3 planes at once. There is nothing that wants the rarest sort of wisdom so much as to see, let us say, that the citizen is higher than the slave, and yet that the soul is infinitely higher than the citizen or the city. It is not by any means a faculty that commonly belongs to these simplifiers of the gospel, those who insist on what they call a simple morality, and others call a sentimental morality. It is not at all covered by those who are content to tell everybody to remain at peace. On the contrary, there is a very striking example of it in the apparent inconsistency between Christ's sayings about peace and about a sword. It is precisely this power which perceives that while a good peace is better than a good war, even a good war is better than a bad peace. These far-flung comparisons are nowhere so common as in the Gospels, and to me they suggest something very vast. So a thing solitary and solid, with the added dimension of depth or height, might tower above the flat creatures living only on a plain. This quality of something that can only be called subtle and superior, something that is capable of long views and even of double meanings, is not noted here merely as a counterblast to the commonplace exaggerations of amiability and mild idealism. It is also to be noted in connection with the more tremendous truth touched upon at the end of the last chapter. For this is the very last character that commonly goes with mere megalomania, especially such steep and staggering megalomania as might be involved in that claim. This quality that can only be called intellectual distinction is not, of course, an evidence of divinity, but it is an evidence of a probable distaste for vulgar and vainglorious claims to divinity. A man of that sort, if he were only a man, would be the last man in the world to suffer from that intoxication by one notion from nowhere in particular, which is the mark of the self-deluding sensationalist in religion. Nor is it even avoided by denying that Christ did make this claim. Of no such man as that, of no other prophet or philosopher of the same intellectual order, would it be even possible to pretend that he had made it. Even if the Church had mistaken his meaning, it would still be true that no other historical tradition except the Church had ever even made the same mistake. Mohammedans did not misunderstand Muhammad and suppose he was Allah. Jews did not misinterpret Moses and identify him with Jehovah. Why was this claim alone exaggerated, unless this alone was made? Even if Christianity was one vast universal blunder, it is still a blunder as solitary as the Incarnation. The purpose of these pages is to fix the falsity of certain vague and vulgar assumptions, and we have here one of the most false. There is a sort of notion in the air everywhere that all the religions are equal because all the religious founders were rivals, that they are all fighting for the same starry crown. It is quite false. The claim to that crown, or anything like that crown, is really so rare as to be unique. Muhammad did not make it any more than Micah or Malachi. Confucius did not make it any more than Plato or Marcus Aurelius. Buddha never said he was Brahma. Zoroaster no more claimed to be Ormuz than to be Arhiman. The truth is that, in the common run of cases, it is just as we should expect it to be, in common sense and certainly in Christian philosophy. It is exactly the other way. Normally speaking, the greater a man is, the less likely he is to make the very greatest claim. Outside the unique case we are considering, the only kind of man who ever does make that kind of claim is a very small man, a secretive or self-centered monomaniac. Nobody can imagine Aristotle claiming to be the father of gods and men, come down from the sky, though we might imagine some insane Roman emperor like Caligula claiming it for him, or more probably for himself. Nobody can imagine Shakespeare talking as if he were literally divine, though we might imagine some crazy American crank finding it as a cryptogram in Shakespeare's works, or preferably in his own works. It is possible to find here and there human beings who make this supremely superhuman claim. It is possible to find them in lunatic asylums, in padded cells, possibly in strait waistcoats. But what is much more important than their mere materialistic fate in our very materialistic society, under very crude and clumsy laws about lunacy, the type we know as tinged with this, or tending towards it, is a diseased and disproportionate type, narrow yet swollen and morbid to monstrosity. It is by rather an unlucky metaphor that we talk of a madman as cracked, for in a sense he is not cracked enough. He is cramped rather than cracked. There are not enough holes in his head to ventilate it. This impossibility of letting in daylight on a delusion does sometimes cover and conceal a delusion of divinity. It can be found not among prophets and sages and founders of religions, but only among a low set of lunatics. But this is exactly where the argument becomes intensely interesting, because the argument proves too much. For nobody supposes that Jesus of Nazareth was that sort of person. No modern critic in his 5 wits thinks that the preacher of the Sermon on the Mount was a horrible half-witted imbecile that might be scrawling stars on the walls of a cell. No atheist or blasphemer believes that the author of the parable of the prodigal son was a monster with one mad idea like a cyclops with one eye. Upon any possible historical criticism, he must be put higher in the scale of human beings than that. Yet, by all analogy, we have really to put him there, or else in the highest place of all. In fact, those who really can take it, as I here hypothetically take it, in a quite dry and detached spirit, have here a most curious and interesting human problem. It is so intensely interesting, considered as a human problem, that it is in a spirit quite disinterested, so to speak, that I wish some of them had turned that intricate human problem into something like an intelligible human portrait. If Christ was simply a human character, he really was a highly complex and contradictory human character, for he combined exactly the two things that lie at the two extremes of human variation. He was exactly what the man with a delusion never is. He was wise. He was a good judge. What he said was always unexpected, but it was always unexpectedly magnanimous and often unexpectedly moderate. Take a thing like the point of the parable of the tares and the wheat. He has the quality that unites sanity and subtlety. It has not the simplicity of a madman. It has not even the simplicity of a fanatic. It might be uttered by a philosopher 100 years old at the end of a century of utopias. Nothing could be less like this quality of seeing beyond and all round obvious things than the condition of the egomaniac with the one sensitive spot on his brain. I really do not see how these two characters could be convincingly combined, except in the astonishing way in which the creed combines them. For until we reach the full acceptance of the fact as a fact, however marvellous, all mere approximations to it are actually further and further away from it. Divinity is great enough to be divine. It is great enough to call itself divine. But as humanity grows greater, it grows less and less likely to do so. God is God, as the Muslims say, but a great man knows he is not God, and the greater he is, the better he knows it. That is the paradox. Everything that is merely approaching to that point is merely receding from it. Socrates, the wisest man, knows that he knows nothing. A lunatic may think he is omniscience, and a fool may talk as if he were omniscient. But Christ is in another sense omniscient, if he not only knows, but knows that he knows. Even on the purely human and sympathetic side, therefore, the Jesus of the New Testament seems to me to have in a great many ways the note of something superhuman, that is, of something human and more than human. But there is another quality running through all his teachings which seems to me neglected in most modern talk about them as teachings, and that is the persistent suggestion that he has not really come to teach. If there is one incident in the record which affects me personally as grandly and gloriously human, it is the incident of giving wine for the wedding feast. That is really human in the sense in which a whole crowd of prigs having the appearance of human beings can hardly be described as human. It rises superior to all superior persons. It is as human as Herrick and as democratic as Dickens. But even in that story there is something else that has that note of things not fully explained, and in a way here very relevant. I mean the first hesitation not on any ground touching the nature of the miracle, but on that of the propriety of working any miracles at all, at least at that stage. My time is not yet come. What did that mean? At least it certainly meant a general plan or purpose in the mind, with which certain things did or did not fit in. And if we leave out that solitary strategic plan, we not only leave out the point of the story, but the story. We often hear of Jesus of Nazareth as a wandering teacher, and there is a vital truth in that view insofar as it emphasizes an attitude towards luxury and convention which most respectable people would still regard as that of a vagabond. It is expressed in his own great saying about the holes of the foxes and the nests of the birds, and like many of his great sayings, it is felt as less powerful than it is, though lack of appreciation of the great paradox by which he spoke of his own humanity, as in some way collectively and representatively human, calling himself simply the Son of Man, that is, in effect, calling himself simply man. It is fitting that the new man, or the second Adam, should repeat in so ringing a voice and with so arresting a gesture the great fact which came first in the original story, that man differs from the brutes by everything, even by deficiency, that he is, in a sense, less normal and even less native, a stranger upon the earth. It is well to speak of his wanderings in this sense, and in the sense that he shared the drifting life of the most homeless and hopeless of the poor. It is assuredly well to remember that he would quite certainly have been moved on by the police, and almost certainly arrested by the police, for having no visible means of subsistence. For our law has in it a turn of humour or touch of fancy which Nero and Herod never happened to think of, that of actually punishing homeless people for not sleeping at home. But in another sense the word wandering, as applied to his life, is a little misleading. As a matter of fact, a great many of the pagan sages, and not a few of the pagan sophists, might truly be described as wandering teachers. In some of them their rambling journeys were not altogether without a parallel in their rambling remarks. Apollonius of Tyana, who figured in some fashionable cults as a sort of ideal philosopher, is represented as rambling as far as the Ganges and Ethiopia, more or less talking all the time. There was actually a school of philosophers called the Peripatetics, and most even of the great philosophers give us a vague impression of having very little to do except to walk and talk. The great conversations which give us our glimpses of the great minds of Socrates or Buddha or even Confucius often seem to be parts of a never-ending picnic, and especially, which is the important point, to have neither beginning nor end. Socrates did indeed find the conversation interrupted by the incident of his execution. But it is the whole point, and the whole particular merit of the position of Socrates, that death was only an interruption and an incident. We miss the real moral importance of the great philosopher if we miss that point, that he stares at the executioner with an innocent surprise, and almost an innocent annoyance at finding anyone so unreasonable as to cut short a little conversation for the elucidation of truth. He is looking for truth and not looking for death. Death is but a stone in the road which can trip him up. His work in life is to wander on the roads of the world and talk about truth forever. Buddha, on the other hand, did arrest attention by one gesture. It was the gesture of renunciation, and therefore in a sense of denial. But by one dramatic negation he passed into a world of negation that was not dramatic, which he would have been the first to insist was not dramatic. Here again we miss the particular moral importance of the great mystic if we do not see the distinction, that it was his whole point that he had done with drama, which consists of desire and struggle, and generally of defeat and disappointment. He passes into peace and lives to instruct others how to pass into it. Henceforth his life is that of the ideal philosopher, certainly a far more really ideal philosopher than Apollonius of Tyana, but still a philosopher in the sense that it is not his business to do anything, but rather to explain everything. In his case, we might almost say, mildly and softly, to explode everything, for the messages are basically different. Christ said, "Seek first the kingdom, and all these things shall be added unto you." Buddha said, "Seek first the kingdom, and then you will need none of these things." Now, compared to these wanderers, the life of Jesus went as swift and straight as a thunderbolt. It was above all things dramatic. It did above all things consist in doing something that had to be done. It emphatically would not have been done if Jesus had walked about the world forever, doing nothing except tell the truth. And even the external movement of it must not be described as a wandering in the sense of forgetting that it was a journey. This is where it was a fulfillment of the myths rather than of the philosophies. It is a journey with a goal and an object, like Jason going to find the golden fleece, or Hercules the golden apples of the Hesperides. The goal that he was seeking was death. The primary thing that he was going to do was to die. He was going to do other things equally definite and objective, we might almost say equally external and material. But from first to last, the most definite fact is that he is going to die. No two things could possibly be more different than the death of Socrates and the death of Christ. We are meant to feel that the death of Socrates was, from the point of view of his friends at least, a stupid muddle and a miscarriage of justice, interfering with the flow of a humane and lucid, I had almost said a light, philosophy. We are meant to feel that death was the bride of Christ as poverty was the bride of St. Francis. We are meant to feel that his life was, in that sense, a sort of love affair with death, a romance in the pursuit of the ultimate sacrifice. From the moment when the star goes up like a birthday rocket to the moment when the sun is extinguished like a funeral torch, the whole drama moves on wings with the speed and direction of a drama, ending in an act beyond words. Therefore, the story of Christ is the story of a journey, almost in the manner of a military march, certainly in the manner of the quest of a hero moving to his achievement or his doom. It is a story that begins in the paradise of Galilee, a pastoral and peaceful land, having really some hint of Eden, and gradually climbs the rising country into the mountains that are nearer to the storm clouds and the stars, as to the mountain of purgatory. He may be met as if straying in strange places, or stopped on the way for discussion or dispute, but his face is set towards the mountain city. That is the meaning of that great culmination when he crested the ridge and stood at the turning of the road, and suddenly cried aloud, lamenting over Jerusalem. Some light touch of that lament is in every patriotic poem, or if it is absent, the patriotism stinks with vulgarity. That is the meaning of the stirring and startling incident at the gates of the temple, when the tables were hurled like lumber down the steps, and the rich merchants driven forth with bodily blows. The incident that must be at least as much of a puzzle to the pacifists as any paradox about non-resistance can be to any of the militarists. I have compared the quest to the journey of Jason, but we must never forget that, in a deeper sense, it is rather to be compared with the journey of Ulysses. It was not only a romance of travel, but a romance of return, and of the end of a usurpation. No healthy boy reading the story regards the rout of the Ithacan suitors as anything but a happy ending. But there are doubtless some who regard the rout of the Jewish merchants and money changers with that refined repugnance which never fails to move them in the presence of violence, and especially of violence against the well-to-do. The point here, however, is that all these incidents have in them a character of mounting crisis. In other words, these incidents are not incidental. When Apollonius, the ideal philosopher, is brought before the judgment seat of Domitian and vanishes by magic, the miracle is entirely incidental. It might have occurred at any time in the wandering life of the Tyanean. Indeed, I believe it is doubtful in date as well as in substance. The ideal philosopher merely vanished and resumed his ideal existence somewhere else for an indefinite period. It is characteristic of the contrast, perhaps, that Apollonius was supposed to have lived to an almost miraculous old age. Jesus of Nazareth was less prudent in his miracles. When Jesus was brought before the judgment seat of Pontius Pilate, he did not vanish. It was the crisis and the goal, it was the hour and the power of darkness, it was the supremely supernatural act of all his miraculous life that he did not vanish. Every attempt to amplify that story has diminished it. The task has been attempted by many men of real genius and eloquence, as well as by only too many vulgar sentimentalists and self-conscious rhetoricians. The tale has been retold with patronizing pathos by elegant skeptics and with fluent enthusiasm by boisterous bestsellers. It will not be retold here. The grinding power of the plain words of the gospel story is like the power of millstones, and those who can read them simply enough will feel as if rocks had been rolled upon them. Criticism is only words about words, And of what use are words about such words as these? What is the use of word painting about the dark garden, filled suddenly with torchlight and furious faces? Are you come out with swords and staves, as against a robber? All day I sat in your temple teaching, and you took me not. Can anything be added to the massive and gathered restraint of that irony, like a great wave lifted to the sky and refusing to fall? Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. As the high priest asked what further need he had of witnesses, we might well ask what further need we have of words. Peter in a panic repudiated him, and immediately the cock crew, and Jesus looked upon Peter, and Peter went out and wept bitterly. Has anyone any further remarks to offer? Just before the murder, he prayed for all the murderous race of men, saying, "They know not what they do." Is there anything to say to that, except that we know as little what we say? Is there any need to repeat and spin out the story of how the tragedy trailed up the Via Dolorosa, and how they threw him in haphazard with 2 thieves in one of the ordinary batches of execution, and how in all that horror and howling wilderness of desertion one voice spoke in homage, a startling voice from the very last place where it was looked for, the gibbet of the criminal, and he said to that nameless ruffian, "This night shalt thou be with me in paradise." Is there anything to put after that but a full stop? Or is anyone prepared to answer adequately that farewell gesture to all flesh which created for his mother a new son? It is more within my powers, and here more immediately to my purpose, to point out that in that scene were symbolically gathered all the human forces that have been vaguely sketched in this story. As kings and philosophers and the popular element had been symbolically present at his birth, so they were more practically concerned in his death, and with that we come face to face with the essential fact to be realized. All the great groups that stood about the cross represent in one way or another the great historical truth of the time, that the world could not save itself. Man could do no more. Rome and Jerusalem and Athens and everything else were going down like a sea turned into a slow cataract. Externally, indeed, the ancient world was still at its strongest. It is always at that moment that the inmost weakness begins. But in order to understand that weakness, we must repeat what has been said more than once, that it was not the weakness of a thing originally weak. It was emphatically the strength of the world that was turned to weakness, and the wisdom of the world that was turned to folly. In this story of Good Friday, it is the best things in the world that are at their worst. That is what really shows us the world at its worst. It was, for instance, the priests of a true monotheism and the soldiers of an international civilization. Rome, the legend founded upon fallen Troy and triumphant over fallen Carthage, had stood for a heroism which was the nearest that any pagan ever came to chivalry. Rome had defended the household gods and the human decencies against the ogres of Africa and the hermaphrodite monstrosities of Greece. But in the lightning flash of this incident we see great Rome, the imperial republic, going downward under her Lucretian doom. Skepticism has eaten away even the confident sanity of the conquerors of the world. He who is enthroned to say what is justice can only ask what is truth. So in that drama which decided the whole fate of antiquity, one of the central figures is fixed in what seems the reverse of his true role. Rome was almost another name for responsibility, yet he stands forever as a sort of rocking statue of the irresponsible. Man could do no more. Even the practical had become the impractical. Standing between the pillars of his own judgment seat, a Roman had washed his hands of the world. There too were the priests of that pure and original truth that was behind all the mythologies, like the sky behind the clouds. It was the most important truth in the world, and even that could not save the world. Perhaps there is something overpowering in personal theism, like seeing the sun and moon and sky come together to form one staring face. Perhaps the truth is too tremendous when not broken by some intermediaries, divine or human. Perhaps it is merely too pure and far away. Anyhow, it could not save the world, it could not even convert the world. There were philosophers who held it in its highest and noblest form, but they not only could not convert the world, but they never tried. You could no more fight the jungle of popular mythology with a private opinion than you could clear away a forest with a pocket knife. The Jewish priests had guarded it jealously in the good and the bad sense. They had kept it as a gigantic secret. As savage heroes might have kept the sun in a box, they kept the everlasting in the tabernacle. They were proud that they alone could look upon the blinding sun of a single deity, and they did not know that they had themselves gone blind. Since that day their representatives have been like blind men in broad daylight, striking to right and left with their staffs, and cursing the darkness. But there has been that in their monumental monotheism, that it has at least remained like a monument, the last thing of its kind, and in a sense motionless in the more restless world which it cannot satisfy. For it is certain that for some reason it cannot satisfy. Since that day it has never been quite enough to say that God is in his heaven and all is right with the world, since the rumour that God had left his heavens to set it right. And as it was with these powers that were good, or at least had once been good, so it was with the element which was perhaps the best, or which Christ himself seems certainly to have felt as the best. The poor to whom he preached the good news, the common people who heard him gladly, the populace that had made so many popular heroes and demigods in the old pagan world, showed almost the weaknesses that were dissolving the world. They suffered the evils often seen in the mob of the city, and especially the mob of the capital, during the decline of a society. The same thing that makes the rural population live on tradition makes the urban population live on rumour. Just as its myths at the best had been irrational, so its likes and dislikes are easily changed by baseless assertion that is arbitrary without being authoritative. Some brigand or other was artificially turned into a picturesque and popular figure, and run as a kind of candidate against Christ. In all this we recognize the urban population that we know, with its newspaper scares and scoops. But there was present in this ancient population an evil more peculiar to the ancient world. We have noted it already as the neglect of the individual, even of the individual voting the condemnation, and still more of the individual condemned. It was the soul of the hive, a heathen thing. The cry of this spirit also was heard in that hour. It is well that one man die for the people. Yet this spirit in antiquity of devotion to the city and to the state had also been in itself and in its time a noble spirit. It had its poets and its martyrs, men still to be honoured forever. It was failing through its weakness in not seeing the separate soul of a man, the shrine of all mysticism. But it was not only failing, as everything else was failing. The mob went along with the Sadducees and the Pharisees, the philosophers and the moralists. It went along with the imperial magistrates and the sacred priests, the scribes and the soldiers, that the one universal human spirit might suffer a universal condemnation, that there might be one deep, unanimous chorus of approval and harmony when man was rejected of men. There were solitudes beyond where none shall follow. There were secrets in the inmost and invisible part of that drama that have no symbol in speech, or in any severance of a man from men. Nor is it easy for any words less stark and single-minded than those of the naked narrative even to hint at the horror of exaltation that lifted itself above the hill. Endless expositions have not come to the end of it, or even to the beginning. And if there be any sound that can produce a silence, we may surely be silent about the end and the extremity, when a cry was driven out of that darkness in words dreadfully distinct and dreadfully unintelligible, which man shall never understand in all the eternity they have purchased for him. And for one annihilating instant, an abyss that is not for our thoughts had opened even in the unity of the Absolute, and God had been forsaken of God. They took the body down from the cross, and one of the few rich men among the first Christians obtained permission to bury it in a rock tomb in his garden, the Romans setting a military guard, lest there should be some riot and attempt to recover the body. There was once more a natural symbolism in these natural proceedings. It was well that the tomb should be sealed with all the secrecy of ancient Eastern sepulture, and guarded by the authority of the Caesars, for in that second cavern the whole of that great and glorious humanity which we call antiquity was gathered up and covered over, and in that place it was buried. It was the end of a very great thing called human history, the history that was merely human. The mythologies and philosophies were buried there, the gods and the heroes and the sages. In the great Roman phrase, they had lived, but as they could only live, so they could only die, and they were dead. On the third day, the friends of Christ, coming at daybreak to the place, found the grave empty and the stone rolled away. In varying ways they realized the new wonder, but even they hardly realized that the world had died in the night. What they were looking at was the first day of a new creation, with a new heaven and a new earth, and in a semblance of the gardener, God walked again in the garden, in the cool, not of the evening, but the dawn. End of chapter 11.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
You will be hearing in a few minutes a play by George Bernard Shaw, The Dark Lady of the Sonnets. But beforehand, that most eminent of dramatists, who is here in the studio in person, has a few words to say by way of preface. This is a Shavian preface that no one has yet read, because it's been specially written for this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Bernard Shaw.
This play, which you are going to hear, is all about Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth, but it is really only an appeal for the National Theatre, which we have been trying to make the English nation establish for 30 years past. Dame Edith Littleton invented the play in 1910. I wrote the dialogue, and we had a grand performance at the Haymarket Theatre with Mr. Granville Barker in the part of Shakespeare. But I'm not going to talk to you about the National Theatre. Shakespeare does this so eloquently in the play, and Queen Elizabeth is so up to date with her reply to anticipate them, I shall spoil their speeches for you. So let me tell you how far the play is historical. It takes place in the old royal palace of Whitehall, where Shakespeare often acted for the amusement of King James. We have Ben Jonson's word for it. He says that it was on banks of Thames that Shakespeare, Eliza, and our James. Now, I have my doubts about Eliza. She was a bit of a scholar, but she was a great out-of-doors woman, and when she was not taken up with her queen business, she liked riding, hunting, staying in country houses, dancing, flirting, and ordering the most magnificent dresses ever worn by mortal woman. There's no evidence that she took any interest in the theatre. A stage player was to her, at best, a nobleman's servant of much less importance to her than his cook, and at worst a rogue and a vagabond. Still, a playwright whose works got printed had to be able to put his stage directions into good Latin, for in Eliza's time playwrights were not so illiterate as they are today. Chapman and Ben Jonson would have died rather than write, he exits, she exits, they exit, instead of the good Latin exit and exeunt. Even Shakespeare, who according to Ben Jonson had little Latin and less Greek, knew better than that. And so Queen Elizabeth, if she had ever heard of Shakespeare, would have allowed him a disreputable sort of middle-class professional rank. But my own belief is that she never did hear of him, and that the name Will Shakespeare meant absolutely nothing to her. When Dame Edith planned this play, we both thought that it was high time to introduce them to one another. And now, as there's nothing about either Will or Eliza in the title of the play, you may be wondering who on earth the Dark Lady was. Well, nobody knows, but there was a Dark Lady all the same. Shakespeare, in addition to his plays, wrote a batch of 154 sonnets, most of them addressed to a certain young man known as Mr. W.H., who was one of those very attractive people whom we call world's sweethearts. They are mostly film stars nowadays. They are adored equally by men and women because their attraction is one of beauty and charm and has nothing to do with sex. Shakespeare's sonnets to this young gentleman are far more affectionate and admiring than any that he would have addressed to a woman. And the proof of this is that the sonnets to Mr. W.H. are interrupted by some that were addressed to a woman with whom Shakespeare had fallen in love. He was furious about it, for Shakespeare did not like being captured in this way, especially by a lady for whose character he had no respect, and whose personal appearance was by no means satisfactory. For it happened that she was a black-haired beauty, and as Queen Elizabeth had red hair, black hair was very unfashionable, and so the lady is known to us only as Shakespeare's Dark Lady. He was fascinated by her, but he revenged himself by writing savage sonnets, one of which is the most terrible denunciation of that sort of love in existence. And another points out all the lady's defects so mercilessly that she can hardly have been consoled by the concluding lines. And yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any she belied by false compare. Now, it may gratify a woman to be told, I love you, but to be told, and yet I love you, after a whole string of insults, is quite another pair of shoes. No wonder the Dark Lady preferred Mr. W.H., and thereby provoked a first-class quarrel between him and Shakespeare. In the play, I have assumed that the Dark Lady was a maid of honour at Elizabeth's court. A friend of mine, the late Thomas Tyler, discovered that one of Elizabeth's maid of honour, named Mary Fitton, got into scrapes at court by her gallantries. Well, I had to get the Dark Lady into Whitehall Palace somehow, so let us pretend that she was Mary Fitton. Whitehall Palace was burned long before I arrived in London 62 years ago, but it still exists in my imagination, and the place where it stood is now right under my bedroom window. It ought to bear Shakespeare's name, but they call it Horse Guards Avenue, because all the tourists and the country folk and the provincial football fans congregate at the end of it to stare at the two mounted guardsmen in their sentry boxes and cuirasses. Not one of them ever turns round to look at the spot where the sweet swan of Avon upon banks of Thames did oft delight Eliza and our James. I wanted the National Theatre to be there, and when the government announced their intention of pulling down the old houses, which are now all government offices, with their old-fashioned grates, which make more smoke every morning when the char ladies arrive than the whole city of Edinburgh, I claimed a place for Shakespeare's National Theatre there. But the government had never heard of Shakespeare, and my dream of seeing the National Theatre from my window was shattered by an assurance that when the site was filled up with the new offices, I should not be able to see anything at all. So we have had to buy a magnificent site in Kensington, which Shakespeare knew only as a far-off village. And now, I ask you to imagine the old palace still standing. You may find it hard to imagine it by daylight, but if you imagine it at 11 o'clock at night, with everybody gone to bed except the warders on duty, it will be as easy as any other dream. As I see it, the place is a terrace overlooking the river, with the Queen's apartments on one side and a gateway on the other. Now, have you got that? Right. Then up goes the curtain.
Stand! Who goes there? Give the word.
Marry, I cannot. I've clean forgotten it.
Then cannot you pass here? What's your business? Who are you? Are you a true man?
Far from it, Master Warder. I'm not the same man 2 days together. Sometimes Adam, sometimes Benvolio, and anon the ghost.
The ghost? Angels or ministers of grace, defend us.
Well said, Master Warder. With your leave, I'll set that down in writing, for I've a very poor and unhappy brain for remembrance. Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Methinks this is a good scene, with you on your lonely watch, and I approaching like a ghost in the moonlight. Stare not so amazedly at me, but mark what I say. I keep tryst here tonight with a dark lady. She promised to bribe the warder. I gave her the wherewithal, 4 tickets for the Globe Theatre.
Plague on her, she gave me 2 only.
My friend, present this tablet and you'll be welcomed at any time when the plays of Will Shakespeare are in hand. Bring your wife, bring your friends, bring the whole garrison, there's ever plenty of room.
I care not for these newfangled plays. No man can understand a word of them. They're all talk. Will you not give me a pass for the Spanish tragedy?
To see the Spanish tragedy one pays, my friend. Here are the means.
Gold! Oh, sir, you're a better paymaster than your dark lady.
Women are thrifty, my friend.
It is so, sir. And you have to consider that the most open-handed of us must e'en cheapen that which we buy every day. This lady has to make a present to a warder nigh every night of her life.
I'll not believe it.
Now you, sir, I dare be sworn, do not have an adventure like this twice in the year.
Villain! Wouldst tell me that my dark lady had ever done thus before, that she maketh occasions to meet other men?
Now the Lord bless your innocence, sir. Do you think you're the only pretty man in the world? A merry lady, sir. A warm bit of stuff.
How?
Go to. I'll not see her pass a deceit on a gentleman that have given me the first piece of gold I ever handled.
Master Warder, is it not a strange thing that we, knowing that all women are false, should be amazed to find our own particular drab no better than the rest?
Not all, sir. Decent bodies, many of them.
No, all false, all. If thou deny it, thou liest.
You judge too much by the court, sir. There, indeed, you may say of frailty that its name is woman.
Prithee say that again, that about frailty. The strain of music.
What strain of music, sir? I'm no musician, God knows.
There is music in your soul. Many of your degree have it very notably. Frailty, thy name is woman. Thy name is woman.
Well, sir, it's but 4 words. Are you a snapper-up of such unconsidered trifles?
Snapper-up of... Oh, immortal phrase. Snapper-up of unconsidered trifles. This man is greater than I.
You have my Lord Pembroke's trick, sir.
Well, like enough, he's my near friend. But what call you his trick?
Making sonnets by moonlight. And to the same lady, too.
No.
Last night he stood here on your errand, and in your shoes.
Thou too, Brutus, and I called him friend.
'Tis ever so, sir.
'Tis ever so. 'Twas ever so. 2 gentlemen of Verona. Judas.
Is he as bad as that, sir?
Bad? No. Human, Master Warder, human. We call one another names when we're offended, as children do, that is all.
Aye, sir. Words. Mere wind, sir. We fill our bellies with the east wind, sir, as the scripture hath it. You cannot feed capons so.
A good cadence, by your leave. Cannot feed capons.
What manner of thing is a cadence, sir? I've not heard of it.
A thing to rule the world with, friend.
You speak strangely, sir. No offence. But an't like you, you're a very civil gentleman, and a poor man feels drawn to you, you being as 'twere willing to share your thought with him.
'Tis my trade, but alas, the world for the most part will none of my thoughts.
Here comes your lady, sir. I'll tell her into my ward. You may e'en take your time about your business. I shall not return too suddenly, unless my sergeant comes prowling round. 'Tis a fell sergeant, sir, strict in his arrest. Good evening, sir, and good luck.
Strict in his arrest. Fell sergeant. Oh,
You will model with these cosmetics. God made you one face and you make yourself another. Think of your grave, woman, not ever of being beautified. All the perfumes of Arabia will not whiten this Tudor hand.
All the perfumes of Arabia? Beautified? Beautified? A poem in a single word. Can this be my Mary? Why do you speak in a strange voice and utter poetry for the first time? Are you ailing? You walk like the dead. Mary, Mary!
Mary? Mary. Who would have thought that woman to have had so much blood in her? Isn't my fault that my counselor's good deeds have blood on me? Aye, if you were women, you would have more wit than to stain the floor so foully. Hold not up her head so. Her hair is false. I tell you yet again, Mary's buried. She cannot come out of her grave. I fear her not. These cats that dare jump into thrones, though they be fit only for men's laps, must be put away. What's done cannot be undone. Out, I say. Fie, a queen and freckle.
Mary, I say, art asleep?
Where am I?
What art thou? I cry your mercy, I've mistook your person all this while. Methought you were my Mary, my mistress.
Profane fellow! How do you dare?
Be not wroth with me, lady. My mistress is a marvellous proper woman. But she does not speak as well as you. All the perfumes of Arabia. That was well said, spoken with good accent and excellent discretion.
Have I been in speech with you here?
Why, yes, fair lady. Have you forgot it?
I've walked in my sleep.
Walk ever in your sleep, fair one, for then your words drop like honey.
Know you to whom you speak, sir? That you dare express yourself so saucily?
Not I, nor care neither. You're some lady of the court, belike. To me there are but two sorts of women, those with excellent voices, sweet and low, and cackling hens that cannot make me dream. Your voice has all manner of loveliness in it. Grudge me not a short hour of its music.
Sir, you are overbold. Season your admiration for a while
Wait. Season your admiration for a while.
Fellow, do you dare mimic me to my face?
It is music. Can you not hear? When a good musician sings a song, do you not sing it and sing it again till you have caught and fixed its perfect melody? Season your admiration for a while. God, the history of man's heart is in that one word, admiration. Admiration. Where are my tablets? Here. What was it? Suspend your admiration for a space...
A very vile jingle of S's. I said season.
Season. Plague on my memory, my wretched memory. I must e'en write it down. Yet tell me which was the vile jingle. You said very justly. Mine own ear caught it even as my false tongue said it.
You said for a space. I said for a while.
For a while. For a while. Good. And now be mine neither for a space nor a while, but forever.
Odds my life. Are you by chance making love to me, knave?
Nay, it is you who have made the love, I but pour it out at your feet. I cannot but love a lass that sets such store by an apt word. Therefore, vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman... Oh, no, I've said that before somewhere. The wordy garment of my love for you must be fire new.
You talk too much, sir. Let me warn you. I am more accustomed to be listened to Then preach that.
The most are like that do talk well, but though you speak with the tongues of angels, as indeed you do, yet know that I am the king
of
words.
Ha!
No less. We are poor things, we men and women.
Dare you call me woman?
What nobler name can I tender you? How else can I love you? Yet you may well shrink from the name. Have I not said we are but poor things? Yet there is a power that can redeem us.
Gramercy for your sermon, sir. I hope I know my duty.
This is no sermon, but the living truth. The power I speak of is the power of immortal poesy. For know that, vile as this world is and worms as we are, you have but to invest all this vileness with a magical garment of words to transfigure us and uplift our souls till earth flowers into 1,000,000 heavens.
You spoil your heaven with your million. You are extravagant. Observe some measure in your speech.
You speak now as Ben does.
And who, pray, is Ben?
A learned bricklayer who thinks that the sky is at the top of his ladder, and so takes it on him to rebuke me for flying. I tell you, there is no word yet coined and no melody yet sung that is extravagant and majestical enough for the glory that lovely words can reveal. It is heresy to deny it. Have you not been taught that in the beginning was the Word? That the Word was God?
Beware, fellow, how you presume to speak of holy things. The Queen is head of the church.
You are the head of my church when you speak as you did at first. All the perfumes of Arabia. Can the Queen speak thus? They say she playeth well upon the virginals. Well, let her play so to me, and I'll kiss her hands. But until then, you are my Queen. And I'll kiss those lips that have dropped music on my heart.
Unmeasured impudence! On your life! Take your hands from me!
Then cease to make my hands tremble with the streams of life you pour through them. You hold me as the lodestar holds the iron. I cannot but cling to you. We are lost, you and I. Nothing can separate us now.
We shall see that both lying around you, you filthy troll! Oh! Take that, both of you!
High treason!
Will, I am lost. I have struck the Queen.
Woman, you have struck William Shakespeare.
Marry, come up! Struck William Shakespeare, quotha. And who in the name of all the sluts and jades and lighter-loves and fly-by-nights that infest this palace of mine may William Shakespeare be?
Madam, he is but a player. Oh, I could have my hands cut off.
Belike you will, mistress. Have you bethought you that I am like to have your head cut off as well?
Will, save me, oh, save me.
Save you, huh? A likely saviour, my royal word. I had thought this fellow at least an esquire, but I'd hoped that even the vilest of my ladies would not have dishonoured my court by wantoning with a base-born servant.
Base-born? I, a Shakespeare of Stratford? I, whose mother was an Arden, base-born? You forget yourself, madam.
Blood do I so. I will teach you.
In God's name, I go no further. It is death. Oh, madam, do not listen to him.
Not were it e'en to save your life, Mary, not to mention mine own, will I flatter a monarch who forgets what is due to my family. I deny not that my father was brought down to be a poor bankrupt, but 'twas his gentle blood that was ever too generous for trade. Never did he disown his debts. 'Tis true he paid them not, but it is an attested truth that he gave bills for them, and 'twas those bills in the hands of base hucksters that were his undoing.
The son of your father shall learn his place in the presence of the daughter of Harry VIII.
Name not that inordinate man in the same breath with Stratford's worthiest alderman. John Shakespeare wedded but once. Harry Tudor was married 6 times. You should blush to utter his name.
Insolent!
How know you that King Harry was indeed your father?
No, by...
Learn to know yourself better, madam. I am an honest gentleman of unquestioned parentage, and have already sent in my demand for the coat of arms that is lawfully mine. Can you say as much for yourself?
Another word, and I begin with mine own hands the work that hangman shall finish.
You are no true Tudor. This baggage here has as good a right to your royal seat as you. What maintains you on the throne of England? Is it your renowned wit? Your wisdom that sets at naught the craftiest statesman of the Christian world? No. It is the mere chance that might have happened to any milkmaid, the caprice of nature that made you the most wondrous piece of beauty the age hath seen. That is what hath brought all men to your feet and founded your throne on the impregnable rock of your proud heart, a stony island in a sea of desire. There, madam, is some wholesome, blunt, honest speaking for you. Now do your worst.
Master Shakespeare, it is well for you that I am a merciful prince. I make allowance for your rustic ignorance. But remember that there are things which be true, and are yet not seemly to be said, I will not say to a queen, for you will have it that I am none, but to a virgin.
It is no fault of mine that you're a virgin, madam, albeit 'tis my misfortune.
Mercy, madam, hold no further discourse with him. He hath ever some new jest on his tongue. You heard how he useth me, calling me baggage and the like to your majesty's face.
As for you, mistress, I have yet to demand what your business is at this hour and this place, and how you come to be so concerned with a player that you strike blindly at your sovereign in your jealousy of him.
Madam, as I live and hope for salvation. I must like to be saved as thou that believest naught, save some black magic of words and verses. I say, madam, as I am a living woman, I came here to break with him forever. Oh, madam, if you would know what misery is, listen to this man, that is more than man and less at the same time. He will tear you down to anatomize your very soul. He will wring tears of blood from your humiliation, and then he will heal the wound with flatteries that no woman can resist.
Flatteries? Oh, madam, I put my case at your royal feet. I confess too much. I have a rude tongue. I am unmannerly. I blaspheme against the holiness of anointed royalty, but, oh, my royal mistress, am I a flatterer?
I'll absolve you as to that. You are far too plain a dealer to please me.
Madam, he is flattering you even as he speaks.
Ah, is it so?
Madam, she's jealous. And heaven help me, not without reason. Oh, you say you're a merciful prince, but that was cruel of you, that hiding of your royal dignity when you found me here. Or how can I ever be content with this black-haired, black-eyed, black-of-eyes devil again, now that I have looked upon real beauty and real majesty?
He hath sworn to me 10 times over that the day shall come in England when black women, for all their foulness, shall be more thought of than fair ones.
Oh, why?
Deny it if thou canst. Oh, he is compact of lies and scorns. I am tired of being tossed up to heaven and dragged down to hell at every wind that takes him. I am ashamed to my very soul that I have abased myself to love one that my father would not have been fit to hold my stirrup, one that will talk to all the world about me, that will put my love and my shame into his plays, make me blush for myself there, that will write sonnets about me, that no man of gentle strain would put his hand to. Oh, I'm all disordered. I know not what I am saying to your majesty. I am of all ladies most deject and wretched.
Ah! At last, sorrow hath struck a note of music out of thee. Of all ladies most deject and wretched. Of all ladies most deject and wretched, most deject and wretched.
Madam, I implore you give me leave to go. I am distracted with grief and shame.
Go.
Oh,
no more. Go. You have been cruel to that poor farmed wretch, Master Shakespeare.
I am not cruel, madam. But you know the fable of Jupiter and Semele. I could not help my lightning scorching her.
You have an overweening conceit of yourself, sir, that displeases your queen.
Oh, madam, can I go about with the modest cough of a minor poet, belittling my inspiration and making the mightiest wonder of your reign a thing of naught? I have said that not marble nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive the words with which I make the world glorious or foolish at my will. Besides, I would have you think me great enough to grant me a boon.
I hope it is a boon that may be asked of a virgin queen without offence, sir. I mistrust your forwardness.
Oh, ma'am.
And I bid you remember that I do not suffer persons of your degree, if I may say so without offence to your father, the alderman, to presume too far.
Oh, madam, I shall not forget myself again. Oh, by my life, could I make you a serving wench, neither a queen nor a virgin should you be for so much long as a flash of lightning might take to cross the river to the bank side. But since you are a queen, and will none of me, nor of Philip of Spain, nor of any other mortal man, I must e'en contain myself as best I may, and ask you only for a boon of state.
A boon of state already. You are becoming a courtier like the rest of them. You lack advancement.
Lack advancement? By your Majesty's leave, a queenly phrase. My table's meted as it down.
Your tables begin to anger me, sir. I'm not here to write your plays for you.
You are here to inspire them, madam. For this among the rest were you ordained. But the boon I crave is that you do endow a great playhouse, or, if I may make bold to coin a scholarly name for it, a national theatre, for the better instruction and bracing of your Majesty's subjects.
Why, sir, are there not enough theatres? Now on the Bankside and in Blackfriars?
Madam, these are the adventures of needy and desperate men that must, to save themselves from perishing of want, give the sillier sort of people what they best like. And what they best like, God knows, is not their own betterment and instruction, as we well see by the example of the churches, which must needs compel men to frequent them, though they be open to all without charge. Only when there is a matter of a murder, or a plot, or a pretty youth in petticoats, or some naughty tale of wantonness, will your subjects pay the great cost of good players and their finery, with a little profit to boot. To prove this, I will tell you that I have written 2 noble and excellent plays, setting forth the advancement of women of high nature and fruitful industry, even as your Majesty is. The one a skillful physician, the other a sister devoted to good works. I have also stole from a book of idle wanton tales 2 of the most damnable foolishnesses in the world, in the one of which a woman goeth in man's attire and maketh impudent love to her swain, who pleaseth the groundlings by overthrowing a wrestler, whilst in the other one of the same kidney showeth her wit by saying endless naughtinesses to a gentleman as lewd as herself. I have writ these to save my friends from penury, yet showing my scorn for such follies and for them that praise them, by calling the one as you like it, meaning that it is not as I like it, and the other much ado about nothing, as it truly is. And now these 2 filthy pieces drive their nobler fellows from the stage, where indeed I cannot have my lady physician presented at all, she being too honest a woman for the taste of the town. Wherefore I humbly beg your Majesty to give order that a theatre be endowed out of the public revenue for the playing of those pieces of mine which no merchant will touch, seeing that his gain is so much greater with the worse than with the better. Thereby you shall also encourage other men to undertake the writing of plays who do now despise it, and leave it wholly to those whose counsels will work little good to your realm. For this writing of plays is a great matter, forming as it does the minds and affections of men in such sort that whatsoever they see done in show on the stage, they will presently be doing in earnest in the world, which is but a larger stage. Of late, as you know, the church taught the people by means of plays, but the people flocked only to such as were full of superstitious miracles and bloody martyrdoms, and so the church, which also was just then brought into straits by the policy of your royal father, did abandon and discountenance the art of playing. And thus it fell into the hands of poor players and greedy merchants that had their pockets to look to, and not the greatness of this your kingdom. Therefore now must your Majesty take up that good work that your church hath abandoned, and restore the art of playing to its former use and dignity.
Master Shakespeare, I would speak of this matter to the Lord Treasurer.
Then am I undone, madam, for there never was yet a Lord Treasurer that could find a penny for anything over and above the necessary expenses of your government, save for a war, or a salary for his own nephew.
Master Shakespeare, you speak sooth. Yet cannot I in any wise mend it. I dare not offend my unruly Puritans by making so lewd a place as the playhouse a public charge. And there be 1,000 things to be done in this London of mine before your poetry can have its penny from the general purse. I tell thee, Master Will, it will be 300 years and more before my subjects learn that man cannot live by bread alone, but by every word that cometh from the mouth of those whom God inspires. By that time you and I will be dust beneath the feet of the horses, if indeed there be any horses then, and men be still riding instead of flying. Now, it may be that by then your works will be dust also.
They will stand, madam, fear not for that.
It may prove so. But of this I am certain, for I know my countrymen, that until every other country in the Christian world, even to barbarian Muscovy and the hamlets of the boorish Germans, have its playhouse at the public charge, England will never adventure. And she will adventure then only because it is her desire to be ever in the fashion, and to do humbly and dutifully whatsoever she seeth everybody else doing. In the meantime, you must content yourself as best you can by the playing of those 2 pieces which you give out as the most damnable ever writ, but which your countrymen, I warn you, will swear the best you have ever done. But this I will say, that if I could speak across the ages to our descendants, I should heartily recommend them to fulfill your wish. For the Scottish minstrel hath well said that he that maketh the songs of a nation is mightier than he that maketh its laws. And the same may well be true of plays and interludes. And now, sir, we are upon the hour when it better beseems a virgin queen to be abed than to converse alone with the naughtiest of her subjects. Ho there! Who keeps ward on the Queen's lodgings tonight?
I do, and please your majesty.
See that you keep it better in future. You have let pass a most dangerous gallant even to the very door of our royal chamber. Lead him forth, and bring me word when he is safely locked out. For I shall scarce dare disrobe until the palace gates are between us.
My body goes through the gate into the darkness, madam, but my thoughts follow you.
How? To my bed?
No, madam, to your prayers, in which I beg you to remember my theatre.
That is my prayer to posterity. Forget not your own to God. And so, good night, Master Will.
Good night, great Elizabeth. God save the Queen.
Amen.
Architecture is the most practical and most dangerous of the arts. All the other arts we have to live with. There are things we have to live with, and some have even said, as regards some kinds of music and painting, that they are things they could live without. But architecture is not a thing only that we have to live with, it is a thing we have to live in. We live with it as Jonah lived with the whale. Jonah could not see the monster, and there is a great deal to be said for living in the most hideous house you can see in the landscape, as that is the one place where you will be unable to see it. I have before me 2 or 3 very interesting books dealing with architecture. The first impression made by all these books is that architecture is at this moment in a very queer condition, much queerer than at any other period. We all know this, in a way, about what may be called practical architecture, especially domestic architecture. Now, in the past, there have been broadly two main social systems: slavery and a rough peasant equality. Most men's houses or huts or whatnot have either been made by themselves because they had timber or clay or what was needed, or they have been made by their masters for them. The Eskimo made his own house of snow, and the Irish peasant generally made his own cabin of mud or peat, which was the real root of his sense of the injustice of landlordism. On the other hand, Uncle Tom's cabin was presumably built for Uncle Tom, and most English cottages were built by squires, and testify to their traditionalism, their carelessness, and their natural instinct for the picturesque. But with the growth of modern towns and the reign of specialists, a very strange situation has arisen. For most people, the houses exist before the householders. Those rows of new villas in the suburbs are built for anybody, that is, nobody. William Morris, thinking of rabbit hutches, called them man hutches. But they really wait more like man traps. They wait for the man who shall come, or not, as the case may be. Only in the case of the wealthy, the householder exists before the house. The rich man has to kick his heels in hotels and horrid places, while an architect is building his house. Now, the speculative builders do not know what people would really like. So they build all the houses exactly the same in a style that nobody could like very much, so as to be fair all round. In the second case, the millionaire can, of course, tell the architect what sort of house he would like. The architect listens sympathetically and then goes away and designs something totally different, which the millionaire is obliged to accept because he is afraid of people suggesting that he knows nothing about art, which is indeed the case. In both these cases, you will note, a specialist does exactly what he likes. There is nothing to show that suburban people really like suburban villas. Indeed, I strongly suspect that most of the satire against suburban villas is written in suburban villas. There is nothing to show that Mr. Mugg, who made his money in pork, likes the aerial perspective of a new architectural style of steel and glass. And he, poor devil, is a more miserable captive than the other, for he cannot write in the papers abusing the ugliness of his own house, and the suburban clerk can. Now, all this is to say what most of these books largely agree in saying, that there is not any modern style that is popular, in the sense that most people like to look at it, let alone that most people would naturally try to build it. A very sensible and well-balanced little book called How to Look at Buildings by Darcy Bradall, Messewin, 6 shillings, makes this point all the more pointedly because it is not in any sense a controversial book. It does not profess to go so deep, for example, as another and larger volume called Purpose and Admiration by J. Barton, Christopher's, 10 and 6, of which I shall speak in a moment. But the smaller handbook makes this point very clear, for example, by a comparison with the 18th century. The 18th century was ruled throughout by the classical style. And as we shall see when we come to consider Pugin and Ruskin, many held rightly that this classicism was narrow and cold. But even its narrowness was broad, in the sense that it was as broad as the whole people. As Mr. Bradell writes, in the 18th century all were agreed that as far as they were concerned, classic architecture was vastly superior to what seemed to them the rude barbarities of Tudor and Jacobean architecture. Today, we have none of that. Today, that is, we have things that a few people admire, and we have things that a lot of people put up with. But we have not anything that can be called the taste of the age, which in the 18th century would make a banker and a bankrupt and a crossing sweeper, and even a poor wretched artist or architect, agree that the old Bank of England was a suitable and elegant erection. Lord Crewe, ladies and gentlemen, you will be very naturally puzzled by my occupying any space, let alone so much space, in this somewhat crowded but very distinguished assembly, and you will naturally ask why any words of mine need be added to the distinguished and beautiful words of that great veteran genius of literature whom we have the honor of having with us today. More especially as I have no kind of claim to deal with the things with which he has dealt. I do not know the dominions as he knows them. I have traveled here and there in the miserable character of one giving lectures, but not otherwise. And I have no special reason for claiming to express a hospitality towards Canadians which would be expressed by every person in the street outside as enthusiastically as by me. Let me say then, quite briefly, that my reason for accepting this invitation and for being here today is quite simply a desire to return hospitality. I remember that I was received by this great Canadian Literary Society when I first appeared in the great American city where I first lectured, with a hospitality for which I shall never be able to give sufficient thanks. And I think we shall all agree that whatever controversies or arguments rage about the character of what used to be called colonial life, at least the ancient human traditional virtue of hospitality is there, flamboyant and magnificent in a degree almost unknown in our more fatigued society. All I know was that the Canadian Literary Society rushed out, as it were, full of hospitality, wanting to welcome anybody from England, any stray traveller. In the confusion of the moment, I was mistaken for a literary man and dragged in to partake of that glorious camaraderie. I didn't know what to do. I thought of trying to explain that I was a lecturer, but that wouldn't do, because some of them had been to my lecture. Then I thought, could I say I was a journalist? But I was quite sure that would not go down. God forbid that I should commit so ghastly an error as for doing what I well know to be the one unpardonable sin of confusing for a single moment the two great commonwealths that occupy the northern continent of America. But I think it is true to say that the ideal of a pressman, that the strenuous virtue required of a journalist, is somewhat similar in Canada and in the United States. A pressman means a very different sort of person from me. One glance at me would show that I had never crashed through a skylight in order to interview a celebrity, that I had not slid through a door that was almost shut in my face by somebody who wanted to keep me out of his bedroom, that I had never performed any of those things that are the glory of journalism in the great world beyond the sea. Therefore, I was, as I say, in despair, and I had to pretend to be a literary man for the rest of that occasion. And I grieve that it is necessary to continue that pretense, even for this brief luncheon hour. And one of the first necessities of the pretense, of course, is to talk about things you do not understand. One of which is Canada, so far as I am concerned. But may I say this, in addition to having experienced what nobody, not a dog or cat and hardly a vegetable, could fail to appreciate, the magnificent cordiality and courtesy of the Canadians considered as hosts, I had also seen, brief as was my visit, something else, and that was Canada. I've been twice in Canada, once about 12 years ago, when I merely crossed the border from America. It was in the earlier days of Prohibition. It gives me a peculiar sense of gratification that though I, who have said almost as much in abuse of the British Empire or British government as Mr. Kipling has said in praise of them, I'm glad to say, enough of an Englishman to say that it gives me a glow of pride to think that twice in the same 100 years men have escaped from the American Republic to Canada to find freedom. I was not exactly like the poor black people who swam across the river or whatever they did in Uncle Tom's cabin. Many could point out differences between us. But the principle was still the same, that it is certainly true that in both cases there had been maintained under the English flag the tradition of freedom. There is another thing, however, that I should like to say which concerns my second visit. The first time, as I say, I merely escaped like an ordinary fugitive slave or runaway nigger across the border. And I didn't know very much about Canada, because you don't know much about Canada if you merely go into it at that end. Every nation has a back door and a front door. And with Canada, the front door is the back door. The last time I went, I sailed up the St. Lawrence. That most magnificent and glorious of all entries to any civilization or any domain. A thing that truly opens a new world. And then I knew that the Canadians had the foundations of all literature, and culture in them, because they had truly and indeed a country. I'm not going to describe that country. That is your business. You are Canadian literary men. But you saw at once that there was that kind of vast natural background which is necessary to the growth of literary creation. And the other thing which I think is needed for all literature, and is perhaps the key to the difficulty that some have found about the literature of the new countries. I do not say myself at all that it is a real difficulty, and far less an insuperable difficulty, but it is a difficulty that many critics would raise, I think, who understand such problems. At the back of all literature there must be legend. A thing must grow out of something, probably entirely false in the sense of mythical. Not entirely false, but largely false. For instance, I should say that the story of the Mayflower, as commonly told, is almost entirely false. But it is a legend. It lives. It has done things. And anybody sailing up the St. Lawrence will see where the legend of Canada begins, that is behind all literature. And I cannot tell you, least of all in this brief and inadequate speech, what my feelings were when I mounted to those heights of Abraham, where the great battle was fought, and where I was, I will not say pleased, for those words are foolish, I was uplifted in the worthy sense in which great poetry or great music or even great mathematics or philosophy uplift a man, by finding that upon that crest they had set up a monument in noble Latin, in the original international language of Christian men, which commemorated together the names of James Wolfe and of Montcalm. And I remembered that that great French gentleman who died in arms, and that bourgeois boy of genius, the most generous and full of the most genial fighting spirit of all the heroes of England, alone to be named with Nelson, he whose statue still stands swinging a saber somewhat awkwardly in his statue in the little town of Westerham where he was born, that those two great heroes are celebrated together in the universal language of Europe upon the height that is called the height of Abraham, upon the battlefield. That is what I call a legend, and that should be the beginning of literature. I have great pleasure in seconding this toast.
The toast is the Canadian Authors Association, welcome to the name of Dr. Lightfall.
But while I should resist the suggestion that we must eat beef without mustard, I do recognize that there is now a more subtle danger, that men may want to eat mustard without beef. I mean that they may lose their appetite for beef and bread and cheese, and depend entirely on spices and condiments. I myself have even been blamed for defending the spices of life against what was called the simple life. I have been blamed for making myself a champion of beer and skittles. Fortunately, if I was a champion of skittles, there was never any danger of my being a champion at skittles, Somehow I never could aim at skittles with that precision with which I could aim at beer. But I've played ordinary games like skittles, always badly. But all healthy people will agree that you never enjoy a game till you enjoy being beaten at the game. I've even played golf in Scotland before Arthur Balfour brought it to England, and it became a fashion, and then a religion. My difficulty since has been that I cannot manage to regard a game as a religion. The horrid secret of my failure is that I never could quite see the difference between the cricket and golf, as I played them when I was a boy, and the puss in the corner and honey pots, as I played them when I was a child. Perhaps those nursery games are now forgotten. Anyhow, I will not reveal what good games they were, lest they should become fashionable. If once they are taken seriously, in that most serious world, the world of sport, enormous results will follow. Gamages will sell a special shaped slipper for Hump the Slipper, or a caddy will follow the player with a bag full of 15 different slippers. Money pots will be made out of honey pots, and there will be a corner in Puss in the Corner. Anyhow, I have enjoyed, like everybody else, these sports and spices of life. But I am convinced that neither in your special spices nor in mine, neither in honey pots nor quart pots, neither in mustard nor music nor any other distraction from life, is the secret we are all seeking, the secret of enjoying life. All our world will end in despair unless there is some way of making the mind itself, the ordinary thoughts we have at ordinary times, more happy than they seem to be just now, to judge by most modern novels and poems. You have got to be happy in those quiet moments when you remember that you are alive.
Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Wallace. Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. White founts falling in the courts of the sun, and the Soldan of Byzantium is smiling as they run. There is laughter like the fountains in that face of all men feared. It stirs the forest darkness, the darkness of his beard. It curls the blood-red crescent, the crescent of his lips. For the inmost sea of all the earth is shaken with his ships. They have dared the white republics up the capes of Italy. They have dashed the Adriatic round the Lion of the Sea. And the Pope has cast his arms abroad for agony and loss, and called the kings of Christendom for swords about the cross. The cold Queen of England is looking in the glass. The shadow of the Valois is yawning at the mast. From evening isles fantastical rings faint the Spanish gun.
and the Lord upon the golden horn is laughing in the sun. Dim drums throbbing in the hills half heard, where only on a nameless throne a crownless prince has stirred, where, risen from a doubtful seat and half attainted stall, the last knight of Europe takes weapons from the wall, the last and lingering troubadour to whom the bird has sung that once went singing southward when all the world was young. In that enormous silence, tiny and unafraid, comes up along a winding road the noise of the crusade. Strong gongs groaning as the guns boom far, Don John of Austria is going to the war. Stiff flags straining in the night blasts cold, in the gloom black purple, in the glint old gold, torchlight crimson on the copper kettle drums, then the tuckets, then the trumpets, then the cannons, and he comes. Don John laughing in the brave beard curled, spurning of his stirrups like the thrones of all the world, holding his head up for a flag of all the free. Love light of Spain, hurrah! Death light of Africa, Don John of Austria is riding to the sea. Mahound is in his paradise above the evening star. Don John of Austria is going to the war. He moves a mighty turban on the timeless Houri's knees, his turban that is woven of the sunsets and the seas. He shakes the peacock gardens as he rises from his ease, and he strides among the treetops, and is taller than the trees, and his voice through all the garden is a thunder sent to bring Black Azrael and Ariel and Ammon on the wing, giants in the genii, multiplex of wing and eye, whose strong obedience broke the sky when Solomon was king. They rush in red and purple from the red clouds of the morn, from the temples where the yellow gods shut up their eyes in scorn. They rise in green robes roaring from the green hells of the sea, where fallen skies and evil hues and eyeless creatures be. On them the sea valves cluster and the grey sea forests curl, splashed with a splendid sickness, the sickness of the pearl. They swell in sapphire smoke out of the blue cracks of the ground. They gather and they wonder and give worship to Mahound. And he saith, "Break up the mountains where the hermit folk can hide, and sift the red and silver sands, lest bone of saint abide, and chase the Giaours flying night and day, not giving rest, for that which was our trouble comes again out of the west. We have set the seal of Solomon on all things under sun, of knowledge and of sorrow and endurance of things done. But a noise is in the mountains, and I know the voice that shook our palaces 400 years ago. It is he that saith not Kismet, it is he that knows not fate. It is Richard, it is Raymond, it is Godfrey at the gate. It is he whose loss is laughter when he counts the wager worth. Put down your feet upon him, that our peace be on the earth. For he heard drums groaning and he heard guns jar. Don John of Austria is going to the war. Sudden and still, hurrah, bolt from Iberia, Don John of Austria is gone by Alcalá. St. Michael's on his mountain in the sea roads of the north. Don John of Austria is girt and going forth, where the grey seas glitter and the sharp tides shift, and the sea folk labour and the red sails lift. He shakes his lance of iron and he claps his wings of stone. The noise is gone through Normandy, the noise is gone alone. The north is full of tangled things and texts and aching eyes, and dead is all the innocence of anger and surprise. And Christian killeth Christian in a narrow dusty room, and Christian dreadeth Christ that hath a newer face of doom, and Christian hateth Mary that God kissed in Galilee. But Don John of Austria is riding to the sea, Don John calling through the blast and the eclipse, crying with the trumpet of his lips, trumpet that saith, Ha! Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria is shouting to the ships. King Philip's in his closet with the fleece about his neck. Don John of Austria is armed upon the deck. The walls are hung with velvet that is black and soft as sin, and little dwarfs creep out of it, and little dwarfs creep in. He holds a crystal phial that has colours like the moon. He touches, and it tingles, and he trembles very soon. And his face is as a fungus of a leprous white and grey, like plants in the high houses that are shuttered from the day, and death is in the phial, and the end of noble work. But Don John of Austria has fired upon the Turk. Don John's hunting and his hounds have bayed. Booms away past Italy the rumour of his raid. Gun upon gun, ha-ha, gun upon gun, hurrah! Don John of Austria has loosed the cannonade. The Pope was in his chapel before day or battle broke. Don John of Austria is hidden in the smoke. The hidden room in man's house where God sits all the year, the secret window whence the world looks small and very dear. He sees as in a mirror on the monstrous twilight sea the crescent of his cruel ships whose name is mystery. They fling great shadows forwards, making cross and castle dark. They veil the plumed lions on the galleys of St. Mark, and above the ships are palaces of brown black-bearded chiefs, and below the ships are prisons, where with multitudinous griefs Christian captives, sick and sunless, all a labouring race repines, like a race in sunken cities, like a nation in the mines. They are lost like slaves that sweat, and in the skies of morning hung the stairways of the tallest gods when tyranny was young. They are countless, voiceless, hopeless, as those fallen or fleeing on before the high king's horses in the granite of Babylon. And many a one grows witless in his quiet room in hell, where a yellow face looks inward through the lattice of his cell. And he finds his God forgotten, and he seeks no more a sign. But Don John of Austria has burst the battle line, Don John pounding from the slaughter-painted poop, purpling all the ocean like a bloody pirate's sloop, scarlet running over on the silvers and the golds, breaking of the hatches up, and bursting of the holds, thronging of the thousands up that labour under sea, white for bliss, and blind for sun, and stunned for liberty. Vivat Hispania, Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria has set his people free. Cervantes, on his galley, sets the sword back in the sheath. Don John of Austria rides homeward with a reef. And he sees across a weary land a straggling road in Spain, up which a lean and foolish knight for ever rides in vain. And he smiles, but not a sultan's smile, and settles back the blade. But Don John of Austria rides home from the crusade. End of Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Act 1 of Magic, a Fantastic Comedy by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Part of the Duke, played by Anthony.
Dr. Grimthorpe, read by Ryla Alder.
The Reverend Cyril Smith, read by Tricia G.
Morris Carlton, read by Brett Downey.
Hastings, the Duke's Secretary, read by Todd.
The Stranger, the Conjurer, read by Christine G.
Patricia Carlian, read by Beth Thomas.
Stage directions, read by Michaela. The Prelude. Scene: a plantation of thin young trees, in a misty and rainy twilight, some woodland blossoms showing the patches on the earth between the stems. The stranger is discovered, a cloaked figure with a pointed hood. His costume might belong to modern or any other time, and the conical hood is so drawn over the head that little can be seen of the face. A distant voice, a woman's, is heard. half singing, half chanting unintelligible words. The cloaked figure raises its head and listens with interest. The song draws nearer, and Patricia Carleon enters. She is dark and slight, and has a dreamy expression. Though she is artistically dressed, her hair is a little wild. She has a broken branch of some flowering tree in her hand. She does not notice the stranger, and though he has watched her with interest, makes no sign. Suddenly she perceives him and starts back.
Oh, who are you?
Ah, who am I?
Commences to mutter to himself and maps out the ground with his staff.
I have a hat, but not to wear. I wear a sword, but not to slay. And ever in my bag I bear a pack of cards, but not to play.
What are you? What are you saying?
It is the language of the fairies, O daughter of Eve.
But I never thought fairies were like you. Why, you are taller than I am.
We are of such stature as we will, but the elves grow small, not large, when they would mix with mortals.
You mean they are beings greater than we are?
Daughter of men, if you would see a fairy as he truly is, look for his head above all the stars and his feet amid the floors of the sea. Old women have taught you that the fairies are too small to be seen, but I tell you the fairies are too mighty to be seen, for they are the elder gods before whom the giants were like pygmies. They are the elemental spirits, and any one of them is larger than the world. And you look for them in acorns and on toadstools, and wonder that you never see them.
But you come in the shape and size of a man.
Because I would speak with a woman.
Patricia draws back in awe.
I think you are growing taller as you speak.
The scene appears to fade away, and give place to the milieu of Act 1, the Duke's drawing-room, an apartment with open French windows, or any opening large enough to show a garden and one house fairly nearby. It is evening, and there is a red lamp lighted in the house beyond. The Reverend Cyril Smith is sitting with hat and umbrella beside him, evidently a visitor. He is a young man with the highest of high church dog collars, and all the qualities of a restrained fanatic. He is one of the Christian socialist sort, and takes his priesthood seriously. He is an honest man, and not an ass. To him enters Mr. Hastings with papers in his hand.
Oh, good evening. You are Mr. Smith. I mean, you are the rector, I think.
I am the rector.
I am the Duke's secretary. His Grace asked me to say that he hopes to see you very soon, but he is engaged just now with the doctor.
Is the Duke ill?
Oh, no. The doctor has come to ask him to help some cause or other. The Duke is never ill.
Is the doctor with him now?
Why, strictly speaking, he is not. The doctor has gone over the road to fetch a paper connected with his proposal. But he hasn't far to go, as you can see. That's his red lamp at the end of his grounds.
Yes, I know. I am much obliged to you. I will wait as long as is necessary.
Oh, it won't be very long.
Exit. Entered by the garden doors, Dr. Grimthorpe, reading an open paper. He is an old-fashioned practitioner, very much of a gentleman and very carefully dressed, in a slightly antiquated style. He is about 60 years old, and might have been a friend of Huxley's. Folds up the paper.
I beg your pardon, sir. I did not notice there was anyone here.
I beg yours. A new clergyman cannot expect to be expected. I only came to see the Duke about some local affairs.
Smiles.
And so, oddly enough, did I. But I suppose we should both like to get hold of him by a separate ear.
Oh, there's no disguise as far as I'm concerned. I've joined this league for starting the model public house in the parish, and, in plain words, I've come to ask His Grace for a subscription to it.
Grimly.
And, as it happens, I have joined in the petition against the erection of a model public house in this parish. The similarity of our position grows with every instant.
Yes, I think we must have been twins.
More good-humoredly.
Well, what is a model public house? Do you mean a toy?
I mean a place where Englishmen can get a decent drink and drink it decently. Do you call that a toy?
No, I should call that a conjuring trick. Or, in apology to your cloth, I will say a miracle.
I accept the apology to my cloth. I am doing my duty as a priest. How can the Church have a right to make men fast if she does not allow them to feast?
Bitterly.
And when you have done feasting them, you will send them to me to be cured.
Yes, and when you're done curing them, you'll send them to me to be buried.
Well, you have all the old doctrines. It is only fair you should have all the old jokes, too.
By the way, you call it a conjuring trick that poor people should drink moderately.
I call it a chemical discovery that alcohol is not a food.
You don't drink wine yourself?
Mildly startled.
Drink wine? Well, what else is there to drink?
So drinking decently is a conjuring trick that you can do anyhow?
Still good-humoredly.
Well, well, let us hope so. Talking about conjuring tricks, there is to be conjuring and all kinds of things here this afternoon.
Conjuring? Indeed. Why is that?
Enter Hastings with a letter in each hand.
His Grace will be with you presently. He asked me to deal with the business matter first of all.
He gives a note to each of them. Smith turns eagerly to the doctor.
But this is rather splendid. The Duke's given £50 to the new public house.
The Duke is very liberal.
Collects papers. The doctor examines his check.
Very. But this is rather curious. He has also given £50 to the League for opposing the new public house.
The Duke is very liberal-minded.
Exit. Smith stares at his check.
Liberal-minded? Absent-minded, I should call it.
The doctor sits down and lights a cigar.
Well, yes. The Duke does suffer a little from absence.
Puts his cigar in his mouth and pulls during the pause.
Of mind? He is all for compromise. Don't you know the kind of man who, when you talk to him about the 5 best breeds of dog, always ends up by buying a mongrel? The Duke is the kindest of men, and always trying to please everybody. He generally finishes by pleasing nobody.
Yes, I think I know the sort of thing.
Take this conjuring, for instance. You know the Duke has 2 wards who are to live with him now?
Yes, I heard something about a nephew and niece from Ireland.
The niece came from Ireland some months ago, but the nephew comes back from America tonight.
He gets up abruptly and walks about the room.
I think I will tell you about it. In spite of your precious public house, you seem to me to be a sane man, and I fancy I shall want all the sane men I can get tonight.
Smith rises also.
I am at your service. Do you know, I rather guessed you did not come here only to protest against my precious public house.
The doctor strides about in subdued excitement.
Well, you guessed right. I was family physician to the Duke's brother in Ireland. I knew the family pretty well.
I suppose you mean you knew something odd about the family?
Well, they saw fairies and things of that sort.
And I suppose, to the medical mind, seeing fairies means much the same as seeing snakes.
With a sour smile.
Well, they saw them in Ireland. I suppose it's quite correct to see fairies in Ireland. It's like gambling at Monte Carlo. It's quite respectable. But I do draw the line at their seeing fairies in England. I do object to their bringing their ghosts and goblins and witches into the poor Duke's own back garden and within a yard of my own red lamp. It shows a lack of tact.
But I do understand that the Duke's nephew and niece see witches and fairies between here and your lamp.
He walks to the garden window and looks out.
Well, the nephew has been in America. It stands to reason you can't see fairies in America. But there is this sort of superstition in the family, and I am not easy in my mind about the girl.
Why? What does she do?
Oh, she wanders about the park and the woods in the evenings. Damp evenings, for choice. She calls it the Celtic twilight. I've no use for the Celtic twilight myself. It has a tendency to get on the chest. But what is worse, she is always talking about meeting somebody, some elf or wizard or something. I don't like it at all.
Have you told the Duke?
With a grim smile.
Oh, yes, I told the Duke. The result was the conjurer.
With amazement.
The conjurer?
The doctor puts his cigar in the ashtray.
The Duke is indescribable. He will be here presently, and you shall judge for yourself. Put 2 or 3 facts or ideas before him, and the thing he makes out of them is always something that seems to have nothing to do with it. Tell any other human being about a girl dreaming of the fairies and her practical brother from America, and he would settle it in some obvious way and satisfy someone, send her to America, or let her have her fairies in Ireland. Now, the Duke thinks a conjurer would just meet the case. I suppose he vaguely thinks it would brighten things up, and somehow satisfy the believer's interest in supernatural things, and the unbeliever's interest in smart things. As a matter of fact, the unbeliever thinks the conjurer's a fraud, and the believer thinks he's a fraud too. The conjurer satisfies nobody. That is why he satisfies the Duke.
Enter the Duke, with Hastings, carrying papers. The Duke is a healthy, hearty man in tweeds, with a rather wandering eye. In the present state of the peerage it is necessary to explain that the Duke, though an ass, is a gentleman.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. So sorry to have kept you waiting, but we're rather in a rush today.
Turns to Hastings, who has gone over to a table with the papers.
You know Mr. Carlton is coming this afternoon.
Yes, Your Grace. His train will be in by now. I have sent the trap.
Thank you.
Turning to the other two.
My nephew, Dr. Grimthorpe. Morris, you know, Mr. Carlton's brother from America. I hear he's been doing great things out there. Petrol or something. Must move with the times, eh?
I'm afraid Mr. Smith doesn't always agree with moving with the times.
Oh, come. Progress, you know, progress. Of course, I know how busy you are. You mustn't overwork yourself, you know. Hastings was telling me you laughed over those subscriptions of mine. Well, I believe in looking at both sides of the question, you know. Aspects, as old Buffle called them. Aspects.
With an all-embracing gesture of the arm.
You represent the tendency to drink in moderation, and you do good in your way. The doctor represents the tendency not to drink at all, and he does good in his way. We can't be ancient Britons, you know.
A prolonged and puzzled silence, such as always follows the more abrupt of the Duke's associations or disassociations of thought. At last, faintly,
Ancient Britons.
To Smith in a low voice.
Don't bother. It's only his broad-mindedness.
With unabated cheerfulness.
I saw the place you're putting up for it, Mr. Smith. Very good work. Very good work indeed. Art for the people, eh? I particularly like the woodwork over the west door. I'm glad to see you're using the new sort of graining. Why, it all reminds one of the French Revolution.
Another silence. As the Duke lounges alertly about the room, Smith speaks to the doctor in an undertone.
Does it remind you of the French Revolution?
As much as of anything else. His Grace never reminds me of anything.
A young and very high American voice is heard calling in the garden.
Say, could somebody see to one of these trunks?
Mr. Hastings goes out into the garden. He returns with Morris Carleon, a very young man, hardly more than a boy, but with very grown-up American dress and manners. He is dark, smallish, and active, and the racial type under his Americanism is Irish. Morris says humorously as he puts in his head at the window.
See here, does a duke live here?
The doctor, who is nearest to him, with great gravity.
Yes, only one.
I reckon he's the one I want anyhow. I'm his nephew.
The Duke, who is ruminating in the foreground, with one eye rather off, turns to the voice and shakes Morris warmly by the hand.
Delighted to see you, my dear boy. I hear you've been doing very well for yourself.
Laughing.
Well, pretty well, Duke, and better still for Paul T. Vandam, I guess. I manage the old man's mines out in Arizona, you know.
The Duke shakes his head sagaciously.
Ah, very go-ahead man, very go-ahead methods, I'm told. Well, I dare say he does a great deal of good with his money. And we can't go back to the Spanish Inquisition.
Silence, during which the three men look at each other. Abruptly.
And how's Patricia?
A little hazily.
Oh, she's very well, I think.
He hesitates slightly, smiling.
Well then, where's Patricia?
There is a slight embarrassed pause, and the doctor speaks.
Miss Carleton is walking about the grounds, I think.
Morris goes to the garden doors and looks out.
It's a mighty chilly night to choose. Does my sister commonly select such evenings to take the air and the damp?
After a pause.
If I may say so, I quite agree with you. I have often taken the liberty of warning your sister against going out in all weathers like this.
The Duke expansively waves his hands about.
The artist temperament. What I always call the artistic temperament. Wordsworth, you know, and all that.
Silence. Morris stares.
All what?
The Duke continues to lecture with enthusiasm.
Why, everything's temperament, you know. It's her temperament to see the fairies. It's my temperament not to see the fairies. Why, I've walked all around the grounds 20 times and never saw a fairy. Well, it's like that, about this wizard, or whatever she calls it. For her there is somebody there. For us there would not be somebody there. Don't you see?
Morris advances excitedly.
Somebody there? What do you mean?
Airily.
Well, you can't quite call it a man.
Violently.
A man?
Well, as old Buffle used to say, what is a man?
With a strong rise of the American accent.
With your permission, Duke, I eliminate old Buffle. Do you mean that anybody has had the tarnation coolness to suggest that some man...
Oh, not a man, you know. A magician, something mythical, you know.
Not a man, but a medicine man.
Grimly.
I am a medicine man.
And you don't look mythical, Doc.
He bites his finger and begins to pace restlessly up and down the room.
Well, you know, the artistic temperament.
Morris turns suddenly.
See here, Duke. In most commercial ways, we're a pretty forward country. In these moral ways, we're content to be a pretty backward country. And if you ask me whether I like my sister walking about the woods on a night like this, well, I don't.
I'm afraid you Americans aren't so advanced as I had hoped. Why, as old Buffalo used to say.
As he speaks, a distant voice is heard singing in the garden. It comes nearer and nearer, and Smith turns suddenly to the doctor.
Whose voice is that?
It is no business of mine to decide.
Morris walks to the window.
You need not trouble. I know who it is.
Enter Patricia Carleon, still agitated.
Patricia, where have you been?
Rather wearily.
Oh, in fairyland.
Genially.
And whereabouts is that?
It's rather different from other places. It's either nowhere or it's wherever you are.
Sharply.
Has it any inhabitants?
Generally only 2, oneself and one's shadow. But whether he is my shadow or I am his shadow is never found out.
He? Who?
Patricia seems to understand his annoyance for the first time, and smiles.
Oh, you needn't get conventional about it, Morris. He is not a mortal.
What's his name?
We have no names there. You never really know anybody if you know his name.
And what does he look like?
I have only met him in the twilight. He seems robed in a long cloak with a peaked cap or hood like the elves in my nursery stories. Sometimes when I look out of the window here, I see him passing round this house like a shadow, and see his pointed hood dark against the sunset or the rising of the moon.
What does he talk about?
He tells me the truth. Very many true things. He is a wizard.
How do you know he's a wizard? I suppose he plays some tricks on you.
I should know he was a wizard if he played no tricks, but once he stooped and picked up a stone and cast it into the air, and it flew up into God's heaven like a bird.
Was that what first made you think he was a wizard?
Oh, no. When I first saw him, he was tracing circles and pentacles in the grass and talking the language of the elves.
Skeptically.
Do you know the language of the elves?
Not until I heard it.
Morris lowers his voice as if for his sister, but loses his patience so completely that he talks much louder than he imagines.
See here, Patricia, I reckon this kind of thing is going to be the limit. I'm just not going to have you let in by some blamed tramp or fortune-teller because you choose to read minor poetry about the fairies. If this gypsy, or whatever he is, troubles you again...
The doctor puts his hand on Morris's shoulder.
Come, you must allow a little more for poetry. We can't all feed on nothing but petrol.
Quite right, quite right. And being Irish, don't you know? Celtic, as old Buffle used to say. Charming songs, you know, about the Irish girl who has a plaid shawl. And a banshee.
He sighs profoundly.
Poor old Gladstone.
Silence as usual. Speaking to the doctor.
I thought you yourself considered the family superstition bad for the health?
I consider a family superstition is better for the health than a family quarrel.
He walks casually across to Patricia.
Well, it must be nice to be young and still see all those stars and sunsets. We old buffers won't be too strict with you if your view of things sometimes gets a bit mixed up, shall we say? If the stars get loose about the grass by mistake, or if, once or twice, the sunset gets into the east. We should only say, dream as much as you like, dream for all mankind, dream for us who can dream no longer. But do not quite forget the difference.
What difference?
The difference between the things that are beautiful and the things that are there. That red lamp over my door isn't beautiful, but it's there. You might even come to be glad it's there when the stars of gold and silver have faded. I am an old man now, but some men are still glad to find my red star. I do not say they are the wise men.
Somewhat affected.
Yes, I know you are good to everybody. But don't you think there may be floating and spiritual stars which will last longer than the red lamps?
With decision.
Yes, but they are fixed stars.
The red lamp will last my time.
Capital, capital. Why, it's like Tennyson.
Silence.
I remember when I was an undergrad.
The red light disappears. No one sees it at first except Patricia, who points excitedly.
What's the matter?
The red star is gone.
Nonsense.
Rushes to the garden doors.
It's only somebody standing in front of it. Say, Duke, there's somebody standing in the garden.
Calmly.
I told you he walked about the garden.
If it's that fortune-teller of yours.
Disappears into the garden, followed by the doctor. The Duke stares.
Somebody in the garden? Really? This land campaign?
Silence. Morris reappears rather breathlessly.
A spry fellow, your friend. He slipped through my hands like a shadow.
I told you he was a shadow.
Well, I guess there's going to be a shadow hunt. Got a lantern, Duke?
Oh, you need not trouble. He will come if I call him.
She goes out into the garden and calls out some half-chanted and unintelligible words, somewhat like the song preceding her entrance. The red light reappears, and there is a slight sound as of fallen leaves, shuffled by approaching feet. The cloaked stranger with the pointed hood is seen standing outside the garden doors.
You may enter all doors.
The figure comes into the room. Morris shuts the garden doors behind him.
Now see here, wizard. We've got you, and we know you're a fraud.
Quietly.
Pardon me, I do not fancy that we know that. For myself, I must confess to something of the doctor's agnosticism.
Excited, and turning almost with a snarl.
I didn't know you parsons stuck up for any fables but your own.
I stick up for the thing every man has a right to. Perhaps the only thing that every man has a right to.
And what is that?
The benefit of the doubt. Even your master, the petroleum millionaire, has a right to that. And I think he needs it more.
I don't think there's much doubt about the question, Minister. I've met this sort of fellow often enough. The sort of fellow who wheedles money out of girls by telling them he can make stones disappear.
The doctor says to the stranger,
Do you say you can make stones disappear?
Yes, I can make stones disappear.
Roughly.
I reckon you're the kind of tough who knows how to make a watch and chain disappear.
Yes, I know how to make a watch and chain disappear.
And I should think you were pretty good at disappearing yourself.
I have done such a thing.
With a sneer.
Will you disappear now?
After reflection.
No, I think I'll appear instead.
He throws back his hood, showing the head of an intellectual-looking man, young but rather worn. Then he unfastens his cloak and throws it off, emerging in complete modern evening dress. He advances down the room towards the Duke, taking out his watch as he does so.
Good evening, Your Grace. I'm afraid I'm rather too early for the performance. But this gentleman,
with a gesture towards Morris,
seemed rather impatient for it to begin.
rather at a loss.
Oh, good evening. Why, really, are you the...
Bowing.
Yes, I am the conjurer.
There is general laughter, except from Patricia. As the others mingle in talk, the stranger goes up to her. Very sadly.
I am very sorry I am not a wizard.
I wish you were a thief instead.
Have I committed a worse crime than thieving?
You have committed the cruelest crime, I think, that there is.
And what is the cruelest crime?
Stealing a child's toy.
And what have I stolen?
A fairy tale.
Curtain. End of Act 1.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
Act 2. Of Magic, a Fantastic Comedy by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2. The same room lighted more brilliantly an hour later in the evening. On one side a table covered with packs of cards, pyramids, etc., at which the conjurer in evening dress is standing quietly setting out his tricks. A little more in the foreground the Duke and Hastings, with a number of papers.
There are only a few small matters. Here are the programs of the entertainment your Grace wanted. Mr. Carleon wishes to see them very much.
Thanks.
Takes the programs.
Shall I carry them for your Grace?
No, I shan't forget. Why, you've no idea how businesslike I am. We have to be, you know.
Vaguely.
I know you're a bit of a socialist, but I assure you there's a good deal to do. Stake in the country and all that. Look at Remembering Faces now. The king never forgets faces.
Waves the programs about.
I never forget faces.
Catches sight of the conjurer and genially draws him into the discussion.
Why, the professor here who performs before the king.
Puts down the programs.
You see it on the caravans, you know. Performs before the king almost every night, I suppose.
Smiling.
I sometimes let His Majesty have an evening off, and turn my attention, of course, to the very highest nobility. But naturally I have performed before every sovereign potentate, white and black. There never was a conjurer who hadn't.
That's right. And you'll say with me that the great business for a king is remembering people.
I should say it was remembering which people to remember.
Well, now.
Looks round rather wildly for something.
Being really businesslike.
Shall I take the programs for your Grace?
The Duke picks them up.
No, I shan't forget. Is there anything else?
I have to go down the village about the wire to Stratford. The only other thing at all urgent is the militant vegetarians.
Ah, the militant vegetarians. You've heard of them, I'm sure. Won't obey the law.
To the conjurer.
So long as the government serves out meat.
Let him be comforted. There are a good many people who don't get much meat.
Well, I'm about to say they're very enthusiastic. Advanced, too. Oh, certainly advanced. Like Joan of Arc.
Short silence, in which the conjurer stares at him.
Was Joan of Arc a vegetarian?
Oh, well, it's a very high ideal, after all. The sacredness of life, you know. The sacredness of life. But they carry it too far. They killed a policeman down in Kent.
Killed a policeman? How vegetarian? Well, I suppose it was, so long as they didn't eat him.
They are asking only for small subscriptions. Indeed, they prefer to collect a large number of half-crowns to prove the popularity of their movement. But I should advise...
Oh, give them 3 shillings, then.
If I might suggest...
Hang it all. We gave the anti-vegetarians 3 shillings. It seems only fair.
If I might suggest anything, I think your Grace will be wise not to subscribe in this case. The anti-vegetarians have already used their funds to form gangs, ostensibly to protect their own meetings. And if the vegetarians use theirs to break up the meetings, well, it will look rather funny that we have paid roughs on both sides. It will be rather difficult to explain when it comes before the magistrate.
But I shall be the magistrate.
Conjurer stares at him again.
That's the system, my dear Hastings. That's the advantage of the system. Not a logical system, no Rousseau in it. But see how well it works. I shall be the very best magistrate that could be on the bench. The others would be biased, you know. Old Sir Lawrence is a vegetarian himself, and he might be hard on the anti-vegetarian roughs. Colonel Crashaw would sure to be hard on the vegetarian roughs. But if I've paid both of them, of course I shan't be hard on either of them. And then you have it, just perfect impartiality.
Restrainedly.
Shall I take the programs, Your Grace?
Heartedly.
No, I won't forget 'em.
Exit Hastings.
Well, Professor, what's the news in the conjuring world?
I fear there is never any news in the conjuring world.
Don't you have a newspaper or something? Everybody has a newspaper now, you know. The Daily Sword Swallower, or that sort of thing.
No, I have been a journalist myself, but I think journalism and conjuring will always be incompatible.
Incompatible? Oh, but that's where I differ. That's where I take larger views. Larger laws, as old Buffle said. Nothing's incompatible, you know, except husband and wife and so on. You must talk to Morris about that. It's wonderful the way incompatibility has gone forward in the States.
I only mean that the two trades rest on opposite principles. The whole point of being a conjurer is that you won't explain a thing that has happened.
Well, and the journalist?
Well, the whole point of being a journalist is that you do explain a thing that hasn't happened.
But you'll want somewhere to discuss the new tricks.
There are no new tricks. And if there were, we shouldn't want them discussed.
I'm afraid you're not really advanced. Are you interested in modern progress?
Yes, we are interested in all tricks done by illusion.
Well, I must go and see how Morris is. Pleasure of seeing you later.
Exit Duke, leaving the programs.
Why are nice men such asses?
Turns to arrange the table.
That seems all right. The pack of cards that is a pack of cards, and the pack of cards that isn't a pack of cards. The hat that looks like a gentleman's hat, but which, in reality, is no gentleman's hat. Only my hat, and I am not a gentleman. I am only a conjurer, and this is only a conjurer's hat. I could not take off this hat to a lady. I can take rabbits out of it, goldfish out of it, snakes out of it, only I mustn't take my own head out of it. I suppose I am a lower animal than a rabbit or a snake. Anyhow, they can get out of the conjurer's hat, and I can't. I am a conjurer, and nothing else but a conjurer, unless I should show I was something else, and that would be worse.
He begins to dash the cards rather irregularly about the table. Enter Patricia. Coldly.
I beg your pardon. I came to get some programs. My uncle wants them.
She walks swiftly across and takes up the programs. Still dashing cards about the table.
Miss Carlion, might I speak to you a moment?
He puts his hands in his pockets, stares at the table, and his face assumes a sardonic expression.
The question is purely practical.
Patricia pauses at the door.
I can hardly imagine what the question can be.
I am the question.
And what have I to do with that?
You have everything to do with it. I am the question. You?
Angrily.
Well, what am I?
You are the answer.
The answer to what?
Coming round to the front of the table and sitting against it.
The answer to me. You think I am a liar because I walked about the fields with you and said I could make stones disappear. Well, so I can. I am a conjurer. In mere point of fact, it wasn't a lie. But if it had been a lie, I should have told it just the same. I would have told 20 such lies. You may or may not know why.
I know nothing about such lies.
She puts her hand on the handle of the door, but the conjurer, who is sitting on the table and staring at his boots, does not notice the action, and goes on as in a sincere soliloquy.
I don't know whether you have any notion of what it means to a man like me to talk to a lady like you, even on false pretences. I am an adventurer. I am a blackguard, if one can earn the title by being in all the blackguard societies of the world. I have thought everything out by myself, when I was a gutter-snipe in Fleet Street, or, lower still, a journalist in Fleet Street. Before I met you, I never guessed that rich people'd ever thought at all. Well, that is all I have to say. We had some good conversations, didn't we? I am a liar, but I told you a great deal of the truth.
He turns and resumes the arrangement of the table. thinking.
Yes, you did tell me a great deal of the truth. You told me hundreds and thousands of truths, but you never told me the truth that one wants to know.
And what is that?
Patricia turns back into the room.
You never told me the truth about yourself. You never told me you were only the conjurer.
I did not tell you that, because I do not even know it. I do not know whether I am only the conjurer.
What do you mean?
Sometimes I am afraid I am something worse than the conjurer.
Seriously.
I cannot think of anything worse than a conjurer who does not call himself a conjurer.
Gloomily.
There is something worse.
Rallying himself.
But that is not what I want to say. Do you really find that very unpardonable? Come, let me put you a case. Never mind about whether it is our case. A man spends his time incessantly in going about in third-class carriages to fifth-rate lodgings. He has to make up new tricks, new patter, new nonsense, sometimes every night of his life. Mostly he has to do it in the beastly black cities of the Midlands and the North, where he can't get out into the country. Now and again he does it at some gentleman's country house, where he can get out in the country. Well, you know that actors and orators and all sorts of people like to rehearse their effects in the open air if they can.
Smiles.
You know that story of the great statesman who was heard by his own gardener saying as he paced the garden, "Had I, Mr. Speaker, received the smallest intimation that I could be called upon to speak this evening."
Patricia controls a smile, and he goes on with overwhelming enthusiasm.
Well, conjurers are just the same. It takes some time to prepare an impromptu. A man like that walks about the woods and fields doing all his tricks beforehand, and talking all sorts of gibberish because he thinks he is alone. One evening this man found he was not alone. He found a very beautiful child was watching him.
A child?
Yes, that was his first impression. He is an intimate friend of mine. I have known him all my life. He tells me he has since discovered she is not a child. She does not fulfill the definition.
What is the definition of a child?
Somebody you can play with.
Abruptly.
Why did you wear that cloak with the hood up?
Smiling.
I think it escaped your notice that it was raining.
Smiling faintly.
And what did this friend of yours do?
You have already told me what he did. He destroyed a fairy tale, for he created a fairy tale that he was bound to destroy.
Swinging round suddenly on the table.
But do you blame a man very much, Miss Carlyon, if he enjoyed the only fairy tale he had had in his life? Suppose he said the silly circles he was drawing for practice were really magic circles. Suppose he said the bosh he was talking was the language of the elves. Remember, he has read fairy tales as much as you have. Fairy tales are the only democratic institutions. All the classes have heard all the fairy tales. Do you blame him very much if he, too, tried to have a holiday in fairyland?
Simply.
I blame him less than I did, but I still say there can be nothing worse than false magic, and, after all, it was he who brought the false magic.
Rising from his seat.
Yes, it was she who brought the real magic.
Enter Morris, in evening dress. He walks straight up to the conjuring table, and picks up one article after another, putting each down with a comment.
I know that one. I know that. I know that. Let's see. That's the false bottom, I think. That works with a wire. I know that. It goes up the sleeve. That's the false bottom again. That's the substituted pack of cards. That.
Really, Morris, you mustn't talk as if you knew everything.
Oh, I don't mind anyone knowing everything, Miss Carlyon. There is something that is much more important than knowing how a thing is done.
And what's that?
Knowing how to do it.
Becoming nasal again in anger.
That's so, eh? Being the high-toned conjurer because you can't any longer take all the sidewalk as a fairy.
Patricia crosses the room and speaks seriously to her brother.
Really, Morris, you are very rude. And it's quite ridiculous to be rude. This gentleman was only practising some tricks by himself in the garden.
With a certain dignity.
If there was any mistake, it was mine. Come, shake hands, or whatever men do when they apologize. Don't be silly, he won't turn you into a bowl of goldfish.
Reluctantly.
Well, I guess that's so.
Offering his hand.
Shake.
They shake hands.
And you won't turn me into a bowl of goldfish anyhow, Professor. I understand that when you do produce a bowl of goldfish, they are generally slips of carrot. That is so, Professor?
Sharply.
Yes.
Produces a bowl of goldfish from his tail pockets and holds it under the other's nose.
Judge for yourself.
Very good, very good. But I know how that's done. You have an India rubber cap, you know, or cover.
Yes.
Goes back gloomily to his table and sits on it, picking up a pack of cards and balancing it in his hand.
Ah, most mysteries are tolerably plain, if you know the apparatus.
Enter Doctor and Smith, talking with grave faces, but growing silent as they reach the group.
I guess I wish we had all the old apparatus of all the old priests and prophets since the beginning of the world. I guess most of the old miracles and that were a matter of just panel and wires.
I don't quite understand you. What old apparatus do you want so much?
Breaking out with all the frenzy of the young freethinker.
Well, sir, I just want that old apparatus that turned rods into snakes. I want those smart appliances, sir, that brought water out of a rock when old man Moses chose to hit it. Guess it's a pity we've lost the machinery. I would like to have those old conjurers here that call themselves patriarchs and prophets in your precious Bible.
Morris, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, I don't believe in religion.
Hush, hush. Nobody but women believe in religion.
Humorously.
I think this is a fitting opportunity to show you another ancient conjuring trick.
Which one is that?
The Vanishing Lady.
Exit Patricia.
There is one part of their old apparatus I regret especially being lost.
Still excited.
Yes?
The apparatus for writing the book of Job.
Well, they didn't know everything in those old times.
No, and in those old times they knew they didn't.
Dreamily.
Where shall wisdom be found, and what is the place of understanding?
Somewhere in America, I believe.
Still dreamily.
Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of the living. The deep saith it is not in me, the sea saith it is not with me. Death and destruction say, we have heard tell of it. God understandeth the way thereof, and he knoweth the place thereof. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth over the whole heaven. But to man he hath said, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding.
Turns suddenly to the doctor.
How's that for agnosticism, Dr. Grimthorpe? What a pity that apparatus is lost.
Well, you may just smile how you choose, I reckon, but I say the conjurer here could be the biggest man in the big blessed centuries if he could just show us how the holy old tricks were done. We must say this for the old man Moses, that he was in advance of his time. When he did the old tricks, they were new tricks. He got the pull on the public. He could do his tricks before grown men, great bearded fighting men who could win battles and sing psalms. But this modern conjuring is all behind the times. That's why they only do it with schoolboys. There isn't a trick on that table I don't know. The whole trade's as dead as mutton, and not half so satisfying. Why, he
points to the conjurer.
Brought out a bowl of goldfish just now, an old trick that anybody could do.
Oh, I quite agree. The apparatus is perfectly simple. By the way, let me have a look at those goldfish of yours, will you?
Angrily.
I'm not a paid play actor come here to conjure. I'm not here to do stale tricks. I'm here to see through 'em. I say it's an old trick and...
True, but as you said, we never show it except to schoolboys.
And may I ask you, Professor Hocus Pocus, or whatever your name is, whom you are calling a schoolboy?
I beg your pardon. Your sister will tell you I am sometimes mistaken about children.
I forbid you to appeal to my sister.
That is exactly what a schoolboy would do.
With abrupt and dangerous calm.
I am not a schoolboy, Professor. I am a quiet businessman. But I tell you in the country that I come from, the hand of a quiet businessman goes to his hip pocket at an insult like that.
Fiercely.
Let it go to his pocket. I thought a hand of a quiet businessman more often went to someone else's pocket.
You...
Puts his hand to his hip. The doctor puts his hand on his shoulder.
Gentlemen, I think you are both forgetting yourselves.
Perhaps.
His tone sinks suddenly to weariness.
I ask pardon for what I said. It was certainly in excess of the young gentleman's deserts. I sometimes rather wish I could forget myself.
Suddenly, after a pause.
Well, the entertainment's coming on, and you English don't like a scene. I reckon I'll have to bury the blamed old hatchet, too.
With a certain dignity, his social type shining through his profession.
Mr. Carleton, you will forgive an old man who knew your father well if he doubts whether you are doing yourself justice in treating yourself as an American Indian merely because you have lived in America. In my old friend Huxley's time, we of the middle classes disbelieved in reason and all sorts of things, but we did believe in good manners. It is a pity if the aristocracy can't. I don't like to hear you say you are a savage and have buried a tomahawk. I would rather hear you say, as your Irish ancestors would have said, that you have sheathed your sword with the dignity proper to a gentleman.
Very well. I've sheathed my sword with the dignity proper to a gentleman.
And I've sheathed my sword with the dignity proper to a conjurer.
How does the conjurer sheathe a sword?
Swallows it.
Then we all agree there shall be no quarrel.
May I say a word? I have a great dislike of a quarrel, for a reason quite beyond my duty to my cloth.
And what is that?
I object to a quarrel because it always interrupts an argument. May I bring you back for a moment to the argument? You were saying that these modern conjuring tricks are simply the old miracles when they have been once found out. But surely another view is possible. When we speak of things being sham, we generally mean that they are imitations of things that are genuine. Take that Reynolds over there of the Duke's grandfather.
Points to a picture on the wall.
If I were to say it was a copy...
Well, the Duke's real amiable, but I reckon you'd find what you call the interruption of an argument.
Well, suppose I did say so. You wouldn't take it as meaning that Sir Joshua Reynolds never lived. Why should sham miracles prove to us that real saints and prophets never lived? There may be sham magic and real magic also.
The conjurer raises his head and listens with a strange air of intentness.
There may be turnip ghosts precisely because there are real ghosts. There may be theatrical fairies precisely because there are real fairies. You do not abolish the Bank of England by pointing to a forged banknote.
I hope the professor enjoys being called a forged banknote.
Almost as much as being called the prospectus of some American companies.
Gentlemen! Gentlemen!
I am sorry.
Well, let's have the argument first, then I guess we can have the quarrel afterwards. I'll clean this house of some encumbrances. See here, Mr. Smith, I'm not putting anything on your real miracle notion. I say, and science says, that there's a cause for everything. Science will find out that cause, and sooner or later your old miracle will look mighty mean. Sooner or later science will botanize a bit on your turnip ghosts, and make you look turnips yourselves for having taken any. I say...
In a low voice to Smith.
I don't like this peaceful argument of yours. The boy is getting much too excited.
You say old man Reynolds lived, and science don't say no.
He turns excitedly to the picture.
But I guess he's dead now, and you'll no more raise your saints and prophets from the dead than you'll raise the Duke's great-grandfather to dance on that wall.
The picture begins to sway slightly to and fro on the wall.
Why, the picture is moving!
Turning furiously on the conjurer.
You were in the room before us. Do you reckon that will take us in? You can do all that with wires.
Motionless and without looking up from the table.
Yes, I could do all that with wires.
And you reckoned I shouldn't know? Ha ha ha! That's how the darn dirty spiritualists do all their tricks. They say they can make the furniture move of itself. If it does move, they move it, and we mean to know how.
A chair falls over with a slight crash. Morris almost staggers and momentarily fights for breath and words.
You! Why, that! Everyone knows that! A sliding plank! It can be done with a sliding plank!
The conjurer, without looking up.
Yes, it can be done with a sliding plank.
The doctor draws nearer to Morris, who faces about, addressing him passionately.
You were right on the spot, Doc, when you talked about that red lamp of yours. That red lamp is the light of science that will put out all the lanterns of your turnip ghosts. It's a consuming fire, Doctor, but it is the red light of the morning.
Points at it in exalted enthusiasm.
Your priest can no more stop that light from shining, or change its color and its radiance, than Joshua could stop the sun and moon. Ha 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 ha! Why, a real fairy in an elfin cloak strayed too near the lamp an hour or two ago, and it turned him into a common society clown with a white tie.
The lamp at the end of the garden turns blue. They all look at it in silence, splitting the silence on a high, unnatural note.
Wait a bit! Wait a bit! I've got you! I'll have you!
He strides wildly up and down the room, biting his finger.
You put a wire! No, that can't be it.
The doctor speaks to him soothingly.
Well, well, just at this moment we need not inquire.
Turning on him furiously.
You call yourself a man of science, and you dare tell me not to inquire?
We only mean that for the moment you might let it alone.
Violently.
No, priest, I will not let it alone.
Pacing the room again.
Could it be done with mirrors?
He clasps his brow.
You have a mirror.
Suddenly, with a shout.
I've got it! I've got it! Mixture of lights. Why not? If you throw a green light on a red light...
Sudden silence. Quietly to the doctor.
You don't get blue.
Stepping across to the conjurer.
If you have done this trick, for God's sake, undo it.
After a silence, the light turns red again. Morris dashes suddenly to the glass doors and examines them.
It's the glass! You've been doing something to the glass!
He stops suddenly, and there is a long silence. The conjurer, still without moving.
I don't think you will find anything wrong with the glass.
Bursting open the glass doors with a crash.
Then I'll find out what's wrong with the lamp.
Disappears into the garden.
It is still a wet night, I'm afraid.
Yes, and somebody else will be wandering about the garden now.
Through the broken glass doors, Morris can be seen marching backwards and forwards, with swifter and swifter steps.
I suppose in this case the Celtic twilight will not get on the chest.
Oh, if it were only the chest.
Enter Patricia.
Where is my brother?
There is an embarrassed silence, in which the conjurer answers.
I am afraid he is walking about in fairyland.
But he mustn't go out in a night like this. It's very dangerous.
Yes, it is very dangerous. You might meet a fairy.
What do you mean?
You went out in this sort of weather, and you met this sort of fairy, and so far it has only brought you sorrow.
I am going out to find my brother.
She goes out into the garden through the open doors. After a silence, very suddenly.
What is that noise? She is not singing those songs to him, is she?
No, he does not understand the language of the elves.
But what are all those cries and gasps I hear?
The normal noises, I believe, of a quiet business man.
Sir, I can understand your being bitter, for I admit you have been uncivilly received. But to speak like that just now...
Patricia reappears at the garden doors, very pale.
Can I speak to the doctor?
My dear lady, certainly. Shall I fetch the Duke?
I would prefer the doctor.
Can I be of any use?
I only want the doctor.
Quietly.
That last was a wonderful trick of yours.
Thank you. I suppose you mean it was the only one you didn't see through.
Something of the kind, I confess. Your last trick was the best trick I have ever seen. It is so good that I wish you had not done it.
And so do I.
How do you mean? Do you wish you had never been a conjurer?
I wish I had never been born.
Exit conjurer. A silence. The doctor enters, very grave.
It is all right so far. We have brought him back.
Smith draws near to him.
You told me there was mental trouble with the girl.
Looking at him steadily.
No, I told you there was mental trouble in the family.
After a silence.
Where is Mr. Morris Carleon?
I have got him into bed in the next room. His sister is looking after him.
His sister? Oh, then do you believe in fairies?
Believe in fairies? What do you mean?
At least you put the person who does believe in them in charge of the person who doesn't.
Well, I suppose I do.
You don't think she'll keep him awake all night with fairy tales?
Certainly not.
You don't think she'll throw the medicine bottle out of the window and administer A dewdrop or something of that sort? Or a four-leafed clover, say?
No, of course not.
I only ask because you scientific men are a little hard on us clergymen. You don't believe in a priesthood, but you'll admit I'm more really a priest than this conjurer is really a magician. You've been talking a lot about the Bible and the higher criticism, but even by the higher criticism, the Bible is older than the language of the elves, which was, as far as I can make out, invented this afternoon. But Miss Carleon believed in the wizard. Miss Carleon believed in the language of the elves, and you put her in charge of an invalid without a flicker of doubt, because you trust women.
Very seriously.
Yes, I trust women.
You trust a woman with the practical issues of life and death through sleepless hours when a shaking hand or an extra grain would kill.
Yes.
But if the woman gets up to go to early service at my church, you call her weak-minded and say that nobody but women can believe in religion.
I should never call this woman weak-minded. No, by God, not even if she went to church.
Yet there are many as strong-minded who believe passionately in going to church.
Weren't there as many who believed passionately in Apollo?
And what harm came of believing in Apollo? And what a mass of harm may have come of not believing in Apollo? Does it never strike you that doubt can be a madness as well be faith? That asking questions may be a disease as well as proclaiming doctrines? You talk of religious mania. Is there no such thing as irreligious mania? Is there no such thing in the house at this moment?
Then you think no one should question at all.
With passion pointing to the next room.
I think that is what comes of questioning. Why can't you leave the universe alone and let it mean what it likes? Why shouldn't the thunder be Jupiter? More men have made themselves silly by wondering what the devil it was if it wasn't Jupiter.
The doctor looks at him.
Do you believe in your own religion?
Returning the look, equally steadily.
Suppose I don't. I should still be a fool to question it. The child who doubts about Santa Claus has insomnia. The child who believes has a good night's rest.
You are a pragmatist.
Enter Duke, absent-mindedly.
That is what the lawyers call vulgar abuse. But I do appeal to practice. Here is a family over which you tell me a mental calamity hovers. Here is a boy who questions everything, and a girl who can believe anything. Upon which has the curse fallen?
Talking about pragmatists, I'm glad to hear. Ah, very forward movement. I suppose Roosevelt now.
Silence.
Well, we move, you know, we move. First there was the missing link.
Silence.
No, first there was protoplasm, and then there was the missing link, and the Magna Carta, and so on.
Silence.
Why, look at the Insurance Act.
I would rather not.
The Duke wags a playful finger at him.
Ah, prejudice, prejudice. You doctors, you know. Well, I never had any myself.
Silence. The doctor breaks the silence in unusual exasperation.
Any what?
Firmly.
Never had any Marconis myself. Wouldn't touch 'em.
Silence.
Well, I must speak to Hastings.
Exit Duke, aimlessly. Exploding.
Well, of all the...
Turns to Smith.
You asked me just now which member of the family had inherited the family madness.
Yes, I did.
In a low, emphatic voice.
On my living soul, I believe it must be the Duke.
Curtain. End of Act 2.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Act 3 of Magic, a Fantastic Comedy by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 3. Room is partly darkened, a table with a lamp on it, and an empty chair. From room next door faint and occasional sounds of the tossing or talking of the invalid. Enter Dr. Grimthorpe with a rather careworn air, and a medicine bottle in his hand. He puts it on the table, and sits down in the chair as if keeping a vigil. Enter Conjurer, carrying his bag, and cloaked for departure. As he crosses the room, the doctor rises and calls after him.
Forgive me, but may I detain you for one moment? I suppose you are aware that
He hesitates.
there have been rather grave developments in the case of illness which happened after your performance. I would not say, of course, because of your performance.
Thank you.
Slightly encouraged, but speaking very carefully.
Nevertheless, mental excitement is necessarily an element of importance in physiological troubles, and your triumphs this evening were really so extraordinary that I cannot pretend to dismiss them from my patient's case. He is at present in a state somewhat analogous to delirium, but in which he can still partially ask and answer questions. The question he continually asks is how you'd managed to do your last trick.
Ah, my last trick.
Now I was wondering whether we could make any arrangement which would be fair to you in the matter. Would it be possible for you to give me in confidence the means of satisfying this fixed idea he seems to have got?
He hesitates again, and picks his words more slowly.
This special condition of semi-delirious disputation is a rare one, and connected in my experience with rather unfortunate cases.
The conjurer looks at him steadily.
Do you mean he is going mad?
Rather taken aback for the first time.
Really, you ask me an unfair question. I could not explain the fine shades of these things to a layman, and even if what you suggest were so, I should have to regard it as a professional secret.
Still looking at him.
And don't you think you ask me a rather unfair question, Dr. Grimthorpe? If yours is a professional secret, is not mine a professional secret too? If you may hide truth from the world, why may not I? You don't tell your tricks. I don't tell my tricks.
With some heat.
Ours are not tricks.
Reflexively.
Ah, no one can be sure of that till the tricks are told.
But the public can see a doctor's cures as plain as...
Yes, as plain as they saw the red lamp over his door this evening.
After a pause.
Your secret, of course, would be strictly kept by everyone involved.
Oh, of course. People in delirium always keep secrets strictly.
No one sees the patient but his sister and myself.
The conjurer starts slightly.
Yes, his sister. Is she very anxious?
In a low voice.
What would you suppose?
Conjurer throws himself into the chair, his cloak slipping back from his evening dress. He ruminates for a short space, and then speaks.
Doctor, there are about 1,000 reasons why I should not tell you how I really did that trick. But one will suffice, because it is the most practical of all.
Well, and why shouldn't you tell me?
Because you wouldn't believe me if I did.
A silence, the doctor looking at him curiously. Enter the Duke with papers in his hand. His usual gaiety of manner has a rather forced air, owing to the fact that by some vague sick-room associations he walks as if on tiptoe and begins to speak in a sort of loud or shrill whisper. This he fortunately forgets and falls into his more natural voice. To Conjurer.
So very kind of you to have waited, Professor. I expect Dr. Grimthorpe has explained the little difficulty we are in much better than I could. Nothing like the medical mind for a scientific statement.
Hazily.
Look at Ibsen.
Silence.
Of course, the professor feels considerable reluctance in the matter. He points out that his secrets are an essential part of his profession.
Of course, tricks of the trade, eh? Very proper, of course. Quite a case of noblesse oblique.
Silence.
But I dare say we shall be able to find a way out of the matter.
He turns to the conjurer.
Now, my dear sir, I hope you will not be offended if I say that this ought to be a business matter. We are asking you for a piece of your professional work and knowledge, and if I may have the pleasure of writing you a check.
I thank you, Grace. I have already received my check from your secretary. You will find it on the counterfoil, just after the cheque you so kindly gave the Society for the Suppression of Conjuring.
Now, I don't want you to take it in that way. I want you to take it in a broader way. Feel free, you know.
With an expansive gesture.
Modern, and all that. Wonderful man, Bernard Shaw.
Silence. With a slight cough, resuming.
If you feel any delicacy, the payment need not be made merely to you. I quite respect your feelings in the matter.
Approvingly.
Quite so, quite so. Haven't you a cause or something? Everybody has a cause now, you know. Conjurers, widows, or something of that kind.
With restraint.
No, I have no widows.
Then something like a pension or an annuity, for any widows you may, procure.
Gaily opening his checkbook and talking slang to show there is no ill feeling.
Come, let me call it a couple of thou.
The conjurer takes the cheque and looks at it in a grave and doubtful way. As he does so, the rector comes slowly into the room.
You would really be willing to pay a sum like this to know the way I did that trick?
I would willingly pay much more.
I think I explained to you that the case is serious.
More and more thoughtful.
You would pay much more.
Suddenly.
But suppose I tell you the secret, and you find there's nothing in it?
You mean that it's really quite simple? Why, I should say that would be the best thing that could possibly happen. A little healthy laughter is the best possible thing for convalescence.
Still looking gloomily at his cheque.
I do not think you will laugh.
Reasoning genially.
But, as you say, it is something quite simple.
It is the simplest thing there is in the world. That is why you will not laugh.
Almost nervously.
Why, what do you mean? What shall we do?
Gravely.
You will disbelieve it.
And why?
Because it is so simple.
He springs suddenly to his feet, the cheque still in his hand.
You ask me how I really did the last trick. I will tell you how I did the last trick. I did it by magic.
The Duke and Doctor stare at him motionless, but the Reverend Smith starts and takes a step nearer the table. The conjurer pulls his cloak round his shoulders. This gesture, as of departure, brings the doctor to his feet. Astonished and angry.
Do you really mean that you take the cheque and then tell us it was only magic?
Pulling the cheque to pieces.
I tear the cheque, and I tell you it was only magic.
With violent sincerity.
But hang it all, there's no such thing.
Yes, there is. I wish to God I did not know that there is.
The Duke rises also.
Why, really? Magic?
Contemptuously.
Yes, your Grace. One of those larger laws you were telling us about.
He buttons his cloak up at the throat and takes up his bag. As he does so, the Reverend Smith steps between him and the door and stops him for a moment. In a low voice.
One moment, sir.
What do you want?
I want to apologize to you. I mean, on behalf of the company. I think it was wrong to offer you money. I think it was more wrong to mystify you with medical language and call the thing delirium. I have more respect for conjurer's patter than for doctor's patter. They are both meant to stupefy, but yours only to stupefy for a moment. Now I put it to you in plain words and on plain human Christian grounds. Here is a poor boy who may be going mad. Suppose you had a son in such a position, would you not expect people to tell you the whole truth if it could help you?
Yes, and I have told you the whole truth. Go and find out if it helps you.
Turns again to go, but more irresolutely.
You know quite well it will not help us.
Why not?
You know quite well why not. You are an honest man, and you have said it yourself, because he would not believe it.
With a sort of fury.
Well, does anybody believe it? Do you believe it?
With great restraint.
Your question is quite fair. Come, let us sit down and talk about it. Let me take your cloak.
I will take off my cloak when you take off your coat.
Smiling.
Why, you want me to fight?
Violently.
I want you to be martyred. I want you to bear witness to your own creed. I say these things are supernatural. I say this was done by a spirit. The doctor does not believe me. He is an agnostic, and he knows everything. The Duke does not believe me. He cannot believe anything so plain as a miracle. But what the devil are you for, if you don't believe in a miracle? What does your coat mean, if it doesn't mean that there is such a thing as the supernatural? What does your cursed collar mean, if it doesn't mean that there is such a thing as a spirit?
Exasperated.
Why the devil do you dress up like that, if you don't believe in it?
With violence.
Or perhaps you don't believe in devils?
I believe.
After a pause.
I wish I could believe.
Yes, I wish I could disbelieve.
Enter Patricia, pale and in the slight negligee of the amateur nurse.
May I speak to the conjurer?
Hastening forward.
You want the doctor?
No, the conjurer.
Are there any developments?
I only want to speak to the conjurer.
They all withdraw, either at the garden or the other doors. Patricia walks up to the conjurer.
You must tell me how you did the trick. You will. I know you will. Oh, I know my poor brother was rude to you. He's rude to everybody. But he's such a little, little boy.
I suppose you know there are things men never tell women. They are too horrible.
Yes, and there are things women never tell to men. They also are too horrible. I am here to hear them all.
Do you really mean I may say anything I like? However dark it is, however dreadful it is, however damnable it is?
I have gone through too much to be terrified now. Tell me the very worst.
I will tell you the very worst. I fell in love with you when I first saw you.
Sits down and crosses his legs. Patricia draws back.
You told me I looked like a child, and...
I told a lie.
Oh, this is terrible.
I was in love. I took an opportunity. You believed quite simply that I was a magician. But I...
It is terrible. It is terrible. I never believed you were a magician.
Astounded.
Never believed I was a magician.
I always knew you were a man.
The conjurer does whatever passionate things people do on the stage.
I am a man, and you are a woman, and all the elves have gone to Elfland, and all the devils to hell, and you and I will walk out of this great vulgar house and be married. Every one is crazy in this house tonight, I think. What am I saying? As if you would marry me. Oh, my God.
This is the first time you have failed in courage.
What do you mean?
I mean to draw your attention to the fact that you have recently made an offer. I accept it.
Oh, it's nonsense, it's nonsense. How can a man marry an archangel, let alone a lady? My mother was a lady, and she married a dying fiddler who tramped the roads. And the mixture plays the cat and banjo with my body and soul. I can see my mother now cooking food in dirtier and dirtier lodgings, darning socks with weaker and weaker eyes when she might have worn pearls by consenting to be a rational person.
And she might have grown pearls by consenting to be an oyster.
Seriously.
There was little pleasure in her life.
There is little, a very little, in everybody's. The question is, what kind? We can't turn life into a pleasure, but we can choose such pleasures as are worthy of us and our immortal souls. Your mother chose, and I have chosen.
The conjurer stares.
Immortal souls! And I suppose if I knelt down to worship you, you and everyone else would laugh.
With a smile of perversity.
Well, I think this is a more comfortable way.
She sits down suddenly beside him in a sort of domestic way and goes on talking.
Yes, I'll do everything your mother did. Not so well, of course. I'll darn that conjurer's hat. Does one darn hats? And cook the conjurer's dinner. By the way, what is a conjurer's dinner? There's always the goldfish, of course.
With a groan.
Carrots.
And, of course, now I come to think of it, you can always take rabbits out of the hat. Why, what a cheap life it must be! How do you cook rabbits? The Duke is always talking about poached rabbits. Really, we shall be as happy as is good for us. We'll have confidence in each other at least, and no secrets. I insist on knowing all the tricks.
I don't think I know whether I'm on my head or my heels.
And now, as we're going to be so confidential and comfortable, you'll just tell me the real, practical, tricky little way you did that last trick.
Rising, rigid with horror.
How I did that trick? I did it by devils.
Turning furiously on Patricia.
You could believe in fairies? Can't you believe in devils?
Seriously.
No, I can't believe in devils.
Well, this room is full of them.
What does it all mean?
It only means that I have done what many men have done, but few, I think, have thriven by.
He sits down and talks thoughtfully.
I told you I had mixed with many queer sets of people. Among others, I mixed with those who pretend, truly and falsely, to do art tricks by the aid of spirits. I dabbled a little in table rapping and table turning, but I soon had reason to give it up.
Why did you give it up?
It began to give me headaches, and I found that every morning after a spiritualist's séance I had a queer feeling of lowness and degradation, of having been soiled, much like the feeling, I suppose, that people have the morning after they have been drunk. But I happen to have what people call a strong head, and I have never been really drunk.
I'm glad of that.
It hasn't been for want of trying, but it wasn't long before the spirits with whom I have been playing at table turning did what I think they generally do at the end of all such table turning.
What did they do?
They turned the tables. They turned the tables upon me. I don't wonder at your believing in fairies. As long as these things were my servants, they seemed to me like fairies. When they tried to be my masters, I found they were not fairies. I found the spirits with whom I at least had come in contact were evil. Awful, unnaturally evil.
Did they say so?
Don't talk of what they said. I was a loose fellow, but I had not fallen so low as such things. I resisted them, and after a pretty bad time, psychologically speaking, I cut the connection. But they were always tempting me to use the supernatural power I had got from them. It was not very great, but it was enough to move things about, to alter lights, and so on. I don't know whether you realize that it's rather a strain on a man to drink bad coffee at a coffee stall when he knows that he has just enough magic in him to make a bottle of champagne walk out of an empty shop.
I think you behaved very well.
Bitterly.
And when I fell, at last it was for nothing half so clean and Christian as champagne. In black blind pride and anger and all kinds of heathenry, because of the impudence of a schoolboy, I called the fiends, and they obeyed.
Patricia touches his arm.
Poor fellow.
Your goodness is the only goodness that never goes wrong.
And what are we to do with Morris? I believe you now, my dear, but he will never believe.
There is no bigot like the atheist. I must think.
Walks towards the garden windows. The other men reappear to arrest his movement.
Where are you going?
I am going to ask the God whose enemies I have served if I am still worthy to save a child.
Exit into the garden. He paces up and down exactly as Morris has done. As he does so, Patricia slowly goes out, and a long silence follows, during which the remaining men stir and stamp very restlessly. The darkness increases. It is long before anyone speaks. Abruptly.
Remarkable man, that conjurer. Clever man. Curious man. Very curious man. A kind of man, you know. Lord bless us, what's that?
What's what? Eh? What's what?
I swear I heard a footstep.
Enter Hastings with papers.
Why, Hastings, Hastings, we thought you were a ghost. You must be, looking white or something.
I have brought back the answer of the anti-vegetarian. The vegetarians.
Drops one or two of the papers.
Why, Hastings, you are looking white.
I ask your Grace's pardon. I had a slight shock on entering the room.
A shock? What shock?
It is the first time, I think, that your Grace's work has been disturbed by any private feelings of mine. I shall not trouble your Grace with them. It will not occur again.
Exit Hastings.
What an extraordinary fellow! I wonder if...
Suddenly stops speaking. After a long silence, in a low voice to Smith.
How do you feel?
I feel I must have a window shut, or I must have it open, and I don't know which it is.
Another long silence. Smith cries out suddenly in the dark.
In God's name, go!
The doctor jumps up, rather in a tremble.
Really, sir, I am not used to being spoken to.
It was not you whom I told to go.
No.
Pause.
But I think I will go. This room is simply horrible.
He marches towards the door. The Duke jumps up and bustles about, altering cards, papers, etc. on tables.
Room horrible? Room horrible? No, no, no.
Begins to run quicker round the room, flapping his hands like fins.
Only a little crowded, and I don't seem to know all the people. We can't like everybody. These large at-homes.
Tumbles onto a chair. The conjurer reappears at the garden doors.
Go back to the hell from which I called you. It is the last order I shall give.
The doctor rises rather shakily.
And what are you going to do?
I'm going to tell that poor little lad a lie. I have found in the garden what he did not find in the garden. I have managed to think of a natural explanation of that trick.
Warmly moved.
I think you are something like a great man. Can I take your explanation to him now?
Grimly.
No, thank you. I will take it myself.
Exit into the other room. Uneasily.
We all felt devilish queer just now. Wonderful things there are in the world.
After a pause.
I suppose it's all electricity.
Silence as usual.
I think there has been more than electricity in all this.
Enter Patricia, still pale but radiant.
Oh, Morris is ever so much better. The conjurer has told him such a good story of how the trick was done.
Enter conjurer.
Professor, we owe you 1,000 thanks.
Really, you have doubled your claim to originality.
It is much more marvelous to explain a miracle than to work a miracle. What was your explanation, by the way?
I shall not tell you.
Starting.
Indeed? Why not?
Because God and the demons and that immortal mystery that you deny has been in this room tonight. Because you know it has been here. Because you have felt it here. Because you know the spirits as well as I do and fear them as much as I do.
Well?
Because all this would not avail. If I told you the lie I told Maurice Carleon about how I did that trick.
Well?
You would believe it as he believed it. You cannot think,
pointing to the lamp,
how that trick could be done naturally. I alone found out how it could be done, after I had done it by magic. But if I tell you a natural way of doing it...
Well?
Half an hour after I have left this house, you will be all saying how it was done.
Conjurer buttons up his cloak and advances to Patricia.
Goodbye.
I shall not say goodbye.
You are great as well as good, but a saint can be a temptress as well as a sinner. I put my honour in your hands. Oh yes, I have a little left. We began with a fairy tale. Have I any right to take advantage of that fairy tale? Has not a fairy tale really and truly come to an end?
Yes, that fairy tale has really and truly come to an end.
Looks at him a little in the old mystical manner.
It is very hard for a fairy tale to come to an end. If you leave it alone, it lingers everlastingly. Our fairy tale has come to an end in the only way a fairy tale can come to an end. The only way a fairy tale can leave off being a fairy tale.
I don't understand you.
It has come true.
Curtain. End of Act 3. End of Magic, a Fantastic Comedy by G.K. Chesterton.
Needs the comfort and inspiration of religious faith, for it is faith which helps hold our families together, builds moral and spiritual character. And today, perhaps more than ever before, there's a need to turn to a way of life based on the enduring principles of religion. There are a great many programs of religious nature on NBC Radio, which you'll enjoy hearing this Sunday. Among them, The Art of Living, the National Radio Pulpit, Eternal Light, the Lutheran Hour, the Catholic Hour, and the Hour of Decision conducted by Billy Graham. These are but a few of the broadcasts that will bring you inspiration and comfort not only this Sunday, but on the Sundays to come. Of course, the Easter message will be the highlight event this week. We know you'll enjoy hearing them as a supplement to your visit to the church of your choice. And when you do go to church this Sunday, take the whole family with you.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What I Saw in America by G.K. Chesterton. Section 32, Chapter 19, The Future of Democracy. The title of this final chapter requires an apology. I do not need to be reminded, alas, that the whole book requires an apology. It is written in accordance with a ritual or custom in which I could see no particular harm, and which gives me a very interesting subject, but a custom which it would not be altogether easy to justify in logic. Everybody who goes to America for a short time is expected to write a book, and nearly everybody does. A man who takes a holiday at Trouville or Dieppe is not confronted on his return with the question, "When is your book on France going to appear?" A man who betakes himself to Switzerland for the winter sports is not instantly pinned by the statement, "I suppose your history of the Helvetian Republic is coming out this spring?" Lecturing, at least my kind of lecturing, is not much more serious or meritorious than skiing or sea-bathing, and it happens to afford the holiday maker far less opportunity of seeing the daily life of the people. Of all this I am only too well aware, and my only defence is that I am at least sincere in my enjoyment and appreciation of America, and equally sincere in my interest in its most serious problem, which I think a very serious problem indeed, the problem of democracy in the modern world. Democracy may be a very obvious and facile affair for plutocrats and politicians, who only have to use it as a rhetorical term. But democracy is a very serious problem for democrats. I certainly do not apologize for the word democracy, but I do apologize for the word future. I am no futurist, and any conjectures I make must be taken with a grain of salt, which is indeed the salt of the earth, the decent and moderate humility which comes from a belief in free will. That faith is in itself a divine doubt. I do not believe in any of the scientific predictions about mankind. I notice that they always fail to predict any of the purely human developments of men. I also notice that even their successes prove the same truth as their failures, for their successful predictions are not about men, but about machines. But there are two things which a man may reasonably do in stating the probabilities of a problem which do not involve any claim to be a prophet. The first is to tell the truth, and especially the neglected truth, about the tendencies that have already accumulated in human history. Any miscalculation about which must at least mislead us in any case. We cannot be certain of being right about the future, but we can be almost certain of being wrong about the future, if we are wrong about the past. The other thing that he can do is to note what ideas necessarily go together by their own nature, what ideas will triumph together or fall together. Hence it follows that this final chapter must consist of two things. The first is a summary of what has really happened to the idea of democracy in recent times. The second, a suggestion of the fundamental doctrine which is necessary for its triumph at any time. The last 100 years has seen a general decline in the democratic idea. If there be anybody left to whom this historical truth appears a paradox, it is only because during that period nobody has been taught history, least of all the history of ideas. If a sort of intellectual inquisition has been established for the definition and differentiation of heresies, it would have been found that the original Republican orthodoxy had suffered more and more from successions, schisms, and backslidings. The highest point of the democratic idealism and conviction was towards the ends of the 18th century, when the American Republic was dedicated to the proposition that all men are equal. It was then that the largest number of men had the most serious sort of conviction that the political problem could be solved by the vote of peoples instead of the arbitrary power of princes and privileged orders. These men encountered various difficulties and made various compromises in relation to the practical politics of their time. In England they preserved aristocracy. In America they preserved slavery. But though they had more difficulties, they had less doubts. Since their time, democracy has been steadily disintegrated by doubts, and these political doubts have been contemporary with, and often identical with, religious doubts. This fact could be followed over almost the whole field of the modern world. In this place it will be more appropriate to take the great American example of slavery. I have found traces in all sorts of intelligent quarters of an extraordinary idea that all the fathers of the Republic owned black men like beasts of burden because they knew no better, until the light of liberty was revealed to them by John Brown and Mrs. Beecher Stowe. One of the best weekly papers in England said recently that even those who drew up the Declaration of Independence did not include Negroes in its generalization about humanity. This is quite consistent with the current convention in which we were all brought up, the theory that the heart of humanity broadens in ever larger circles of brotherhood, till we pass from embracing a black man to adoring a black beetle. Unfortunately, it is quite inconsistent with the facts of American history. The facts show that in this problem of the Old South, the 18th century was more liberal than the 19th century. There was more sympathy for the Negro in the school of Jefferson than in the school of Jefferson Davis. Jefferson, in the dark estate of his simple deism, said that the sight of slavery in his country made him tremble, remembering that God is just. His fellow Southerners, after a century of the world's advance, said that slavery in itself was good, when they did not go farther and say that Negroes in themselves were bad. And they were supported in this by the great and growing modern suspicion that nature is unjust. Difficulties seem inevitably to delay justice to the mind of Jefferson, but so they did to the mind of Lincoln. But that the slave was human and the servitude inhuman, that was, if anything, clearer to Jefferson than to Lincoln. The fact is that the utter separation and subordination of the black like a beast was a progress. It was a growth of 19th century enlightenment and experiment, a triumph of science over superstition. It was the way the world was going, as Matthew Arnold reverentially remarked in some connection, perhaps as part of his definition of God. Anyhow, it was not Jefferson's definition of God. He fancied in his far-off patriarchal way a father who had made all men brothers, and brutally unbrotherly as was the practice, such democratic deists never dreamed of denying the theory. It was not until the scientific sophistries began that brotherhood was really disputed. Gobineau, who began most of the modern talk about the superiority and inferiority of racial stocks, was seized upon eagerly by the less generous of the slave owners, and trumpeted as a new truth of science and a new defence of slavery. It was not really until the dawn of Darwinism, when all our social relations began to smell of the monkey house, that men thought of the barbarian as only a first and the baboon as a second cousin. The full servile philosophy has been a modern and even a recent thing, made in an age whose invisible deity was the missing link. The missing link was a true metaphor in more ways than one, and most of all in its suggestion of a chain. By a symbolic coincidence, indeed, slavery grew more brazen and brutal under the encouragement of more than one movement of the progressive sort. Its youth was renewed for it by the industrial prosperity of Lancashire, and under that influence it became a commercial and competitive instead of a patriarchal and customary thing. We may say with no exaggerative irony that the unconscious patrons of slavery were Huxley and Cobden. The machines of Manchester were manufacturing a great many more things than the manufacturers knew or wanted to know. But they were certainly manufacturing the fetters of the slave, doubtless out of the best quality of steel and iron. But this is a minor illustration of the modern tendency as compared with the main stream of scepticism which was destroying democracy. Evolution became more and more of a vision of the break-up of our brotherhood, until by the end of the 19th century the genius of its greatest scientific romancer saw it end in the anthropophagous antics of the time machine. So far from evolution lifting us above the idea of enslaving men, it was providing us at least with a logical and potential argument for eating them. In the case of the American negroes, it may be remarked, it does at any rate permit the preliminary course of roasting them. All this materialistic hardening, which replaced the remorse of Jefferson, was part of the growing evolutionary suspicion that savages were not a part of the human race, or rather that there was really no such thing as the human race. The South had begun by agreeing reluctantly to the enslavement of men. The South ended by agreeing equally reluctantly to the emancipation of monkeys. That is what had happened to the democratic ideal in 100 years. Anybody can test it by comparing the final phase, I will not say with the ideal of Jefferson, but with the ideal of Johnson. There was far more horror of slavery in an 18th century Tory like Dr. Johnson than in a 19th century Democrat like Stephen Douglas. Stephen Douglas may be mentioned because he is a very representative type of the age of evolution and expansion. A man thinking in continents like Cecil Rhodes, human and hopeful in a truly American fashion, and as a consequence cold and careless rather than hostile in the matter of the old mystical doctrines of equality. He did not care whether slavery was voted up or down. His great opponent, Lincoln, did indeed care very much. But it was an intense individual conviction with Lincoln exactly as it was with Johnson. I doubt if the spirit of the age was not much more behind Douglas and his westward expansion of the white race. I am sure that more and more men were coming to be in the particular mental condition of Douglas, men in whom the old moral and mystical ideals had been undermined by doubt, but only with a negative effect of indifference. Their positive convictions were all concerned with what some called progress and some imperialism. It is true that there was a sincere sectional enthusiasm against slavery in the North, and that the slaves were actually emancipated in the 19th century. But I doubt whether the abolitionists would ever have secured abolition. Abolition was a byproduct of the Civil War, which was fought for quite other reasons. Anyhow, if slavery had somehow survived to the age of Rhodes and Roosevelt and evolutionary imperialism, I doubt if the slaves would ever have been emancipated at all. Certainly, if it had survived till the modern movement for the Servile State, they would never have been emancipated at all. Why should the world take the chains off the black man when it was just putting them on the white? And in so far as we owe the change to Lincoln, we owe it to Jefferson. Exactly what gives its real dignity to the figure of Lincoln is that he stands invoking a primitive first principle of the age of innocence, and holding up the tables of an ancient law against the trend of the 19th century, repeating, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator," etc., to a generation that was more and more disposed to say something like this: "We hold these truths to be probable enough for pragmatists, that all things looking like men were evolved somehow, being endowed by heredity and environment with no equal rights but very unequal wrongs," and so on. I do not believe that creed, left to itself, would ever have founded a state. And I am pretty certain that, left to itself, it would never have overthrown a slave state. What it did do, as I have said, was to produce some very wonderful literary and artistic flights of sceptical imagination. The world did have new visions, if they were visions of monsters in the moon and Martians striding about like spiders as tall as the sky, and the workmen and capitalists becoming two separate species, so that one could devour the other as gaily and greedily as a cat devours a bird. No one has done justice to the meaning of Mr. Wells and his original departure in fantastic fiction to these nightmares that were the last apocalypse of the 19th century. They meant that the bottom had fallen out of the mind at last, that the bridge of brotherhood had broken down in the modern brain, letting up from the chasms this infernal light like a dawn. All had grown dizzy with degree and relativity, so that there would be not so very much difference between eating dog and eating darky, or between eating darky and eating dago. There were different sorts of apes, but there was no doubt that we were the superior sort. Against all this irresistible force stood one immovable post. Against all this dance of doubt and degree stood something that can best be symbolized by a simple example. An ape cannot be a priest, but a Negro can be a priest. The dogmatic type of Christianity, especially the Catholic type of Christianity, had riveted itself irrevocably to the manhood of all men. Where its faith was fixed by creeds and councils, it could not save itself even by surrender. It could not gradually dilute democracy, as could a merely sceptical or secular democrat. There stood in fact or in possibility the solid and smiling figure of a black bishop, and he was either a man, claiming the most towering spiritual privileges of a man, or he was the mere buffoonery and blasphemy of a monkey in a mitre. That is the point about Christian and Catholic democracy. It is not that it is necessarily at any moment more democratic. It is that its indestructible minimum of democracy really is indestructible. And by the nature of things, that mystical democracy was destined to survive where every other sort of democracy was free to destroy itself. And whenever democracy, destroying itself, is suddenly moved to save itself, it always grasps at rag or tag of that old tradition that alone is sure of itself. Hundreds have heard the story about the medieval demagogue who went on about repeating the rhyme, when Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? Many have doubtless offered the obvious answer to the question, the serpent. But few seem to have noticed what would be the more modern answer to the question, if that innocent agitator went about propounding it. Adam never delved, and Eve never span, for the simple reason that they never existed. They are fragments of a Chaldeo-Babylonian mythos, and Adam is only a slight variation of tag-tug, pronounced utu. For the real beginning of humanity, we refer you to Darwin's Origin of Species, and then the modern man would go on to justify plutocracy to the medieval man by talking about the struggle for life and the survival of the fittest, and how the strongest man seized authority by means of anarchy and proved himself a gentleman by behaving like a cad. Now, I do not base my beliefs on the theology of John Ball, or on the literal and materialistic reading of the text of Genesis, though I think the story of Adam and Eve infinitely less absurd and unlikely than that of the prehistoric strongest man who could fight 100 men. But I do note the fact that the idealism of the leveller could be put in the form of an appeal to Scripture, and could not be put in the form of an appeal to science. And I do note also that democrats were still driven to make the same appeal even in the very century of science. Tennyson was, if ever there was one, an evolutionist in his visions and an aristocrat in his sympathies. He was always boasting that John Bull was evolutionary and not revolutionary, even as these Frenchmen. He did not pretend to have any creed beyond faintly trusting the larger hope. But when human dignity is really in danger, John Bull has to use the same old argument as John Ball. He tells Lady Clara Vere de Vere that the gardener Adam and his wife smile at the claim of long descent, their own descent being by no means long. Lady Clara might surely have scored off him pretty smartly by quoting from Maud and In Memoriam about evolution and the eft that was lord of valley and hill. But Tennyson has evidently forgotten all about Darwin and the long descent of man. If this was true of an evolutionist like Tennyson, it was naturally 10 times truer of a revolutionist like Jefferson. The Declaration of Independence dogmatically bases all rights on the fact that God created all men equal. And it is right, for if they were not created equal, they were certainly evolved unequal. There is no basis for democracy except in a dogma about the divine origin of man. That is a perfectly simple fact which the modern world will find out more and more to be a fact. Every other basis is a sort of sentimental confusion, full of merely verbal echoes of the older creeds. Those verbal associations are always vain, for the vital purposes of constraining the tyrant. An idealist may say to a capitalist, "Don't you sometimes feel in the rich twilight, when the lights twinkle from the distant hamlet in the hills, that all humanity is a holy family?" But it is equally possible for the capitalist to reply with brevity and decision, "No, I don't," and there is no more disputing about it further than about the beauty of a fading cloud. And the modern world of moods is a world of clouds, even if some of them are thunderclouds. For I have only taken here as a convenient working model the case of Negro slavery, because it was long peculiar to America, and is popularly associated with it. It is more and more obvious that the line is no longer running between black and white, but between rich and poor. And I have already noted in the case of Prohibition the very same arguments of the inevitable suicide of the ignorant, of the impossibility of freedom for the unfit, which were once applied to barbarians brought from Africa, are now applied to citizens born in America. It is argued even by industrialists that industrialism has produced a class submerged below the status of emancipated mankind. They imply that the missing link is no longer missing even from England or the northern states, and that the factories have manufactured their own monkeys. Scientific hypotheses about the feeble-minded and the criminal type will supply the masters of the modern world with more and more excuses for denying the dogma of equality in the case of white labour as well as black. And any man who knows the world knows perfectly well that to tell the millionaires or their servants that they are disappointing the sentiments of Thomas Jefferson, or disregarding a creed composed in the 18th century, will be about as effective as telling them that they are not observing the creed of St. Athanasius or keeping the rule of St. Benedict. The world cannot keep its own ideals. The secular order cannot make secure any one of its own noble and natural conceptions of secular perfection. That will be found, as time goes on, the ultimate argument for a church independent of the world and the secular order. What has become of all those ideal figures, from the wise man of the Stoics to the democratic deist of the 18th century? What has become of all that purely human hierarchy of chivalry, with its punctilious pattern of the good knight, its ardent ambition in the young squire? The very name of knight has come to represent the petty triumph of a profiteer, and the very word squire the petty tyranny of a landlord. What has become of all that golden liberality of the humanists, who found on the high tablelands of the culture of Hellas the very balance of repose and beauty that is most lacking in the modern world? The very Greek language that they loved has become a mere label for snuffy and snobbish dons, and a mere cockshy for cheap and half-educated utilitarians, who make it a symbol of superstition and reaction. We have lived to see a time when the heroic legend of the Republic and the Citizen, which seemed to Jefferson the eternal youth of the world, has begun to grow old in its turn. We cannot recover the earthly estate of knighthood, to which all the colours and complications of heraldry seemed as fresh and natural as flowers. We cannot re-enact the intellectual experiences of the humanists, for whom the Greek grammar was like the song of a bird in spring. The more the matter is considered, the clearer it will seem that these old experiences are now only alive, where they have found a lodgment in the Catholic tradition of Christendom, and made themselves friends for ever. St. Francis is the only surviving troubadour. St. Thomas More is the only surviving humanist. St. Louis is the only surviving knight. It would be the worst sort of insincerity, therefore, to conclude even so hazy an outline of so great and majestic a matter as the American democratic experiment, without testifying my belief that to this also the same ultimate test will come. So far as that democracy becomes or remains Catholic and Christian, that democracy will remain democratic. In so far as it does not, it will become wildly and wickedly undemocratic. Its rich will riot with a brutal indifference far beyond the feeble feudalism which retains some shadow of responsibility, or at least of patronage. Its wage slaves will either sink into heathen slavery, or seek relief in theories that are destructive, not merely in method but in aim, since they are but the negations of the human appetites of property and personality. 18th century ideals, formulated in 18th century language, have no longer in themselves the power to hold all those pagan passions back. Even those documents dependent upon deism, their real strength will survive in men who are still deists, and the men who are still deists are more than deists. Men will more and more realize that there is no meaning in democracy if there is no meaning in anything, and that there is no meaning in anything if the universe has not a centre of significance and an authority that is the author of our rights. There is truth in every ancient fable, and there is here even something of it in the fancy that finds the symbol of the Republic in the bird that bore the bolts of Jove. Owls and bats may wander where they will in darkness, and for them, as for the sceptics, the universe may have no centre. Kites and vultures may linger as they like over carrion, and for them, as for the plutocrats, existence may have no origin and no end. But it was far back in the land of legends, where instincts find their true images, that the cry went forth that freedom is an eagle whose glory is gazing at the sun. The End of What I Saw in America by G.K. Chesterton.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of Blossomed Hours and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages, and how each one influences his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss G.K. Chesterton, a modern man of letters. We present Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, the first and strongest impression Chesterton makes upon us is of a warm, buoyant, life-loving character, and that quality determined his whole career as essayist, poet, novelist, and public speaker. His family background was of that old, prosperous, self-respecting middle class in England, deferential toward the aristocracy, but with no dream of entering it, and quite satisfied with its superiority to the class below. In his pungent style, Chesterton describes it as the class in which nobody was any more likely to drop an H than to pick up a title. He tells of screaming in early childhood for a hat hanging on a peg, and finally exclaiming, "If you don't give it me, I'll say at." That, the child felt, would bowl over his relatives for miles around. Thus the middle class was well educated. Chesterton's father was deeply read in English literature and early initiated his son in that field. His father conducted a modest but successful real estate business, which had been carried on with universal respect by his ancestors for several generations. The word respectable, Chesterton says, now given derogatory meaning, has been replaced by the word adventure in application to business, and he thinks that marks the contrast of the Victorian epoch with our plutocratic commercialism. His mother's family had a French surname, with a tradition that it came from a French soldier of the Revolutionary Wars who had remained in England. On the other side, his mother was descended from the Keiths of Aberdeen, and that Scotch element in his ancestry took romantic hold of Chesterton's boyish mind, as it does with all who have that background. Of his maternal grandfather, he says, he had been one of the old Wesleyan lay preachers and was thus involved in public controversy, a characteristic which has descended to his grandchild. He was also one of the leaders of the early teetotal movement, a characteristic which has not. He quotes two sayings of this grandfather, both of which characterized Chesterton's own permanent view of life. Once when his sons were ridiculing convention, he said, they talk a lot about fashion, but fashion is civilization. On another occasion, when the younger generation was lightly tossing about the pessimism of youth, the old man said, I should thank God for my creation if I knew I was a lost soul. His grandfather's last statement expresses what Chesterton calls, toward the close of his autobiography, the chief idea of my life. That is, the idea of taking things with gratitude and not taking things for granted. The aim of life is appreciation. There is no sense in not appreciating things, and there is no sense in having more of them if you have less appreciation of them. Both the happy hedonists and the unhappy pessimists were not in touch with this particular notion of having a great deal of gratitude even for a very little good. That is the central idea running through Chesterton's whole life, which he found completely realized only in the Mother Church of Christendom, explaining to him why the wide wandering ship of his life found final port in that harbor. He was born in 1874 in Kensington and baptized in the Anglican Church of St. George opposite the large waterworks tower. That tower, which caught his child imagination, was to figure in one of his humorous allegorical stories later on. His earliest memory, he tells us, was of a toy theater made by his father, who had many hobbies to round out his workaday life. It contained a man with a golden key crossing a bridge to a castle, a symbol Chesterton completes as the God with the golden key in the concluding chapter of his life story. With his usual stimulating paradox, Chesterton argues that modern educators are wrong in regarding the child as living in a world of make-believe. He holds the child world to be the one world of absolute clarity and reality. It is the man who has his head in the clouds. Thus he insists he was all there in childhood, and his life's conclusion after many wanderings was return to that reality. Also, he believes educators are wrong in holding the children dislike stories with a didactic Sanford and Merton moral. He insists they do like them, and that 'tis right that they should. Chesterton's school days at St. Paul's in Hammersmith are narrated in a chapter characteristically entitled, How to Become a Dunce. Nevertheless, while the chief feeling among his associates was shame at displaying any ability, he won a prize for a poem, learned much from his comrades, and got more equipment for life than he acknowledges or perhaps recognized. While his fellows went to college, he was transferred to the Slade Art School with the hope that he would become a painter. Though showing some ability in that field, it was not to be his career, as his literary ability and interest early asserted itself. Meantime, he was going through all the spiritual doubts and pessimistic questioning characteristic of the time when science was undermining so many foundations of belief. He dabbled in spiritualism for a time, but found no answer there. His makeshift solution was that mere existence was extraordinary enough to be exciting. Anything was magnificent compared to nothing. He came out of the period of doubt resolved to write against the then popular pessimists. In that mood, his early poems were written and published with his father's help in the volume The Wild Night. It was favorably reviewed, giving him as poet his first literary recognition. Then his long review of a book on Stevenson brought the friendship of lovers of that master, and the crown came when the Macmillan firm asked him to write a book on Browning for the English Men of Letters series. He says whimsically that his book was on love, liberty, and poetry, with occasional references to Browning, but it was well received. He was thus launched as man of letters before he became controversial journalist. Meantime, his interest in political affairs was awakening, and he was groping toward a local type of patriotism, reluctantly calling himself a socialist because he could not be an imperialist. He believed in the right of small groups and peoples to enjoy their liberties without being subject to the control of greedy empires. These ideas were clarified by the breaking out of the South African War, in which Chesterton's sympathies were wholly with the Boers, but equally opposed to the pacifists. It was through his attitude on the Boer War that he came to know Hilaire Belloc, who held similar views, and the closest friendship of Chesterton's life was formed. His growing interest in political affairs took him into the field of journalism with a series of articles in The Speaker. Then came the purchase of the Daily News by the pro-Boer liberals. and Chesterton wrote a weekly article for that paper through many years. Later, his brother Cecil founded the Eyewitness, subsequently called the New Witness, to expose and attack political corruption, as in the Marconi case and the sale of peerages. Chesterton wrote for it constantly and edited it while his brother was fighting in France and after Cecil's death in the World War. With his spirit of local patriotism, Chesterton had vivid sympathy for Irish nationalism. He says, "It is to me a considerable satisfaction to think that I've always felt it the first duty of a real English patriot to sympathize with the passionate patriotism of Ireland, that I expressed it through the worst times of her tragedy and have not lost it in her triumph." Chesterton thinks his success in journalism was due to the fact that he never wrote anything suitable to any of the papers for which he was writing. He means that for various political papers, he was writing charming literary and humorous essays and stories, which the readers found a delightful relief from the conventional material furnished them. He was thus distinctly the man of letters working as journalist. This is evidenced by the successful publication in book form of numerous volumes of his articles under such titles as All Things Considered, Generally Speaking, Come to Think of It. Besides the mass of such work, he wrote biographies portraying Dickens, Stevenson, and St. Francis. His collected poems make a large volume, including a saga of King Alfred and the stirring war poem, The Ballad of St. Barbara. While he did not achieve any great poem, his verse is effective, often humorous or sarcastic, and expresses a wide range of emotion. His production covered novels and detective stories, the best being the Father Brown books, a successful play, and religious writings such as Orthodoxy. An amazing range of work it is. He found time withal for public lecturing, including successful trips to the United States. Chesterton's style is pungent, effective, often scintillating, but it remained journalistic, using many of the careless inaccuracies more characteristic of American than of British journalism. His graver fault is a love of paradox and a yielding to the lure of the epigram. Whole truths never scintillate. The more limited a half-truth is, the easier is it to polish its facets and make them shine brilliantly. This is accentuated in Chesterton because he was temperamentally a controversialist. Thus he is often clever and scintillating rather than sound in balanced wisdom. He stimulates thinking, at times to the point of rejecting his conclusion. Nevertheless, his spirit is always so genial and human that one welcomes the stimulation and forgives the limitation. It is significant that the late written autobiography has less of paradox than the volumes of essays, particularly those from the first half of his career. This shows his serious constructive purpose in telling his life story, especially to reveal the meaning and the development of his faith with the concluding acceptance of the Mother Church of Christendom. Chesterton is modest in estimating his own work. He says, "My real judgment of my own work is that I have spoiled a number of jolly good ideas in my time. It was not the superficial or silly or jolly part of me that made me a journalist. On the contrary, it is such part as I have in what is serious or even solemn. In short, I could not be a novelist because I like to see ideas or notions wrestling naked, as it were, and not dressed up in a masquerade as men and women. But I could be a journalist because I could not help being a controversialist." His religious development is the heart of Chesterton's life story. The Victorian period in which he grew up experienced the breakdown of faith resulting from the discoveries in science. He describes the world about him as agnostic in religion and pessimistic toward life. To both of these attitudes he was opposed temperamentally and by instinctive faith. The groping for solutions in theosophy, spiritualism, and other cults disgusted him as much as the despairing unbelief. Long before his final solution, he was feeling his way toward it in such books as Heretics and Orthodoxy. He tells of coming upon the sentence in the Common Catechism, "The two sins against hope are presumption and despair." He came to see presumption as the sin of the self-styled optimist, despair as that of the pessimist, while for him the solution lay in accepting the teaching of the only church old enough to be antiquated. Interesting that it was Father O'Connor, upon whom with fictional transformations he based the Father Brown stories, who received him into the Roman Catholic communion in 1922. The closing tender passage of the autobiography returns to the toy theater dream of his childhood. There starts up again before me, standing sharp and clear as of old, the figure of a man who crosses a bridge and who carries a key, as I saw him when I first looked into fairyland through the window of my father's peep show. But I know that he who is called Pontifex, the builder of the bridge, is also called Claviger, the bearer of the key, and that such keys were given him to bind and loose when he was a poor fisher in a far province beside a small and almost secret sea. Throughout Chesterton's life story, and from all his writings, the impression is given of a warmly human, most lovable man, strong in his opinions, sometimes prejudiced, but always seeking truth, and with a faith in life which the negations of his time could not destroy. He was a tenacious friend, a jovial comrade, with a boyish exuberance of merriment. He fought for true liberty and the social justice that preserves it, courageously standing for the unpopular side when his convictions placed him there. He enjoyed life deeply and lived it eagerly till the curtain fell in 1936.
G.K. Chesterton, a modern man of letters, has been the subject of another program in the series entitled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on Walt Whitman, poet of democracy. Copies of tonight's discussion of Chesterton may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company in Radio City, New York, or the station to which you are listening. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
But while I should resist the suggestion that we must eat beef without mustard, I do recognize that there is now a more subtle danger, that men may want to eat mustard without beef. I mean that they may lose their appetite for beef and bread and cheese, and depend entirely on spices and condiments. I myself have even been blamed for defending the spices of life against what was called the simple life. I have been blamed for making myself a champion of beer and skittles. Fortunately, if I was a champion of skittles, there was never any danger of my being a champion at skittles. Somehow I never could aim at skittles with that precision with which I could aim at beer. But I have played ordinary games like skittles, always badly. I have even played golf in Scotland before Arthur Balfour brought it to England, and it became a fashion, and then a religion.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
Chapter 4 of Orthodoxy by Gilbert K. Chesterton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Chenevert. The Ethics of Elfland. When the business man rebukes the idealism of his office boy, it is commonly in some such speech as this. Ah, yes, when one is young, one has these ideals in the abstract, and these castles in the air, but in middle age they all break up like clouds, and one comes down to a belief in practical politics, to using the machinery one has, and getting on with the world as it is. Thus, at least, venerable and philanthropic old men now in their honored graves used to talk to me when I was a boy. But since then I have grown up, and have discovered that these philanthropic old men were telling lies. What has really happened is exactly the opposite of what they said would happen. They said that I should lose my ideals and begin to believe in the methods of practical politicians. Now, I have not lost my ideals in the least. My faith in fundamentals is exactly what it always was. What I have lost is my old childlike faith in practical politics. I am still as much concerned as ever about the Battle of Armageddon, but I am not so much concerned about the general election. As a babe I leapt up on my mother's knee at the mere mention of it. No, the vision is always solid and reliable. The vision is always a fact. It is the reality that is often a fraud. As much as I ever did, more than I ever did, I believe in liberalism. But there was a rosy time of innocence when I believed in liberals. I take this instance of one of the enduring faiths because, having now to trace the roots of my personal speculation, this may be counted, I think, as the only positive bias. I was brought up a liberal, and have always believed in democracy, in the elementary liberal doctrine of self-governing humanity. If anyone finds the phrase vague or threadbare, I can only pause for a moment to explain that the principle of democracy as I mean it can be stated in two propositions. The first is this: that the things common to all men are more important than the things peculiar to any men. Ordinary things are more valuable than extraordinary things, nay, they are more extraordinary. Man is something more awful than men, something more strange. The sense of the miracle of humanity itself should be always more vivid to us than any marvels of power, intellect, art, or civilization. The mere man on two legs, as such, should be felt as something more heartbreaking than any music, and more startling than any caricature. Death is more tragic even than death by starvation. Having a nose is more comic even than having a Norman nose. This is the first principle of democracy, that the essential things in men are the things they hold in common, not the things they hold separately. And the second principle is merely this, that the political instinct or desire is one of these things which they hold in common. Falling in love is more poetical than dropping into poetry. The democratic contention is that government, helping to rule the tribe, is a thing like falling in love, not a thing like dropping into poetry. It is not something analogous to playing the church organ, painting on vellum, discovering the North Pole, that insidious habit, looping the loop, being astronomer royal, and so on. For these things we do not wish a man to do at all unless he does them well. It is, on the contrary, a thing analogous to writing one's own love letters, or blowing one's own nose. These things we want a man to do for himself, even if he does them badly. I am not here arguing the truth of any of these conceptions. I know that some moderns are asking to have their wives chosen by scientists, and they may soon be asking, for all I know, to have their noses blown by nurses. I merely say that mankind does recognize these universal human functions, and that democracy classes government among them. In short, the democratic faith is this: that the most terribly important things must be left to ordinary men themselves: the mating of the sexes, the rearing of the young, the laws of the state. This is democracy, and in this I have always believed. But there is one thing that I have never, from my youth up, been able to understand. I have never been able to understand where people got the idea that democracy was in some way opposed to tradition. It is obvious that tradition is only democracy extended through time. It is trusting to a consensus of common human voices rather than to some isolated or arbitrary record. The man who quotes some German historian against the tradition of the Catholic Church, for instance, is strictly appealing to aristocracy. He is appealing to the superiority of one expert against the awful authority of a mob. It is quite easy to see why a legend is treated, and ought to be treated, more respectfully than a book of history. The legend is generally made by the majority of people in the village who are sane. The book is generally written by the one man in the village who is mad. Those who urge against tradition, that men in the past were ignorant, may go and urge it at the Carlton Club, along with a statement that voters in the slums are ignorant. It will not do for us. If we attach great importance to the opinion of ordinary men in great unanimity when we are dealing with daily matters, there is no reason why we should disregard it when we are dealing with history or fable. Tradition may be defined as an extension of the franchise. Tradition means giving votes to the most obscure of all classes, our ancestors. It is the democracy of the dead. Tradition refuses to submit to the small and arrogant oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking about. All Democrats object to men being disqualified by accident of birth. Tradition objects to their being disqualified by accident of death. Democracy tells us not to neglect a good man's opinion, even if he is our groom. Tradition tells us not to neglect a good man's opinion, even if he is our father. I, at any rate, cannot separate the two ideas of democracy and tradition. It seems evident to me that they are the same idea. We will have the dead at our councils. The ancient Greeks voted by stones. These shall vote by tombstones. It is all quite regular and official, for most tombstones, like most ballot papers, are marked with a cross. I have first to say, therefore, that if I had a bias, it was always a bias in favor of democracy, and therefore of tradition. Before we come to any theoretic or logical beginnings, I am content to allow for that personal equation. I have always been more inclined to believe the ruck of hard-working people than to believe that special and troublesome literary class to which I belong. I prefer even the fancies and prejudices of people who see life from the inside to the clearest demonstrations of the people who see life from the outside. I would always trust the old wives' fables against the old maids' facts. As long as wit is mother wit, it can be as wild as it pleases. Now I have to put together a general position, and I pretend to no training in such things. I propose to do it, therefore, by writing down one after another the 3 or 4 fundamental ideas which I have found for myself pretty much in the way that I found them. Then I shall roughly synthesize them, summing up my personal philosophy or natural religion. Then I shall describe my startling discovery that the whole thing had been discovered before. It had been discovered by Christianity. But of these profound persuasions which I have to recount in order, the earliest was concerned with this element of popular tradition, and without the foregoing explanation touching tradition and democracy, I could hardly make my mental experience clear. As it is, I do not know whether I can make it clear, but I propose to try. My first and last philosophy, that which I believe in with unbroken certainty, I learnt in the nursery. I generally learnt it from a nurse, that is, from the solemn and star-appointed priestess at once of democracy and tradition. The things I believed most then, the things I believe most now, are the things called fairy tales. They seem to me to be the entirely reasonable things. They are not fantasies. Compared with them, other things are fantastic. Compared with them, religion and rationalism are both abnormal, though religion is abnormally right and rationalism abnormally wrong. Fairyland is nothing but the sunny country of common sense. It is not earth that judges heaven, but heaven that judges earth. So for me, at least, it was not earth that criticized Elfland, but Elfland that criticized the earth. I knew the magic beanstalk before I had tasted beans. I was sure of the man in the moon before I was certain of the moon. This was at one with all popular tradition. Modern minor poets are naturalists, and talk about the bush or the brook, but the singers of the old epics and fables were supernaturalists. They talked about the gods of brook and bush. That is what the moderns mean when they say that the ancients did not appreciate nature, because they said that nature was divine. Old nurses do not tell children about the grass, but about the fairies that dance on the grass, and the old Greeks could not see the trees for the Dryads. But I deal here with what ethic and philosophy come from being fed on fairy tales. If I were describing them in detail, I could note many noble and healthy principles that arise from them. There is the chivalrous lesson of Jack the Giant Killer, that giants should be killed because they are gigantic. It is a manly mutiny against pride as such, for the rebel is older than all the kingdoms, and the Jacobin has more tradition than the Jacobite. There is the lesson of Cinderella, which is the same as that of the Magnificat, exults habit humiles. There is the great lesson of Beauty and the Beast, that a thing must be loved before it is lovable. There is the terrible allegory of the Sleeping Beauty, which tells how the human creature was blessed with all birthday gifts, yet cursed with death, and how death also may perhaps be softened to a sleep. But I am not concerned with any of the separate statutes of Elfland, but with the whole spirit of its law, which I learnt before I could speak, and shall retain when I cannot write. I am concerned with a certain way of looking at life, which was created in me by the fairy tales, but has since been meekly ratified by the mere facts. It might be stated this way. There are certain sequences or developments, cases of one thing following another, which are, in the true sense of the word, reasonable. They are, in the true sense of the word, necessary. Such are mathematical and merely logical sequences. We in Fairyland, who are the most reasonable of all creatures, admit that reason and that necessity. For instance, if the ugly sisters are older than Cinderella, it is, in an iron and awful sense, necessary that Cinderella is younger than the ugly sisters. There is no getting out of it. Haeckel may talk as much fatalism about that fact as he pleases. It really must be. If Jack is the son of a miller is the father of Jack. Cold reason decrees it from her awful throne, and we in Fairyland submit. If the three brothers all ride horses, there are 6 animals and 18 legs involved. That is true rationalism, and Fairyland is full of it. But as I put my head over the hedge of the elves, and began to take notice of the natural world, I observed an extraordinary thing. I observed that learned men in spectacles were talking of the actual things that happened, dawn and death and so on, as if they were rational and inevitable. They talked as if the fact that trees bear fruit were just as necessary as the fact that 2 and 1 trees make 3. But it is not. There is an enormous difference by the test of Fairyland, which is the test of the imagination. You cannot imagine 2 and 1 not making 3, but you can easily imagine trees not growing fruit. You can imagine them growing golden candlesticks, or tigers hanging on by the tail. These men in spectacles spoke much of a man named Newton, who was hit by an apple and who discovered a law. But they cannot be got to see the distinction between a true law, a law of reason, and the mere fact of apples falling. If the apple hit Newton's nose hit the apple. That is a true necessity, because we cannot conceive the one occurring without the other. But we can quite well conceive the apple not falling on his nose. We can fancy it flying ardently through the air to hit some other nose of which it had a more definite dislike. We have always in our fairy tales kept this sharp distinction between the science of mental relations, in which there really are laws, and the science of physical facts, in which there are no laws but only weird repetitions. We believe in bodily miracles, but not in mental impossibilities. We believe that a beanstalk climbed up to heaven, but that does not at all confuse our convictions on the philosophical question of how many beans make 5. Here is the peculiar perfection of tone and truth in the nursery tales. The man of science says, "Cut the stalk and the apple will fall." But he says it calmly, as if the one idea really led up to the other. The witch in the fairy tale says, "Blow the horn and the ogre's castle will fall." But she does not say it as if it were something in which the effect obviously arose out of the cause. Doubtless she has given the advice to many champions and has seen many castles fall, but she does not lose either her wonder or her reason. She does not muddle her head until it imagines a necessary mental connection between a horn and a falling tower. But the scientific men do muddle their heads until they imagine a necessary mental connection between an apple leaving the tree and an apple reaching the ground. They really do talk as if they had found not only a set of marvelous facts, but a truth connecting those facts. They do talk as if the connection of two strange things physically connected them philosophically. They feel that because one incomprehensible thing constantly follows another incomprehensible thing, the two together somehow make up a comprehensible thing. Two black riddles make a white answer. In fairyland we avoid the word law, but in the land of science they are singularly fond of it. Thus they will call some interesting conjecture about how forgotten folks pronounce the alphabet Grimm's Law. But Grimm's Law is far less intellectual than Grimm's fairy tales. The tales are at any rate certainly tales, while the law is not a law. A law implies that we know the nature of the generalization and enactment, not merely that we have noticed some of the effects. If there is a law that pickpockets shall go to prison, it implies that there is an imaginable mental connection between the idea of prison and the idea of picking pockets. And we know what the idea is. We can say why we take liberty from a man who takes liberties. But we cannot say why an egg can turn into a chicken, any more than we can say why a bear should turn into a fairy prince. As ideas, the egg and the chicken are further off from each other than the bear and the prince, for no egg in itself suggests a chicken, whereas some princes do suggest bears. Granted, then, that certain transformations do happen, it is essential that we should regard them in the philosophic manner of fairy tales, not in the unphilosophic manner of science and the laws of nature. When we are asked why eggs turn to birds or fruits fall in autumn, we must answer exactly as the fairy godmother would answer if Cinderella asked her why mice turned to horses, or her clothes fell from her at 12 o'clock. We must answer that it is magic. It is not a law, for we do not understand its general formula. It is not a necessity, for though we can count on it happening practically, we have no right to say that it must always happen. It is no argument for unalterable law, as Huxley fancied, that we count on the ordinary course of things. We do not count on it, we bet on it. We risk the remote possibility of a miracle as we do that of a poisoned pancake or a world-destroying comet. We leave it out of account not because it is a miracle and therefore an impossibility, but because it is a miracle and therefore an exception. All the terms used in the science books, law, necessity, order, tendency, and so on, are really unintellectual, because they assume an inner synthesis which we do not possess. The only words that ever satisfied me as describing nature are the terms used in the fairy books: charm, spell, enchantment. They express the arbitrariness of the fact and its mystery. A tree grows fruit because it is a magic tree. Water runs downhill because it is bewitched. The sun shines because it is bewitched. I deny altogether that this is fantastic or even mystical. We may have some mysticism later on, but this fairy tale language about things is simply rational and agnostic. It is the only way I can express in words my clear and definite perception that one thing is quite distinct from another. that there is no logical connection between flying and laying eggs. It is the man who talks about a law that he has never seen who is the mystic. Nay, the ordinary scientific man is strictly a sentimentalist. He is a sentimentalist in this essential sense, that he is soaked and swept away by mere associations. He has so often seen birds fly and lay eggs that he feels as if there must be some dreamy, tender connection between the two ideas, whereas there is none. A forlorn lover might be unable to dissociate the moon from lost love, so the materialist is unable to dissociate the moon from the tide. In both cases there is no connection, except that one has seen them together. A sentimentalist might shed tears at the smell of apple blossom, because by a dark association of his own it reminded him of his boyhood. So the materialist professor, though he conceals his tears, is yet a sentimentalist, because by a dark association of his own, apple blossoms remind him of apples. But the cool rationalist from fairyland does not see why, in the abstract, the apple tree should not grow crimson tulips. It sometimes does in his country. This elementary wonder, however, is not a mere fancy derived from the fairy tales. On the contrary, all the fire of the fairy tales is derived from this. Just as we all like love tales because there is an instinct of sex, we all like astonishing tales because they touch the nerve of the ancient instinct of astonishment. This is proved by the fact that when we are very young children, we do not need fairy tales. We only need tales. Mere life is interesting enough. A child of 7 is excited by being told that Tommy opened a door and saw a dragon, but a child of 3 is excited by being told that Tommy opened a door. Boys like romantic tales, but babies like realistic tales, because they find them romantic. In fact, a baby is about the only person, I should think, to whom a modern realistic novel could be read without boring him. This proves that even nursery tales only echo an almost prenatal leap of interest and amazement. These tales say that apples are golden, only to refresh the forgotten moment when we found that they were green. They make rivers run with wine, only to make us remember for one wild moment that they run with water. I have said that this is wholly reasonable and even agnostic, and indeed, on this point, I am all for the higher agnosticism. Its better name is ignorance. We have all read in scientific books, and indeed in all romances, the story of the man who has forgotten his name. This man walks about the streets and can see and appreciate everything, only he cannot remember who he is. Well, every man is that man in the story. Every man has forgotten who he is. One may understand the cosmos, but never the ego. The self is more distant than any star. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God, but thou shalt not know thyself. We are all under the same mental calamity. We have all forgotten our names. We have all forgotten what we really are. All that we call common sense and rationality and practicality and positivism only means that for certain dead levels of our life we forget that we have forgotten. All that we call spirit and art and ecstasy only means that for one awful instant we remember that we forgot. But though, like the man without memory in the novel, we walk the streets with a sort of half-witted admiration, still it is admiration. It is admiration in English, and not only admiration in Latin. The wonder has a positive element of praise. This is the next milestone to be definitely marked on our road through fairyland. I shall speak in the next chapter about optimists and pessimists in their intellectual aspect, as far as they have one. Here I am only trying to describe the enormous emotions which cannot be described. And the strongest emotion was that life was as precious as it was puzzling. It was an ecstasy because it was an adventure. It was an adventure because it was an opportunity. The goodness of the fairy tale was not affected by the fact that there might be more dragons than princesses. It was good to be in a fairy tale. The test of all happiness is gratitude. I felt gratitude, though I hardly knew to whom. Children are grateful when Santa Claus puts in their stockings gifts of toys or sweets. Could I not be grateful to Santa Claus when he put in my stockings the gift of 2 miraculous legs? We thank people for birthday presents of cigars and slippers. Can I thank no one for the birthday present of birth? There were then these 2 first feelings, indefensible and indisputable. The world was a shock, but it was not merely shocking. Existence was a surprise, but it was a pleasant surprise. In fact, all my first views were exactly uttered in a riddle that stuck in my brain from boyhood. The question was, what did the first frog say? And the answer was, Lord, how you made me jump. That says succinctly all that I am saying. God made the frog jump, but the frog prefers jumping. But when these things are settled, there enters the second great principle of the fairy philosophy. Anyone can see it who has simply read Grimm's fairy tales, or the fine collections of Mr. Andrew Lang. For the pleasure of pedantry, I will call it the doctrine of conditional joy. Touchstone talked of much virtue in an if. According to elfin ethics, all virtue is in an if. The note of the fairy utterance always is, you may live in a palace of gold and sapphire if you do not say the word cow. Or, you may live happily with the king's daughter if you do not show her an onion. The vision always hangs upon a veto. All the dizzy and colossal things conceded depend upon one small thing withheld. All the wild and whirling things that are let loose depend upon one thing that is forbidden. Mr. W. B. Yeats, in his exquisite and piercing elfin poetry, describes the elves as lawless. They plunge in innocent anarchy on the unbridled horses of the air, ride on the crest of the dishevelled tide, and dance upon the mountains like flame. It is a dreadful thing to say that Mr. W. B. Yeats does not understand fairyland, but I do say it. He is an ironical Irishman, full of intellectual reactions. He is not stupid enough to understand fairyland. Fairies prefer people of the yokel type like myself, people who gape and grin and do as they are told. Mr. Yeats reads into elfland all the righteous insurrection of his own race. But the lawlessness of Ireland is a Christian lawlessness, founded on reason and justice. The Fenian is rebelling against something he understands only too well, but the true citizen of fairyland is obeying something that he does not understand at all. In the fairy tale, an incomprehensible happiness rests upon an incomprehensible condition. A box is opened and all evils fly out. A word is forgotten and cities perish. A lamp is lit and love flies away. A flower is plucked and human lives are forfeited. An apple is eaten and the hope of God is gone. This is the tone of fairy tales, and it is certainly not lawlessness or even liberty, though men under a mean modern tyranny may think it liberty by comparison. People out of Portland jail might think Fleet Street free, but closer study will prove that both fairies and journalists are the slaves of duty. Fairy godmothers seem at least as strict as other godmothers. Cinderella received a coach out of Wonderland and a coachman out of Nowhere, but she received a command, which might have come out of Brixton, that she should be back by 12. Also, she had a glass slipper, and it cannot be coincidence that glass is so common a substance in folklore. This princess lives in a glass castle, that princess on a glass hill. This one sees all things in a mirror. They may all live in glass houses if they will not throw stones. For this thin glitter of glass everywhere is the expression of the fact that the happiness is bright but brittle, like the substance most easily smashed by a housemaid or a cat. And this fairy tale sentiment also sank into me and became my sentiment toward the whole world. I felt and feel that life itself is as bright as the diamond, but as brittle as the window pane. And when the heavens were compared to the terrible crystal, I can remember a shudder. I was afraid that God would drop the cosmos with a crash. Remember, however, that to be breakable is not the same as to be perishable. Strike a glass and it will not endure an instant. Simply do not strike it, and it will endure 1,000 years. Such, it seemed, was the joy of man, either in Elfland or on earth. The happiness depended on not doing something, which you could at any moment do, and which very often it was not obvious why you should not do it. Now the point here is that to me this did not seem unjust. If the miller's third son said to the fairy, "Explain why I must not stand on my head in the fairy palace," the other might fairly reply, "Well, if it comes to that, explain the fairy palace." If Cinderella says, "How is it that I must leave the ball at 12?" her godmother might answer, "How is it that you are going there till 12?" If I leave a man in my will 10 talking elephants and 100 winged horses, he cannot complain if the conditions partake of the slight eccentricity of the gift. He must not look a winged horse in the mouth. And it seemed to me that existence was itself so very eccentric a legacy that I could not complain of not understanding the limitations of the vision when I did not understand the vision they limited. The frame was no stranger than the picture. The veto might well be as wild as the vision. It might be as startling as the sun, as elusive as the waters, as fantastic and terrible as the towering trees. For this reason we may call it the fairy godmother philosophy. I never could join the young men of my time in feeling what they call the general sentiment of revolt. I should have resisted, let us hope, any rules that were evil, and with these and their definition I shall deal in another chapter. But I did not feel disposed to resist any rule merely because it was mysterious. Estates are sometimes held by foolish forms, the breaking of a stick or the payment of a peppercorn. I was willing to hold the huge estate of earth and heaven by any such futile fantasy. It could not well be wilder than the fact that I was allowed to hold it at all. At this stage I give only one ethical instance to show my meaning. I could never mix in the common murmur of that rising generation against monogamy, because no restriction on sex seemed so odd and unexpected as sex itself. To be allowed, like Endymion, to make love to the moon, and then to complain that Jupiter held his moons in a harem, seemed to me, bred on fairy tales like Endymion's, a vulgar anticlimax. Keeping to one woman is a small price for so much as seeing one woman. To complain that I could only be married once was like complaining that I had only been born once. It was incommensurate with the terrible excitement of which one was talking. It showed not an exaggerated sensibility to sex, but a curious insensibility to it. A man is a fool who complains that he cannot enter Eden by 5 gates at once. Polygamy is a lack of the realization of sex. It is like a man plucking 5 pears in mere absence of mind. The aesthetes touched the last insane limits of language in their eulogy on lovely things. The thistledown made them weep. A burnished beetle brought them to their knees. Yet their emotion never impressed me for an instant, for this reason, that it never occurred to them to pay for their pleasure in any sort of symbolic sacrifice. Men, I felt, might fast 40 days for the sake of hearing a blackbird sing. Men might go through fire to find a cowslip. Yet these lovers of beauty could not even keep sober for the blackbird. They would not go through common Christian marriage by way of recompense to the cowslip. Surely one might pay for extraordinary joy in ordinary mortals. Oscar Wilde said that sunsets were not valued because we could not pay for sunsets. Oscar Wilde was wrong. We can pay for sunsets. we can pay for them by not being Oscar Wilde. Well, I left the fairy tales lying on the floor of the nursery, and I have not found any books so sensible since. I left the nurse guardian of tradition and democracy, and I have not found any modern type so sanely radical or so sanely conservative. But the matter for important comment was here, that when I first went out into the mental atmosphere of the modern world, I found that the modern world was positively opposed on 2 points to my nurse and to the nursery tales. It has taken me a long time to find out that the modern world is wrong and my nurse was right. The really curious thing was this, that modern thought contradicted this basic creed of my boyhood on its 2 most essential doctrines. I have explained that the fairy tales founded in me 2 convictions. First, that this world is a wild and startling place, which might have been quite different, but which is quite delightful. Second, that before this wildness and delight, one may well be modest and submit to the queerest limitations of so queer a kindness. But I found the whole modern world running like a high tide against both my tendernesses, and the shock of that collision created 2 sudden and spontaneous sentiments, which I have had ever since, and which, crude as they were, have since hardened into convictions. First, I found the whole modern world talking scientific fatalism, saying that everything is as it must always have been, being unfolded without fault from the beginning. The leaf of the tree is green because it could never have been anything else. Now, the fairy tale philosopher is glad that the leaf is green precisely because it might have been scarlet. He feels as if it had turned green an instant before he looked at it. He is pleased that snow is white on the strictly reasonable ground that it might have been black. Every color has in it a bold quality as of choice. The red of garden roses is not only decisive, but dramatic, like suddenly spilt blood. He feels that something has been done. But the great determinists of the 19th century were strongly against this native feeling that something had happened an instant before. In fact, according to them, nothing ever really had happened since the beginning of the world. Nothing ever had happened since existence had happened, and even about the date of that they were not very sure. The modern world as I found it was solid for modern Calvinism, for the necessity of things being as they are. But when I came to ask them, I found they had really no proof of this unavoidable repetition in things, except for the fact that the things were repeated. Now, the mere repetition made the things to me rather more weird than more rational. It was as if, having seen a curiously shaped nose in the street and dismissed it as an accident, I had then seen 6 other noses of the same astonishing shape. I should have fancied for a moment that it must be some local secret society. So one elephant having a trunk was odd, but all elephants having trunks looked like a plot. I speak here only of an emotion, and of an emotion at once stubborn and subtle. But the repetition in nature seemed sometimes to be an exciting repetition, like that of an angry schoolmaster saying the same thing over and over again. The grass seemed signaling to me with all its fingers at once. The crowded stars seemed bent upon being understood. The sun would make me see him if he rose 1,000 times. The recurrences of the universe rose to the maddening rhythm of an incantation, and I began to see an idea. All the towering materialism which dominates the modern mind rests ultimately upon one assumption, a false assumption. It is supposed that if a thing goes on repeating itself, it is probably dead, a piece of clockwork. People feel that if the universe was personal, it would vary. If the sun were alive, it would dance. This is a fallacy even in relation to known fact, for the variation in human affairs is generally brought into them not by life, but by death, by the dying down or breaking off of their strength or desire. A man varies his movements because of some slight element of failure or fatigue. He gets into an omnibus because he is tired of walking, or he walks because he is tired of sitting still. But if his life and joy were so gigantic that he never tired of going to Islington, he might go to Islington as regularly as the Thames goes to Sheerness. The very speed and ecstasy of his life would have the stillness of death. The sun rises every morning. I do not rise every morning, but the variation is not due to my activity, but to my inaction. Now, to put the matter in a popular phrase, it might be true that the sun rises regularly because he never gets tired of rising. His routine might be due not to lifelessness, but to a rush of life. The thing I mean can be seen, for instance, in children when they find some game or joke that they especially enjoy. A child kicks his legs rhythmically through excess, not absence of life. Because children have abounding vitality, because they are in spirit fierce and free, therefore they want things repeated and unchanged. They always say, "Do it again," and the grown-up person does it again, because he is nearly dead. For grown-up people are not strong enough to exult in monotony, but perhaps God is strong enough to exult in monotony. It is possible that God says every morning, "Do it again," to the sun, and every evening, "Do it again," to the moon. It may not be automatic necessity that makes all daisies alike. It may be that God makes every daisy separately, but has never got tired of making them. It may be that he has the eternal appetite of infancy, for we have sinned and grown old, and our Father is younger than we. The repetition in nature may not be a mere recurrence. It may be a theatrical encore. Heaven may encore the bird who laid an egg. If the human being conceives and brings forth a human child instead of bringing forth a fish or a bat or a griffin, the lesson may not be that we are fixed in an animal fate without life or purpose. It may be that our little tragedy has touched the gods, that they admire it from their starry galleries, and that at the end of every human drama man is called again and again before the curtain. Repetition may go on for millions of years by mere choice, and at any instant it may stop. Man may stand on the earth generation after generation, and yet each birth be his positively last appearance. This was my first conviction, made by the shock of my childish emotions meeting the modern creed in mid-career. I had always vaguely felt facts to be miracles in the sense that they are wonderful. Now I began to think them miracles in the stricter sense that they were willful. I mean that they were, or might be, repeated exercises of some will. In short, I had always believed that the world involved magic. Now I thought that perhaps it involved a magician. And this pointed a profound emotion always present and subconscious, that this world of ours has some purpose, and if there is a purpose, there is a person. I had always felt life first as a story, and if there is a story, there is a storyteller. But modern thought also hit my second human tradition. It went against the fairy feeling about strict limits and conditions. The one thing it loved to talk about was expansion and largeness. Herbert Spencer would have been greatly annoyed if anyone had called him an imperialist, and therefore it is highly regrettable that nobody did. But he was an imperialist of the lowest type. He popularized this contemptible notion that the size of the solar system ought to overawe the spiritual dogma of man. Why should a man surrender his dignity to the solar system any more than to a whale? If mere size proves that man is not the image of God, then a whale may be the image of God, a somewhat formless image, what one might call an impressionistic portrait. It is quite futile to argue that man is small compared to the cosmos, for man was always small compared to the nearest tree. But Herbert Spencer, in his headlong imperialism, would insist that we had in some way been conquered and annexed by the astronomical universe. He spoke about men and their ideals exactly as the most insolent Unionist talks about the Irish and their ideals. He turned mankind into a small nationality, and his evil influence can be seen even in the most spirited and honorable of later scientific authors, notably in the early romances of Mr. H.G. Wells. Many moralists have, in an exaggerated way, represented the earth as wicked, but Mr. Wells and his school made the heavens wicked. We should lift up our eyes to the stars from whence would come our ruin. But the expansion of which I speak was much more evil than all this. I have remarked that the materialist, like the madman, is in prison, in the prison of one thought. These people seem to think it singularly inspiring to keep on saying that the prison was very large. The size of this scientific universe gave one no novelty, no relief. The cosmos went on forever, but not in its wildest constellation could there be anything really interesting, anything, for instance, such as forgiveness or free will. The grandeur or infinity of the secret of its cosmos added nothing to it. It was like telling a prisoner in Reading Jail that he would be glad to hear that the jail now covered half the county. The warder would have nothing to show the man except more and more long corridors of stone, lit by ghastly lights and empty of all that is human. So these expanders of the universe had nothing to show us except more and more infinite corridors of space, lit by ghastly suns and empty of all that is divine. In Fairyland there had been a real law, a law that could be broken. For the definition of a law is something that can be broken. But the machinery of this cosmic prison was something that could not be broken, for we ourselves were only a part of its machinery. We were either unable to do things, or we were destined to do them. The idea of the mystical condition quite disappeared. One can neither have the firmness of keeping laws nor the fun of breaking them. The largeness of this universe had nothing of that freshness and airy outbreak which we have praised in the universe of the poet. The modern universe is literally an empire. That is, it was vast, but it is not free. One went into larger and larger windowless rooms, rooms big with Babylonian perspective, but one never found the smallest window or a whisper of outer air. Their infernal parallels seem to expand with distance, but for me all good things come to a point, swords, for instance. So finding the boast of the big cosmos so unsatisfactory to my emotions, I began to argue about it a little, and I soon found that the whole attitude was even shallower than could have been expected. According to these people, the cosmos was one thing since it had one unbroken rule. Only, they would say, while it is one thing, it is also the only thing there is. Why then should one worry particularly to call it large? There is nothing to compare it with. It would be just as sensible to call it small. A man may say, I like this vast cosmos with its throng of stars and its crowd of varied creatures. But if it comes to that, why should not a man say, I like this cozy little cosmos, with its decent number of stars and as neat a provision of livestock as I wish to see? One is as good as the other. They are both mere sentiments. It is mere sentiment to rejoice that the sun is larger than the earth. It is quite as sane a sentiment to rejoice that the sun is no larger than it is. A man chooses to have an emotion about the largeness of the world. Why should he not choose to have an emotion about its smallness? It happened that I had that emotion. When one is fond of anything, one addresses it by diminutives, even if it is an elephant or a life guardsman. The reason is that anything, however huge, that can be conceived of as complete, can be conceived of as small. If military mustaches did not suggest a sword or tusks a tail, then the object would be vast because it would be immeasurable. But the moment you can imagine a guardsman, you can imagine a small guardsman. The moment you really see an elephant, you can call it tiny. If you can make a statue of a living thing, you can make a statuette of it. These people professed that the universe was one coherent thing, but they are not fond of the universe. But I was frightfully fond of the universe and wanted to address it by a diminutive. I often did, and it never seemed to mind. Actually, and in truth, I did feel that these dim dogmas of vitality were better expressed by calling the world small than by calling it large. For about infinity there was a sort of carelessness, which was the reverse of the fierce and pious care which I felt touching the pricelessness and the peril of life. They showed only a dreary waste, but I felt a sort of sacred thrift, for economy is far more romantic than extravagance. To them the stars were an unending income of ha'pence, but I felt about the golden sun and the silver moon as a schoolboy feels if he has 1 sovereign and a shilling. These subconscious convictions are best hit off by the color and tone of certain tales. Thus I have said that stories of magic alone can express my sense that life is not only a pleasure, but a kind of eccentric privilege. I may express this other feeling of cosmic coziness by allusion to another book always read in boyhood, Robinson Crusoe, which I read about this time, and which owes its eternal vivacity to the fact that it celebrates the poetry of limits, nay, even the wild romance of prudence. Crusoe is a man on a small rock, with a few comforts just snatched from the sea. The best thing in the book is simply the list of things saved from the wreck. The greatest of poems is an inventory. Every kitchen stool becomes ideal because Crusoe might have dropped it in the sea. It is a good exercise in empty or ugly hours of the day to look at anything, the coal scuttle or the bookcase, and think how happy one could be to have brought it out of the sinking ship on the solitary island. But it is a better exercise still to remember how all things have had this hair-breadth escape. Everything has been saved from a wreck. Every man has had one horrible adventure, as a hidden untimely birth he had not been, as infants that never see the light. Men spoke much in my boyhood of restricted or ruined men of genius, and it was common to say that many a man was a great might have been. To me it is a more solid and startling fact that any man in the street is a great might not have been. But I really felt, the fancy may seem foolish, as if all the order and number of things were the romantic remnant of Crusoe's ship. That there were 2 sexes and 1 sun was like the fact that there were 2 guns and 1 axe. It was poignantly urgent that none should be lost, but somehow it was rather fun that none could be added. The trees and the planets seemed like things saved from the wreck, and when I saw the Matterhorn I was glad that it had not been overlooked in the confusion. I felt economical about the stars as if they were sapphires. They are called so in Milton's Eden. I hoarded the hills, for the universe is a single jewel, and while it is a natural cant to talk of a jewel as peerless or priceless, of this jewel it is literally true. The cosmos is indeed without peer and without price, for there cannot be another one. Thus ends in unavoidable inadequacy the attempt to utter the unutterable things. These are my ultimate attitudes towards life, the soils for the seeds of doctrine. These in some dark way I thought before I could write, and felt before I could think. That we may proceed more easily afterwards, I will roughly recapitulate them now. I felt in my bones, first, that this world does not explain itself. It may be a miracle with a supernatural explanation. It may be a conjuring trick with a natural explanation. But the explanation of the conjuring trick, if it is to satisfy me, will have to be better than the natural explanations I have heard. The thing is magic, true or false. Second, I came to feel as if magic must have a meaning, and meaning must have someone to mean it. There was something personal in the world, as in a work of art. Whatever it meant violently. Third, I thought this purpose beautiful in its old design, in spite of its defects, such as dragons. Fourth, that the proper form of thanks to it is some form of humility and restraint. We should thank God for beer and Burgundy by not drinking too much of them. We owed also an obedience to whatever made us. And last and strangest, there has come to my mind a vague and vast impression that in some way all good was a remnant to be stored and held sacred out of some primordial ruin. Man had saved his good as Crusoe saved his goods. He had saved them from a wreck. All this I felt, and the age gave me no encouragement to feel it. And all this time I had not even thought of Christian theology. End of chapter 4.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Prunella Scales, Freddie Jones, and Dennis Hawthorne in Bernard Shaw's comedy, You Never Can Tell. A dentist's waiting room on a fine August morning in 1896. Not the usual tiny London den, but the best sitting room of a furnished lodging in a terrace on the seafront at a fashionable watering place. That was my first tooth.
Your first? Do you mean to say that you began practicing on me?
Well, every dentist has to begin with somebody. Why didn't you let me give you gas?
Because you said it would be 5 shillings extra.
Oh, don't say that. Makes me feel as if I'd hurt you for the sake of 5 shillings.
Well, so you have. Why shouldn't you? It's your business to hurt people. You have a good view of the sea from these rooms. Are they expensive?
Yes?
You don't own the whole house, do you?
No.
Your furniture isn't quite the latest thing, is it?
It's my landlord.
I suppose you haven't been here long.
6 weeks. Is there anything else you would like to know?
Any family?
I am not married.
Of course not. Anybody can see that. I mean sisters and mother and that sort of thing.
Not on the premises.
If you've been here 6 weeks, and mine was your first tooth, the practice can't be very large, can it?
Not as yet.
Well, good luck. 5 shillings, you said it would be?
5 shillings.
You charge 5 shillings for everything?
Yes.
Why?
It's my system. I'm what's called a 5-shilling dentist.
How nice. Well, here, a nice new 5-shilling piece. Your first fee.
Thank you.
The young lady's brother, sir.
Am I in time?
No, it's all over.
Oh, did you howl?
Oh, something awful. Mr. Valentine, this is my brother Phil. Phil, this is Mr. Valentine, our new dentist. He's only been here 6 weeks, and he's a bachelor. The house isn't his, and the furniture is the landlord's. He got my tooth out beautifully at the first go, and he and I are great friends.
Been asking a lot of questions?
Oh, no.
I'm glad to hear it. It's so good of you not to mind us, Mr. Valentine. The fact is, we've never been in England before, and our mother tells us that the people here simply won't stand us. Come and lunch with us.
Oh, do, Mr. Valentine.
At the Marine Hotel, 1:30.
We shall be able to tell Mamma that a respectable Englishman has promised to lunch with us.
Say no more, Mr. Valentine, you'll come.
Say no more. I haven't said anything. May I ask who I have the pleasure of entertaining? It really is quite impossible for me to lunch at the Marine Hotel with 2 perfect strangers.
Oh, what bosh. 1 patient in 6 weeks? What difference does it make to you?
No, Dolly. My knowledge of human nature confirms Mr. Valentine's judgment. He is right. Let me introduce Miss Dorothy Clarendon, commonly called Dolly. I'm Philip Clarendon. We're from Madeira, but perfectly respectable so far.
Clarendon? Are you related?
Yes, we are.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, we are. It's all over, Phil. They know all about us in England. Oh, Mr. Valentine, you can't think how maddening it is to be related to a celebrated person and never be valued anywhere for one's own sake.
Oh, excuse me, the gentleman I was thinking of was not celebrated.
Gentleman?
Yes. I was going to ask whether you were by any chance a daughter of Mr. Densmore Clarendon of Newbury Hall.
No.
Well, come, Dolly. How do you know you're not?
Oh, I forgot, of course. Perhaps I am.
Don't you know?
Not in the least.
It's a wise child.
The fact is, Mr. Valentine, we are the children of the celebrated Mrs. Lanfrey Clarendon, an authoress of great repute in Madeira. No household is complete without her works. We came to England to get away from them. They're called the 20th Century Treatises.
20th Century Cooking.
20th Century Creed.
20th Century Clothing.
20th Century Conduct.
20th Century Children.
20th Century Parents.
Cloth limp, $1.
Or mounted on linen for hard family use, $2. No family should be without them. Read them, Mr. Valentine. They'll improve your mind.
But not till we've gone, please.
Quite so. We prefer people with unimproved minds. Our own minds are in that fresh and unspoiled condition.
Phil, he prefers people whose minds are improved.
Well, in that case, we shall have to introduce him to the other member of the family. The woman of the 20th century, our sister Gloria.
Nature's masterpiece.
Learning's daughter.
My dearest pride.
Beauty's paragon.
Bosh. No complexion.
May I have a word?
Excuse me, go ahead.
So sorry.
I really must give a hint to you young people.
Oh, come. I like that. How old are you?
Over 30.
He's not.
He is.
27.
33.
Stuff.
I appeal to you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, really, 31.
You were wrong.
So are you.
We're forgetting our manners, Dolly.
Yes, so we are.
We interrupted you, Mr. Valentine.
You were going to improve our minds, I think.
The fact is, your...
Our appearance.
Oh, do let me speak.
The old story. We talk too much.
We do. Shut up, both.
Mum.
Thank you. Now, may I ask to begin with, have you ever been in an English seaside resort before?
No.
No.
I thought so. Well, in a seaside resort, there is one thing you must have before anybody can afford to be seen going about with you. And that's a father, alive or dead. Am I to infer that you have omitted that indispensable part of your social equipment?
I'm afraid.
We have.
Then I'm sorry to say that if you're going to stay here for any length of time, it will be impossible for me to accept your kind invitation to lunch.
Come, Dolly.
Good morning.
Oh, stop. You make me feel a perfect beast.
That's your conscience, not us.
My conscience? My conscience has been my ruin. Listen to me. Twice before, I have set up as a respectable medical practitioner in various parts of England. On both occasions, I acted conscientiously and told my patients the brute truth instead of what they wanted to be told. Result, ruin. Now I've set up as a dentist, a 5-shilling dentist, and I've done with conscience forever. This is my last chance. I spent my last sovereign on moving in, and I haven't paid a shilling of rent yet. I'm eating and drinking on credit. My landlord is as rich as a Jew and as hard as nails, and I've made 5 shillings in 6 weeks. If I swerve by a hair's breadth from the straight line of the most rigid respectability, I'm done for. But under such circumstances, is it fair to ask me to lunch with you when you don't know your own father?
Well, after all, our grandfather is a canon of Lincoln Cathedral.
What? Have you a grandfather?
Only one.
Oh, my dear, good young friends. Why on earth didn't you tell me that before? A canon of Lincoln. That makes it all right, of course. Just excuse me while I change my coat.
That wretched, bankrupt ivory snatcher makes a compliment of allowing us to stand him a lunch. Probably the first square meal he's had for months.
Too beastly. I won't stand it any longer, Phil. Here in England, everybody asks whether you have a father the very first thing.
I won't stand it either. Mamma must tell us who he was.
2 ladies for you, miss. Your mother and sister, miss, I think.
Well, children, how is the toothache, Dolly?
Cured, thank heaven. I've had it out.
And the dentist, a first-rate professional man of the highest standing, is coming to lunch with us.
Phil?
Beg pardon, ma'am. I'm waiting for Mr. Valentine. I have a message for him.
Who from? Dolly.
Only the landlord, ma'am.
Let me introduce you, Mr. Valentine. My mother, Mrs. Lantry Clarendon.
How do you do?
My sister, Gloria.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do? I understand that we are to have the pleasure of seeing you at luncheon today, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you. If you don't mind. I mean, if you will be so kind. What is it?
The landlord, sir, wishes to speak to you before you go out.
Oh. Tell him I have 4 patients here. If he wouldn't mind waiting just 2 minutes, I'll slip down and see him for a moment. Say I'm busy, but that I want to see him.
Yes, sir, I will, sir.
We are detaining you, I'm afraid.
Not at all, not at all. Your presence here will be the greatest help to me. The fact is, I owe 6 weeks' rent, and I've had no patients until today. My interview with my landlord will be considerably smoothed by the apparent boom in my business.
Oh, how tiresome of you to let it all out. And we've just been pretending that you were a respectable professional man in a first-rate position.
Oh, Dolly, my dearest, how can you be so rude? Will you excuse these barbarian children of mine, Mr. Valentine?
Not at all. I'm used to them. Would it be too much to ask you to wait 5 minutes while I get rid of my landlord downstairs?
Oh, don't be long. We're hungry.
Dolly, dear.
All right, thank you. I shan't be long. Yes. Thank you.
Did you observe? Love at first sight. You can add his scalp to your collection, Gloria.
What nonsense you do talk. Shh, pray, Phil, he may have heard
Oh,
you.
not me. And now look here, Mamma. Dolly and I have been talking over things a good deal lately, and there are certain matters upon which we are beginning to feel that you might take us a little more into your confidence.
Phil, take care. I never ask you questions about your private concerns. You are not going to question me, are you?
I think it due to ourselves to say that the question we wanted to ask is as much our business as yours.
Besides, it can't be good to keep a lot of questions bottled up inside you. You did it, Mamma. But see how awfully it's broken out again in me.
I see you want to ask your question. Ask it.
Well, it's a simple one. Now, when the ivory snatcher...
Phil.
Oh, dentist is an ugly word. The man of ivory and gold asked us whether we were the children of Mr. Densmore Clarendon of Newbury Hall. In pursuance of the precepts in your treatise on 20th century conduct, and your repeated personal exhortations to us to curtail the number of unnecessary lies we tell, we replied, truthfully, that we didn't know.
Neither did we.
The result was that the gum architect made considerable difficulties about accepting our invitation to lunch, although I doubt if he has had anything but tea and bread and butter for a fortnight past. Now, my knowledge of human nature leads me to believe that we had a father, and that you probably know who he was.
Stop, Phil. Your father is nothing to you nor to me. That is enough.
Mother, we have a right to know.
Gloria.
We? Who is we? We three.
In your mouth, we used to mean you and I, Gloria.
We're hurting you. Let's drop it. We didn't think you'd mind. I don't want to know.
I'm sure I don't. Oh, don't look like that, Mamma.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you, Phil.
We have a right to know, Mother.
Ah, you insist.
Do you intend that we shall never know? Oh, Gloria, don't. It's barbarous.
What's the use of being weak? You see what has happened with this gentleman here, Mother. The same thing has happened to me.
What do you mean?
happened to you?
Oh, nothing of any consequence. On board the steamer, the first officer did me the honor to propose to me.
No, it was to me.
The first officer? Are you serious, Gloria? What did you say to him? Oh, excuse me, I have no right to ask that.
The answer is pretty obvious. A woman who does not know who her father was cannot accept such an offer.
Well, surely you didn't want to accept it.
No, but suppose I had wanted to.
Did that difficulty strike you, Dolly?
No, I accepted him.
Oh, I say.
He did look such a fool.
But why did you do such a thing, Dolly?
For fun, I suppose. He had to measure my finger for a ring. Oh, you'd have done the same thing yourself.
No, Dolly, I would not. As a matter of fact, the first officer did propose to me. And I told him to keep that sort of thing for women who were young enough to be amused by it. He appears to have acted on my advice. Gloria, I'm sorry you think me weak, but I cannot tell you what you want. You are all too young.
Well, this is rather a startling departure from 20th century principles.
Answer all your children's questions and answer them truthfully as soon as they are old enough to ask them. See 20th Century Motherhood.
Page 1.
Chapter 1.
Sentence 1.
My dears, I did not say that you were too young to know. I said you were too young to be taken into my confidence. You're very bright children, all of you. But I'm glad for your sakes that you're still very inexperienced and consequently very unsympathetic. There are some experiences of mine that I cannot bear to speak of except to those who have gone through what I have gone through. I hope you will never be qualified for such confidences. But I will take care that you shall learn all you want to know. Will that satisfy you?
Another grievance, Dolly.
We're not sympathetic.
Mother, I did not mean to be unsympathetic.
Of course not, dear. Do you think I don't understand?
But, Mother...
Yes?
It is nonsense to tell us that our father is nothing to us.
Do you remember your father?
I am not quite sure. I think so.
You are not sure?
No.
Gloria, if I had ever struck you purposely, deliberately, with the intention of hurting you with a whip bought for the purpose, would you remember that, do you think?
Oh, Mother.
That would have been your last recollection of your father, Gloria, if I had not taken you away from him. I've kept him out of your life. Keep him now out of mine by never mentioning him to me again.
I hope I've not kept you waiting. That landlord of mine is really an extraordinary old character. He doesn't want his rent at all. He's broken his tooth on a Brazil nut, and he wants me to look at it and to lunch with him afterwards.
Then have him up and pull his tooth out at once, and we'll bring him to lunch too. Tell the maid to fetch him along. I suppose he's respectable. Really respectable.
Perfectly. Not like me.
Honest Injun.
Honest Injun.
Then off with you and bring him up.
Well, I dare say he'd be delighted if...
Oh, I should be happy to see your friend at lunch if you can persuade him to come. But I can't wait to see him now. I have an appointment at the hotel at 1:45 with an old friend whom I've not seen since I left England 18 years ago. Will you excuse me?
Certainly, Mrs. Clarendon. I will see you to the front door.
Shall I come?
No, dear. I want to be alone. Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Aha.
You rang, sir?
Show the old gentleman up.
Madam?
The old gentleman with the toothache.
The landlord.
Mr. Crampton, sir.
Is his name Crampton?
Show Mr. Crampton